Chapter 1 The Marriage. Upon awakening, there residence of the Minister of Rights in the capital was in a new pro. Wei Ruxuan, Thealdast daughter of the Minister of Rights, was crying gan shouting that sheep salute refused to marry third prince, His Highness the Qin Wang instead shed as irad to wed the fifth prince and become his royal consort. The Minister of Rights, enraged, struck her across her face. The marriage has already been around. What is all this fuss about? With tears streaming down her face, Ruxuan protested, her nose running. The previous night, she'd experienced a vivid dream. Many details had slipped her mind but had come a remained clear. In her dream, the world was akin to a book where the Marley protagonist twice fifth prince, Sirjishan Wiley third prince, Qin Wang played Thorolio Favelaine. In the original narrative, Wei Ruxuan was wed to the cruel and heartless Qin Wang, who showed her no interest whatsoever, leaving her neglected and untouched, while he also disregarded the numerous concubines in his palace. The twin brothers, Qin Wang and the fifth prince, were looked in a bitter rivalry they tended, with Qin Wang dying on the battlefield. Following the fifth prince's ascension to the throne, he ordered the execution of everyone from the Qin Wang's household. As the primary wife of Qin Wang, Wei Ruxuan naturally met a tragedy. Knowing Thestra's conclusion, this time Wei Ruxuan was determined not to marry Qin Wang. If sure to marry, it would birth the Marla protagonist, the fifth prince. Madame Liu, the minister's wife, had in Lithison a daughter and two sons from concubines, treating Ruxuan as a precious lifeline. Upon witnessing her husband strike at the daughter, Liar Warshirt broken and quickly enveloped Ruxuan in her arms. My dear, did you have a nightmare last night? Why are you speaking such nonsense at this early in the morning? Ruxuan, her face streaked with tears, declared, I don't care. I want to marry the fifth prince. He's them a protagonist. If I marry him, I will become a empress. Madame Li want the Minister of Rights were baffled by her Torkofmal protagonist sang fi Marla protagonists, but the word empress resonated clearly. The minister, infuriated, raised a chant again. What nonsense serio spouting? Matters of the royal family Reno Forio to Medellin. Liu quickly shielded her daughter. I few must strike some own, then strikim. It would be better to kill both hofus than to ze or witho seductive women. The minister trembled with rage. Her behaviour days and Liu fault. Liu, born into nobility, had married down to the Minister of Rights. In his youth, her risen swiftly, aided by connections with his father-in-law. Over the years, Liu had managed to dominate the household, raising her daughter in a manner that led her to believe she called her anything she desired. After the minister stormed off, Liu wiped Ruxuan's tears with her handkerchief. Shenner, what foolishness is this? You were the inu hode might Qin Wang, saying he was Shansarm, which is higher father and I saw empress blessing forth a marriage, with a sudden change of heart. With Tefili eyes, Ruxuan replied, he cannot become emperor, Buth fifth princekin. I want to marry a man who can be emperor. Liu gently urged her, the emperor West Qin Wang more, and he has military achievements to his name, having been rented hetitly of prince. The fifth prince has nothing to his name. My dear daughter, vis this no some thing you can simply change your mind about. I don't want to. I absolutely refuse. Ruxuan screamed again, mother, if you don't help memory the fifth prince, I will die. The Qin Wang is a cruel and heartless master. Lurlook had troubled, Shenner, the fifth prince Isel Reedy betrothed. Heisto Marith Miss went from the Duke of Gen's household, ho hassel ready reached marriage obligandus in her way to the capital. A flicker of funneling niece crossed Ruxuan's eyes. She had no impression of this Miss when all she remembered was that her woman had married a fifth prince, the Marley protagonist from the original street. After marrying the fifth prince, Hedo Ted and Herring promised he'd never to take another concubine. Furthermore, upon ascending the throne, recognized and leave this woman as empress, leaving no room for a Thurson Hisharam. She hasn't married yet, has she? Ruxuan retorted indignantly. Even if she has, I will still enter the fifth prince's residence, even if it means becoming a secondary consort. She fused to believe she called not to maneuver to Toman. Liu covered Hermouth, her expression stern. What nonsense serio speaking? Apropos daughter over minister marrying a secondary consort. What are I thinking? What will Yeri and your sisters do if I pursue this? Ruxuan scoffed. Regardless, I don't care. I want to marry the fifth prince. Though Ludo Ted and her daughter, she understood the limits of what was permissible, some a matter scout not be trifled with. Let me make this clear thighs eyes impossible. This concerns the royal family's reputation, and it is a matter taught court lead to execution. How could Dame Roger like your meddling temporal affairs? Havioulus diamond. The Duke of Gen household her sail show loyalty that Miss Wen's father into a brother soul perished on the battlefield, leaving here as the survivor. Lia poked Rukshuan's forehead, I few steal her marriage, wet will please her bata family. Rukshuan said no thing aloud, but her heart remained restless. The Miss Wenged secured Sirkagud Marthang star Themerit suffer father and brothers. Without Duke of Gen's accomplishments, that fee Marla protagonist would not have exist. Rukshuan understood that Lia's indulgence had its limits should add not gumble with her family's future. However, she's willing to accept her fatal kethat af the sharik trinthabuk. Knowing the conclusion, she was determined to defeat Steenjan sees everything she desired. Rukshuan sees bar cled with mischief. When is the fifth Princito Marath Miss Wen? Leah plied impatiently, this year in Thieskentauv. The Miss Wen Nissel Regin Heway to the capital. Rukshuan asked, Mother, do I know what kind of person this Miss Wen is? I have her no idea, she left the capital when she was only 4 or 5 years old. I did see her on Sir Herna Miss Wen Yenu, she was quite well-mannered and intelligent, but Hassel was being frail and sickly. As Leia pondered, her brows furrowed, however, Agil raised without a mother, no matter how good shoes are shield, Hanisha Shasterni doot know. Since the ancient times, the bringing Ophi and Gladiash has been of foot most importance. A girl without maternal guidance would be a disadvantage in marriage. When Thuifi of the Duke of Gen learned of her husband Danson Stets, Shvillalang perceived away from grief. The Miss Wen's maternal grandmother, feeling pretty for her granddaughter, Brythurtoling City, worry it was I'd shoes rested under her grandmother's care. But after all, she's an outsider no matter how dear a granddaughter might, she still bore the label of outsider, few in the capitalk knew hash have been raised all these years. Liu curled her lip, just he third day Empress Genja expressed her concerns about Miss Wen becoming the 5th Princess Brimara consort. She just ederding 2 highborn secondary consorts. Their emperors are proved of Viscosio faction, however, and buffeted her. Chapter 2 The Marriage. The 5th Prince, Sir Jushan, is the only son of the current Empress Jing. Their emperor is a total of 13 princes, 5 of whom the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 8th and 11th Prince Didi Juing. Currently, the eligible princess for marriage read 3rd, 5th, and 6th princes. The 5th prince was betrothed to Miss Wen Yanu and Haizerlius, a match arranged personally by Empress Jeng Willith Duke of Gen was still alive. The 6th prince is engaged to Hiskausen but must delay the marriage for year due to a period of mourning. The 3rd prince Eist Emperor's most favoritson, having been rented hetitly of Qin Wang at the tender age of 15. The 1st and 2nd Prince Didi Juing, leaving Qin Wang as the eldest surviving prince. A few years ago, the Emperor Sator angered marriage for Qin Wang. The Emperor's excessive indulgence handled to Qin Wang's cold and unpredictable demeanor, leaving him disinterested in marriage. The Emperor, frustrated, finally decreed that Minister of Right's daughter, Wei Yuruxuan, should marry Qin Wang. According to the usual schedule, this year in the second half, Ruxuan should be entering Qin Wang's residence. Half a month later, the couple from the Xiao household of the Duke of Shen, Xiao Hong and his wife, escorted Miss Wen Yonu to the capital, along with Tile Stan's second grandsons, Xiaojun Liang and Xiaoju and Xiao. Due to her frailth, Miss Wen could not withstand the rigors of travel and fell short life to revenge in the capital. At this moment, Wei Ruxuan lay in terms of the 5th prince, Sir Jushan, playfully clinging to his arm. Your Highness, I am already years, when will you marry? Sir Jiashan had been utterly captivated by Ruxuan, his'll have drened her charm. Beauty's thief of war faded, has udden lie cold smithing, and his complexion turned pale. Heavens! He had audaciously slept with his brother's fiancée. If that lunatic, Serchinji, were to discover he had been so brazen, would Hennet kill him? The thought of encountering Sir Chengjit had been quite later sent to kill down his spine. Ruxuan smiled weakly, reaching up to wipe pet sweat from his brow, her voice a bulldove shyness and teasing. Your Highness, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? Do you wish to marry the Miss Wen instead? At the mention of the Miss Wen, Sir Gia Shansinger ignited. That's a Clegale? No way. I will rather death and take sicker woman as me wife. The betrothal to Wen Yanu had been arranged over 8 Kadigo. At the time, the Duke of Jin was at the height of his power, and Empress Sing often summoned the Duke's wife, Xiao, to the place when Xiao was pregnant with Yanu, Sir Jiashan Waisen lie 3 years old. Empress Zheng heard my latent clarite tief schauskuld wasagale, she wilt be wed toth fifth princessius primary consort. Sir Jayashan's mother, then Otiretan Empress Butterfavored concubine, had readily agreed to a promising match. Noon hard anticipated Toti and Semite Dukov Jen Shaushold would Zierlitzmali has perished in the battlefield. How unfortunate! What a strokey of misfortune! Empress Zheng inhaled deeply, suppressing puka to crush the hairpin in her hand. The palace maid attending her spoke softly. After all, it was the Empress Dowager arranged at this marriage. Now that Miss Wang has arrived in the capital, if I were retter corn your mind no. Before she cold finish, the hairpin waist thrown to the ground, snapping into o. Tamarasu Kajurl, raised without a mother, would surely bring disaster. Empress Zheng ground her teeth in frustration. I fear her for their mother and brother soul perish because of her. The Wentham lies filled with short-lived souls. The maid trembled in fear but managed to foresee smile. Your Majesty, we still need to pay respect. Stoth Empress Dowager. Empress Zheng suppressed Heringrind, after studying herself, made her way to the Shokan policy of the Empress Dowager. The Zheng family had produced two empresses, a remarkable honor. The current Empress Dowager Wasty may turn our loan of Empress Zheng. With her hair now entirely white, the Empress Dowager, who had just entered summer, still wore a spring garment, her frail body rapid in warmth. In heraldage, Schwein surely seen tending to flower sang plants, currently pruning her pot of June snow with a pair of scissors. Empress Zheng cautiously approached her mother. The Empress Dowager, lost in her task, ignored her, still focused on the branches before her. The maid had zaved the Empress Dowager Formanius shot Empress Zheng a warning glance. Feigning ignorance, Empress Zheng raised her voice slightly. The miss when her center at the capital. The Schaufamilla mention edgeful from the Jenny, Eisen ta physician Tashikan her, and to confirm her frail health, without it would be in wise form as into laxamani for him. The Empress Dowager finally lifted her lids. Empress Zheng forced a smile. Perhaps we could select a couple of high-born secondary consorts for Jiashan to accompany her. Before the Empress Dowager could respond, a new canine seat her rival of fifth prince, Sir Jiashan, to pay his respects. Though Sir Jiashan's appearance and Demian or cord not quite imoth Jinwang, Sir Chinji, who still a strikingly handsome maidwoman, standing out aiming the light of the capital. Seeing her son approach, Empress Zheng's satisfaction was evident, and she of the mover, Jiashan, come yan botoy our royal grandmother. The Empress Dowager said there is down in the tray, nund, Yuri Cove perfume wherever been wandering. Chapter 3 The marriage. Xiao Jiashan arrived in a rush, hardly having the time to change his attire. He frequently lingered in a shop that sold ruse and fragrant powders, owned by the son of Wei Rushwan's wet nurse, where all the patrons kept their lips tightly sealed, revealing nothing. The shop was heavily perfumed, and remaining inside for too long inevitably left one reeking of fragrance. Naturally, Xiao Jiashan, with his usual glib tongue, quickly responded to Empress Dowager Zheng's remarks with a smile, saying, "The maid in my chambers mistakenly placed the wrong incense in the warming pot. Yet, your imperial grandmother has an astute nose. You often claim you are growing old, but through your grandson's eyes, you appear remarkably youthful." However, this flattery did not land well, as Empress Dowager Zheng's expression remained grim. The Empress Zheng discreetly pinched Xiao Jiashan and smiled, saying, "Mother, I believe none of the maids in Shainer's quarters are of any worth. They are all gifts granted to him, and most are rather clumsy. As Shainer has come of age, he ought to have a consort of higher status to guide him." The thought of marriage weighed heavily on Xiao Jiashan's mind, and he furrowed his brow. "Imperial grandmother, I have heard that the young lady from the Wen family is frail and lacks influential kin in the court. Marrying her would serve no purpose for your grandson. In my humble opinion, it would be better for her to be a concubine." This statement resonated with Empress Zheng's sentiments. Over a decade ago, she had been amenable to the idea of the Wen family daughter becoming Xiao Jiashan's primary consort, largely because both her parents were alive at that time. However, now the Wen family had dwindled in numbers, lacking any power in the court, and their voice was hardly heard near the emperor. To wed such a woman to the fifth prince would surely hinder his future prospects. Matron Zhao observed the brewing anger in Empress Dowager Zheng and quickly moved to support the elderly lady. Just then, the voice of a eunuch announced the arrival of the emperor. Emperor Jinxing's health had been deteriorating over the past 2 years. He was tall and slender, with a sharp and imposing countenance that commanded authority even in silence. Although Empress Jing met the emperor frequently, she had not attended to his bedchamber for several years. Upon hearing of his arrival, she felt a moment of joy, quickly followed by a wave of anxiety. Empress Dowager Jing's expression shifted several times before settling into a warm and amiable demeanor, smiling as she addressed him. "There is no need for excessive formalities, Your Majesty. What brings you here today?" Manqing, quickly prepare tea for His Majesty. The new tribute of phoenix cakes is delightful. Emperor Jinxing's piercing gaze swept over Empress Jing and the fifth prince. "What were you two just discussing?" Shaner is filial and was sharing some amusing tales from outside with this humble one. Before she could finish, Xiao Zhishan interrupted, kneeling squarely before the emperor. "Father, the Wen lady is an orphan, lacking guardians since childhood. It is said that girls raised without a mother often bring misfortune. I believe she is unsuitable to be the empress. It would be better for her to serve as a concubine." Empress Dowager Jing's sharp eyes bore into Xiao Zhishan. "Nonsense. Marriage is a matter of great import, dictated by parental commands and the words of matchmakers. How dare you presume to make such decisions?" She commanded, "Bring the fifth prince away and confine him until the wedding." The eunuchs hurried forward to escort the now flustered fifth prince away. Emperor Jinxing gestured, his expression fluctuating between anger and contemplation. "The Wen lady is an orphan, you say. Why is she without parents?" Fearing the emperor's wrath towards Xiao Zhishan, Empress Jing quickly knelt, her voice soft and earnest. "Your Majesty, the Wen lady's fate is unfortunate. She is born to bring misfortune to her parents. With the fifth prince's high status, marrying such a woman could spell disaster." Emperor Jinxing, furious, replied with biting sarcasm, "So, the calamity that has befallen the Wei kingdom for a century, resulting in the deaths of countless soldiers and civilians, is all due to the ill fortune of a mere girl. Is she responsible for the demise of so many?" Empress Dowager Jing closed her eyes for a moment before reopening them slowly. "Your Majesty, they do not mean it in that way. You have always known that the Empress is not one for flowery words. What she means is..." Before she could finish, Emperor Jinxing kicked the fifth prince, sending him crashing against a pillar. Despite his waning health, the emperor still possessed the vigor of his youth, and the force of his kick caused Xiao Zhishan to spit blood. Empress Jing, horrified, rushed to embrace the fifth prince, crying, "Shaner! Shaner!" The emperor's kick had sent the fifth prince tumbling far, and along with him, several items spilled from his sleeves, including a delicate peach-pink handkerchief. The emperor signaled, and his chief eunuch hurried to retrieve the handkerchief, presenting it to him. Initially suspecting Xiao Zhishan of engaging in unsavory conduct, the emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he read the words inscribed on the handkerchief. Empress Dowager Jing, while instructing the eunuchs to summon a physician for the fifth prince, reached for the handkerchief from the emperor's hands, exclaiming, "These young men are indeed frivolous, surely led astray by their companions. Your Majesty, you were no different in your youth." Upon seeing the contents of the handkerchief, Empress Dowager Jing's face turned a deep shade of mortification. The handkerchief bore a poem written in red ink. "In the orchid chamber, long have I languished, parsing the fragrant spring in idleness. I surmise the wandering bard must pity those who sigh long and deep." At the bottom, the name Rushuan was boldly inscribed. Empress Dowager Jing shot a fierce glare at the fifth prince before speaking. "There are many young women in the capital with similar names. I know of at least 4 or 5. Empress, I recall one maid in Shaner's quarters who could read. Is her name not Rushuan?" Seeing the fifth prince so grievously injured, Empress Jing's heart ached, and tears threatened to ruin her makeup. She had little time to heed Empress Dowager Jing's inquiry, as she tenderly pressed her hands upon Xiao Zhishan's chest, weeping, "I have never heard of any maid who can read among his attendants." The fifth prince, pushing away Empress Jing's hands, crawled toward the emperor while still on his knees, declaring, "It is the daughter of Minister Wei Hao. Father, I have acted in defiance. I have already pledged my heart to Miss Wei, and I earnestly request that you grant her to me as my principal consort." At this moment, Empress Jing finally grasped the situation. "Shaner, but she is your third brother's fiancée." Emperor Jinxing was on the verge of fury, lifting his foot to kick the fifth prince once more. Just then, Empress Dowager Jing began to cough violently, her frail body swaying, prompting Matron Zhao to hurriedly call for a physician to attend to her. Observing the scene, Emperor Jinxing remained coldly detached for a moment before ultimately relenting, stepping forward to place a hand on Empress Dowager Jing's shoulder. She sighed deeply, grasping his hand. The Wei girl is reckless, deliberately seducing the fifth prince. He, being young and naive, fell victim to her charms. I hereby decree that the Wei girl be executed and that a more suitable match be sought for Prince Qin. That cannot be. The fifth prince wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze resolute. My affection for Rushuan is genuine. It was not she who ensnared me, I sought her out willingly. If you insist on executing her, you might as well have us both put to death. Empress Jing pondered the implications. Given the current influence of the Wei family in court, with Minister Wei has extensive connections, marrying into the Wei family would undoubtedly be more advantageous than tying the knot with the Wen family. If the Wei family were truly lacking, the emperor would not have sought a marriage alliance with them for Prince Qin. Disregarding Empress Dowager Jing's disapproving gaze, she remained silent, her head bowed. Emperor Jinxing's hawk-like eyes swept over the daunted servants and nobles before him, instilling fear in those who met his gaze. This man had weathered countless storms and, despite his elevated status, remained inscrutable, capable of discerning the intricacies of any perilous situation. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jinxing coldly declared, "This matter concerns the dignity of the imperial family. If word of today's event spreads, it will implicate all associated." The servants collectively responded, "Yes." The emperor then turned to the ever-watchful Empress Dowager Jing. "Mother, the imperial family cannot afford to be marred by scandal. I intend to grant the Wen lady in marriage to Prince Qin and the Wei lady to the fifth prince." "Absolutely not. How can we justify this to the outside world?" Empress Dowager Jing countered, "It would be better for the Wen girl to become Shainer's principal consort, with the Wei girl serving as a concubine, while we seek a more suitable match for Prince Qin. There are countless virtuous women in the realm, finding a bride for Prince Qin would be a simple task." Emperor Jinxing chuckled coldly, "How can a woman already promised to Prince Qin become merely a concubine to the fifth prince? We shall state that the Astronomical Bureau mistakenly recorded the birth dates of Miss Wen and Miss Wei. It was only upon Miss Wen's arrival in the capital that the error was discovered, revealing her birth date to be more compatible with Prince Qin's, thus she shall wed him as his principal consort." Empress Dowager Zong wished to retort, but upon witnessing that the emperor not only refrained from punishing her and the fifth prince but also rescinded the engagement with the Wen family, her heart soared with relief. She hastily knelt in gratitude. "I am willing to heed your majesty's will." After enduring a month of vexation, the emperor exited Shokang Palace with newfound relief. Chapter 4 The marriage. The imperial decree swiftly reached the residence of the Duke of Zhenghua. Miss Wen, who was still unwell, had the decree received by her maternal uncle, Xiaohong. Uncertain of the exact circumstances, Xiaohong understood that matters of marriage were of great significance, particularly concerning the lifelong happiness of his niece. Thus, he approached the eunuch from the palace with utmost caution, offering a few pieces of gold. "I hope you can provide some guidance." The chief eunuch chuckled, reassuring him, "Rest assured, Master Xiao, the emperor would not slight our Miss Wen. There was a mistake in calculating her birth date at the Bureau of Astrology, and the emperor intends to hold them accountable for it. Our affairs in the palace are numerous, so we must take our leave." Once the palace officials departed, Xiao Hong and his wife spent a considerable time murmuring to each other but could not arrive at a conclusion. They then summoned Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanshou, the eldest sons of the Xiao family. The Xiao family was renowned in Ling City, a prominent lineage of noble pedigree, holding considerable status throughout the Wei dynasty. Their family customs were intricate, with strict gender separations, and the brothers had scarcely crossed paths with their cousin from the Wen family over the years, save for during festivals. Most correspondence with their cousin was conducted through their wives, only encountering her a few times during her escort back to the capital. Local officials entering the capital were wary of establishing too close a rapport with court officials. Xiaohong understood that the emperor's spies had long been monitoring their actions, and in recent days, he had refrained from any indiscretions, merely assisting in tidying the duke's residence without daring to associate with the influential figures of the capital. In light of the recent events, Xiaohong instructed Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanshou to investigate further. Emperor Jinxing was aware that the Xiao family would be inclined to speculate, and he sought to test their stance by subtly leaking a piece of information. The following day, Xiaohong was so enraged that his beard bristled, exclaiming, "This is utterly outrageous, truly, this is beyond reason." Both Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanzhou felt a similar discontent. They had grown up listening to tales of their uncle and cousin's valor in battle, regarding them as great heroes of the Wei dynasty. For a century, the kingdom of Wei had been embroiled in continuous warfare with the kingdom of Kang, which had seized Wei's lands, plundered its wealth and women, and slaughtered its citizens. The Duke of Zhenghua had reclaimed 5 cities and hundreds of miles of territory for Wei, incurring the deep-seated hatred of Kang, who left him without a trace upon his death. His arms and fingers were taken as trophies by the enemy. His 2 sons, aged 16 and 13, had yet to marry and were both lost on the battlefield. How many years had passed since then? The kingdom of Wei had only recently enjoyed a few years of peace, and the 5th prince had already forgotten the bloodshed that the duke's family had endured to secure it, subjecting the duke's only daughter to grave humiliation. Moreover, the young lady from the Wei family, daughter of the Minister of Rights, who ought to have been the epitome of propriety, had committed such a vile act. Xiao Junliang advised, "The emperor's actions are already a means to preserve our daughter's dignity. Uncle, the 5th prince is the legitimate son of the empress. We cannot afford to oppose him at this critical juncture." Xiaohong pondered earnestly. "You speak the truth. The emperor favors Prince Qin more, and should our daughter marry him, wealth and honor will undoubtedly follow." However, Xiaohong's wife, Jiang, grew increasingly uneasy. "Are you men truly willing to let this slide? Where shall we place our daughter's honor? From what I know, Prince Qin has a violent disposition, while the 5th prince is cultured and refined. The Wei family girl has snatched such a fine match from us. It is only right we seek retribution." Xiao Juanzhou interjected hastily, "Aunt, please do not be upset. It is not that we fear trouble, it is simply not the appropriate time to provoke conflict. As for men, one may only discern their true nature after marriage. Everyone praises the 5th prince, yet he has committed such despicable acts." Jiang clenched her teeth. "To be trampled upon like this is unbearable." Yet, with the emperor's arrangements already in place, no matter how intolerable it was, they, as subjects, were bound to comply. Furthermore, while the Xiao family maintained a close connection with the Wen family, they were still the maternal side, making certain matters inconvenient to address. In truth, it was the Miss Wen who deserved sympathy. Having lost her parents and elder brother at such a tender age, she found herself devoid of any elder relatives within her own clan to turn to for support. Even when faced with oppression, she could only endure in silence. Jiang sighed heavily. "By the way, our daughter's health has improved. This is indeed a rarity. Ever since the emperor's decree arrived yesterday, she has felt much better. Perhaps it is fate that she weds His Highness, Prince Qin. I have yet to broach the topic of the marriage with her, and now might be a good time to discuss it." Despite her words, Jiang felt a twinge of apprehension in her heart, believing Prince Qin to be a man of bloodshed, and feared that her defenseless cousin would face hardship in such a union. If she were to marry in Ling City, the Xiao family could offer her some support. In the capital, however, with its vast distances and isolation, any grievances would have to be swallowed in silence. Chapter 5, Marriage, Illicit Relations Before Marriage. "You have utterly disgraced our Wei family." The Minister of Rights, Wei Hao, struck Wei Ruxuan across the face, leaving her dazed and disoriented. "How could I have given birth to such a shameless daughter?" Wei Ruxuan, stunned by the slap, was rendered speechless for a long while. The minister's wife, Liu, filled with maternal concern, rushed forward to shield Wei Ruxuan and began to argue with Wei Hao. "What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you slander our Ruxuan?" Wei Hao threw a pink handkerchief at Liu's face. Upon inspecting it, Liu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What is this? Where did you acquire it? Is it some indiscreet maid who has conspired against our Ruxuan? This was personally thrown at me by the emperor. He even praised me for raising a well-educated, yet scandalous daughter." The mere recollection of that moment made Wei Hao wish to bash his head against a pillar. After so many years, this was the first time he felt utterly humiliated. Liu remained bewildered. The emperor, how could he possess such knowledge? Has Ruxuan attempted to seduce the emperor? Had she seduced the emperor, it would be a different matter entirely. I would not feel such shame. She has entangled herself with the younger brother of Prince Qin, the 5th prince. Upon hearing this, Liu gasped, finally losing control as she sank into a chair. Wei Wuxian covered her face and wept, I have no choice. Marrying that madman Prince Qin would surely lead to my demise, even if I must become a concubine to the fifth prince, I am willing. Liu turned pale, cautiously addressing Wei Hao, is the emperor really considering executing our daughter? It would be for the best if this calamity were to be removed. Wei Hao gritted his teeth, the fifth prince insists upon marrying her. The emperor has betrothed her to the fifth prince and the daughter of the Wen family to Prince Qin. Is it true? Wei Wuxian's eyes sparkled with hope, the fifth prince desires me. He is truly enamored with me. It seemed that the fifth prince had already developed profound feelings for her. Wei Wuxian recalled that in the original tale, the female protagonist took a considerable time to win the fifth prince's affection. She believed herself far superior to that insipid character. After such a short time, the fifth prince was already head over heels for her. Once she entered the fifth prince's residence, she would enjoy all the privileges that the original heroine had. Liu, the minister's wife, began to feel elated. Thank the heavens, finally, something good has come to our household. Initially, when Wei Wuxian had expressed her interest in Prince Qin, Liu had harbored concerns. Prince Qin, Xiaoqingji, was of noble standing and wielded immense power. He was indeed an exceptional match. The only drawback was his ruthless temperament and unpredictable nature, which had deterred any woman from approaching him. However, Wei Wuxian had insisted that with her beauty and distinguished lineage, she could warm even the coldest of hearts. The fifth prince, Xiao Zhishan, though not particularly gifted, was still the legitimate son of the empress. The Zheng family had produced 2 empresses, and despite Xiao Zhishan not being favored by the emperor, his chances of ascending to the throne were likely greater than those of Xiaoqingji. Moreover, Wei Wuxian had frequently recounted her dream to Liu, in which Xiao Zhishan ascended to the throne, and if she married him, she would become the sole empress. Such an extraordinary dream might very well hold some truth. The Minister of Rites observed the 2 women embracing, alternating between laughter and tears, and felt a profound sense of irritation. Upon learning of this predicament, he knew his political career had effectively reached a dead end. The emperor had shown him leniency regarding his daughter, but had relegated him to a lesser position in his esteem. To trade his own career for the folly of these 2 delusional women was a bitter pill to swallow. Liu was now enthusiastically preparing a dowry for Wei Wuxian, eager to tailor garments for her daughter. With no sons of her own, she regarded the children of her concubines as not truly her own. Over the years, Liu had accumulated a wealth of valuable items, all of which she intended to bestow upon Wei Wuxian as her dowry. Liu patted her precious daughter's back. Rest assured, my dear. Your mother will ensure you have a splendid wedding. The emperor's betrothal of Wei Wuxian to the fifth prince and the Wen family's daughter to Prince Qin effectively swapped their marriages. Liu was determined to ensure that Wei Wuxian overshadowed the Wen girl, making their family's prowess known. The Minister of Rites frowned, displeased. Do not provoke the Duke of Zhengguo's household. We do not want to anger the emperor. Liu's temper flared. I am merely concerned for my daughter. Preparing a generous dowry will not displease the emperor. It is you who seems disgruntled. Are you envious that I am leaving my dowry to my daughter and not to your 2 insufferable sons? Hearing her shout, the minister felt a headache coming on and hurriedly stepped outside. Liu followed closely behind, continuing to berate him. Do not forget who supported you to reach this position. Do you think that with my father gone, you can act with impunity in your dreams? Even if I have to deplete the entire minister's estate, I will prepare a respectable dowry for my daughter. Wei Wuxian stood aside, feeling triumphant. She was utterly delighted. However, she knew that her dowry needed to be substantial, ensuring she surpassed the Wen girl. If she could not establish her dominance before their wedding, how could she flaunt her superiority after? Wei Wuxian quickly grasped Liu's hand. Mother, I believe father wishes to leave the family fortune to those 2 wretched brats. Once I marry, your life in the household will become unbearable. Liu bit her lip. Wei Wuxian glanced at Liu. Mother, you still possess your beauty. Why not bear another child for father? I cannot abide those 2 brats. Surely, they have been whispering poison into father's ear, leading to his displeasure. It would be better to eliminate them sooner rather than later. Raising another's child cannot compare to having your own. Liu patted Wei Wuxian's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. You truly care for me. Your father is just a useless old fool. He never knew how to cherish anyone in his youth, and he still does not. Wei Wuxian smiled. Regardless, the minister's residence remained her strongest support. She could not allow it to fall into the hands of her half-brothers. Without her maternal family backing her, any future upheaval would be unbearable. It was far wiser to lay down plans early, paving the way for her future. Chapter 6. The marriage. In the residence of the Duke of Zhenghua, Yang Yu sat on the bed draped in a light robe, alongside her aunt-in-law, Madame Jiang, the wife of Xiao Hong. At merely 30 years of age, Madame Jiang possessed a vivacious spirit and striking beauty. At this moment, she held an account book in her hands, meticulously detailing the finances to Yang Yu. The Duke of Zhenghua's family, a prestigious lineage for over a century, naturally accumulated considerable wealth. When Yang Yu was merely 4 or 5 years old, their entire family was said to have perished, and the visiting relatives cast covetous eyes upon the family fortune, eager to take Yang Yu into their homes, hoping to gradually usurp all that belonged to the Duke's household. Madame Jiang wiped away the traces of tears from the corners of her eyes, saying, Yang, it was your uncle who managed affairs back then. The Xiao family took what they did, but they shall return it all in full now. Your father and brother sacrificed themselves for the nation. The Xiao family would never dare to bully a defenseless woman like you. Yang Yu understood this well. Over the years, while living at her maternal grandmother's home, the Xiao family treated her with the utmost respect, as if she were their own daughter. Since she had been betrothed to the royal family since childhood, even the servants in the household never dared to slight her. This account, not only does the Xiao family possess a copy, but so does the emperor. Madame Jiang sighed. Our emperor is a sagacious ruler. He remembers all the contributions made to the Wei dynasty by the officials and has inquired about your situation at the Xiao residence over the years. Yang Yu too brushed away her tears, nodding gently. Although frail, she had been perceptive from a young age, with vague recollections of her parents praising the current sovereign, remarking on his wisdom and martial prowess. Madame Jiang tenderly caressed Yang Yu's delicate face. Though the Qin prince's reputation is rather dubious, the emperor has promised this union, and we cannot resist. My dear child, this situation arises from the 5th prince and the young lady of the Wei family failing you. Yang Yu gently shook her head. Father often said that we of the Duke of Zhenghua's household must remain loyal to the emperor and protect the nation. With the emperor's command, how could I dare to defy it? In truth, for Yang Yu, marrying someone was merely a matter of circumstance. She had yet to meet either the 5th prince or the Qin prince. While the 5th prince enjoyed a favorable reputation, it was evident that such a man could entangle himself with her brother's fiancée, revealing his hypocritical nature. As for the Qin prince, known for his brutality, though he had not been reported to harm common folk or violate virtuous women, his cold demeanor and strict military discipline had instilled fear among officials during his tenure in the Ministry of Personnel, rendering him a formidable individual to be around. Since we are in this situation, we must find our peace with it. The future will unfold as it may. Yang Yu had faith that if she dutifully conducted herself, the other party would not dare to mistreat her if they truly sought to bully her. As the daughter of a general, she was not one to be trifled with. Though her health was delicate, even the gentlest of beings possessed their own fangs and claws, did they not? Madame Jiang nodded gently. Good child, as long as you understand these truths, go to bed early. Your aunt will watch over you as you sleep. Yang Yu responded with a soft millimeter, removed the light robe she had draped over herself, placed it aside, and soon fell into slumber. Madame Jiang sighed. They had brought Yang Yu to the capital but could not remain by her side indefinitely, as matters awaited their attention back in Ling City. Over the years, Yang Yu had grown up in the Xiao household, where she was regarded as one of their own, particularly by Madame Jiang, who, having no daughters of her own, had embraced Yang Yu as her own. The prospect of her own daughter's marriage being usurped, coupled with the mistreatment of Yang Yu, who was left without parents, filled Madame Jiang with righteous indignation. She resolved to procure some items for Yang Yu, even if it meant dipping into her own purse. A few days later, while out, Madame Jiang encountered Wei Wuxian and Liu, the wife of the Minister of Rites, at a silk shop. Wei Wuxian and Liu were in high spirits, with the shopkeeper fervently praising the quality of their silk. This is the latest shipment from Jiangnan. The palace ladies favored this style last year. Liu, with a smug lift of her chin, declared, my daughter is soon to marry into the fifth prince's household as a princess. Last year's styles simply won't do. We require the most fashionable fabrics from this year. The shopkeeper, all smiles, replied, It is the young lady of the Wei family. Congratulations, congratulations. The finest materials of the year were hardly obtainable by them. Acquiring even last year's stock was an impressive feat. If he had the means, he would have presented them directly to the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Madame Jiang scrutinized Wei Wuxian with increasing disapproval, thinking how the fifth prince had indeed picked a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon. She selected several beautifully patterned fabrics, intending to create new garments for Yang Yu's maids, with their mistress set to marry. The maids too must be adorned fittingly. The remaining fabrics would be reserved for Yang Yu to bestow upon others, as it was essential to navigate the intricacies of courtly life in the capital. As for Yang Yu's own attire, it was made from family materials, crafted stitch by stitch by the embroiderers of Ling City, and Yang Yu's own sewing skills surpassed those of ready-made garments available outside. The shopkeeper chuckled. People in the capital originally believed that the Wen family daughter was promised to the fifth prince, but it seems the astronomical bureau made a mistake regarding her birth date. Liu scoffed, that sickly child who passed away early, how could she possibly be worthy of the fifth prince? One might fear she would shorten his lifespan. Madame Jiang, unable to contain her fiery temper, retorted, What do you mean by that? Your shameless daughter entices other men with a marriage proposal while slandering the daughter of the Duke of Zhenguar as a sickly wretch. Liu, taken aback by the unfamiliar face of Madame Jiang, who she surmised was not from a prominent family, darkened her expression. What nonsense are you spouting? Madame Jiang's cold smile conveyed her disdain. So this is how those from the Duke of Zhenguar's family are discussed after they sacrificed everything for the Wei dynasty. Liu, having dominated the capital for years, was taken aback by someone daring to confront her. Madame Jiang had not even revealed her status, having sent her two maids to a nearby shop to inspect silk. Fury erupted within Liu, and Wei Wuxian, unable to tolerate such insults, instructed her imposing maid to restrain Madame Jiang. The maid delivered several resounding slaps to Madame Jiang, reddening her cheeks and causing her to see stars. Wei Wuxian cast a cold glance at Madame Jiang. To offend a quasi-princess is to risk your life. Today, I am in a good mood and shall spare you. At that moment, Madame Jiang's maids returned with their selections, only to find Madame Jiang pinned to the ground, their hearts racing with fear. Third Madame, what has happened? Wei Wuxian sneered, It seems we have an unseen concubine of some low-ranking official, or perhaps a third wife. Chapter 7, Marriage. Previously, whether it was the matter of Yang Yu being exchanged for marriage or any other issue, the Xiao family had not been significantly affected. Over the years, the Xiao family had refrained from causing trouble in front of the emperor, nor had they dared to overtly protect the Duke of Zhengua's household, fearing that the emperor might misinterpret their fervent displays of loyalty as a bid to usurp the duke's connections and assets. Consequently, when their own cousin was brazenly bullied by outsiders, the Xiao family had not dared to utter a word. As Xiao Junliang and Xiao Junshou, the two brothers, had remarked, after all, Yang Yu bore the surname Wen, while their family was named Xiao. Since none of Yang Yu's relatives sharing her surname had spoken out, how could the Xiao family intervene in this matter? However, when it came to their own matron being harmed, the situation was altogether different. Upon hearing the maid's report of the incident, Yang Yu hurriedly donned her clothes and rushed over. When she arrived, the maid Xiao Kui was applying medicine to Jiangshi. Yang Yu was taken aback by the severity of Jiangshi's injuries. She quickly seized the medicine bottle from Xiao Kui's hands and personally tended to Jiangshi's wounds. How did you come to be so injured? Jiangshi seemed rather indifferent to the pain, her eyes glinting with a fierce resolve. Let that mother and son duo wait. I shall see if there is still any lore in this world. Yang Yu had always maintained a close relationship with her third aunt. When she first arrived at the Xiao household, Jiangshi had been married for 3 to 4 years without any sign of pregnancy and had treated Yang Yu with utmost care, as if she were her own daughter. It was indeed a rare occurrence. Ever since Yang Yu joined the family, good fortune had befallen the Xiao household. First, Xiao Hong had passed the imperial examination, and soon after, Jiangshi became pregnant, giving birth to 2 children in 3 years. Thus, Jiangshi came to believe that Yang Yu was her family's lucky star. and every branch of the Xiao family cherished her deeply. The elder aunts were somewhat advanced in age, while Jiangshi, being younger, was more affectionate towards Yang Yu. On this occasion, Jiangshi had no need to accompany Xiao Hong to the capital. The arduous journey was fraught with peril, yet Jiangshi could not bear to part with the girl she had raised, insisting on traveling alongside him. Yang Yu's delicate hands, having often learned some medicinal practices from the Xiao sisters, made her tending to Jiangshi's wounds much gentler, alleviating the pain entirely. After applying the medicine, Jiangshi wiped her hands with a warm cloth. "Remember, you are a young lady of noble birth. You must not always engage in menial tasks. If you relish hardship, you shall find endless suffering." The younger generation of girls in the Xiao family were generally required to study poetry, medicine, and needlework. Jiangshi, being shrewd and capable, was not the archetype of a gentle and docile woman. She excelled at managing the household and enjoyed socializing. Over the years, she imparted all that she knew to Yang Yu. Had it not been for the treacherous waters of the capital, Jiangshi would have been cautious not to offend those she could not afford to cross, ensuring she did not become a pawn in a cruel game. As Jiangshi was instructing Yang Yu, the door swung open, and Xiao Hong entered, accompanied by his two nephews. Yang Yu hastily rose and greeted Xiao Hong, "Third uncle, cousin, third cousin." Upon seeing Yang Yu present, Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanshu returned the greeting and quickly retreated. Xiao Hong nodded. "Yanger, you should return to your room and rest. I have matters to discuss with your aunt." Yang Yu glanced at Jiangshi, who nodded in agreement. "Yanger, go back and take your medicine." Once Yang Yu had left, Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanshu re-entered. Seeing their aunt so grievously injured, they were filled with both sympathy and indignation, unable to contain their anger. "This is intolerable, truly, they have gone too far." Jiangshi lifted her eyes. "You two little rascals, what are you still doing here? Hurry and write a letter." The following day, after the morning court session, Wei Hao, the Minister of Rights, returned home looking utterly dejected. Liu Shi, his wife, was displeased. "Why are you home instead of attending to your duties at the ministry?" Wei Hao pointed at Liu Shi, rendered speechless after a moment. With the passing of Liu Shi's father, the Liu family had gradually lost their influence in the court. The Anqing Marquisate had never been short of representatives in the court. The Marquis's third son, Xiao Hong, was married to Jiangshi, the younger sister of the governor of the Northwest. Liu Shi and Wei Ruxuan had struck Jiangshi several times in the capital. Such behavior was unthinkable even for the wives of princes. Moreover, they had audaciously proclaimed that the Duke of Xinguo's daughter is a sickly wretch destined to die young. This morning, during the censure by the officials, the martial officials were eager to tear Wei Hao apart. The Emperor, Jianxing, immediately demanded Wei Hao divorce his wife and strip her of her noble title. Despite Wei Hao's lingering gratitude for his father-in-law's past support, he voluntarily withdrew from the cabinet, accepting a demotion to the position of Deputy Minister of Rights to spare Liu Shi's life. "Do you even realize whom you struck yesterday?" Liu Shi, the Deputy Minister's wife, furrowed her brow. "What? Have you been reported? Or do you happen to know that wretched woman?" The Deputy Minister's lips trembled, struggling to articulate a response. Liu Shi scrutinized Wei Hao from head to toe. "You cannot possibly know her, can you? That woman, dressed in garish red and green, is not the attire of a respectable lady. Do you have any? She is the third daughter-in-law of the Anqing Marquis, the younger sister of Jiang Bao, the governor of the Northwest." Liu Shi took a moment to grasp the implications of this revelation, her color draining as she assessed the woman's status. Has she reported to the emperor? Will this affect our daughter's prospects for marriage? The deputy minister suddenly let out a laugh. At such a moment, she was still concerned about their daughter's marriage prospects. If he truly cared, he would not have created such an embarrassing scene. Liu Shi tugged at his sleeve. "Are you too cowardly to advocate for our daughter?" The deputy minister shrugged her off. "Just wait for the imperial edict." Within half an hour, the decree arrived. Liu Shi was stripped of her title, and Wei Ruxuan's position as the legitimate wife was lost, relegated to the status of a concubine for the fifth prince. Liu Shi collapsed to the floor, utterly blindsided by the turn of events. Wei Ruxuan begrudgingly accepted the decree. She had never anticipated that the woman who appeared to be an outsider could wield such influence. Although she had lost her position as the legitimate wife, marrying the fifth prince as a concubine was still a favorable outcome. This foolish emperor was clearly a tyrant, indifferent to the affairs of the realm while preoccupying himself with trivial disputes among women. Yet, it mattered not, this tyrant's fate would not be favorable. Sooner or later, the fifth prince would ascend the throne, and with her status as a principal figure, she would inevitably become the empress. Marrying the fifth prince as a concubine was 100 times preferable to being wed to the mad Qin Wang, living as a widow. Wei Ruxuan hastily comforted Liu Shi. "Do not worry, mother. As long as I can marry the fifth prince, I shall ensure that we both rise again." Chapter 8. The marriage. Upon the conclusion of these remarks, individuals arrived from the palace once more, distinct from the previous group. This time, the emissaries hailed from the esteemed Zheng Empress Dowager. Leading the entourage was the stern-faced Zhao Mama, whose countenance exuded palpable impatience. Liu, the wife of the Minister of Rites, hurried forth. Zhao Mama coldly remarked, "Since His Majesty has conferred Miss Wei upon the fifth prince, you are to deliver her to the fifth prince's residence by evening. You may begin gathering her belongings." At this pronouncement, even Wei Ruxuan's expression shifted dramatically. Liu, hardly believing her ears, hesitated, yet aware of the authority of Zheng Empress Dowager's retinue, she dared not raise her voice, instead forcing a smile and saying, "Mama, could there be a misunderstanding? Why such haste regarding the marriage? Was it not agreed that it would take place in the second half of the year? Our household has yet to prepare a dowry." Zhao Mama scoffed. "A secondary consort, in the eyes of Her Majesty, is but a concubine. Must a concubine be welcomed with a grand sedan chair and fanfare? What need is there for a dowry? This evening, she is to be sent to the fifth prince's residence, entering through the side gate, no less." Wei Ruxuan felt as though the world had turned upside down, momentarily losing her balance. Liu's words had merit. Everyone believed that her marriage to the fifth prince would not occur until the latter half of the year. The bridal attire had yet to be completed, and the dowry remained unprepared. With Zhao Mama's departure, Liu flustered and hurried to the storeroom to ready a dowry for Wei Ruxuan. Wei Ruxuan, despondent, sank into a chair. She faintly recalled the grand spectacle of the main character's wedding, filled with music and celebration, a procession adorned in crimson that captivated the envy of every maiden in the capital. Yet, when it came to her own wedding, she could only anticipate a humble sedan chair to transport her to the fifth prince's household. All of this was the fault of that detestable emperor. Were it not for his meddling, how could she have met such an unfortunate fate? It was no wonder the emperor ultimately succumbed to his bitterness, poisoned in the end. Wei Ruxuan inhaled deeply, instructing her maid to assist her in preparing for the occasion. Meanwhile, the household of the Duke of Zhengguo revelled in delight. Jiang's face had already returned to its normal state. After all, the Shao family was renowned for their medical expertise. The Shao family's ancestors had once operated a pharmacy before following Emperor Taizong into battle, and though the family had prospered, they had not forgotten their roots, passing down their familial practices. The medicinal remedies employed by the Shao family were remarkably effective. Within just a day, Jiang's face had regained its composure, though the wound at the corner of her mouth had yet to heal and would require a few more days of care. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Jiang from laughing heartily. Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanshou, the two brothers, stood beside Jiang, reporting the latest developments. The sedan chair has exited the Wei residence, accompanied by over 50 loads of dowry. Jiang chuckled. "Oh dear, for a mere concubine to have such an extravagant dowry, is that not rather shameful?" Xiao Junliang remarked, "I truly cannot fathom the emperor's thoughts. This girl from the Wei family, having been betrothed to the king of Qin and having dallied with the fifth prince, should have been put to death to preserve the dignity of the families involved. Were we to have such disgraceful siblings, I would be the first to invoke the family law." Jiang waved her hand dismissively. "Do not speak thus. Our daughters are all well educated and sensible, and would never engage in such shameless actions. I shall go and see your sister shortly, and share this news to bring her some joy." "Have you too encountered the king of Qin in recent days? What is he like?" Xiao Junliang shook his head. "I have not encountered him, but Juanshou has seen him once." Jiang's curiosity piqued. "What was he like?" Xiao Juanshou awkwardly chuckled. "I could not engage in conversation. We have not mingled in these parts for many years, and the noble families of the capital hardly regard us. When we were at the Duke of Rui's residence, a throng of princes and young lords surrounded His Royal Highness, the King of Qin. He is quite handsome, taller than our third master by a head, and when he stands there, it is indeed somewhat intimidating. Jiang pondered, that is certainly quite tall. What is his disposition? Did you not exchange a word? Xiao Juanzhou shook his head again. His Royal Highness is the Emperor's favorite son. Ordinary folk truly cannot approach him for conversation. I inquired, and it appears that the King of Qin is rather difficult to please. If our sister marries him, she may have to endure some hardships. Jiang's brows furrowed. Xiao Junliang quickly reassured her, Aunt San, do not fret excessively. Our sister has always been fortunate and blessed, and surely will navigate through this challenge as well. Jiang sighed, you two do not understand. For us women, marriage is the most significant affair in the world. At that moment, individuals arrived from the palace. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager had suddenly bestowed numerous gifts upon the young lady of the Wen family, concerned that she might suffer in light of the passing of the Duke of Zhenghua, and thus provided her with additional dowry items. Jiang promptly went to the Wen family's residence to invite the young lady out to change her attire and express her gratitude. The chief eunuch Jiyu Guangliang, who stood before the Emperor, appeared amiable, his eyes squinting into slits as he smiled and lightly supported Yang Yu, saying, Miss Wen, there is no need for excessive formality. You are now the betrothed of the future King of Qin, destined to be our Emperor's daughter-in-law. It is only fitting that the Emperor bestows gifts upon you. Yang Yu softly replied, I am profoundly grateful for the Emperor's grace. Zhao Mamara praised the Wen young lady from head to toe, her genial demeanor evident as she cheerfully assisted Yang Yu to her feet, saying, the Empress Dowager has a particular fondness for young ladies. You should visit her often to keep her company while you are in good health. Are you free tomorrow? Yang Yu responded, I have been taking medicine these past few days, and the doctor will come to administer acupuncture tomorrow. I fear that my illness may bring discomfort to the Empress Dowager. Once I recover, I will certainly serve Her Majesty. Zhao Mama continued to engage in light conversation before leading her entourage back. Jiang, upon observing that Yang Yu had not agreed to visit the Empress Dowager the following day, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once they departed, Jiang grasped Yang Yu's hand, saying, My dear child, before you are wed, do not venture into the palace lightly. The faction of the King of Qin is at odds with that of the fifth prince. Now that the fifth prince has suffered such humiliation, he will surely seek ways to drag you down as well. Yang Yu nodded in understanding. She was well aware of these matters. Although her health had indeed improved in recent days, she could not openly proclaim it. The waters of the capital were indeed treacherous. A moment's inattention could lead to drowning. Most of the Emperor's gifts consisted of gold, silver, and jewels, while the Jing Empress Dowager had bestowed various delicacies, fruits, and teas. Jiang had already organized Yang Yu's dowry and instructed that the Emperor's gifts be placed within the dowry chest. Chapter 9, The Marriage. Once everything was tidied up, Jiangshi smiled as she took Yang Yu's hand to discuss the affairs of the Wei family. This injury has proven worthwhile. Jiangshi exclaimed joyfully, Wei Yao has been demoted to the Deputy Minister of Rights and has withdrawn from the cabinet. He shall never ascend another step in his lifetime. Jiangshi's intention was to teach that wretched Liu Shi lesson. After all these years, having raised such a disgraceful daughter, it was high time for her to endure some hardships. Little did she know that Wei Yao valued his marital relationship so dearly. When the Emperor decreed Liu Shi's execution, he chose to divorce her instead. Ultimately, Wei Yao preferred demotion over the abandonment of his wife. It was evident that the Emperor truly admired Wei Yao's talents and sought to sever his ties with his wife and daughter. Should the daughter marry off, and the wife be executed, he could easily take a new spouse and continue to be the Emperor's confidant. In this world, there is no shortage of talented individuals. Countless gifted souls remain unnoticed throughout their lives. Wei Yao refused to grant the Emperor this concession, and the Emperor was not entirely reliant on him. With his demotion, he had exited the inner circle of power, and soon, someone else would rise to take his place. Who that would be remained to be seen. Without such a formidable father and with her mother stripped of her title, Wei Rushuan would have to settle for a life as a concubine in the residence of the fifth prince. Yang Yu raised her hand to gently touch Jiangshi's face, still feeling sorrow for her aunt's past suffering. Jiangshi, aware of Yang Yu's filial piety, quickly reassured her, It's nothing, it doesn't hurt anymore. The night market in the capital is lively, shall I take you out to explore? During her time at the Xiao family, Yang Yu had seldom ventured out due to the pressure from her two ancestors. Even with Jiangxi's bold personality, she had not dared to take Yang Yu outside. Now that they had arrived in the capital, Jiangxi had transformed into the highest-ranking elder, and naturally, her word was law. The atmosphere in the capital was far more liberal than that of Ling City. After all these years, Jiangxi was experiencing for the first time that items could be sold at night. Yang Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Aunt, can we really go out?" Jiangxi chuckled. "Rest assured, I have made ample preparations." With sufficient carriages and horses at her disposal, Jiangxi set out with Yang Yu as dusk fell. As Yang Yu was about to alight from the carriage, Jiangxi placed a rabbit mask on her face, saying, "I bought this a couple of days ago from a roadside stall. It's quite novel. I got a few for your sisters as well, to take back to Ling City." Yang Yu adjusted the mask on her face. "Aunt, will it seem strange for me to wear a mask alone?" "Not at all," Jiangxi replied, leading her down. "It's quite the trend in the capital lately. I've even seen someone wearing a gold mask in the streets." Hearing this, Yang Yu felt reassured. As she glanced around the street, she indeed spotted several young ladies wearing similar masks. The entire street was bustling with vendors, adorned with colorful lights, creating a festive atmosphere akin to that of a celebration. When Yang Yu was very young, her father had taken her out, and she had once ridden atop the Duke of Chen's shoulders, reaching up to touch the colorful lanterns hanging above. The maids accompanying Yang Yu had not ventured out for years either. Bai Chun and Rui Dong's eyes darted around, unable to contain their curiosity. Jiangxi smiled at Yang Yu. "Isn't he lively?" Yang Yu felt a surge of joy within her as she played with a pair of ceramic tiger figurines she had purchased from a stall, prompting Bai Chun to quickly retrieve coins from her pouch to buy them. Jiangxi continued to select rare trinkets, planning to share them with her sisters back home, allowing them to see these little treasures from the capital. Yang Yu noticed a nearby painting stall where a vendor was creating paintings on fans for sale. With the weather growing increasingly warm, she found herself more interested in the fans than the paintings themselves, so she led her maids over. Upon entering the capital, Yang Yu had often pondered what sort of person the fifth prince she was to marry would be. Having spent many years in seclusion, she had hardly encountered anyone. Suddenly returning from a familiar place to find the Duke of Chen's residence empty, memories of her parents lingered in her mind, and a sense of melancholy washed over her. Yet, she never anticipated the fifth prince would act in such a manner. This evening, it was likely that the Wei family had already been welcomed into the fifth prince's household, merrily toasting and celebrating together. She wondered what kind of person Prince Jean would be. Rumors spoke of him as cruel and heartless, but the truth of those claims remained uncertain. As she mused, the sound of hoofs approached, and someone galloped past her. Lost in thought, Yang Yu narrowly avoided being trampled. As the rider passed, an item fell from him. Curiously, she picked it up, discovering it to be a document. At that moment, the rider turned back, demanding, "Give it here." Yang Yu slowly raised her gaze, riding through a crowded market. "Do you not fear injuring women and children on the street?" The regulations of the Wei dynasty, Volume 3, Article 72 states, "Prohibit horses in crowded areas. You have violated the law. Furthermore, if you wish to reclaim what I hold, you must first apologize for your earlier recklessness." Jiangxi had recently been assaulted, illustrating that the people of the capital were not known for their civility, each one relying on their status to act tyrannically. Rui Dong, one of Yang Yu's maids, observed that the man exuded an air of nobility, dressed in luxurious garments, atop a fine steed, a sight not common among ordinary households. With a purple gold crown adorning his head and a white jade belt at his waist, he was undoubtedly a scion of a prominent family, if not a prince. Concerned for her mistress's safety, Rui Dong quickly declared Yang Yu's status. "Young master, my lady is the eldest daughter of the Duke of Chen. You have just recklessly ridden into her. If you sincerely apologize, my lady will certainly return what she holds." Xier Chengji's gaze shifted from the document in Yang Yu's hand to her face. More precisely, it was the comical rabbit mask that drew his attention. With a flick of his riding whip, the document swiftly returned to his possession. Before Yang Yu could react, a black golden token replaced the stack of documents in her hand. With a crack of the whip, the man had already vanished into the streets. Rui Dong hurriedly steadied Yang Yu. "Miss, that man clearly isn't trustworthy. Are you not afraid he will strike you with his whip?" Third aunt was just beaten. The people in the capital are far from as gentle as those in Ling City. Yang Yu looked down at the token in her hand. The decree of Prince Qin of the Wei dynasty, Xiao Qingji. This object was quite a burden in her possession. The owner of the token appeared to be even more formidable. Yang Yu tucked the token into her sleeve, contemplating that she could return it to him on her wedding night, which would not be too late. However, without the token, he might find it somewhat inconvenient to navigate the palace, yet, all of this bore little consequence to her. After all, it was he who had voluntarily given it to her. Chapter 10, The Marriage. Those within the palace have never dared to boldly request the token held by His Highness, the Qin Wang. Even now, with the palace gates firmly shut, should the Qin Wang wish to enter and meet the emperor, they must obediently grant him passage. It is not merely a matter of requesting the Qin Wang's token. Even if he were to ride in with sword and steed, none would dare to utter a word of dissent. Such is the affection the emperor holds for this favorite son. Among the numerous offspring of the emperor, with princes and princesses too many to count, it is the third prince, His Highness the Qin Wang, who enjoys the emperor's utmost favor. At this hour, the emperor has yet to retire, poring over memorials at his desk. Just as Jiyu Guanliang had finished announcing, His Highness the Qin Wang has arrived, the emperor raised his hand slightly. "Let him in." Moments later, Xiao Qingji stepped inside. The resemblance between father and son is striking, with Xiao Qingji being the most similar to the emperor among the more than a dozen princes. Over the years, Emperor Jinxing has diligently governed, reclaiming a significant portion of the ancestral lands lost to the Kang Kingdom under his rule. Such an ambitious man naturally harbors considerable pride. Consequently, among all the princes, he favors the third prince, Xiao Qingji, who bears a likeness to him. Xiao Qingji, inherently aloof, so the emperor glanced at him. "Starting tomorrow, you shall take up a post in the Ministry of War and learn some affairs in the cabinet. Do not neglect matters concerning the Ministry of Justice." Xiao Qingji nodded. "Understood. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding that young lady from the Wen family, you must." Before he could finish, an announcement came from outside, declaring the arrival of Empress Dowager Jing. A flicker of disdain. The emperor's expression soured as well, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. Empress Dowager Jing, leaning on her cane, was escorted by a throng of palace maids and eunuchs who supported her as she entered. The emperor hurried forward to assist her. "It is rather late, mother. Do you have business here?" With a smile brimming with warmth, Empress Dowager Jing's cloudy gaze swept over Xiao Qingji before fixing upon the emperor. "I have heard you have not visited the harem in recent days, your majesty. Even as you immerse yourself in state affairs, you must attend to your own health." The emperor nodded. "Indeed, mother, your admonishments are well taken. I am not reprimanding you, disturbing your father's rest at such a late hour. Do you not fear for his health?" The emperor interjected. "It was I who summoned him to the palace." Empress Dowager Jing chuckled lightly. "I knew you favored him, always speaking well of this child. However, I am well aware of the reality. I may be aging, but I am not foolish." Xiao Qingji remained silent, observing with a detached demeanor. He had long grown accustomed to the venomous barbs of Empress Dowager Jing. Engaging in verbal sparring with an elderly woman within the confines of the palace was a pursuit he deemed beneath him. If even the emperor felt constrained by her, how many would willingly navigate her treacherous waters? Should she feign illness, claiming to be unwell, it would surely incite a tempest of turmoil. "I have come to discuss the marriage of the young lady from the Wen family. Empress Dowager Jing. The Wen family's daughter was previously betrothed to the fifth prince. I believe it is best for her to marry him. Qin Wang, surely you would not wish to wed a woman who has been promised to the fifth prince." The emperor's expression shifted dramatically. He had anticipated this turn of events from Empress Dowager Jing. In court, the emperor had only dealt with Wei Hao and Madame Wei, not decreeing that the Wei lady be demoted to concubine. Enraged upon learning of this, Empress Dowager Jing insisted that such a young lady was unworthy of the fifth prince, demanding her demotion to a maid. After much negotiation, the emperor managed to elevate her to the status of a concubine. Thus, the position of the fifth prince's primary consort remained vacant. The daughter of the Duke of Zhenguo, being the sole legitimate daughter, held significant sway over military matters. Marrying her would facilitate the acquisition of military power. Empress Dowager Zheng's singular aspiration is for the fifth prince to ascend as crown prince, and she will stop at nothing to see the Wen family's daughter wed to him. Yet, the emperor's choice for the crown prince is solely the Qin Wang. Years ago, Empress Dowager Zheng had seized this marriage opportunity, and now, this convoluted situation has returned to the Qin Wang. The emperor could not simply let it go, however. Unbeknownst to others, they were unaware that the Qin Wang held no interest in feminine beauty and had not consorted with any women over the years. The previous arrangement with the Wei lady had been a command from the emperor himself. The emperor proclaimed, "Mother, how can marriages be so fickle? Is this not a source of ridicule? I am addressing Qin Wang." Empress Dowager Jing breathed a sigh of relief, but before she could fully relax, Xiao Qingji continued, "However, I do wish to marry the young lady from the Wen family. I have already sent the Qin Wang token to her as a betrothal gift." The Qin Wang's residence, being vast and prosperous, ought to have a woman to manage domestic affairs. Now, it was Empress Dowager Jing's face that turned ashen. "You are not yet wed. How can you engage in such exchanges?" Xiao Qingji's smile was enigmatic. "Exchanges, are you implying, Your Highness, that I have engaged in illicit relations with a noblewoman like my fifth brother?" "That is not the case. I presented the Qin Wang token to the young lady from the Wen family in front of dozens of witnesses." This time, Empress Dowager Zheng was on the verge of apoplexy from Xiao Qingji's provocations, yet she could not afford to reveal her true anger. One could say it is fate. "I have ridden horses since the age of 7, never losing a thing in 20 years, yet tonight, while passing the night market on South Street, the Qin Wang token slipped into her hands," Xiao Qingji remarked, gazing at Empress Dowager Zheng. "Tell me, is this not a form of destiny?" The emperor clapped his hands in hearty laughter. "Well said. Excellent. The Duke of Zhengguo's household is not an ordinary family. A mere Qin Wang token cannot suffice as a betrothal gift. We shall prepare more substantial gifts in due course." Empress Dowager Zong. The emperor, with a smile, continued, "Mother, now that US marriage is settled, you must be quite delighted. Yes, anger is detrimental to health, as is excessive joy. It is late, you should return to rest. Jiyu Guangliang, see the Empress Dowager back." Leaning on her cane, Empress Dowager Zheng was unsteadily escorted out. Once she departed, the emperor's smile faded instantly. He patted Xiao Qingji's shoulder with vigor. You have finally shown some sense. Your excuse was commendable this time." Xiao Qingji glanced at the emperor. "The Qin Wang token is indeed in her possession. Without a token in hand, I shall not enter the palace for the time being." The emperor chuckled. "No matter, we can simply craft a replica of the token." "What of the young lady from the Wen family? She should be able to recite the entire laws of Wei by heart, like a bookworm." Xiao Qingji replied coolly. "Perhaps she ought to be sent to the Ministry of Justice for employment." Marriage. The Emperor Jinqing was unaware of the appearance of the young lady from the Wen family. However, her mother, Madame Xiao, was renowned as the most stunning beauty of Jiannan, and though the Duke of Zhengguo was a martial general, his elegance surpassed that of literary officials. His features were as handsome as those of Pan'an, and his countenance even surpassed that of Wei Jie, to the extent that he would cause the enemy to underestimate him on the battlefield. The two late brothers of the Wen family were equally striking in their beauty, leading one to believe that the daughters of this family could not possibly be unattractive. Yet, the unpredictable nature of childbirth often defies expectations. From what Xiao Qingji implied, the young lady from the Yang family was likely to possess a plain and awkward demeanor, heavily imbued with the essence of scholarly airs. Nonetheless, Xiao Qingji was not one to be swayed by mere physical beauty. Over the years, numerous young women had thrown themselves at him, yet he had remained indifferent to them all. To the emperor, the beauty of his daughter-in-law held little significance. Perhaps Xiao Qingji had. After all, it was better to marry a virtuous partner than one solely chosen for their looks. Marrying a woman like Liu from the Wei family would surely spell disaster for the entire household. If Xiao Qingji truly desired beauty, he could always take a concubine later. Following these events, Emperor Jinqing felt an immense sense of relief and joy. The chief eunuch, Jiyu Guangliang, noticing the emperor's elation, swiftly presented a token, saying, "Your Majesty, would you like to summon a consort for your company?" The emperor chuckled softly and casually selected a card. Upon returning home, Yang Yu tucked the token from Prince Qin between the pages of a book and soon retired for the night after bathing and changing. A few maidservants remained awake, gathered outside to engage in needlework. Ruidong sighed, expressing, originally, the fifth prince was to marry Our Lady. Now, alas, he has taken the lady of the Wei family instead. One can only wonder how merrily he is celebrating now. It is truly unfortunate for Our Lady, who travelled such a great distance only to endure this humiliation. Ningxia shook her head, replying, this is an affront solely to Our Lady, leaving her isolated and without support. Had our Lord and Lady still been present, he would not have dared to act in this manner. Fortunately, Our Lady has a broad heart and is not troubled by these matters. I wonder how His Highness, Prince Qin, truly is. I hope Our Lady's marriage will not bring her suffering. At the fifth prince's residence, Wei Ruxuan was carried in by a small sedan chair. She felt deeply aggrieved. What should have been a grand wedding now turned into a mere formality. The fifth prince's residence had not even hung a single red lantern, lacking any semblance of festivity. She was brought in through a side door, and since she was not the primary consort, she could not reside in the main consort's quarters, but was instead taken to a remote courtyard. Upon disembarking from the sedan chair and surveying the courtyard's arrangements, she erupted in indignation. What is this wretched place? It is worse than the servants' quarters in my own home. A matron, with a smile devoid of warmth, replied, this is the arrangement made by Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Are you dissatisfied with her decision, side consort? Upon hearing that it was the Empress Dowager Jing who had arranged this, Wei Ruxuan was momentarily speechless. The Empress Dowager, how could she? Her Majesty has provided you with a place to reside, that is already a great favor. Wei Ruxuan gritted her teeth in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? I have only ever been with the fifth prince. Speak another word, and I shall twist your mouth. Get me a more spacious courtyard. The side consort resides here, the matron insisted with a firm demeanor. Only the primary consort is entitled to a spacious and bright chamber. Faced with the obstinacy of this old crone, Wei Ruxuan, left with no recourse, reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, a wise woman does not suffer immediate losses. Once she ascends to the position of primary consort and eventually the empress, she would see how to deal with this old hag. Wei Ruxuan demanded, where is the fifth prince? I wish to see him. His Highness the fifth prince has entered the palace and is still with Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. It would be best for the side consort. She had envisioned sharing a cup of ceremonial wine with the fifth prince on their wedding night. The next day, Yang Yu awoke, changed her attire, and sat by the window writing, idly staring at the peach tree outside until noon. At that moment, Jiang Shi entered, saying, Yang, the emperor has adjusted the wedding date. Yang Yu paused, slowly turning around. What? This month, you shall marry His Highness Prince Qin. Yang Yu's brows furrowed slightly. Was it not agreed to be in the winter of the next half of the year? Who can say? With the recent scandal surrounding the Wei family, perhaps the emperor fears prolonged delays may lead to further complications. Jiang Shi had indeed guessed correctly this time. Initially, the emperor had planned for the wedding to take place before the new year, but with the turmoil caused by the Wei family, and having finally secured the marriage to Prince Qin, the emperor was genuinely concerned about unforeseen complications arising from Empress Dowager Jing's interference. At first, he had worried about Prince Qin's reluctance. However, it seemed that Prince Qin had acquiesced to the marriage, whether out of spite for the Empress Dowager or for some other reason. With Prince Qin's agreement, the emperor wasted no time in making arrangements. Jiang Shi noticed that as Yang Yu rested her chin on her hand, her hair had become disheveled. She reached out to tidy Yang Yu's hair, saying, the palace has sent numerous items to augment your dowry. However, there has been no response from the Prince Qin's residence, and His Highness has yet to visit. This was to be expected, as Prince Qin was the emperor's most favored son. Jiang Shi was genuinely worried, fearing that her daughter might suffer at the hands of Prince Qin. By the way, there is one more thing to tell you, Jiang Shi added with a smile. Your elder cousin and third cousin met with the emperor today. After conversing with them, the emperor found them quite agreeable and wishes to keep them in the capital. Yang Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Is that true? Jiangsha nodded with a smile. They both possess commendable knowledge, and there happens to be a vacancy at the Hanlin Academy. If they truly remain in the capital, your sisters-in-law will come as well, providing you with support. It would not do for a young lady like Yang Yu to be left alone in the capital without the backing of her maternal. Although the Xiao family of Anqing Marquis's residence was not her formal maternal family, they treated Yang Yu as their own daughter, and should any issues arise, they would undoubtedly stand up for her. In Jiangsha's eyes, Yang Yu was still a child. She vividly recalled the scene from years past when they first met, and now, in the blink of an eye, the child was about to marry. The grandeur of the Prince Qin's residence was daunting, and with Prince Qin's cold and ruthless nature, Jiangsha feared her daughter would endure untold hardships after her marriage. Feeling a pang of sorrow, Jiangsha forced a smile and took Yang Yu's hand, saying, "Come, let's have a look. Today, the Emperor has granted you some fine silk. The fabric is exquisite, and we shall make you a few new garments in due course." Chapter 12. Marriage. As summer approached in the capital, the weather turned warm. The Emperor granted numerous gifts of fine silk and satin, all of which were the latest tributes. Even within the palace, they were rare treasures, unattainable for those of lower rank. Lady Jiang, well-versed and knowledgeable, smiled as she introduced these exquisite fabrics to Yang Yu. "This is Qianxue silk, and this is Chanwei silk. Both colors are splendid. I shall make you a few garments that are both, and this crepe silk will be fashioned into a couple of nightgowns, perfect for wearing in the evenings without clinging to the skin." The Duke of Zhengguo's household had been dismantled, and no male members of the Wen family remained to fight for the nation. The Emperor was not heartless. He had frequently inquired about Yang Yu's well-being over the years. However, this was the first time he had bestowed such lavish gifts. Lady Jiang remarked, "It is evident that the Emperor holds the Prince of Qin in high regard. When you first arrived in the capital, engaged to the 5th prince, the Emperor never inquired about your affairs." Yang Yu smiled gently. "Indeed, His Highness the Prince of Qin is well regarded by the Emperor." Lady Jiang recalled the rumors circulating. During this period, the Duke of Zhengguo's household had remained relatively unscathed, with few daring to discuss Yang Yu's marriage. However, the outside world was different. The change in Yang Yu's betrothal from the 5th prince to the Prince of Qin had become fodder for countless whispers. Recently, Empress Dowager Jing had been sullen, lacking appetite for food and finding fault with everyone around her. The Empress Jing had suffered a few rebukes from the Empress Dowager and felt quite resentful. Given the Empress Dowager's age and her status as the Empress Jing's support, had it not been for her persistent pressure on the Emperor, the Empress's position would not have been secured. The Empress Jing dared not harbor animosity towards the Empress Dowager, and thus, her eye naturally fell upon Yang Yu. In recent days, noble ladies had been visiting the palace to pay their respects to the Empress Jing. Now that Lady Jiang was in the capital, Xiao Hong, holding a minor official position, had to enter the palace as well. The 5th prince had just taken a secondary consort, prompting many to congratulate the Empress Jing. She found satisfaction in Wei Ruxuan, believing the young woman to be clever and well-formed, and most importantly, robust enough to bear heirs for the 5th prince. She praised Wei Ruxuan enthusiastically. After her compliments, the Empress Jing turned her attention to Lady Jiang, inquiring about Yang Yu's condition. "I have heard that Miss Wen has been of frail health since childhood. Has she improved in recent days?" Lady Jiang offered a few perfunctory remarks with a smile. The Empress Jing then stated, "His Majesty values the Prince of Qin greatly, yet the prince has no offspring. Considering Miss Wen's condition, it seems she may not be suited for childbearing. Perhaps I shall advise His Majesty to grant the prince a couple of secondary consorts, so that any children born may be raised by the future Princess of Qin." Upon hearing this, the palace was abuzz with the onlookers reveling in Lady Jiang's misfortune. Deeply troubled, Lady Jiang pondered the precariousness of Yang Yu's situation even before she had wed into the Prince of Qin's household. Just look, the Empress was already contemplating secondary consorts for the prince. If she were to marry into the royal family, how would she navigate such a life? Fearing that Yang Yu might be distressed by the news, Lady Jiang had yet to share with her the gossip circulating in the capital, but she felt some warnings were necessary. In a hushed tone, she advised, "The Prince of Qin is not of the Empress's lineage. She views him as a thorn in her side. Yang, you must exercise caution with the Empress Jing once you enter the royal household." Yang Yu nodded lightly. already aware of the intricacies of court politics. The Prince of Qin's mother was the favored concubine Bai, who had been greatly cherished by the emperor during her lifetime, with multiple proposals to elevate her to empress. Regrettably, the Empress Dowager Jing had her sights set on promoting a woman from her own family, and at that time, the Empress Jing was but a concubine, having a strained relationship with the emperor. As the emperor's mother, the Empress Dowager wielded considerable influence. In the Wei dynasty, filial piety was paramount, and the capable Jianqing emperor was determined to set an example for the realm, unwilling to act in a manner deemed unfilial. After several instances of the Empress Dowager threatening to take her own life, the matter of elevating concubine Bai was ultimately abandoned. Following concubine Bai's death, the emperor conferred. Once the Empress Jing assumed her position in the Eastern Palace, it was expected she would declare her son, the fifth prince, as the heir apparent, given he was the legitimate child. However, the emperor posthumously honored concubine Bai as Empress Xiaohui, penning numerous elegies in her memory, and appointed the third prince, Xiao Qingji, as the Prince of Qin, effectively overshadowing the fifth prince. Over the years, the Prince of Qin and the fifth prince had been at odds, and as the emperor's health deteriorated, the rivalry intensified. In the matter of the two princes' marriages, the emperor had already engaged in several. Yang Yu remarked, "I am aware of the challenges within the palace, and, please rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution and will not bring shame upon the Wen or Shao families." Lady Jiang, touched by Yang Yu's maturity, Xiao Junliang had just arrived and, from behind the screen, relayed some news to Lady Jiang. The Prince of Qin had recently visited, and Xiao Junliang, along with his brothers Xiao Juanshou and Xiao Hong, had accompanied the prince in conversation. Currently, Xiao Hong and Xiao Juanshou were strolling with His Highness in the gardens, while Xiao Junliang had come to report. Lady Jiang smiled at Yang Yu, playfully commenting, "Your future husband has come to our residence. It seems our son-in-law is quite perceptive." Yang Yu lowered her head, remaining silent. Lady Jiang turned to Xiao Junliang. "What of the Prince of Qin? What did he say?" "He spoke of matters regarding the wedding date." Xiao Junliang, "When he stands there, we hardly dare to breathe, merely listening to his commands. By the way, His Highness also sent a betrothal gift for our daughter." Xiao Junliang handed a box to Xiao Kui, who brought it in and placed it in Yang Yu's hands. It was a heavy iron box, and upon opening it, Yang Yu discovered a dagger approximately a foot in length, with a white jade hilt and a dark leather sheath. As she unsheathed the dagger, a flash of cold light glinted ominously. Lady Jiang gasped, "Quickly put it away, why send such a frightening gift?" Yang Yu returned the dagger to its sheath. Xiao Junliang explained, "This was a gift from the emperor to the third prince when he was conferred as the Prince of Qin. It can slice through iron silently and cut jade effortlessly. There is none like it throughout the Wei dynasty. The prince just mentioned that it is most fitting for a delicate young lady like you to have such a sharp blade for protection. Please, you may leave now." Lady Jiang sighed. His Highness the Prince of Qin, truly, others often described him as cruel and martial, employing rather harsh methods. While others presented gifts of delicacies and treasures, he had intentionally sent a dagger to intimidate his future bride. Lady Jiang grasped Yang Yu's hand. "Good child, he is a madman. Once you marry him, be sure not to provoke him, and avoid any quarrels." Chapter 13. Marriage. When Yang Yu was to be married, all officials were granted a day off, and the citizens of Wei dynasty were well aware that His Highness, the Prince of Qin, was to take a legitimate wife. Wei Ruxuan secretly took her maidservant to witness the spectacle. She stood amidst the crowd, filled with self-satisfaction. Just wait and see, the wedding procession will undoubtedly lack the presence of the Prince of Qin. She recalled her dream, where the Wei family and the emperor had forcibly arranged this marriage for the Prince of Qin. The prince had no desire to wed and did not attend the Wei residence on the day of the wedding. It was the Wei family who eagerly sent their daughter to the prince's residence, although it was merely a dream, and she was aware that it was merely a plot from a book. Reflecting on these events made Wei Ruxuan feel as if they had truly transpired. Regardless, marrying the fifth prince was far preferable to becoming the bride of the Prince of Qin. At least the fifth prince had the potential to ascend further and eventually become emperor. What of the Prince of Qin? He would likely perish on the battlefield, leaving behind nothing but a fragmented corpse. Those who married the Prince of Qin were doomed to lose their heads. With pride swelling in her heart, Wei Ruxuan's maidservant cautiously supported her, saying, "Madam, please be careful. Alas, why do you insist on squeezing into this crowd? If you wish to partake in the festivities." It was worth noting that the prominent ladies of the capital were all attending the wedding banquet at the Prince of Qin's residence. The current emperor and empress were also present there. Wei Ruxuan desired to visit the prince's residence, yet the fifth prince forbade her. He remarked, "Xian you were once betrothed to the Prince of Qin. If you go, it would create quite an awkward scene, wouldn't it? Wouldn't people speculate about our past indiscretions? Moreover, you are now a secondary consort. The Prince of Qin is marrying his primary consort, and your presence would be ill-received. The distinction between a one was the rightful mistress, while the other merely served her." Wei Ruxuan scoffed, "Do you think I desire to go to the Prince of Qin's residence? I do not care for it. Even if they invited me, I would have no inclination to attend." At that moment, the wedding procession arrived. Wei Ruxuan had come out late, unaware that the Prince of Qin's entourage had already set off to the Duke of Xingua's residence half an hour earlier. At this moment, the Prince of Qin was leading the bridal sedan chair and a large retinue towards his residence to conduct the wedding ceremony. The townsfolk were abuzz with chatter. It must be said that the Prince of Qin did not enjoy a favorable reputation among officials. They claimed he was cold-hearted and a brutal madman. However, the common people held a decent impression of him, for he had fought on the battlefield in his youth, earning great merit for the Wei dynasty. The populace always admired men who wielded swords and protected their homeland. The eldest daughter of the Duke of Xingu, an impressive 168 dowry carts. To be honest, I do not envy the Duke of Xingua's daughter for her lavish dowry. Even double that amount would not stir my envy. If it weren't for the Duke and his heir, we would have lost vast territories of the northern frontier to those scoundrels of Kangua. The Wen family is already dwindling. When the Duke and his sons perished, they were left without a complete corpse, their limbs stripped by those wolves as trophies. They are left with but this one daughter. If the emperor does not treat the Wen family's daughter well, which general would dare to risk his life at the borders in the future? Indeed, it is said that the Prince of Qin had a good relationship with the Duke of Xingu and his heir. The prince is a man of iron will and would never mistreat a woman. Wei Ruxuan was taken aback to see the Prince of Qin actually part of the wedding procession. Gazing at his tall and handsome figure, she bit her lip in frustration. Unwilling to accept the situation, she wished fervently for the story to reach its conclusion swiftly, longing for the Prince of Qin to meet his demise in battle and for the Wen family's daughter to lose her head. Her maidservants expressed a hint of envy. "Look at the Wen lady's extravagant dowry, it's filled to the brim." Wei Ruxuan rolled her eyes. "It's a price paid with the death of her entire family. How can so many people praise such a harbinger of misfortune? What is wrong with this world?" Casting her eyes around, Wei Ruxuan observed that those extolling the Duke of Xingua's family were primarily impoverished commoners, lacking discernment. The noble families of the capital all mocked the Wen family's daughter, deriding that the fifth prince had rejected her, and that she had become the bride of the madman Prince of Qin. She would have much to endure in the future. Wei Ruxuan had regarded the Wen family's daughter as her rival for quite some time, yet she had never once laid eyes on her. In her dreams, she had not envisioned this individual, knowing neither her appearance nor her name, nor her background. She only recognized her as the female protagonist. Now, reflecting on it, what beauty could a frail, sickly person possess? Wei Ruxuan had encountered many a sickly patient confined to their beds for years, each one pale and emaciated. Tomorrow, the Prince of Qin's wife would surely enter the palace to pay her respects to the Empress and the Dowager Empress. It would soon become evident whether she was a horse or a mule. Weary of watching, Wei Ruxuan decided to visit the cosmetics shop to purchase more items. By tomorrow, she would ensure that the Prince of Qin's wife was thoroughly overshadowed. Just as she was lost in thought, she overheard others discussing, "Didn't they say the Wei family's daughter was to marry the Prince of Qin? What happened? The Wei girl is scandalous." Someone saw her privately consorting with the fifth prince at a cosmetics shop before marriage. After the word spread, even her distant cousin had her engagement annulled. It seems the women of the Wei family are all of such loose morals. Is that true? Of course, it is. Someone witnessed it firsthand. Wei Ruxuan's face flushed with embarrassment. She had not anticipated that such matters would spread among the populace. She hurriedly took her maidservant and left the scene. Meanwhile, the wedding procession continued its grand march into the Prince of Qin's residence. Today, both the Emperor and Empress were absent from the palace, and the Dowager Empress did not attend due to ill health. However, before the ceremony commenced, Empress Zheng departed. Yang Yu, having sat in the bridal sedan for a long time, finally came to a stop. Xiao Chengji impatiently extended his hand towards Yang Yu. In a moment, a delicate, almost boneless little hand rested in Xiao Chengji's palm. He had never touched a woman's hand before. The one before him was as white as fresh snow. Xiao Chengji had never encountered a woman so fragile. After years of disregarding the Emperor's words, he finally made an effort to show filial piety and, with utmost care, helped Yang Yu from the sedan. The nearby matrons, taken aback by the prince's direct action, quickly approached with smiles. "Your Highness, allow us to assist the princess out." With that, the softness in his grip vanished as the delicate hand he had held slipped away. Chapter 14, The Wedding. Holding one end of the red ribbon in his hand, Yang Yu's hand was guided by the matron to the other end, which was handed to Xiao Chengji, prompting him to lead Yang Yu inside. After the ceremonial bow, Yang Yu was escorted to the bridal chamber, while Xiao Chengji remained outside to entertain the guests. Today, the Emperor was at the Prince of Qin's residence, and all the notable ministers of the capital had gathered, with not a single royal family member missing from the assembly. The usually quiet Prince of Qin's residence was abuzz with activity for the first time. The Emperor Jinxing was genuinely delighted, unable to resist the temptation of indulging in a few extra cups of wine. The first and second princes had tragically passed away before reaching the age of 3, the former being born of the favored concubine Bo, and was thus the biological brother of Prince Xiao Chengji. Had the first prince survived, his rightful status as the crown prince would have been assured, and the emperor would likely have already cradled his grandson. Prince Qin had always been reckless and violent, showing utter disdain for imperial authority and ignoring Emperor Jinxing's words entirely. Over the years, the emperor had fretted over the prince's behavior, his hair turning grey from worry. Several princes clustered around Emperor Jinxing, vying for his favor. The fifth prince, who had long harbored a fear of the emperor and was aware of the emperor's disfavor towards him, chose to withdraw to a corner, quietly drinking. The seventh prince, Xiao Chirui, soon approached the fifth prince, Xiao Jushan, exclaiming, 158 dowries, brother, what were you thinking? Xiao Jushan dismissed him with a scoff. How could you, a scion of nobility, be so easily bought off by a mere dowry? Xiao Chirui fell silent. To speak honestly, there existed a hierarchy even among princes. Those like Xiao Chirui, lacking significant backing in the emperor's favor, received lesser treatment in the court, often even less than the favored sons of dukes in the capital. If you were to marry a wife endowed with a substantial dowry and a strong family background, regardless of her appearance, Xiao Chirui would undoubtedly pursue that match. It's peculiar that he endures such humiliation without a word. Privately, the brothers often targeted Prince Qin with harsh words, employing every means necessary to criticize him, yet, when faced with Xiao Chengji, none dared to show him disrespect. After all, Xiao Chengji was a reckless madman. When concubine Bo had passed away, in a fit of arrogance, Xiao Jushan had uttered some unflattering remarks in front. That day, Xiao Jushan had nearly been beaten to death by Xiao Chengji. He was the beloved son of the Empress Dowager and the fifth prince of the current emperor, yet Xiao Chengji, who was on the verge of being conferred the title of Prince of Qin, had acted without hesitation. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the eunuchs, Xiao Jushan's life might have truly been forfeit that day. What followed? One would think the emperor would have revoked Xiao Chengji's title and punished him severely. In the reign of the late emperor, such behavior, nearly killing a brother and engaging in fratricide, would have resulted in demotion to commoner status and confinement in the ancestral hall until death. Yet, the emperor merely remarked that it was a trivial matter between brothers, indifferent to the clamour from both Empress Dowager Zheng and Empress Zheng, ultimately still bestowing upon Xiao Chengji the title of Prince of Qin, sending a continuous flow of gold, silver, and jewels to the prince's residence. Sier Chirue believed that the young lady from the Wen family had a lavish dowry and an impressive demeanor, thinking that Sier Chengji would not care for such trifles, as everyone knew that the Prince of Qin's residence was wealthier than a nation. The two unfortunate brothers, Sier Chirue and Xiao Jushan, exchanged sardonic remarks for a time, eventually shifting the conversation to Xiao Jushan's newly acquired side consort. Wei, with a smile, Sier Chirue inquired, what kind of enchanting? I must certainly meet her someday. Meanwhile, inside the bridal chamber, Yang Yu remained seated, knowing she would likely sit from day until night. She had brought with her 4 main maidservants. Bai Chun, Ningxie, Jin Xiu, and Rui Dong, along with 2 wet nurses, yet their number was insufficient to attend to her. Thus, 4 matrons from the Prince of Qin's residence were present in the room, while several younger maidservants busied themselves with cleaning in the courtyard. The matrons, all hailing from the palace, were well aware that the emperor knew of Empress Dowager Jing's penchant for monitoring the affairs of the Prince of Qin's residence, and thus the emperor scrutinized all those who served the prince, weeding out spies and those of ill repute. The matrons, bustling about the bridal chamber, were of a status that allowed them to speak in front of the emperor. Observing Yang Yu, poised and dignified upon the bed, exuding the grace of a refined lady, they surmised that her beauty must be equally elegant, even though they had yet to behold her visage. However, the matrons did not hold expectations that the prince would come to consummate the marriage. After all, over the years, many beauties had been sent to the Prince of Qin's residence from both the palace and outside, yet he had never touched a single one. Even in his youth, when the emperor had dispatched palace maids to instruct him in matters of intimacy, he had adamantly refused their guidance. Subsequently, several palace maids, from that point on, even those who entertained such notions hesitated to act upon them. The matron speculated that perhaps the prince had sustained injuries on the battlefield that rendered him incapable of such pursuits, for among the young noblemen, how many were not inclined towards such matters? The emperor himself had pondered this and had personally inquired about it, only to see the prince's countenance darken in an instant, wordlessly refusing to respond. As time passed and the hour grew late without the prince's arrival, one matron, realizing that the princess had waited all day, suggested it was time for her to eat something, and Matron Deng stepped forward. "Princess, the night is late, would you like to eat something before resting?" Yang Yu felt a twinge of confusion. They had agreed on a night of celebration. Her aunt had mentioned that the consummation would occur tonight, yet where was the groom? Jiangshi, usually carefree in demeanor, had shown some shyness in this regard. Feeling embarrassed to instruct Yang Yu on such matters, she had only briefly advised her to heed her husband's wishes and to refrain from crying during the consummation. Yang Yu pondered that perhaps His Highness the Prince was not a virtuous man and might deliberately seek to embarrass her. Thus, resting early seemed prudent. At that moment, a sound echoed from outside the door, and the maidservants all rose to greet. Matron Deng, surprised, looked up to see the Prince of Qin entering, dressed in a striking red robe. Xiao Qingji's usually dark attire was replaced, his brows and eyes sharp and deep-set, enhancing his imposing presence. "Your Highness," Matron Deng said. The wedding Xiao Qingji had never been one to adhere to conventions. With a casual gesture, he removed the bridal veil that shrouded Yang Yu's face. Yang Yu timidly lifted her gaze. The several matrons from the Qin Wangfu were momentarily taken aback, holding their breaths in astonishment. Xiao Qingji paused for a moment before placing the veil back upon her head. Matron Deng, having lived over 50 years, had never encountered such beauty. Yang Yu shone like a brilliant pearl, instantly illuminating the entire room. From a young age, Yang Yu had always been strikingly beautiful, and in recent years, her life at the Anqing Marquis's residence had been smooth sailing, cherished by her elders who regarded her as their prized jewel. This delicate little beauty, obediently nestled beside her elders, was both filial and docile. Who wouldn't adore such a creature? Matron Deng hastily presented a jade ruide. "It is my father who has compelled me to do so," Sier Chengji stated icily. "Wen Yang Yu, do not think to play any tricks before me in the future." "Whatever your highness says shall be my command, I shall heed your words." The girl's voice was sweet and gentle, imbued with a touch of innocence. Xiao Qingji, unaccustomed to dealing with such women, was acutely aware that the more beautiful a woman appeared, the more perilous she could be. And Yang Yu, in her exceptional beauty, heightened his wariness. He lifted the jade ruby to unveil Yang Yu's face. "I haven't eaten all day, I wish for something to eat," she expressed. The table had already been set with wine and dishes, as the matrons had anticipated Xiao Qingji's absence and intended for Yang Yu to dine before retiring. Xiao Qingji glanced at her and said, "You may eat." Yang Yu's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she attempted to gauge his disposition. "I wish to eat bird's nest, I am about to sleep and cannot consume these dishes." Xiao Qingji scoffed, "Are you being choosy with me? Have you not exhausted your young lady's temper at Xiao's residence and now dare to throw a tantrum before me?" Yang Yu bit her lip, contemplating whether she had angered her husband right after their marriage. What would her aunt say when she visited her family? Xiao Qingji instructed the matrons outside, remove the dishes and prepare a serving of bird's nest. The matrons promptly entered to clear the table. Given the recent heat, Yang Yu felt stifled in her bridal attire, the weight of her elaborate headpiece making it difficult to breathe. She longed for something light. She summoned a maid to bring in hot water, removing the heavy ornaments from her head. Before long, a matron delivered a bowl of light, sweet bird's nest. After consuming half of it, Yang Yu washed her hands and face, cleansing away her makeup, having indulged in a few drinks with several princes the previous night. Once Yang Yu had tidied her hair, she approached to find Xiao Qingji asleep in his clothes. Instantly, her nurturing instincts awakened, and she hurried to assist her husband in undressing. However, as her fingers brushed against his waistband, he seized her wrist with a firm grip. Xiao Qingji's tone was impatient. "Miss Wen, you have finished your bird's nest, what more do you intend to do?" Yang Yu, slightly frightened by his demeanor, stammered, I wish to assist your highness in changing. My aunt instructed me to serve you well, to heed your every word." With a single motion, he pulled her onto himself. Standing over 8 feet tall, there was no other young noble in the capital who matched his formidable stature. Yang Yu, frail and sickly since childhood, felt as though he could crush her with a mere hand. The disparity in their forms was striking. Though Xiao Qingji was beneath her, his commanding presence instilled fear, and his tone was frosty. "When did I permit you to touch me?" To Xiao Qingji, Yang Yu was infuriating. From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, he felt an intense urge to crush her. Staring at him in confusion, Yang Yu asked, "If you do not wish for me to touch you, why then have you pulled me onto you?" Suddenly, he released her, closing his eyes. "Get down. I wish to sleep." Yang Yu responded with a soft "Eoe" and slid off him. She poured 2 cups of wine. "Your Highness, we have yet to drink the nuptial wine." Xiao Qingji opened. She had heard from Jiang that the Qin Wang was not an easy man to please, yet she had thought that as long as she adhered to the rules, he would find no fault with her, thus avoiding conflict. Little did she know that the Qin Wang detested her so thoroughly that everything she did seemed wrong in his eyes. Xiao Qingji stepped in front of her, taking the cup of wine from her hands, and they raised their glasses together. The flickering candlelight danced in the room, and the thick red candles had only burned halfway, their wax dripping steadily. Xiao Qingji cast another glance at Yang Yu, then extinguished the candlelight, pushing her down onto the bed. The next morning, Xiao Qingji awoke with a cold expression. The previous night had been Yang Yu's first experience, and she had been in immense pain, unable to accommodate him. Xiao Qingji, lacking experience in such matters, had clumsily consummated their union, leaving the bride faint. His mood was at an all-time low. How could there exist such a fragile woman in the world, and why did she have to be his wife? After changing his clothes, he exited Yang Yu's chamber. The matrons outside wore smiles on their faces. "Your Highness, are you awake? Has the princess also risen? We shall assist her with her grooming and prepare her for the palace visit." "No need," Xiao Qingji replied dismissively. "She is unwell. Let her sleep." The emperor was indifferent to such formalities. As for the empress and the dowager empress, since Yang Yu had married him, no matter how meticulously she adhered to protocol, these two would still find ways to harass. In that case, why should she drag her ailing body to the palace to suffer? It was better to simply relax at home, allowing Yang Yu to enjoy her comfort in the Wangfu while the two of them stewed in the harem. Even if trouble arose, he would bear the brunt of it. Chapter 16, Marriage. After concluding discussions with the two ministers from the Ministry of Officials, the emperor finally remembered to partake in his breakfast. The chief eunuch, Jiyu Guangliang, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, His Highness the Prince of Qin has conveyed that you are busy today, and thus, His Highness will not be bringing the Princess of Qin to pay her respects. They will come in a few days instead." Nonsense! Emperor Jinqing slammed his hand on the table. Is he disregarding the young lady? Does he not wish to bring her along? Jiyu Guangliang chuckled. That is not the case. The staff at the Prince of Qin's residence mentioned that last night, His Highness visited the princess's chamber and did not emerge until dawn. This morning, the prince stated that the princess is feeling unwell and requested that the nurses take good care of her. Emperor Jinqing was taken aback. They consummated the marriage. Is the prince in good health? Indeed, it is absolutely true. Jiyu Guangliang whispered. They have even summoned a physician to check on the princess's condition. Our prince not only has no issues but is quite vigorous. For years, Emperor Jinqing had harbored concerns regarding this matter. Ever since the birth of Xiao Qingji, Empress Dowager Zheng had shown great disdain toward him. The emperor was genuinely worried that Xiao Qingji might meet an untimely demise like the eldest prince, leading him to pay closer attention to the boy. Yet, Empress Dowager Zheng could not tolerate Xiao Qingji. At merely 14, she had schemed to send him to the battlefield. Upon his return, Xiao Qingji was granted the title of Prince of Qin. Seeing that the boy had grown older and, according to palace customs, was to be taught about relationships by palace maids, the emperor dismissed them. Subsequently, despite the many women sent to him from outside, he refrained from engaging with any of them. Rumors began to circulate within the palace, suggesting that Xiao Qingji had sustained severe injuries on the battlefield, and it was feared that he might be incapable of fulfilling his marital duties. Furious upon hearing such gossip, Emperor Jinqing executed over 100 individuals in one night to silence those spreading the tales. Later, when he ordered a physician to examine Xiao Qingji. Thus, Xiao Qingji's health became a persistent source of anxiety for Emperor Jinqing. If it were true that he had consummated his marriage with the princess, the emperor could finally ease his worries. Yet, still skeptical, he pressed further. Could it be that the prince is merely fabricating a FAA to deceive us? Jiyu Guangliang laughed. Your Majesty, rest assured, the physician has confirmed the matter, and besides, do you perceive our prince as one who indulges in deceit? Under normal circumstances, if he were disinterested, he wouldn't even cast a glance, disregarding all decorum. That is true. With a series of fortunate events unfolding, Emperor Jinqing's appetite improved somewhat. He commanded, the prince lacks discretion, and the princess is in delicate health. Let them pay their respects in a few days instead. We need not concern ourselves with such trifling formalities. Speaking of which, the daughter of Duke Xingguo is truly fortunate. Send her the tribute of blood swallow. In the Shokang Palace of Empress Dowager Zheng, Empress Zheng wore a sullen expression, clearly displeased. Below her, Wei Ruxuan donned a resplendent outfit. Rising before dawn, she had exerted considerable effort to achieve her appearance, from her hair to her makeup and attire, each requiring significant diligence. Determined to outshine the Princess of Qin and assert her superiority over the frail girl, she had prepared meticulously. Yet, to her dismay, the princess did not arrive at all. It was utterly bewildering. Unable to contain her frustration, Empress Zheng embellishingly remarked to Empress Dowager Zheng, it would be one thing if the prince were typically lacking in courtesy, but to neglect his duties after marrying a princess is unacceptable. They should have come today to pay their respects to your Majesty and to me, yet neither has shown up. Thankfully, our Shainer did not marry her. Had he, would the fifth prince's residence still know peace? Empress Dowager Zheng had dispatched individuals early in the morning to gather intelligence from the Prince of Qin's residence, having previously placed several spies there. However, the prince's vigilance was too acute, and her agents had consistently failed to infiltrate the household. Before long, a palace maid entered and whispered a few words into Empress Dowager Zheng's ear. Her countenance darkened. Is this truly the case? The maid nodded. It is indeed true. It was a challenging piece of information to uncover, and a physician has also entered. For years, Empress Dowager Zheng had believed the prince harbored some hidden ailment. To her astonishment, it appeared that he had preserved his virtue until the wedding night. The thought that such a man could maintain his chastity, while a certain someone below had entangled herself with her fiancé's brother before even being wed, filled Empress Dowager Zheng with increasing ire. She was so revolted that she struggled to articulate her feelings, taking a sip of tea to compose herself. Empress Zheng, eager to appease, quickly inquired, "Mother, what troubles you?" Last night, the prince and princess consummated their marriage. The princess is unwell and will come to pay her respects another day, Empress Dowager Zheng replied, her face grim. Everyone may disperse. Empress Zheng was taken aback. He has no hidden ailments. They are both. Do not let him cause any further embarrassment. Empress Zheng promptly rose. Yes, your words are wise. I shall take my leave. Wei Ruxuan could scarcely believe her ears, her mind reeling with the implications of the term consummation. Dazed, she leaned on Empress Zheng's arm as they exited, only coming to her senses under the sunlight outside. Consummation, how could that be? Wei Ruxuan recalled that even in her dreams, the prince had been disinterested in her, let alone touching her. Could it be that the girl from the Wen family was a seductress? Dressed vibrantly today, she had unwittingly incurred the ire of Empress Zheng, who despised women who vied for favor through ostentation. The empress scrutinized Wei Ruxuan from head to toe. In the future, refrain from wearing such eye-catching garments. Wei Ruxuan quickly acquiesced, of course. In the Prince of Qin's residence, Xie Qingji returned at noon, finding Yang Yu still deeply asleep from the previous night's exertions. She remained oblivious even when the physician checked her pulse. Hearing that the princess was still asleep, Xie Qingji scoffed, as she truly can sleep soundly. A household deity, Elder Dong chuckled. The emperor has bestowed. Last night, upon discovering her injury, Xie Qingji had applied some medicine. While she could not clearly recall the details, a sense of warmth lingered in her memory. Unsure of the time, she assumed it was merely the hour of Chen, and with some effort, she propped herself up, pulling back the bed curtains. Xie Qingji's tone was indifferent. You've finally awakened. Yang Yu nodded gently. Shouldn't we go to the palace to pay our respects? Xie Qingji's gaze swept over Yang Yu's face, lingering momentarily on her delicate collarbone before slowly shifting away. Tomorrow. Chapter 17. Marriage. Upon hearing Xie Qingji's words, Yang Yu reclined back onto the bed. It must be said that the wedding night was far from pleasant. Even now, her waist and legs ached. Previously, Yang Yu had heard that the royal customs were numerous and far more intricate than those of the She family, a fact that left her feeling somewhat embarrassed for lingering in bed. Your Highness, if I do not pay my respects, will the Empress and the Dowager Empress be angered with me? She inquired. Xie Qingji sat beside her. Under normal circumstances, you should have been outside Shokang Palace at the hour of Chen. Can you guess what time it is now? Curious, Yang Yu asked, what time is it? It is the first quarter of the hour of Wei, Xie Qingji replied nonchalantly. They are likely furious by now. Yang Yu's complexion turned pale in an instant. Have I really slept for so long? Xie Qingji observed her creamy, delicate skin and the way her long eyelashes seemed to tease the heart, her eyes glistening with a hint of moisture, as if she were intentionally invoking tenderness. An inexplicable irritation welled up within him. Do not tempt me in broad daylight. Yang Yu had never learned the art of seduction and was bewildered by Xie Qingji's implication. Pretending to understand, she nodded. But what shall I do when the Empress and Dowager Empress come to question me tomorrow? They are elders. If they choose to question you, you must endure it, he stated, dressed in a sheer gauze garment, which clung to her like a butterfly's wing, the neckline loosely draped, revealing glimpses of her snow-white skin. It stirred Xie Qingji's agitation. He raised his hand to adjust her neckline, saying, prepare yourself to face their wrath. Yang Yu grasped his hand. Your Highness, will you not assist me? Xie Qingji felt the warmth of her touch and abruptly pushed her hand away. Assist you? Are we so familiar? He then rose and departed from her chamber. Yang Yu simmered in frustration on the bed. It was no wonder Jiangshi often remarked that few men were worth trusting, cautioning her to be wary after marrying Xie Qingji. At that time, Yang Yu had not grasped the meaning behind Jiangshi's words, but now it became clear they had already consummated their marriage, yet Xiao Qingji still claimed they were strangers. Just as he exited, Ruidong and Ningxia entered, bearing items to attend to Yang Yu. Ruidong twisted a cloth to wipe Yang Yu's hands and face as she prepared her for washing. "Miss, shall we prepare warm water for a bath? I wish to stroll about the residence." From now on, she would reside in the prince's manor, which would become her home, and today she intended to familiarize herself with it. Ningxia presented a bowl of bird's nest soup before her. "Miss, please have something to eat. The emperor has recently bestowed upon us this blood bird's nest, just prepared and delivered." Yang Yu vaguely remembered someone coming to check her pulse in her dreams and casually asked a few questions. Ningxia nodded. Indeed, a physician from the palace came. The imperial doctor stated that Our Lady is of delicate constitution and required a pulse examination. We were fortunate to have a renowned female physician, and as the people close to His Highness did not object, she was allowed entry. Yang Yu did not ponder it deeply, assuming it was a customary royal practice. However, her unease lingered, for not having paid her respects to the Empress and Dowager Empress today left her apprehensive. Now that she was wed to Xiao Qingji, she had become their adversary, especially given the prior engagement with the fifth prince. Even if she managed to avoid trouble today, she feared she would face their scrutiny tomorrow. She specifically instructed Ruidong and Ningxia, "Make sure I rise early tomorrow." Ruidong nodded. "Miss, rest assured, we will remember." Now that Yang Yu was married, her hair naturally required styling. Ruidong, skillful in her craft, quickly fashioned a beautiful hairstyle for her. Yang Yu gazed into the mirror, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Just 2 days prior, she had been a maiden, and now she had assumed the role of a wife. Bichuan entered, whispering a few words in Yang Yu's ear. "The concubines in the manor are waiting outside to pay their respects to you." Yang Yu could not help but frown. Previously unaware of the dynamics within the prince's manor, she knew it did not harbor secondary wives. However, as a prince, it was customary for him to receive concubines or rewards from the Empress or Dowager Empress. Send them away, let them remain in their own quarters, quietly and without fuss. "Everything shall remain as it was," Yang Yu replied coolly. "Those who lack discernment and deliberately approach me may provoke unforeseen circumstances." Though typically carefree, she was not naive enough to believe she could coexist harmoniously with her husband's other concubines. After years in the Xiao family, she had seen and understood much about household affairs. She had her sisters and cousins with whom she shared a bond, and there was no need to cultivate relationships with Xiao Qingji's concubines. Bichuan nodded. "Very well, I shall convey your message." The 4 concubines who had come were all gifts from the Dowager Empress, having languished in obscurity for years, now summoned to gauge the atmosphere. Bichuan exchanged a few words with them, instructing their return. The leading woman smiled. "Now that there is a princess consort, surely we should pay our respects in person. We are all bestowed by the Dowager Empress. Could you not inform this young lady?" Bichuan gestured with courtesy. "Our princess consort need not repeat herself. You are all bestowed concubines of the Dowager Empress, and she is the rightful consort of His Highness, your mistress. Henceforth, as you all reside in the manor, it is best that you conduct yourselves appropriately to avoid any issues." Seeing the resolute demeanor of the maidservant beside the princess consort, the concubines felt rebuffed and had no choice but to retreat in disappointment. Bichuan went back to relay the message to Yang Yu, who found it peculiar. "All of them are gifts from the Dowager Empress." The Dowager Empress certainly had a far-reaching influence. Chapter 18. Marriage in the evening, Yang Yu took a stroll, but she did not manage to explore the entirety of the Qin Wangfu. She only visited 2 or 3 areas. Indeed, the estate was vast, befitting the emperor's most favored prince, with a single garden larger than others 3 combined, and it was replete with rare treasures. From a distance, the sight of the estate nestled against the mountains and beside the water was enchanting. The verdant hills and crystalline waters framed a building that stood majestically, exuding a solemn grandeur. Yang Yu pointed and inquired, "Is His Highness residing here?" Following her, Deng shared insights. Indeed, the princess possesses remarkable discernment. Our Prince Qin resides here. This is the Tsangfeng Pavilion, where he conducts his affairs and dwells. Would you care to visit? I suspect he is inside at this hour. Yang Yu gently shook her head. No, I would prefer to continue my walk. The prince seemed somewhat displeased with her presence, and she saw no reason to impose upon him unnecessarily. Why provoke annoyance for no reason? Deng led Yang Yu further along. The Qin Wangfu is indeed expansive. One could spend 2 or 3 days exploring it and still not see it all. If the princess wishes to wander about in the coming days, I shall accompany you. Yang Yu smiled. Tomorrow morning, I must go to the palace to pay my respects. I have yet to visit the palace since I can remember. Could you enlighten me about the people and matters there? Certainly, I shall provide a detailed account, Deng replied. After walking a short distance, Yang Yu began to feel fatigued and returned to her quarters to rest. She sipped tea leisurely and inquired about a few matters with her maid. Ningxia nodded repeatedly. Everything has been arranged in the storeroom since yesterday. The list is at the bottom of your jewelry box. Having just married, she was still unaccustomed to her new surroundings, feeling as though she were in someone else's home. 4 years, Yang Yu had lived with the Xie family, who treated her with kindness. The elders were fond of her, and her peers maintained a good relationship with her, but ultimately, she was a guest. In the beginning, there had been some idle gossip, though it had diminished over time. While her elders did not treat her as a guest, Yang Yu could not behave freely as though it were her own home. She had to be cautious with her words and actions, always mindful of propriety, ensuring not to disappoint her elders' kindness. After years of carefulness, she found herself in a new abode, where she needed to remain vigilant. Feeling somewhat weary, she bathed and changed after dinner, then settled into bed. Sleep eluded her. She asked Ningxia to place a lamp by her bedside, so she could read for a while. The previous night, the prince had stayed with her, and she presumed he would not return today. Ningxia sat beside her, working on some embroidery. She was nearing completion of a belliband. The intimate garments Yang Yu wore had all been sewn by herself and her maid, stitch by careful stitch. However, staring at the needle for too long often gave her headaches. A moment's distraction could result in a prick to her finger, so she had refrained from much sewing in recent years. After a few more stitches, Ningxia examined her work closely under the light. This design is indeed exquisite. It took 18 days to embroider. Miss, shall I see how it fits you? If it does not, I can make adjustments. Yang Yu took a look and found the design indeed charming, featuring an entire depiction of peonies, with each stitch meticulously crafted. Knowing her mistress had delicate skin, Ningxia understood that coarser threads would be uncomfortable, thus requiring more care in her work. Just as Ningxia began to help Yang Yu remove the garment she wore, footsteps echoed from outside, and a figure entered the room. The sudden presence of a man startled Ningxia nearly to death. It took her a moment to realize it was her own master. Xiao Qingji was indeed strikingly handsome. One could scarcely find another man in the capital who surpassed him in beauty. Yet, his commanding presence was formidable, and it did not evoke a welcoming aura. His piercing hawk-like gaze swept over her, making one feel compelled to kneel before him. He was not the type of gentleman who exuded warmth and approachability. The maids and servants accompanying Yang Yu all harbored a sense of trepidation towards him. Ningxia quickly helped Yang Yu don her clothing again, bowed respectfully, and exited with her sewing basket. Yang Yu rose from the bed and greeted Xiao Qingji with a slight bow. What brings you here, Your Highness? His tone was frosty. I happened to pass by and wanted to see if you were still asleep. Yang Yu found herself at a loss for words. On her first day of marriage, she had inadvertently overslept, leaving her husband with an impression of her as a slothful bride. She felt a profound sense of frustration with nowhere to direct it. Yet, there was truth in what Xiao Qingji said. They were not familiar with one another. In all honesty, they were quite unfamiliar. Today marked only the second day of their official acquaintance. Yang Yu struggled to decipher the prince's temperament and pondered. Several concubines are scheduled to pay their respects to me today, but I did not admit them. Is there one among them you favor? I shall ensure I attend to her. Her notion of attending to was sincere. As long as they did not cause her trouble, she had the capacity to be accommodating. However, Xiao Qingji misinterpreted her words. Having presided over the Ministry of Justice for years with an iron fist, he understood that if he were to favor any individual or case, that person would not see the dawn of the next day. He scrutinized Yang Yu, surprised to discover her possessiveness. She seemed intent on eliminating any competitors for his affections. While he had no desire to eliminate these women, he would not stand in her way if she chose to act against them. I like them all. Yang Yu was taken aback, realizing that the Prince Jean was quite the philanderer. No wonder he was indifferent toward her yet insisted on consummating their marriage. Xiao Qingji stepped closer, towering over her and exuding an overwhelming presence. Yang Yu, frightened, instinctively took 2 steps back. Before she could retreat further, he pressed a hand on her shoulder. His sharp, elongated gaze bore into her. Miss Wen, what is this? Are you unable to assist your husband in changing? Yang Yu. She had never served anyone before. The sash was made from rhinoceros horn, intricately carved into the shape of a lion's head, and she found herself at a loss on how to untie it, her small hands fidgeting awkwardly at his waist. Xiao Qingji observed her with a bemused expression. A delicate fragrance enveloped her, though he could not pinpoint its source. He speculated that she might have used some enticing scent to allure him, for after years of restraint, he could not fathom why he found it difficult to maintain his composure in her presence. Curious, Yang Yu wondered why this particular clasp was so stubbornly fastened. After watching her struggle with the knot, Xiao Qingji took hold of her hand. What are you dawdling for? Chapter 19. Marriage. Yang Yu said, Your Highness, I apologize, but I cannot decipher. Xiao Qingji closed his eyes, exerting a significant force in his hands, and the hook was instantly released. He truly felt that Yang Yu's words on their wedding night, I will do as you say, I will serve you well, whatever you say goes, were nothing but falsehoods. All of it was a fade. This little ancestor had been raised by the Cher family into a mere wastrel. Despite being utterly inept, she still dared to speak so brazenly in his presence. Yang Yu removed his clothing and placed the jade pendant, fragrant sachet, dagger, and finger stole on the tray. Feeling slightly embarrassed by her earlier performance, she urged Xiao Qingji to retire for the night. Surely, a good night's sleep would help him forget. Xiao Qingji scoffed. So early, do you think I can fall asleep? What was his purpose for coming here? Could she not guess? How could she still be dressed so alluringly, enticing him? At this moment, Yang Yu finally recalled, I had the maid stew peach gum and white fungus soup. I will bring it for you to taste. She instructed Ruidong to serve it. The soup was still warm, freshly taken from the fire, as she had anticipated that she might feel hungry before sleep and had prepared it specially. Yang Yu graciously presented the bowl to Xiao Qingji, scooping a spoonful to feed him. Xiao Qingji wore a sullen expression, refusing to eat. Yang Yu hurriedly encouraged him, Your Highness, I assure you, it is quite delicious. Xiao Qingji coldly retorted, Do you wish to scold me? Yang Yu suddenly realized it was still steaming and indeed quite hot. She set it aside to cool. The two were not yet familiar with one another and had little to converse about. Xiao Qingji casually picked up a book that Yang Yu had placed beside the bed and glanced through it, only to discover a pink bellaband nearby. He looked at the garment, then at Yang Yu, lost in thought as she stirred the soup. Yang Yu waited for it to cool. The room was equipped with several ice basins, making it relatively comfortable. After a while, the soup had indeed cooled considerably. Yang Yu sampled it and found the flavor quite pleasing. Absently, she finished it without realizing. When she lifted her gaze, she met Xiao Qingji's elongated eyes. Yang Yu then glanced at the empty celadon bowl in her hands. Xiao Qingji was genuinely amused by her actions. Are you intentionally teasing me? Yang Yu had no such intention. She was still unaccustomed to the notion of being married. Having been lost in her thoughts, she had unknowingly consumed the soup before her. However, seeing the disapproval in the Crown Prince's gaze, Yang Yu was at a loss for words. I will have the maid bring more. No need, Xiao Qingji replied curtly, having little appetite for such fare. Yang Yu instructed the maid to bring 2 cups of tea. As evening fell, she worried that drinking tea might hinder her sleep, so she requested the fragrant pearl orchid tea, which she had brought from Ling City. The Xiao family possessed a 400-year-old orchid tree, and the pearls produced each year were primarily crafted into tea. The finest old bamboo was used to create the tea base, infused with pearl orchids and mint, resulting in a refreshing taste that cleared the mind and alleviated the summer's heat. While sipping her tea, Yang Yu began to feel drowsy. After tasting half a cup and contemplating her visit to the palace the following day, she retired to bed. Xiao Chengji, aware that she was still unwell from the previous day's events, extinguished the light on his side. Outside, the matron, Mama Deng, and a few others were filled with curiosity. They were servants of the Qin Wangfu and were not familiar with the maids and matrons brought by the princess. Previously, before the princess's marriage, everyone understood the dynamics of the household. The crown prince rarely visited the courtyards of his concubines and was even too indifferent to converse with them. The previous night's events, where the crown prince stayed with the princess, had astonished them, and his return today was akin to the sun rising in the west. Mama Deng murmured, "Change is upon us." Indeed, change is upon us. The Qin Wangfu had never had a female master, now they finally had a mistress, and significant transformations were surely forthcoming. The maids, though aware of numerous shortcomings in the household, had little say in front of the crown prince. With the arrival of the princess, everything was bound to change. Outside, the stout and tall eunuch, Hua Har, a trusted aide of Xiao Chengji, had served him faithfully for many years, adept handling affairs with unwavering loyalty, thus enjoying a favored position. Hua Har squinted his eyes and smiled. "This marriage is a royal decree. Your Highness has come of age and must show the Emperor due respect. Mark my words, once the novelty wears off in a couple of days, to truly alter the status quo, one must possess the capability to do so." Hua Har commanded respect in public. As the saying goes, a minister's presence can overshadow minor officials, and being the most favored eunuch by the crown prince, his stature was equivalent to that of a third-rank official. Mama Deng, of course, dared not retort, smiling, Indeed, what you say is true, master." Without the disturbances from Xiao Chengji the previous night, Yang Yu, he needed to prepare for court by the 5th watch and had to get ready in the dead of night to head to the palace. Yang Yu woke just past the hour of the rabbit, and the maids busily prepared her clothing, jewelry, and grooming for her palace. She felt slightly weak upon rising and, lowering her head, ate a little. Ningxia held a comb, carefully arranging her hair. "Miss, which outfit will you wear?" At home, she often donned a fitted silk shirt and a light skirt, but when visiting the noble ladies in the palace, she needed to present herself differently. Yang Yu softly replied, "Since I've just married, wearing something too plain wouldn't be appropriate. That lotus petal red dress would be quite suitable." Understood. Yang Yu did not favor extravagant adornments, and with the Xiao family's long-standing principle of simplicity, she lacked an abundance of jewelry. Many pieces from her dowry were overly ostentatious and unsuitable for daily wear. She selected a set of red gold jewelry inlaid with bloodstone flowers and instructed Ningxia to assist her in putting them on. Before long, Bai Chun entered, announcing that the carriage was ready outside. The crown prince had sent someone to escort Yang Yu to the palace. Upon stepping outside, Yang Yu saw a senior eunuch standing before the carriage. Hua Har bowed to Yang Yu. "Princess, please board the carriage, the prince awaits you in the palace." This was Hua Har's first encounter with Yang Yu. He dared not look directly at her, stealing a glance instead, and instantly understood why the crown prince had spent 2 consecutive nights in the princess's chamber. Even the most valiant heroes find it difficult to resist the allure of beauty. While there were many beautiful women in the capital, none could rival the exquisite grace of Miss Wen from the Wen family. It would indeed be strange if the crown prince did not choose to spend his nights in her presence. Chapter 20, Marriage. The emperor is currently in the Xinjing Hall, and Yang Yu is somewhat anxious about this audience with his majesty. To her, the empress and the empress dowager are secondary. It is the emperor who wields the power of life and death. Once she steps through the palace gates, she is plunged into a world of endless strife within these towering walls. The Xiao family, having once followed Taizong in conquest, established military merit in their early years, and subsequently became a lineage of scholars. To the outside world, they are regarded as a family of literary prestige, yet within the confines of their residence, conflicts are inevitable. Beneath the serene surface of a clear pond lies a bottomless abyss. The struggle for fame and fortune has led to death and tragedy. In royal families, the most coveted position is that of the crown prince, one person below the emperor, yet above all others. As the future ruler poised to govern the realm, the ensuing conflicts can only intensify, and the bloodshed will be all the more severe. Upon entering the palace, Yang Yu supports herself with the hands of her maidservants, allowing only Ruidong and Ningxia to accompany her, while Hua leads the way. Soon, she spots the towering figure of Xiaoqingji. Yan Yu bows respectfully, addressing him, Your Highness. Xiaoqingji nods in acknowledgement. Proceed. The emperor has just dismissed the ministers and is about to partake in breakfast. However, as the Qin Wang is his own son, there is no need for excessive formality. He allows them to enter directly. Yan Yu follows Xiaoqingji to pay her respects to the emperor. While Xiaoqingji does not kneel, Yan Yu dares not follow suit and performs a deep bow before the emperor. Emperor Jinxing is somewhat surprised that he had presumed that the young lady from the Duke of Xingguo's household would either be frail and lackluster or, as Xiaoqingji had previously described, plain and unadorned, given his remarks about her being a bookish girl. Instead, he finds her to be a delicate and vibrant beauty. He casts a glance at Xiaoqingji, feeling somewhat speechless. Previously, Emperor Jinxing had genuinely believed his son to be disinterested in matters of the heart. However, it appears that the young man is rather discerning, choosing not to associate with anyone who is not exceptionally beautiful. The emperor states, Qin Wangfei, you may rise. Are you well accustomed to life at the Qin Wangfu? Yan Yu replies softly, Thank you, Father Emperor, for your concern. I'm doing well at the Wangfu. The emperor nods. Yuer, the Qin Wangfei is significantly younger than you and has few relatives at home. Do not bully her in the future. Xiaoqingji's tone remains indifferent. He understood. The emperor smiles. They are quite learned, Qin Wangfei. Your uncles have taught them well. I have not seen them in many years. How are they faring? What is the condition of the officials and commoners in Lingcheng? Yang Yu responds, Before departing from Lingcheng, I made a point to pay my respects to my two uncles. They are in good health and specifically instructed me to serve you well after my marriage, in gratitude for your care of the Wen and Xiao families. While I was in Lingcheng, I mostly remained in the inner courtyard, only seeing my uncles during festivals, so I am not well informed about the officials' and commoners' conditions. However, the matriarch of the family has mentioned that Lingcheng has been prosperous and bustling in recent years, free from natural disasters or warfare, and she often expresses her gratitude for the emperor's benevolence. The emperor looks at Yan Yu with approval. Indeed, Qin Wangfei, you should manage the Wangfu diligently. Should there be any matters in the future, feel free to send someone to seek my assistance. Yes. The emperor continues, Yuer, regarding that case in the Ministry of Justice, remain here and elaborate further. Wahar, take the Wangfei to pay respects to the empress and the empress dowager. Wahar responds affirmatively, yes. Just as Yang Yu departs, Xiaoqingji remarks, the matter of the violent altercation has been resolved. Father Emperor wishes to see the case files, and I will have someone deliver them. There are aspects I am unclear about, please elaborate on the process of solving the case. Xiaoqingji recounts the events in detail. After he finishes, the emperor states, the Wen family's daughter is commendable, the Xiao family has raised her well. Now that you are married, do not meddle excessively, prioritize having a few children early on. Noticing the emperor broaching this topic once more, Xiaoqingji prepares to leave. Are you off to see the empress dowager? The emperor snorts dismissively, stay here and attend to matters. Xiaoqingji replies, it is the Wangfei's first audience with her. She is likely to devise some difficulties. One must consider the master when dealing with the dog, especially since she is my Wangfei. I wish to ensure her well-being. The Qin Wangfei knows how to navigate such situations better than you. Your presence will only complicate matters. The emperor admonishes, Yuer, how many hidden grievances have you endured over the years? Have you learned nothing? A gentleman's demeanor can be both grand and humble, a husband's ambition can be both yielding and assertive. It is better to be a shattered jade than to remain whole like a tile, otherwise, you will suffer an early downfall. Xiaoqingji's expression grows cold, and though words rise to his lips, he recognizes the potential for insubordination and disrespect yet speaks out, Father Emperor, I am not like you. Regardless of my feelings, so long as she is my Wangfei, I shall protect her in this role. In Shokang Palace, Empress Dowager Jing sits cheerfully at the head. Quickly, Manqing, bring the Qin Wangfei forward so I may have a look. Mama Zhao promptly assists Yang Yu to the Empress Dowager's side. Jing Empress Dowager takes Yang Yu's small hand, her face beaming like a chrysanthemum, her cloudy eyes surveying her. Look at this girl, how beautiful she is, more lovely than the former Bai Guifei. Below, Empress Jing's eyes flash with a hint of disdain and resentment upon hearing this. Wei Ruxuan, beside her, stares in disbelief, unable to reconcile this with the image of the pitiful sickly girl she had envisioned. Jing Empress Dowager appears exceedingly fond of Yang Yu, inviting her to sit beside her. Good girl, marrying the Qin Wang is indeed a bit of a That child, alas, he has always been cruel and unkind, a veritable demon, spoiled by the emperor. If you encounter any grievances in the future, do not hesitate to tell me. I shall advocate for you. Yang Yu smiles. If I ever face any grievances, I would never dare to conceal them from you, Your Highness. While His Highness Qin Wang may be somewhat aloof, he is, in truth, a man of gentle nature. Marrying him is indeed a blessing for me. How could I possibly have any grievances? Jing Empress Dowager's eyes narrow with amusement. Har, very well, if you and your husband maintain a harmonious relationship, it will bring me great joy. Yang Yu responds, thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Jing Empress Dowager's smile gradually fades. Qin Wangfei, your constitution is rather frail. The most crucial aspect of the royal family is offspring. This year, I must see children in the Qin Wangfu, whether they are born to you or the concubines, there must be several. Otherwise, your position as the primary wife will be deemed unworthy. Yang Yu nods with a smile. Indeed, Your Highness speaks true. I shall endeavor wholeheartedly. From the moment she entered, Yang Yu sensed that Jing Empress Dowager was not someone to be trifled with. Whether genuinely kind or feigned, anyone not aligned with the Qin Wangfu must tread carefully. Regarding the matter of children, regardless of whether it can be achieved, she must comply with the Empress Dowager's wishes and avoid giving her the opportunity to make a fuss. As for the outcome, that can be addressed in due course. Chapter 21. Entering the palace, Empress Dowager Zheng grasped Yang Yu's hand and exchanged a few words with her, just as several concubines entered to pay their respects. Upon seeing them, Empress Zheng's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain. Over the years, the inner court had welcomed many new faces, young, beautiful, and talented, rendering the earlier arrivals like mere fish eyes in comparison. Among them, the highest ranking was Consort Luo, the mother of the seventh prince, Xiao Chirui, who had spent years currying favor with both Empress Jing and Empress Dowager Jing. As Consort Luo lifted her gaze and spotted Yang Yu, she smiled and remarked, oh, who might this enchanting presence be in the presence of the Empress Dowager? Empress Dowager Jing patted Yang Yu's hand and introduced her, saying, this is the Princess Consort of Qin. Yang, this is the esteemed Consort Luo, mother of the seventh prince. Yang Yu offered a respectful bow. Seeing Empress Dowager Jing in good spirits today, Consort Luo's eyes glinted with calculation as she continued, what a stunning beauty we have here. The Prince of Qin is indeed fortunate. However, before she could finish her thought, she noticed Empress Jing's expression darkening. Empress Jing harbored a profound aversion to these cunning women, finding them utterly Consort Luo had spent more time in Empress Jing's presence than in that of the Empress Dowager, and offending the former would certainly make her life quite unbearable. Yang Yu, though young and raised outside the palace, was not devoid of intelligence. She had grown up without parental guidance, which left her somewhat naive. Consort Luo thought she could easily manipulate her to curry favor with the Empress. As for the Empress Dowager, who would believe she truly favored the Princess Consort of Qin? Consort Luo continued, I have heard that the Princess Consort of Qin is in poor health. You must take good care of yourself. The Prince of Qin is fearsome, even the spirits fear him. It may be for the best that you have married him, for he cannot be easily harmed. Yang Yu's smile gradually faded as she turned to Consort Luo and asked, Consort Luo, I am but a child and do not understand much. What do you mean by that? Taken aback by her directness, Consort Luo felt a pang of embarrassment and replied with a forced smile, what could it mean? I merely heard such things from outsiders and thought there might be some truth to them. Yang Yu curled her lips in a cold smile and retorted, if we follow Consort Luo's reasoning, I should not have been born at all. If I had never come into this world, the Kang Kingdom would not have waged war against our Wei Kingdom for 100 years, would they? I shall go to the Emperor and request a length of white silk to end my life. If I die, none of this will matter. Consort Luo was taken aback by Yang Yu's boldness and quickly panicked. What are you saying? Such talk of life and death before the Empress Dowager is utterly inappropriate. You cannot let the Emperor hear such things. Empress Dowager Jing furrowed her brow. What are you listening to down there? They may speak as they please, but you, the master, dare to believe them. We shall see to it that those who gossip are silenced. Consort Luo nodded repeatedly. Yes, you are right, Empress Dowager. At that moment, Xiao Qingji entered the room. No one had anticipated his arrival, as it was well known that he rarely sought the Empress Dowager's audience, maintaining a strained relationship with the Jing family. Empress Dowager Jing narrowed her eyes slightly and lightly tapped the large gem on her ornate brooch. Prince of Qin, how rare it is to see you here. I thought you would not come, considering you are the one royal who seems to regard filial piety with such disdain. The concept of filial piety carried significant weight. In the Wei dynasty, to label someone as unfilial could lead to much gossip and scandal. Xiao Qingji had always been formidable, never shying away from the power held by the Empress Dowager. Yet, out of respect for her position as the elder and mother of the current emperor, he maintained a demeanor of deference. Yang Yu was startled by the Empress Dowager's words. Though she had not known Xiao Qingji long, she could tell he was not one to bow his head easily. Meanwhile, Yang Yu, ever adaptable, had learned over the years to navigate the complexities of court life. Before Xiao Qingji could speak, Yang Yu smiled and approached, taking his hand and bowing to Empress Dowager Jing. Your words are too severe, Empress Dowager. It is not that His Highness does not wish to visit. Rather, he is simply too occupied with state affairs. Just yesterday, he lamented the burdens of the Ministry of Justice, stating he lacked the time to pay his respects to his royal grandmother and asked me to do so on his behalf. I will accompany you in the future. Should you have any grievances against His Highness, feel free to direct them at me. Xiao Qingji glanced at Yang Yu, following her lead. In response to the Empress Dowager, there have been several significant cases at the Ministry of Justice recently, and I have also taken on duties at the Ministry of War, making it impossible for me to pay my respects to the inner palace. Empress Dowager Jing had intended to provoke Xiao Qingji and feign illness to summon the emperor, but Yang Yu's timely intervention diffused the situation. With a forced smile, Empress Dowager Jing commanded, "Provide seats and tea." As Xiao Qingji took his seat, Yang Yu chose not to approach Empress Dowager Jing again, but instead sat beside him. Consort Luo, eager to redeem herself after her earlier blunder, seized the opportunity as everyone sipped tea and remarked, "Oh dear, look at that, the Prince of Qin has indeed married a sharp-tongued princess, capable of reasoning her way through any conversation." Xiao Qingji shot her a cold glance. Those who lack the sense to speak appropriately will naturally find my princess's words incisive. Consort Luo found herself rebuffed once more, and with neither the Empress nor the Empress Dowager supporting her, her spirits plummeted. Meanwhile, Wei Rushuan, seated beside Empress Jing, felt a twinge of resentment. She had been unable to follow the previous exchanges and found herself sidelined. Observing that everyone was engaging with Yang Yu, it was evident she was favored. Feeling overlooked, Wei Rushuan seethed at their disdain for a side consort, while they lavished attention on the principal consort. When she eventually became empress, she would ensure to reprimand these ingrates. Stealing another glance at the Prince of Qin, she found it hard to believe that this man, who appeared so cold and aloof, permitted Yang Yu to sit beside him. Was he not one to avoid the company of women? After a brief stay in Shokang Palace, Yang Yu excused herself. Feeling exhausted, she was generally reticent, and today she had spoken more than in the past fortnight. The social interactions within the palace proved far more taxing than conversing with others in her own residence. As Xiao Qingji walked ahead, Yang Yu hurried to catch up. "Your Highness, please wait for me. I plan to visit the Duke's residence shortly. Would you care to join me?" His long strides made him appear purposeful, while Yang Yu, akin to a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, struggled to keep pace. Suddenly, Xiao Qingji halted, and Yang Yu bumped into his back. Wincing as she rubbed her nose. He slowed his pace, saying, "I shall accompany you." Chapter 22, Entering the palace. As Yang Yu and Prince Qin departed, the concubines who had come to pay their respects dispersed, and Empress Jing also took Wei Rushuan away from the scene. Empress Dowager Jing slowly closed her eyes. She was indeed aging, her hair had turned white, and she was relying solely on her spirit to endure. Granny Zhao gently massaged the Empress Dowager's head, saying, "Your Majesty, would you like to rest on the bed for a while?" "The young lady from the Wen family is quite remarkable," remarked Empress Dowager Jing. "She reminds me of my own youth." Granny Zhao replied, "I have already inquired. The Wen girl has spent several years in the residence of the Duke of Anqing, and everyone from top to bottom in the household adores her. She was indeed raised by the old matron of the Duke's household, and additionally, she received guidance from Madame Jiang, who treats her like her own daughter. Without any blood ties, so many people treat her so well. This girl possesses uncommon abilities, her words and demeanor flawless, Empress Dowager Jing stated. The fifth prince has greatly disappointed me. Granny Zhao sighed. The fifth prince is simple and gentle in nature. He certainly needs a wise and formidable primary consort to guide him. If one were to consider suitability, the Wen girl is indeed the most fitting choice. Firstly, she is beautiful, and the fifth prince has a fondness for pretty women. He would be inclined to listen to her. Furthermore, she speaks appropriately and knows when to advance and retreat. It is rare to find someone who can remain composed in the presence of both the Empress and the Empress Dowager during her first visit to the palace. Even when Lady Luo deliberately created difficulties for her, she managed to counter them effectively. If the fifth prince had such a consort to pave the way for him, all his shortcomings could be compensated. Now, having been intercepted by the Emperor and brought to the residence of Prince Qin, where she has become the Princess of Qin, the thought filled Empress Dowager Zheng with increasing resentment. Prince Qin acts decisively and possesses a domineering vigor. He is indeed a person capable of great deeds. His only flaw lies in his excessive rigidity and lack of tact, which has offended many. Empress Dowager Jing continued, the Princess of Qin is clever and eloquent. In the future, she will be able to manage matters for him with her by his side. Prince Qin will be like a tiger with wings. Granny Zhao helped Empress Dowager Zheng to her feet. Such a person must not be allowed to remain. She should be removed at the earliest opportunity. Indeed. Empress Zheng was also on her way back to the palace with Wei Ruxuan. Today, Wei Ruxuan donned a light green dress, adorned only with a few simple pieces of jewelry, her makeup quite understated. It was evident that Empress Zheng was pleased with Wei Ruxuan's attire today. Wei Ruxuan, however, did not favor such an elderly style, but had no choice. After all, Empress Zheng was her mother-in-law, and she had to cater to her preferences. Throughout her life, Empress Zheng had despised women like Yang Yu, and meeting the Princess of Qin for the first time today left her feeling quite displeased. In contrast, she found Wei Ruxuan more to her liking. Empress Zheng glanced at Wei Ruxuan, relieved that the fifth prince had chosen a daughter from the Wei family. Yang Yu appeared to be a seductress, a harbinger of misfortune. If such a woman were to enter the household, how could the fifth prince possibly heed his mother's counsel? One could only fear that all his thoughts would be consumed by her. Serve the fifth prince well and strive to bear him a son as soon as possible, ensuring it happens before the Princess of Qin does, Empress Zheng stated matter-of-factly. Once you have a child, I will certainly persuade the Emperor to elevate you as the fifth prince's primary consort. Wei Ruxuan's eye sparkled instantly. The position of primary consort was indeed very appealing to her. Currently, she received little attention in the palace, the other concubines hardly glanced her way, and the Empress Dowager ignored her, simply because she was a secondary consort. If she were to be elevated, her status would change dramatically. Wei Ruxuan nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, mother, I will serve the fifth prince diligently and be attentive to you. I will follow your guidance, ensuring the fifth prince ascends smoothly to the throne. Empress Zheng's greatest hope in life was for the fifth prince to become the crown prince and eventually the emperor. Yet, Empress Dowager Zheng had never allowed anyone to mention this matter, forbidding even the slightest utterance. Hearing such words from Wei Ruxuan's lips brought Empress Zheng immense comfort. To be frank, when comparing Yang Yu and Wei Ruxuan, Empress Zheng found Wei Ruxuan to be far superior. The young lady from the Wen family resembled a cunning vixen, sharp-tongued and capable of twisting words to her advantage, truly a source of annoyance. Conversely, Wei Ruxuan lacked such seductive tactics. Her speech was auspicious and comforting, warming the hearts of those who listened. She took Wei Ruxuan's hand and moved forward, saying, "A Xianer, be obedient, and you shall have everything that is rightfully yours." The Xiao family also possessed the Duke of Anqing's residence, bestowed by the emperor, but initially, they had accompanied Yang Yu back and settled in here to tidy up the duke's household. In recent days, the emperor intended to keep the brothers Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanzhou in the capital. The Xiao family had cleaned the duke's residence meticulously, planning to return there after Miss Yang's visit. Today, as Yang Yu was set to return home, Madame Jiang had instructed the staff to prepare the residence in perfect order, ensuring the kitchen was ready with a variety of dishes to welcome the young lady and her husband. Seeing her so busy, Xiaohong couldn't help but remark, "It is unlikely that Prince Qin will accompany her. His usual arrogance suggests that our young lady will return alone, so there is no need for such elaborate preparations. And what of it if she returns alone? Even if she does, everything must be in order," Madame Jiang sighed. "Having raised her for 10 years, she is no different from our own daughter. I do not wish for her to endure any hardships. Were it not for Yang coming into our family, I might not have had any children at all. She has brought us good fortune." Xiaohong was not particularly superstitious, yet he had never contradicted Madame Jiang despite her repeated musings. Madame Jiang continued, "Have you written to Ling Cheng? We must bring the wives and children of Junliang and Juanzhou over." Under normal circumstances, when the two young masters remained in the capital, their wives would stay behind to serve their in-laws. However, in the case of the Xiao family, external social interactions were of greater importance. As Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanzhou were new arrivals in the capital, having their wives present would help them establish connections in the official circles. Xiaohong nodded, "I have already sent a letter. The old master and old matron should have seen it by now." As they conversed, a maid outside relayed the message that Prince Qin and the young lady had returned together. Xiaohong was taken aback that Prince Qin would indeed come. Hastily summoning his two brothers, Junliang and Juanzhou, Xiaohong and his two younger relatives quickly bowed and greeted Prince Qin, strolling together into the garden. Madame Jiang took Yang Yu's hand and led her inside to converse. Chapter 23, Entering the Palace. What is your impression of the King of Qin? Is he easy to get along with? Have you faced any grievances these past few days? Madame Jiang grasped Yang Yu's hand, her gaze lingering with earnest concern, a pang of sorrow welling within her. Truth be told, while Madame Jiang regarded Yang Yu as one of her own, she found it difficult to express. "If you are wronged, confide in your family, we shall support you." Having married into the royal family, regardless of the grievances Yang Yu might suffer at the hands of the king, the Xiao family dared not offer their backing. If the Duke of the State and his son were still alive, it would be a different matter. Alas, they were not. Understanding Madame Jiang's worries, Yang Yu gently shook her head. "I am well in the residence, aunt. Please do not fret too much." Madame Jiang wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "In a few days, I shall return home, but once I do, your elder sister-in-law and third sister-in-law will come to accompany your two cousins. Should any matters arise, let them assist you. They have experienced much and are thoughtful in their considerations." Yang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Madame Jiang scrutinized Yang Yu's appearance once more. Just days ago, Yang Yu was still a young maiden, and Madame Jiang vividly recalled her clad in a lilac dress, seated by the window engrossed in her reading, her inky tresses cascading over her shoulders, resembling a delicate painting of a noble woman. Now, Yang Yu's hair was elegantly styled, adorned with opulent jewelry, yet her features still bore a hint of youthful fragility, evoking a sense of pity. "Are there any concubines in the king's residence?" Madame Jiang inquired. "What are they like?" Yang Yu pondered briefly. "There are few, all bestowed by Her Majesty the Empress. I have not encountered them. As long as they do not cause trouble, it suffices to let them be. If the prince desires their company, so be it. I harbor no thoughts of rivalry." Madame Jiang nodded. "Do not confide in them. Who knows what intentions they may harbor? Your elder sister-in-law is a living example. If you do not seek to harm others, it is inevitable that someone may wish to harm you." Lady Luo, the wife of Xiao Junliang, was renowned for her magnanimity, treating her superiors with respect and her subordinates with kindness. Before her, there had been a concubine who bore a son. This concubine was typically proper and maintained an amicable relationship with Lady Luo, who regarded her as a sister. However, after Lady Luo became pregnant and lost her child at 5 months, a thorough investigation revealed that this seemingly well-behaved concubine was responsible. Lady Luo's child was lost at 5 months, leaving her health severely compromised, rendering her unable to bear children thereafter. Meanwhile, the concubine's son thrived, becoming increasingly capable and astute, destined to shoulder a significant portion of the family's responsibilities in the future. Hearing Madame Jiang's words, Yang Yu gently nodded. "Aunt, I shall remember your counsel." Madame Jiang patted her shoulder. "Good child, as we marry into noble households, one must steal their heart to survive. Entering the royal family, where interests are intricately entangled, demands even greater resolve. Should you sense any ominous signs, it is better to mistakenly harm another than to allow any harm to come to you. Yang Yu understood that Madame Jiang regarded her as her own flesh and blood, which was why she shared so many admonitions. Over the years, she had felt like a rootless reed, drifting from north to south and back again, without a true home. Now that she was married, she found herself living in another family, where every step and every word needed to be measured with caution. After lunch, feeling somewhat fatigued from the oppressive heat of recent days and having endured a fright from the Empress that morning, Yang Yu found it difficult to keep her eyes open and dozed off in Madame Jiang's embrace for a while. Shortly after noon, Xiao Qingji intended to return to the royal residence and inquired about Yang Yu's quarters, wishing to escort her back. Ruidong, fearing both the king of Qin and the eunuchs and guards surrounding him, hesitated when the chief eunuch, Huahar, approached. The princess is currently napping. Would it be wise to disturb her? She ventured. Huahar cast a disdainful glance at Ruidong. What else would you have us do? Shall we keep our lord waiting here? What audacity you possess! Seeing the king of Qin standing not far off in his dark, startled, she hurried inside to rouse Yang Yu from her slumber. Yang Yu had only just begun to doze, her mind still hazy. As she rubbed her eyes, Madame Jiang gently shook her shoulder. The prince wishes for you to return, Yang. You must hurry. Xiao Zui, fetch a damp cloth, and Ningxia, come assist in tidying your mistress's hair. The maidservants assisted Yang Yu as she stumbled out, still not fully awake. Huahar addressed Xiao Qingji. Your Highness, the horse is prepared, you may mount. Yang Yu peeked out from the edge of the carriage curtain. On such a sweltering afternoon, it must be quite uncomfortable for the prince to ride under the sun. It would be better to return by carriage. Huahar chuckled. Princess, His Highness is accustomed to riding and prefers it over the carriage. After all, during the hardships of battle on the frontier, he never complained. You need not concern yourself with this. Xiao Qingji gazed at the relentless sun overhead, acknowledging the discomfort of riding in its glare. He lifted the curtain and entered the carriage, still feeling drowsy. Yang Yu grasped the sleeve of Xiao Qingji. Wearing dark clothing in summer makes one susceptible to sunburn. You are layered in 3 garments. Riding in this heat, you might faint from heat stroke. Xiao Qingji felt her delicate hand squeeze his arm. Yang Yu, oblivious to the implications, retrieved a handkerchief from her sleeve. Having slept in a room filled with ice basins, she felt cool and refreshing, her garments chilled, and the handkerchief, soft and soothing. She pressed it to Xiao Qingji's face. Will you not attend the Ministry of Justice this afternoon? Suddenly, drowsy, she closed her eyes and resumed her nap. Xiao Qingji, finding her dozing in such a manner increasingly vexing, pulled her into his embrace. Sit still. Yang Yu's form felt as soft as if devoid of bone, enveloped in a fragrant rose scent. The moment he drew her close, a flicker of regret surged within him. Indeed, not long after, Yang Yu felt something poking her uncomfortably. His sword rested beside him, and she suspected he might be hiding another weapon, intentionally prodding her. With her eyes still closed, she reached out to explore Xiao Qingji's form. And the next instant, he grasped her small hand. His deep, husky voice resonated. Miss Wen, what are you attempting to do? Confused, Yang Yu blinked open her eyes. Xiao Qingji steadied her delicate shoulders, gently lifting her up. Sit properly. Yang Yu complied. Oh. Chapter 24. Entering the palace, Yang Yu found herself perplexed by the enigmatic nature of Xiao Qingji. If one were to label him as wicked, she could hardly deem him truly malevolent. Conversely, if one were to assert that he was virtuous, it would be inaccurate to classify him as a commendable person. Although her encounters with her cousins from the Xiao family had been infrequent, they always presented themselves with refined manners and eloquence, their discourse steeped in the elegance of poetry and propriety. Unlike Xiao Qingji, whose temperament remained inscrutable, leaving her utterly bewildered as to what misstep had incurred his ire, the carriage swiftly arrived at the Prince of Qin's residence. Xiao Qingji's demeanor gradually returned to normal. The menacing aura about him lessened as he descended from the carriage. Following suit, Yang Yu cautiously lifted the curtain. Before her maidservant could assist her in alighting, Xiao Qingji extended his hand to her. Hesitant, Yang Yu glanced at him, uncertain whether she might provoke his displeasure once more. After a moment's pause, she placed her hand within his grasp. He applied a gentle pull, guiding her down, yet she stumbled, falling into his embrace, quickly regaining her composure. At that moment, Wahar approached Xiao Qingji, stating, "Your Highness, you must return to the Ministry of Justice. Word has it that the culprit has been apprehended, and an interrogation is imminent." Xiao Qingji's hand gradually released its hold as he prepared to follow Wahar and his entourage. Yang Yu, brushing her fingers against his collar, remarked, "Your Highness should return to your quarters to refresh yourself and change your attire before departing." The heat of the day was oppressive, and having spent hours outdoors, a change of clothes was indeed warranted. Wahar chuckled, "A princess, the matters of the ministry are urgent. Please allow His Highness to proceed." Having grown up in the care of others, Yang Yu possessed an acute awareness of social dynamics. She discerned that the eunuch accompanying Xiao Qingji was not particularly amiable, having made several pointed remarks towards her. Understanding that one must consider the master when dealing with a dog, she realized that, yet, she was not one to passively accept such treatment. If even a mere servant could scowl at her, how could she navigate her existence within the royal household? However, it was equally unwise to unleash her temper directly. The eunuch, though deferential in demeanor, had not overtly expressed hostility. Should she confront him first, it would surely reflect poorly on her composure. Yang Yu smiled gently, "Do not presume I am unaware of the affairs of the court. I am quite cognizant of what may cause delays. As you serve as His Highness's personal attendant, do you not care for his well-being? What if he were to suffer from heat stroke? Even if His Highness possesses a robust constitution, he deserves proper care." As she spoke, she tugged at Xiao Qingji's sleeve. "Your Highness, can you not spare a moment for this?" Xiao Qingji cast a glance at Wahar. "This prince shall go later." Wahar, with a fawning smile, acquiesced, "As you wish." Xiao Qingji then followed Yang Yu back to her residence, Wanfu Courtyard. Yang Yu instructed her maidservants to prepare warm water and cloths, and she bent down to unfasten Xiao Qingji's belt. The clasp was not overly tight, and she easily undid it. Indeed, his undergarments were completely soaked. She felt the fabric and could not fathom how those in his service could be so negligent. In the sweltering summer heat, how could they dress him in such close-fitting attire that lacked breathability? After all, Xiao Qingji was a prince. Did his attendants lack even a modicum of discernment? As she measured his shoulder width, she softly inquired, "How many maidservants are there in your chambers?" Yang Yu lowered her gaze and smiled. "No wonder then, the eunuchs are rather inattentive, and I fear they may not care for you adequately." Although Xiao Qingji had grown up in luxury, his 2 years of military life had instilled in him a resilience, making him less finicky than the fifth prince, who was notoriously delicate about his preferences. He had grown accustomed to the service provided by the eunuchs, adapting to whatever manner they attended to him. After gauging his shoulder width, Yang Yu proceeded to measure his waist. Xiao Qingji grasped her hand. "What are you intending to do?" He had noticed her touch upon him. Being considerate of her feelings, he refrained from commenting, yet her actions escalated as she moved from his shoulder to his waist. Yang Yu withdrew her hand. "I intend to have the maidservants make a few garments for you. I must know your measurements." Xiao Qingji lowered his gaze upon her. "I will not wear garments made by your maidservants." Yang Yu replied dismissively, "Then I shall make them myself." Xiao Qingji said nothing further, permitting her to continue measuring his waist. After taking the measurements, Yang Yu felt satisfied. The warm water and cloths were now ready, yet she felt somewhat awkward about removing his undergarments to cleanse him. She contemplated sending someone in to assist. Xiao Qingji's expression darkened, ordering Yang Yu to leave and denying entry to anyone else. Yang Yu took the opportunity to enjoy some tea outside, allowing herself a moment of respite. Wahar remained outside, and she called him over, inquiring about his name. Upon hearing his response, she remarked, "That is indeed an unusual name." Wahar chuckled. "I was given that name by the chief eunuch when I entered the palace as a child, and it has remained with me these many years." Yang Yu nodded, returning to her tea and choosing not to engage further. Wahar observed her with a hint of wariness. He had not anticipated that the new princess of Qin would be so strikingly beautiful. Any compliment bestowed upon her would be an understatement. Yet, her demeanor was undeniably frosty. Despite her outwardly gentle appearance, she possessed an interior as impenetrable as the depths of winter, rendering her inscrutable. Before long, Xiao Qingji emerged from within. Yan Yu set down her tea, stepping forward to adjust his crown. "It is getting late, your highness should make your way." Xiao Qingji glanced at the teacup beside him. Yan Yu had prepared a refreshing herbal tea, which she handed to him. Watching as he drank, she retrieved the cup afterward. Once Xiao Qingji had departed the chamber, Yan Yu finally exhaled in relief. It was no wonder the young ladies of the Xiao family were reluctant to marry. They spoke of the burdens of tending to a husband, managing in-laws, and caring for younger sisters, all while juggling the myriad responsibilities of household management. Yan Yu, having married into royalty, was spared the daily encounters with in-laws, as her sisters-in-law resided within the palace. Yet, merely contending with this indifferent husband demanded all her wits and efforts, as if no matter her actions, he remained perpetually displeased. After a brief moment of contemplation upon the couch, Yan Yu instructed Bai Chun, "Go fetch a bolt of Yunji silk and 2 bolts of Huiyuan brocade." Although Bai Chun felt a twinge of confusion, she obediently complied. Chapter 25. Entering the palace. Yan Yu had not threaded a needle in quite some time, and thus felt somewhat out of practice. Fortunately, the several maids by her side were skillful and adept, and by the time sleep beckoned, they had crafted a piece of inner clothing for her. Uncertain whether it would fit, she prepared for bed early that night. As Xiao Qingji had not yet returned, rumor had it that a grave incident had occurred in the capital. A flower thief had sullied the virtue of numerous young girls, leaving families with daughters in a state of unease. The perpetrator possessed some martial skill, and it had taken the authorities a considerable time to apprehend him, with his capture occurring just yesterday. Whispers suggested that this flower thief had an extraordinary background, causing various factions to stir unrest. Unless Xiao Qingji chose to discuss matters concerning the court, Yan Yu did not inquire further. These past few days had been consumed with sewing. Whenever she grew weary, she would rest in her chamber or take a leisurely stroll. The marriage between Yan Yu and the Prince of Qin had been concluded, and Xiaohang and his wife. When they departed, Yan Yu made a point to see them off, accompanying them all the way to the city gates. She was uncertain when she would next meet her uncle and aunt. With the vast distance of thousands of miles separating them, it was often the case that a reunion would be a distant hope. She recalled her first visit to the Xiao residence in her youth, when the matriarch Jiang had cradled her in her arms, encouraging her to regard the Anqing Marquis's residence as her own home. How swiftly the years had passed. Xiaohang was hesitant to allow Yan Yu to see them off for too long, and with a respectful bow, he urged, "The morning winds are quite strong, and given the frailty of the princess, it would be best for her to return and rest." During her time at the Xiao household, he had been her uncle, and now that she was the princess, Xiaohang adhered strictly to the proprieties, treating her with the utmost courtesy. Wiping away her tears, Yan Yu implored, "Once you reach Ling City, do be sure to write to me." "Yeah." "Of course," Xiaohang replied, promptly instructing, "Should she have any requests in the future, you must attend to them without fail." As Yan Yu watched the carriage of the Xiao family recede into the distance, she finally boarded her own carriage. By the time she arrived back at the Prince of Qin's residence, the sun had already risen high in the sky. Xiao Qingji had just returned from court and made his way to the Zhangfeng pavilion. In the kitchens of the manor, preparations for breakfast were underway. Each courtyard had its own attendants and maidens, and the requirements of the prince and the princess of Wanfu Garden varied significantly. Yan Yu had a penchant for sweeter dishes with a lighter taste. She seldom indulged in rich meats, and her breakfast was typically composed of delicate seasonal vegetables, sweet congee, and exquisite pastries. In contrast, the Prince of Qin's meals certainly included meat, predominantly venison and lamb, prepared in a myriad of styles, much like her experiences in the palace. As for the attendants in each courtyard, their demands were manifold. These individuals had been bestowed upon the prince by the Empress Dowager, and although their status was lowly, the prince paid them no heed, yet the Empress Dowager held considerable influence. Over the years, the Zheng family had flourished, and the Empress Dowager had rarely failed in her endeavors. Consequently, the kitchen staff dared not offend those who had been favored by her. The emperor had gifted Yan Yu a quantity of bird's nest, and for the past few days, she had been consuming a bowl of stewed bird's nest each morning. This particular morning, however, Yan Yu lacked an appetite upon her return, and her maid instructed that the bowl of bird's nest be set aside until the princess awoke. Among the few attendants in the courtyard, the Qian family had the closest ties to the Empress Dowager, often relaying information to her. Qian was well aware of the prince's disdain for her. She and her companions had been thrust upon him by the Empress Dowager, akin to a relentless crop of chives. No matter how many were cut down, more would sprout in their place, for the Empress Dowager would always have an abundance of followers. However, should the prince accumulate too much blood on his hands, his reputation would swiftly tarnish. Even now, whispers circulated outside that painted him as brutal and merciless, prone to indiscriminate slaughter. The Empress Dowager's rationale was all too sound. What prince lacked an entourage of women? Was it to be assumed that the Prince of Qin had an unusual penchant for youthful boys? In all honesty, the Empress Dowager possessed a remarkable tongue, and her ability to incite disgust was formidable. She could always reduce the prince to silence, forcing him to accept her arrangements with a pinched nose. After all, even the emperor had to regard her with a measure of respect, while the prince had not yet secured the title of crown prince. If he were to confine a few women to his quarters, the Empress Dowager would not hesitate to tarnish his reputation with accusations of lechery. With the support of the Empress Dowager, Qian flourished in the prince's residence, leading her to adopt an arrogant demeanor, treating others with disdain. She was known for her competitive nature, always desiring the best of everything, and demanding an abundance of poultry and fish from the kitchen. The kitchen of the Prince of Qin was undoubtedly well stocked with delicacies, and accommodating a few additional guests posed no challenge. The Empress Dowager sought to test the character of the prince's consort, wondering if this particular fruit could indeed be squeezed. Now, Qian had become the one to squeeze. She often visited the kitchen, and upon doing so, her eyes fell upon the bird's nest reserved for the princess. Even within the palace, the supply of bird's nest was limited. Only those of high rank were entitled to partake in such delicacies, while the majority were left with the common white variety. Qian insisted that her health had been poor of late and that she required. The kitchen steward, however, declined her request, stating, "This is the princess's portion, she will require it upon awakening." "I refuse to believe that the princess is so stingy," Qian retorted, pouting. Surely, out of respect for the Empress Dowager, the princess would not deny her. The steward found himself in a difficult position. Generally, only women of significant rank or high-status consorts were permitted to speak on equal terms with the Empress Dowager. Yet, on the 17th of each month, the Empress Dowager summoned Qian to the palace for a discussion. The Zheng family wielded immense power, and who would dare to offend the Empress Dowager lightly? Despite lacking the prince's affection, Qian remained haughty within the manor, largely due to this influence. The prince's consort had yet to reveal any disposition since entering the residence. However, given that both her father and brother had perished, the Duke of Zheng's household had been reduced to a mere shell, and she had no one in the capital to support her. Lacking familial connections made her endeavors considerably more arduous. The courtiers of the royal family were particularly fond of those with esteemed backgrounds. Moreover, a substantial amount of provisions had been prepared for delivery to Wanfu Garden, and the prince's consort might well forget about the bowl of bird's nest. Should she demand it, another could easily be prepared for her. The steward chose not to engage further with Qian, allowing her to take the bowl of bird's nest away. By midday, Bai Chun, the head maid of Wanfu Garden, arrived. The princess had awakened and desired sustenance. Upon inspecting the food box containing pear blossom white jade cake, RUEM cake, osmanthus milk custard, 3 delicacies of shark fin, and bamboo shoots with fern, she suddenly noted a missing item. How come it is not here? The steward replied, "We were unaware that the princess desired this. Shall we prepare it for her now?" "Preposterous, I saw you stewing it this morning, how can it be gone now?" The steward, exasperated, explained, "Lady Qian requested this dish. We could not refuse her, for she is favored by the Empress Dowager." Chapter 26. Entering the palace, Bai Chun's face flushed with indignation. "The Empress Dowager's gifts, they are mere concubines. We, the princess consort, are the true sovereigns of the Wang residence. How can you allow a mere maid to seize what rightfully belongs to the princess consort?" The steward of the kitchen, having witnessed many such intrigues, recalled the tumultuous times before the arrival of the princess consort, when those concubines often caused disturbances in the kitchen. Despite being favored by the Empress Dowager, internal strife brewed among them. with the closest to the dowager, Lady Qian, asserting dominance while the others engaged in petty rivalries. Bai Chun, still youthful and tender-faced, was perceived as easy to manipulate. The steward, smiling, reassured her, "Do not be vexed, miss, this time, keeping it from the princess consort is sufficient. With such an abundance of delicacies, she likely won't recall a single bowl of bird's nest. Next time, we shall certainly avoid repeating this blunder. As servants, we face enough challenges. Wouldn't it be better to accommodate one another? Who would dare offend the Empress Dowager?" Bai Chun, suppressing her anger, returned with the items. At this moment, Yang Yu had just awoken and was seated before the mirror, allowing Ningxia to style her hair. Yang Yu's hair, lustrous and beautiful, resembled wisps of smoke from a distance, cascading like dark clouds. A comb could glide through it effortlessly. Daily maintenance was indeed troublesome, requiring frequent washing, and as Ningxia combed it with rosewater, she proceeded meticulously. Bai Chun, unable to hide the truth from Yang Yu, recounted the happenings in the kitchen. Yang Yu selected a pearl hairpin from her jewelry box, lowering her gaze to examine it closely. The emperor had shown great affection for his son, the Prince of Qin, perhaps due to the palace's inherent dangers. Thus, at a tender age, he was granted permission to establish his own residence, with his own abode, free from the prying eyes of the palace and the burdensome constraints of courtly decorum. The Prince of Qin enjoyed a greater sense of freedom. Yet, the Empress Dowager kept a vigilant eye on him, ensuring that the women bestowed upon him, while ostensibly concubines, served as her eyes and ears, scrutinizing his every move. Presently, one audacious concubine dared to pilfer the princess consort's belongings. Without the Empress Dowager's instigation, she likely would not have had the audacity to do so. Yang Yu, newly arrived, wished to avoid escalating matters over a trivial morsel, lest unflattering rumors spread and become a source of mockery. However, should a concubine dare to overstep her bounds, it would render her life in the Wang residence unbearable. Today it was the bird's nest taken from her. Tomorrow, who could predict which would invade her quarters to seize her garments and jewels? She secured the hairpin in her hair and, gazing into the mirror, remarked, "Let us dine first." Meanwhile, Lady Qian savoured her meal with great delight. Given her status as a concubine in the Prince of Qin's residence, lacking favour, she had never experienced the prince's affection. Items like bird's nest and ginseng were far beyond her reach, let alone the prized blood bird's nest. Although the taste may not surpass that of poultry or fish, the satisfaction derived from the meal was undeniable. Having overeaten at noon, Lady Qian took a maidservant for a stroll to aid digestion, intending to visit another concubine's chambers for a chat. As she passed the Yingyu pavilion, Lady Qian spotted a lively gathering of 7 or 8 women within. Such a vibrant scene was rare in the Prince of Qin's residence, piquing her curiosity, and she approached with her maid in tow. Before she could draw near, a tall matron blocked her path. "The princess consort is taking respite in the pavilion. Which courtyard do you belong to?" Upon hearing that the princess consort was present, Lady Qian recalled her earlier misdeed of taking the princess consort's bird's nest. Fearing retribution after revealing her identity, she attempted to slip away. The matron nodded. "It is you, Lady Qian. Please kneel here and wait. I shall convey your greetings to the princess consort and see if she has any instructions." From a distance, Lady Qian glimpsed a woman in a crimson gown seated in the pavilion, flanked by several maidservants engaged in conversation. Though the distance obscured her features, the presence of the princess consort compelled Lady Qian to kneel. As instructed, the matron approached Yang Yu and relayed, "Princess consort, Lady Qian has passed by and wishes to pay her respects. Would you like her to join us for a conversation?" Yang Yu, threading a needle, allowed her lashes to flutter gently. "Kindly inform her that I am currently preoccupied, embroidering a flower. Once I have completed it, I shall summon her to speak." The matron nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall convey your message." The blue stone floor, heated by the blazing sun, rendered Lady Qian's thin garments inadequate. As she knelt, her knees burned painfully. When the matron finally returned, Lady Qian quickly inquired, "May I go in to greet the princess consort?" "The princess consort is busy embroidering and cannot converse with you at the moment," the matron replied with a smile. "Lady Qian, please remain here." I shall call you when the princess consort is ready to receive you. Lady Chen was left stunned. The sun blazed overhead, while the pavilion, set by the lake, offered a refreshing breeze. A shade shielded her from the sweltering heat. However, prolonged kneeling would surely become unbearable. She had initially anticipated a reprimand from the princess consort for her earlier transgression of stealing. In the extravagant yet subtly ostentatious capital, such pettiness would surely be met with derision for months. Yet, the princess consort made no mention of the incident, merely stating her intent to embroider, ordering Lady Chen to wait outside the pavilion. How could Lady Chen dare to defy her? Such a simple request, if disregarded, could lead to dire consequences. Half an hour passed, and Lady Chen's face turned crimson from the sun, her clothing damp with perspiration. Still, the princess consort showed no inclination to summon her. Another hour elapsed, and as dusk approached, the sun began to set. Lady Chen's knees were numb with pain when the matron finally emerged from the pavilion, announcing that the princess consort wished to speak with her. As Lady Chen rose, she stumbled and fell to the ground. The matron frowned. Lady Chen, you are to meet with the princess consort. You must maintain your composure. Struggling to her feet, Lady Chen approached. Yang Yu glanced at her embroidered handkerchief, then smiled gently at Lady Chen. It is indeed our first meeting. As we will be residing in the same household, feel free to express any desires regarding food or items. I understand you are favored by the Empress Dowager. There is no need for secrecy. Such actions are not only undignified but could also tarnish the Empress Dowager's reputation. I shall certainly assist you wherever possible. Chapter 27. Entering the palace, Qian, the maid, listened to her gentle tone and could not help but raise her head to glance at Yang Yu. Indeed, Yang Yu was exceptionally beautiful, possessing an ethereal charm that radiated a hint of delicate fragility. In truth, Yang Yu was indifferent to the bowl of bird's nest soup and the presence of so many people in the manor. As long as no one bullied her, she had no intention of asserting her will over others. Should anyone dare to challenge her, she would not merely weep and seek a man to avenge her. Jiang had long advised her that to survive in the inner quarters, one could not rely solely on men. One must possess the means to manage everything. After all, what would happen when one grew old and lost their beauty? Young and lovely girls would emerge one after another. Had Qian not provoked her from the outset, had she not actively sought to seize what belonged to Yang Yu, there would have been no issues at all. The grand estate of the Qin royal family was more than capable of supporting such a multitude. If everyone simply minded their own business, eating, drinking, and sleeping in peace, it would be far more agreeable. Although a concubine, Qian was still considered half a mistress, a position far superior to that of a servant attending to menial tasks. Yet, there were those who were unwilling to lead such a leisurely life, dragging Yang Yu down with them. After a refreshing afternoon breeze, Yang Yu returned home feeling somewhat drowsy after a light meal. Following her bath and change of clothes, she intended to retire to bed early. Unbeknownst to her, Qian was unable to sleep at all that night. Her knees ached, initially bruised and swollen. The pain persisted even after applying medicine. Although Qian hailed from a background of palace maids, her delicate figure had been cultivated through years of meticulous service before the late Empress Zheng, earning her a reputation for her exquisite beauty. The late Empress, recognizing her cleverness and good looks, had taken a fancy to her and gifted her to the Qin Wang. The Qin Wang was indeed handsome, unmatched in beauty among the court's officials and generals. Unlike the effete young lords popular in the capital, whose beauty was as fleeting as a gust of wind, the Qin Wang was both strikingly attractive and possessed a robust physique, excelling in both martial and scholarly pursuits. Yet, to be honest, such a captivating figure harbored a heart that was truly ruthless and unfeeling. Previously, Qian had been quite complacent, thinking herself favored by the Empress, believing that even if the Qin Wang despised her, he would not dare to harm her. After suffering punishment this time, she felt both resentment and fury, daring not to openly confront the Wang Fei again. To exact revenge for today's grievances, she could only rely on the Empress to intervene. It was rumored that turmoil had erupted in the court, with the notorious flower thief causing unrest among various households in the capital. Whispers suggested he had connections to the Jing family, engaging in nefarious deeds such as murder and arson. The current Duke of England was the younger brother of the late Empress Zheng, and the father of Empress Zheng. This flower thief, known as Liu Sai, was quite skilled, adept at killing with swiftness, and executed his deeds with discretion and method. He had harmed over a dozen unwed maidens. The court had invested considerable effort in capturing him. Xiao Qingji had set a trap for his trusted subordinates to apprehend him. The victims were all daughters of commoners, none of noble birth, and the Jing family still sought to him. The Ministry of Justice belonged to Xiao Qingji, making it nearly impossible to shield someone from his scrutiny. Liu Sai, a man of the underworld, was engaged in disgraceful activities that could not bear the light of day. During interrogation, he confessed to everything. Xiao Qingji sought to extract information regarding the Jing family from him, but despite the application of various tortures, Liu remained tight-lipped. As time dragged on, Xiao Qingji grew increasingly impatient, while the Jing family became more anxious. At last, Liu divulged a fragment of information, claiming he had killed the imperial envoy to Sinon the previous year. However, by nightfall, within the span of a single tea break, he unexpectedly. Following this incident, Xiao Qingji's mood soured for many consecutive days. Hua Har, trailing behind Xiao Qingji, remarked, "It seems the Ministry of Justice is not as impenetrable as it once was. I suspect the Jing family has embedded spies within." Xiao Qingji was acutely aware of this and had instructed his trusted aides to investigate the circumstances surrounding Liu Sai's demise. His long-standing enmity with the Duke of England made capturing such leverage a rare opportunity, now fleeting. He could not quell his anger without exacting revenge on this informant. As he made his way back to Zhangfeng Terrace, Xiao Qingji was suddenly drawn to soft whispers, turning to see a maid and her mistress in a nearby pavilion. He had not visited Yang Yu's quarters in several days, nearly forgetting he had a Wang Fei. That moment, the thought resurfaced. Xiao Qingji glanced at Yang Yu, inquiring, "What has the Wang Fei been occupied with these days?" Hua Har replied, "This. I am not certain. Ensure that the keys to the various storerooms and the accounts of the estate are entrusted to her." Hua Har was taken aback. For years, the Qin Wang had been without a Wang Fei, and with Xiao Qingji preoccupied with court affairs, it was Hua Har who managed the household. Hesitating, Hua Har voiced, "Your Highness, the Wang Fei is quite young and inexperienced. Handing over such a vast estate to her care, what if something were to happen? If any issues arise, I shall hold her accountable," Xiao Qingji retorted. Engaged daily in the affairs of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of War, he had never found a moment's respite. Observing Yang Yu's ease, he felt compelled to assign her some responsibilities. Hua Har, well aware of Xiao Qingji's temperament, understood that his commands were absolute. Those beneath him were expected to comply. To defy him would be to invite dire consequences. Previously, Hua Har had underestimated Yang Yu, assuming that the Qin Wang, indifferent to beauty, had taken her as mere decoration. Yet, witnessing the transfer of power to Yang Yu, Hua Har's dismissive attitude began to wane. "Very well, I shall deliver the keys to the Wang Fei shortly." Yang Yu and her entourage were oblivious to Xiao Qingji's presence. During this period, he had forgotten her, just as she had forgotten that the Wang was still in the manor. With the autumn wind rising, and news of the two sisters from the She family en route, expected to arrive in the capital in a fortnight, Yang Yu's heart brimmed with anticipation. To be honest, life in the Qin Wang's residence was quite dull, devoid of conversation. In her previous life at the She family, there had been sisters, a mother, and a grandmother. She had never felt such solitude. Tomorrow, she would enter the palace to pay her respects to Empress Sheng, who had been unwell. As juniors, it was their duty to visit frequently to express their filial piety. While life in the manor was monotonous, the palace was fraught with danger. Once women married into such families, their lives became a repetitive cycle. Hearing that they would enter the palace the next day, Ningxia expressed her concern. "The Empress does not seem very fond of you." Each time Yang Yu approached the Empress, the latter would display a disdainful demeanor. Sometimes, the words spoken by the Empress would leave Ningxia feeling sympathetic for her young mistress. Chapter 28. Entering the palace, Yang Yu was not overly concerned. Feeling wronged, it is a common occurrence for a new bride to endure the displeasure of her mother-in-law. From the very beginning, many have eagerly anticipated the misfortunes of Yang Yu, the Princess of Qin. She felt powerless against Empress Sheng. All she could do was adapt to the circumstances and respond to challenges as they arose. Yang Yu understood that as long as she did not err, ensuring her own integrity, Empress Sheng would be unable to truly manipulate her. However, there was something peculiar about the side consort Wei, who had initially pursued the fifth prince with fervor, seemingly deeply enamored. Yet upon encountering Yang Yu, the side consort was perpetually eager to trouble her. As Yang Yu contemplated the individuals within the palace, her steps gradually slowed. She had come aware of the challenging nature of court life, but experiencing it firsthand proved to be even more daunting than she had anticipated. Mama Deng, who had accompanied Yang Yu for many years, was well versed in the intricacies of palace life. Now, in the royal residence, she had adopted a more discreet approach, wary of giving Empress Shing any leverage against them. Speaking of which, you truly ought to attend to the prince properly and win his heart, Mama Deng whispered. Your foremost task in this royal courtyard is to capture this man's affections. Yang Yu recognized this truth. Having wed Xiao Qingji, it was only natural for her to fulfill her duties as a princess, yet, Xiao Qingji was as elusive as a dragon, rarely seen within the residence. Whenever she inquired about him, the answer was invariably that he was occupied with matters of the court. Given the numerous responsibilities he already bore, any further interference from Yang Yu would surely add to his burdens. She still recalled that Xiao Qingji harbored a slight aversion towards her, and she must avoid doing anything that might exacerbate his annoyance. As autumn arrived, the weather had not yet turned cool, and the evenings remained sweltering. After bathing and changing, Yang Yu sat on the couch, engrossed in a book, her mind eventually drifting away. She found herself longing for home. Specifically, she yearned for the Xiao family, though it was not truly her home. The Qin Wangfu could be considered her home now, yet after several days, she still struggled to acclimate. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside, and before she could react, Ningxi hurried in to whisper, "Miss, the prince has arrived." Yang Yu absent-minded. However, when it came to winning a man's heart, she felt utterly at a loss. The lessons imparted by Jiangxi primarily revolved around managing people. Neglecting this particular aspect, Xiao Qingji's temperament was capricious and aloof. At times, Yang Yu was unsure how to engage with him. As she rose from the couch, Xiao Qingji had already entered. Yang Yu promptly instructed the servants to prepare warm water for the prince's bath and change. She could sense that Xiao Qingji was not in the best of spirits today. Stepping forward, she helped him remove his outer robe and took off his golden crown. "It has been some time since I last saw your highness. Have you dined this evening, or would you care for something to eat?" Indeed, Xiao Qingji had not eaten much, and only upon her inquiry did he recall it. Yang Yu's eyes crinkled with a smile as she instructed the maid to fetch some food. Xiao Qingji was not fond of sweet dishes, and Yang Yu had yet to ascertain his preferences. The few pastries and soups she offered were scarcely touched. Yang Yu pondered, "Do these not appeal to your highness?" Xiao Qingji replied coolly, "Too sweet." As Yang Yu presented him with the milk jelly he had sampled only twice, she discerned no excessive sweetness. It was merely flavored with a hint of locust flower honey. Nevertheless, she knew he must not go to bed hungry. Recalling a jar of marinated quail and duck feet in her small kitchen, she instructed a maid to bring forth a plate, along with a stir-fried dish of mushrooms and chicken legs, and a bowl of noodles. This time, Xiao Qingji no longer expressed any fussiness and consumed everything prepared. Yang Yu was surprised to learn he preferred savory dishes over sweet ones, silently committing this detail to memory. After their dinner, Xiao Qingji instructed Huahar to provide her with the keys to the various storerooms and a few thick ledgers, stating that she would manage the affairs of the inner residence from now on. Yang Yu had not anticipated Xiao Qingji would place such trust in her. Hesitating, she said, "Your Highness, I lack experience in these matters. Perhaps I should learn alongside the steward first," gradually taking over. Given Xiao Qingji's generosity, she worried he might be testing her, looking for mistakes to chastise her later. The Qin Wangfu was vast. Any misstep could have serious consequences. Xiao Qingji regarded her with a steady gaze. Who is the master here, you or them? If you have questions, feel free to summon them for..." She lowered her head, perusing the personnel roster of the residence, realizing the sheer number of individuals within the Wangfu. Yet, the guards and servants in Xiao Qingji's courtyard were not included in this list, as they fell under his direct command. In truth, Yang Yu had never visited Xiao Qingji's quarters before. As he retired to bathe and change, Yang Yu prepared for him the new garments she had made during her recent days. When Xiao Qingji had merely mentioned the need for new clothes, she had taken it upon herself to create them. Women tended to be more meticulous, discerning the various fabrics with great care, far more so than the eunuchs surrounding him. Having lost his mother at a young age, and under the watchful eye of the Empress Dowager, the palace attendants dared not show him excessive concern, leading him to be less particular about his attire and provisions. Yang Yu approached to adjust his cuffs, asking, "Do they fit well?" Xiao Qingji remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yang Yu, his expression inscrutable. Yang Yu, accustomed to retiring early, felt fatigue wash over her. She had to enter the palace the following morning and found herself preoccupied with thoughts of managing the Wangfu, while also preparing to meet Empress Zheng. As her head met the pillow, she quickly drifted into slumber. Xiao Qingji, initially cheered by her gift of new clothes, found his mood dampened once more as he observed her fall asleep without a second thought. His expression grew cold again. He reached out, pulling Yang Yu into his embrace, one hand moving to unfasten her undergarment. Nestling her face against his chest, Yang Yu murmured softly, "Your Highness, I am so sleepy." Xiao Qingji lifted her chin with one hand. Yang Yu burrowed deeper into his embrace, planting a gentle kiss at the corner of his lips, silently pleading for him to refrain from further advances. She needed to be alert for her audience with the Empress the next day. Xiao Qingji touched the spot she had kissed, but refrained from any further actions. Chapter 29. Entering the palace, it was not that Yang Yu was unwilling to serve Xiao Qingji, rather, her experience during the wedding night left her with an unpleasant impression. Xiao Qingji had caused her considerable pain, and she feared further injury. Their physical disparity was somewhat pronounced, and given that Xiao Qingji was not exactly a gentle man, she harbored a lingering shadow of trepidation. Nevertheless, she resolved to endure it. On any day she chose not to enter the palace to pay her respects, she would leave Xiao Qingji to his own devices. Today was a day of rest, and when Yang Yu awoke in the morning, Xiao Qingji remained asleep beside her. She lay nestled in his embrace, her small face pressed against his chest. His torso was solid and muscular. Even through the fabric, she could discern the defined contours. In contrast, Yang Yu's figure was soft and delicate, and she found herself curious about the stark difference between them. Seizing the moment while Xiao Qingji's eyes were closed, she playfully caressed his chest a couple of times, finding the sensation surprisingly pleasant. Although he felt somewhat cold to the touch, his body radiated warmth. Yang Yu mused that if she were to strike him with her fist, it might create a resounding thud. As she indulged in these wondering thoughts, her hand was suddenly grasped. Xiao Qingji had not truly been asleep, with his usual schedule requiring him to rise at dawn for court. He was accustomed to waking early, even on days when he did not attend. Although he had woken up early today, he had no intention of leaving the bed. He slightly lifted his eyelashes, his eyes devoid of any discernible emotion, and inquired, "What are you doing?" Yang Yu's mind went blank in an instant. She stuttered, I, but could not articulate a coherent response. Xiao Qingji was not one to allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Whatever she had just done to him, he was determined to reciprocate in kind. While the barrier of clothing made it somewhat tolerable for Yang Yu, her face and ears flushed crimson, and even her neck began to radiate warmth. Seeing that Xiao Qingji did not release her hand, she hurriedly tried to push it away. They were still not that familiar, and such directness felt inappropriate. Once she had managed to push him away, Xiao Qingji rose from the bed, foregoing any further intentions. Yet, he could not deny that Yang Yu's form felt quite pleasant to the touch. Though her constitution was frail, the necessary softness in the right places was undeniably enticing. Yang Yu followed suit, descending from the bed to summon her maidservants to bring in tea, water, and towels. She wrung a damp cloth, intending to wipe Xiao Qingji's face, but he would not allow her to assist him, taking the cloth himself instead. When she attempted to help him dress, he again declined her assistance, swiftly donning his garments. Yang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment at his refusal, pondering whether the prince truly found her bothersome, to the extent of excluding her from such trivial tasks. Noticing her dazed expression, Xiao Qingji, perplexed by her thoughts, took the cloth from the maidservant and Xiao Qingji's grip was firm, and Yang Yu was unaccustomed to such assertive contact from a man. She instinctively recoiled. Your Highness, I can manage on my own. Yet her protest fell on deaf ears. Xiao Qingji was convinced that her earlier insistence on attending to him was a deliberate attempt to entice him. Wasn't she fond of serving others? He was more than capable of employing the same tactics, pinching her chin to wipe her face and summon. The maids and matrons in the room were filled with delight, astonished that the prince would so eagerly attend to their young lady. Lacking the strength to resist him, Yang Yu found herself entirely immobilized as he dressed her. Once he had adorned her in the elegant garments, he rested a single hand upon her slender waist. Her waist was so delicate that he feared he might inadvertently break her with the slightest pressure. Yang Yu struggled gently. "Let me go." Xiao Qingji regarded her in silence, before gesturing to his own face. With no other choice, she stood on tiptoe and bestowed a quick kiss upon him. Xiao Qingji, unabashed, behaved as if nothing were amiss in front of all the maidservants. Yang Yu felt a hint of embarrassment, yet she forced herself to appear composed, as if nothing had transpired. He had initially intended to stay and share a meal, but a messenger arrived, a young eunuch requesting Xiao Qingji to enter the palace, as the emperor wished for him to partake in breakfast there. Typically, such an invitation signified that the emperor intended to discuss matters of state. Rarely did they gather solely for a meal. It was usually to deliberate on governmental affairs. Xiao Qingji suspected the discussion would revolve around the case of Liu Sai's demise in the prison, and without delay, he followed the eunuch into the palace. Yang Yu instructed her maidservants to style her hair and apply her makeup. She had already discerned that Empress Xing despised young women parading in flamboyant attire before her. Yet, despite her efforts, the Empress continued to harbor disdain towards Yang Yu. The fifth prince and Prince Qin had always been at odds, and it was inevitable that one would meet their demise in the years to come. With the situation as it was, what more could Yang Yu do? She harbored a rebellious streak. Fully aware of the Empress's aversion to her adornment, she typically eschewed embellishment. Yet on this occasion, she chose to present herself in vibrant splendor. Yang Yu selected a pink peony. With her fair complexion, a light dusting of pink powder rendered her appearance radiant and full of vigor. Ningxia, admiring Yang Yu's reflection in the mirror, could not help but exclaim, "Miss, your complexion today is reminiscent of a ripe peach." Having tasted the silver ear and lotus seed soup that Ningxia had offered, Yang Yu prepared to enter the palace. Meanwhile, in Empress Xing's quarters, Wei Ruxuan, upon hearing of Yang Yu's impending arrival, hurriedly urged the fifth prince to return home. Xiao Jushan, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter? Am I not allowed to linger a while longer in Mother's palace?" Wei Ruxuan understood the allure of Yang Yu's face, knowing that Xiao Jushan would inevitably regret seeing her. She was determined to keep him from encountering Yang Yu, ensuring he would forever regard her as a frail and unattractive figure. "Fifth master, you ought to return and practice your calligraphy. Otherwise, when the emperor inquires about your studies, you will find yourself at a loss for words." She summoned a eunuch to accompany Xiao Jushan back, although he was still bewildered. To be frank, he was rather apprehensive of the emperor, as each time the emperor scrutinized his work, it filled him with trepidation. Chapter 30. Entering the palace after Xiao Jushan departed, Wei Ruxuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Despite marrying Xiao Jushan as a concubine, their relationship remained as intimate as ever. However, Wei Ruxuan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, for Xiao Jushan occasionally indulged in infidelity. She recalled that the book mentioned the fifth prince never touching any other concubines after his marriage. Yet, in reality, Xiao Jushan would often visit the chambers of other concubines. Unable to tear his gaze away from any attractive woman he encountered, Wei Ruxuan felt a deep sense of frustration, sensing that Xiao Jushan was not as exemplary as depicted in the stories. Nevertheless, all she truly desired was for Xiao Jushan to ultimately ascend to the throne. Her aspirations were not solely for him as a person, but rather for the position of empress. With the title of empress, she could finally hold her head high. Over the years, Empress Xing's health had been deteriorating. The dowager empress remarked that Xing's temperament was too small-minded, a product of her narrow heart. A woman who entered the palace and became empress ought to possess a greater capacity for tolerance. Without the ability to accommodate others, what purpose did it serve to be empress? The dowager empress's words held a grain of truth, for every time Empress Xing fell ill, it was due to her dissatisfaction with something. Recently, the emperor had taken a new favorite, a palace maid of striking beauty, tall and voluptuous, a newcomer assigned to Empress Xing's quarters from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Empress Xing could not abide the enchanting visage of this maid and refused to allow her to serve within her chambers, relegating her to labor under the scorching sun outside. Little did she know, while delivering something, she encountered the emperor, who took a fancy to her. After showering this maid with his favor, the emperor even bestowed upon her the title of Yin Beauty, granting her residence. Empress Jing could scarcely recall the last time the emperor had touched her. Since her entry into the palace, he had harbored disdain for her, leaving her with little conversation. Despite seeing some remnants of beauty when gazing into the mirror, she felt aged and withered, even more so than the dowager empress. The palace maid who toiled in her service had garnered the emperor's affections, while he preferred to dally with such a lowly creature instead of her. Empress Jing's heart brimmed with resentment. Lying in bed with her eyes wide open, she had gone 2 days without food or water, quickly becoming emaciated. Today, Xiao Jishan came to visit her. The arrival of her son brought her spirits up slightly, prompting her to eat a little. Now her only hope rested on Xiao Jishan. Her sole child, Wei Rushuan, however, found herself impatient with the task of attending to Empress Zheng. But what could she do? After all, she was her mother-in-law. Even if she held her nose, she had to endure. At that moment, Yang Yu arrived to pay her respects, coinciding with the appearances of Consort Xie and Consort Luo. Consort Luo was accompanied by Princess Fangxian, who, at 14, remained unbetrothed. For the past 2 years, Consort Luo had been most troubled by the marriage prospects of Princess Fangxian and the 7th prince, Xiao Churui. After the previous unpleasant encounter between Yang Yu and Consort Luo, she chose to ignore Yang Yu this time, and Princess Fangxian regarded her with a similarly frosty demeanor. Consort Xie, the mother of the 6th prince, Xiao Jingshu, was not particularly talkative and appeared somewhat reticent. Yang Yu exchanged a few polite words with her. In the palace, those who managed to attain the rank of consort while ensuring the safety of their sons were typically astute individuals. Yang Yu, preferring to avoid offending anyone, remained silent and less provoked. Upon seeing Yang Yu, Wei Rushuan's expression soured. The princess of Qin has come again. Yang Yu smiled slightly. The Empress Dowager is unwell. It is only natural for me to come to inquire after her health. Wei Rushuan's ire flared as she observed Yang Yu in a vibrant green silk gown, her delicate features aglow, the emerald hue enhancing her beauty. The contrast only served to ignite Wei Rushuan's frustration. The two women were of similar age, yet Yang Yu dressed as she pleased, exquisitely adorned, while Wei Rushuan was often garbed like a novice, constantly subjected to Jing's relentless scrutiny over her appearance. Wei Rushuan wished fervently that Yang Yu also had a mother-in-law to impose restrictions upon her. Since the Empress is ill, is it truly appropriate for you to be so flamboyantly attired? Wei Rushuan could hardly contain her irritation. Princess of Qin, do you not consider the Empress's feelings? Yang Yu found this quite amusing. Logically, as the primary consort, she held a higher status than Wei Rushuan, who was merely a concubine, and given that she was from the 3rd prince's household while Wei Rushuan belonged to the 5th, it was rather audacious for her to meddle. This was a classic case of a dog catching a rat, unwarranted interference. Moreover, the 3rd prince had been conferred the title of Prince of Qin, a position of rightful nobility, while the 5th prince bore no title whatsoever. By virtue of their respective standings, Wei Rushuan had no grounds to interject. Yang Yu was far from a meek and submissive person. Those who dared to offend her would soon understand the power of her words. She relished in uttering the most cutting remarks, cloaked in sarcasm, leaving her targets wounded and defenseless. After hearing Wei Rushuan's words, Yang Yu chuckled. You must be the concubine of the 5th prince, Wei Rushuan. Even before your marriage, I had heard of your boldness. Consorts Xie and Luo, who were about to enter, paused at the exchange, and upon hearing Yang Yu's words, Consort Luo could barely suppress a laugh. What tales had reached her ears regarding Wei Rushuan's audacity before her marriage? Surely, they were alluding to the rumors of her clandestine liaison with the 5th prince. Indeed, Wei Rushuan's face flushed crimson at the implication. Yang Yu's eyes twinkled as she continued with a smile. However, within the palace, one must refrain from such reckless words and actions. Propriety must be observed. The Prince of Qin is the elder brother of the 5th prince. I am his sister-in-law, and you are merely the 5th prince's concubine. By virtue of age and rank, there are matters that do not concern you. Wei Rushuan, seething with rage, found herself momentarily speechless. After all, Yang Yu spoke with a genteel demeanor, presenting her reasoning in a calm and collected manner. If Wei Wuxian were to lose her composure and erupt in anger, she would ultimately be the one to suffer. Consort Luo, witnessing others share in her frustrations, found a secret thrill in Yang Yu's triumph over Wei Wuxian. Yet, in all honesty, the empress was ill, not deceased. Must everyone dress in mourning attire to pay their respects? Consort Xie donned a rosy attire, Consort Luo wore a smoky purple gown, and Princess Fangxian was clad in peach pink. If one were to adhere to Wei Wuxian's reasoning, then none should be permitted to enter. In summary, this incident underscored Wei Wuxian's lack of discernment regarding her own standing. Consort Xie proceeded into the chamber, with Yang Yu following closely behind. The empress had already freshened up and donned new garments, now seated upon her bed. The thought of Yin beauty still weighed heavily on her heart. Chapter 31 Retribution. A throng of individuals had entered, while Wei Wuxian remained outside, seething with suppressed anger. Her indignation was palpable. She could not help but ponder that had she not attempted to seduce the fifth prince, had she not engaged in such capricious antics, she might have straightforwardly married the king of Qin and now be the one justifiably reprimanding others. Such thoughts were best left unexamined, for the more she dwelled upon them, the more her heart ached. However, she was acutely aware that she had willingly relinquished her claim to the king of Qin. She understood that a person like him was akin to the villain in a tale, perpetually clashing with the fifth prince, ultimately ending up in a fate so grim that even a complete corpse would be a luxury. The one destined to ascend the throne would undoubtedly be the fifth prince. Presently, the king of Qin's consort basked in her triumph, yet in the coming years, when she faced execution, she would reap the fruits of her choices. Contemplating the nebulous future, Wei Wuxian felt a sudden surge of hope. Just wait, she thought, when she became the empress, she would ensure Yang Yu tasted the bitter fruits of her own actions. The palace operated on a hierarchy, with each layer of rank dictating the nuances of one's demeanor. Just moments ago, Yang Yu had cast a disparaging glance at the Wei family, and now she would find herself subjected to the scrutiny of Empress Zheng. Concubines Xie and Luo, of a similar age to Empress Zheng, had entered the palace at nearly the same time. Regardless of their ostentatious adornments, they appeared to Empress Zheng as nothing more than faded beauties, each one aged and waning. In both spirit and appearance, they could not compare to the youthful radiance of the girls in their teens. Alas, the palace was filled with fresh-faced maidens, each aspiring to the opulence of the high-ranking consorts, feeling perpetually inadequate. Little did they realize that those above them, gazing upon their fleeting youth, were often overwhelmed by a sense of melancholy. Empress Zheng paid little heed to concubines Xie and Luo. They had always been beneath her notice. Instead, her attention was fixed upon Yang Yu, from her delicate brows to her chin, and the verdant gauze dress that accentuated her figure. It was worth noting that Yang Yu bore no resemblance whatsoever to the late concubine Bo, whether in facial structure, features, or overall demeanor. Concubine Bo had exuded a vibrant vitality, a striking beauty with a tall stature and captivating features, whose demeanor had initially been spirited and forthright, reveling in wine and feasting, adorned in gold and crimson. However, following the loss of a child, her aura had shifted dramatically. If one were to draw a parallel, both women were indeed beauties, yet Empress Zheng could not shake the memory of concubine Bo, who was several years her senior. She mused on how, had her counterpart been alive, she might have felt a peculiar sensation witnessing this new generation of maidens sprouting like chives, and what she would think of her daughter-in-law, who appeared as if she had stepped from a painting of celestial beauty. Surely, it would not evoke pleasant sentiments. Empress Zheng regarded Yang Yu with a piercing gaze. What have you been occupied with in the manor these days? Yang Yu replied, having just arrived at the royal residence, I am still unfamiliar with my surroundings, learning to manage affairs and alleviate the prince's burdens. With a hint of coldness in her tone, Empress Zheng responded, I have been unwell these past few days, and the Wei family has merely copied a few scriptures to pray for my recovery. Are you not eager for me to regain my health? Empress Zheng's nonsensical accusation left Yang Yu momentarily speechless. Her time in the palace had been brief, and she had yet to discern the temperaments of the various consorts. Given more time, she would undoubtedly realize that Empress Jing was a foolish woman, unable to grasp the complexities of her surroundings and incapable of rising above her own ignorance. Yang Yu chose to follow her line of reasoning. That is not the case. I hold the utmost filial piety towards your majesty and constantly hope for your swift recovery. Then you shall personally copy 10 volumes of scriptures and present them to me. Empress Jing scrutinized Yang Yu's delicate countenance and the green gauze dress that adorned her, finding her appearance akin to a flower overshadowed by leaves, which irked her immensely. The colors of your garments and jewelry are shockingly gaudy. Before such a multitude, Yang Yu remained silent, lowering her head in response to the harsh criticism. It was evident that Empress Jing harbored an aversion towards her. After all these years, Empress Jing felt grateful that the 5th prince had not brought such a calamity into the family. Who among respectable men would desire a woman of such a perturbed appearance? She was a temptress, a harbinger of ruin. The other consorts observed the exchange, secretly relishing Yang Yu's misfortune. Most of the consorts with sons held a distaste for the king of Qin, as the emperor showered him with favoritism, treating him more like a biological son than he did his other offspring, for whom he exhibited the demeanor of a mere official. Yang Yu had compelled the maid Qianshi to kneel for an hour and a half. Here, she found herself kneeling for an hour before Empress Jing. The latter made it abundantly clear that she intended to wear down Yang Yu, sensing a glimmer of pride within her and wishing to temper her arrogance. One might wonder, how could a woman, who was required to kneel before nobility daily and return home to serve her husband with trepidation, retain any semblance of pride? The moment she entered the palace, the heavens had stripped her of it. By the time Yang Yu finally rose, she could scarcely maintain her balance, relying on the maid to support her shoulders as she exited the palace and entered the carriage. Meanwhile, news of the events in the Empress's palace had reached the Dowager Empress. At that moment, she was in the Buddhist hall, chanting scriptures. Upon hearing the account from Granny Zhao, the Dowager Empress shook her head, a hopeless fool, utterly incapable. She was unable to maintain her composure. Everyone could discern their disdain for the faction aligned with the king of Qin, yet there remained an emperor who was the true sovereign. The Jing family, in comparison, was but a fleeting cloud obscuring the sun, visible only momentarily, destined to dissipate with the wind. Even if they harbored ill feelings toward the king of Qin's consort and wished her demise, such intentions must be concealed, for outwardly, cordiality must be maintained. The empress, however, brazenly displayed her contempt, risking the possibility that should anything happen to the king of Qin's consort, the first person to be suspected would be none other than herself. Upon returning, Yang Yu bathed and changed her garments, instructing the maid to apply medicine to her knees. Her skin was tender, and her knees bore large bruises. When Xiao Qingji returned, he found her weak and unable to walk. Frowning, he could not help but pinch her cheek. Who are you trying to portray with this pitiful facade? I did not touch you yesterday. Are you still pretending? Yang Yu, feebly seated as she sipped tea, replied, I knelt for an hour in the Empress's palace, and my knees are bruised. Xiao Qingji's expression darkened instantly as he lifted her into his arms and laid her on the bed, lifting her garments to inspect. Yang Yu hastily pushed him away. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? I merely wish to see. It was still daylight, and Yang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Let me wait until evening when I change. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized the truth in her words. They truly did not know each other well, and he had yet to grasp her character. Chapter 32, Revenge. Upon the thought of the impending task of transcribing scriptures, Yang Yu felt a throbbing headache. 10 volumes of sacred texts would require an eternity to complete. After that, there would be nothing left to do but to dedicate her days to this monotonous endeavor. The caustic remarks made by the Empress earlier today had not pricked her conscience too deeply. Her sole source of distress lay in the arduous task of copying the scriptures. Yang Yu's knees still ached, the pain coming in waves. It is worth noting that the young ladies of the Anqing Marquisate were somewhat versed in the healing arts, a legacy passed down through generations, and the estate boasted an array of medicinal supplies. Now that she had returned to the capital, Yang Yu had brought a considerable amount of medicine with her. She contemplated taking a nap, believing that any matters could wait until she awoke. After all, nothing was more pressing than her need for rest. Xiaoqingji summoned Yang Yu's personal maid to inquire about the day's events. Ningxia, thoroughly intimidated by her master, recounted every detail of what transpired in the Empress's palace, including the harsh words exchanged between the Empress and the Princess. Although Xiaoqingji had not had many encounters with the Empress over the years, he was well aware of her character. As the mother of the nation, every utterance from Empress Jing should be measured with utmost care. Regardless of her station, every word she spoke was subject to scrutiny by a multitude of observers, yet, ironically, Empress Jing possessed a tendency to speak and act without much forethought. To publicly accuse his wife of being unfilial, to deride her attire as gaudy and unbecoming, such remarks would surely invite ridicule upon Yang Yu from the outside world. Any individual with a more sensitive disposition might find themselves utterly crushed by the Empress's disdain, enveloped in sorrow, and rendered despondent. Xiaoqingji held little affection for the intrigues of the inner court. Nevertheless, having been raised within the palace, he was not entirely oblivious to its workings. Were Yang Yu merely a concubine or a secondary wife, it would have been one matter for the Empress to disdain her. Yet Yang Yu was his legitimate wife, an individual deserving of respect and dignity. What the Empress had done was not merely a slight against Yang Yu, it was akin to delivering a resounding slap to Xiaoqingji's face. His gaze darkened. The Empress had stripped Yang Yu of her dignity. While she resided within the inner palace, Xiaoqingji's reach was limited, preventing him from retaliating directly against her. However, he could certainly take action against her precious son. Meanwhile, Yang Yu was fast asleep, curled up on her pillow, oblivious to any grievances. Xiaoqingji summoned Huahar and instructed him to procure several bolts of the most exquisite satin from the treasury, so that new garments might be fashioned for Yang Yu. Additionally, he requested some fine jewelry. If the Empress was so averse to Yang Yu's ostentatious adornments, then Xiaoqingji was all the more determined to ensure she was adorned in a manner that was both elegant and dignified. Huahar, upon hearing Xiaoqingji's commands, promptly set to work, his efficiency having garnered him the Lord's favor over the years. After opening the treasury, Huahar meticulously selected the finest fabrics, aware that Xiaoqingji desired nothing but the best. He chose 4 bolts of exquisite rosy satin, 4 bolts of vibrant feather satin, 1 bolt of snow silk, and 1 bolt of purple mist gauze, each a gift from the Emperor, bestowed as tribute from a distant land. Such luxurious fabrics were treasures that even the Empress and the Empress Dowager could only dream of possessing, yet they had all been granted to the Prince Qin. The young eunuch accompanying Huahar was left in awe at the brilliance of the satin, which shimmered as if woven from gold. Huahar scoffed, "Mind your manners, you simpleton, handle these with care. They are worth far more than our lives combined." After selecting the silks, Huahar instructed the attendants to fetch a magnificent headpiece adorned with pigeon bloodstones. When delivered to the princess's chambers, she had yet to awaken. With the multitude of duties that occupied Xiaoqingji's day, he could hardly afford the luxury of waiting for her to rouse. He had already departed. Huahar informed the maids that the items were a gift from the prince and instructed them to let the princess know upon her awakening, emphasizing that she should have several new outfits tailored, as autumn had arrived, necessitating it. Rui Dong and the other maids, accustomed to fine things, had seen their fair share of treasures from noble families, yet they were truly astonished by the opulence of the gifts. The prince seldom bestowed such lavish presents, and this occasion was indeed remarkable. When Yang Yu groggily opened her eyes, Rui Dong excitedly presented the dazzling headpiece adorned with pigeon bloodstones. To be truthful, the Duke of Zhenghua had left Yang Yu with numerous fine possessions, and the matriarch had previously allowed her to peruse the treasures of the Anqing Marquisate. Nonetheless, there remained a stark contrast between the riches of an ordinary household and those of the royal family. This was the first time Yang Yu beheld such large rubies, their hue reminiscent of pigeon blood, and the craftsmanship was simply exquisite, leaving no room for criticism. Both Xiaoqingji and Yang Yu understood that the Empress's disdain was not rooted in her attire or adornments but rather in her personal aversion to Yang Yu herself. Because of this animosity, every detail of her appearance was scrutinized. Rather than cautiously attempting to appease someone who harbored such dislike for her, it would be far better to embrace her own style unapologetically, inciting the Empress's ire even further. As for the Empress's opinions, did Yang Yu truly care about the judgments of others? Seated at the edge of her bed, she examined a delicate hairpin. It was indeed beautiful, albeit somewhat ostentatious. Wearing it in the palace might seem overly deliberate, yet it would be quite appropriate for festive occasions or royal banquets. Rui Dong, brimming with excitement, presented the bolts of satin to Yang Yu, exclaiming, "In all these years, I have seen many fine fabrics, but never anything quite like this, radiant and resplendent. I cannot fathom what they are woven from. The people from His Highness's side have said they wish to make you several new outfits." The most exquisite were the 4 bolts of rosy satin and feather satin, one interwoven with golden threads, the other crafted from the feathers of peacocks and other birds, a rare and exceptional technique. Considering the impending chill of autumn, it was indeed time to prepare new garments, and Yang Yu nodded in agreement. Very well. Rui Dong felt a surge of happiness. She could discern that the prince was not to be trifled with, possessing a rather formidable temperament. Yet, as servants, it was unwise to speak ill of their master. Upon reflection, what did it matter if he had a fierce disposition? After all, he had never vented his frustrations upon the young mistress. The generosity he displayed was far preferable to those who spoke sweetly yet offered nothing in return. Chapter 33, Retribution. As evening descended, Yang Yu found herself dozing off while copying scriptures. At her age, it was rather humiliating to still be subjected to such punishment, especially when she was no longer a child. Yet, Yang Yu was indifferent to the notion of shame. Her true aversion lay in the act of transcribing itself. Unfortunately, among the maidservants, only a few could recognize a handful of characters, and to assign them the task of writing smaller ones would indeed be a grave injustice. Under the dim light, she continued her slow transcription, when suddenly, news arrived that the prince had returned. Placing her brush down on the rest, she rose gingerly. Her knee still throbbed with pain, making her walk with a noticeable limp as she approached Xiao Qingji. "Your Highness," she greeted. Observing her current state, injured yet still attempting to feign dutifulness by offering to assist him with his attire, Xiao Qingji couldn't help but find it amusing. He grasped Yang Yu's delicate wrist gently and lowered her hand. Yang Yu summoned Ningxier to bring in warm water for his bath and returned to her task of transcription. Given the circumstances, it was evident she wouldn't finish a full scroll tonight. By the time she retired for the evening, she would be lucky to have completed a small fraction. The Empress had requested 10 volumes of scriptures, and she would have to deliver them in a fortnight. Once Xiao Qingji emerged, he spotted Yang Yu beneath the lamp, engrossed in her writing. She wore a gown of ivory silk, adorned with half-transparent threads of red and gold embroidered with plum blossoms. Her inky hair cascaded partly down her back, while the rest was secured with a ribbon, her profile illuminated softly by the light, exuding an air of tender innocence. He approached to observe the characters she had penned. She was copying their Earth Store Sutra, and rather than mere transcription, it resembled an act of memorization, over 17,000 characters, and it seemed she had committed them all to memory. To his surprise, he found no mistake. It was often said that deep affections do not last, and great wisdom can lead to injury, yet he pondered whether Yang Yu's fragile constitution had any connection to this. Nevertheless, her small, elegant script was graceful and refined, imbued with a hint of vitality, reminiscent of the style of Chu Suiliang, suggesting that she had often practiced writing during her time in the boudoir. Rubbing her eyes, Yang Yu remarked, "Your Highness, you should retire early. I shall join you shortly. The silks and jewelry you bestowed upon me today are exquisite. Thank you for your generosity." Xiao Qingji replied, "If you do not wish to write, then let it be. I shall speak to father regarding this matter tomorrow. There is no need to trouble the Emperor over such trifles. I am merely practicing my calligraphy," she insisted, aware that it had been some time since she last wrote, her eyes growing weary from the prolonged effort. Xiao Qingji, not feeling fatigued, unlike Yang Yu who longed for sleep, had always required little rest. He randomly selected a book from a pile before her and sat beside her. After completing another line, Yang Yu found herself truly unable to continue. The pain in her knee was persistent, and she longed to return to bed, hoping a night's rest would restore her by morning. After carrying her to bed, Xiao Qingji lifted her skirt to examine her knee. Her skin was pale, revealing a stark bruise that was alarming in its severity, indicating a serious injury. He gently touched it with his hand. His calloused fingers, accustomed to wielding weapons, contrasted sharply with Yang Yu's delicate hands. His fingers were long and powerful, with prominent veins and calluses from years of training. The rough texture of his touch felt particularly pronounced against her injured knee. Yang Yu furrowed her brows in discomfort, whispering, "It hurts." Xiao Qingji responded with a hint of impatience, "You are being overly sensitive." Given her condition, he removed her garments and positioned her on his lap, taking care to avoid her knee. In less than 15 minutes, he had fulfilled his desires. Uncertain why it had transpired so quickly, he found it at odds with the usual course of events. On their wedding night, he had comforted himself with the thought of inexperience, compounded by Yang Yu's fear of pain, her tears cascading like pearls. Yet today, she remained cooperative, merely shedding a few tears as she leaned against his shoulder without pushing him away. Xiao Qingji felt a pang of wounded pride. He had intended to prove himself further, but Yang Yu, encircling his arm, had already succumbed to slumber in the crook of his embrace. He lifted her chin to study her face for a moment before summoning a maid to bring water. Yang Yu, unable to fathom the reason behind his frustration, found the brief duration of their encounter to be excessively long. It was a span sufficient for a meal or to copy a few characters. If this was deemed swift, what would future days hold? When she awoke the following day, Xiao Qingji had already departed for court. Though her knee was not as painful as the previous day, it remained inconvenient for movement, prompting her to continue her transcription within her chamber. Xiao Zhishan learned of the Empress's reprimand of the princess consort for her unfilial behavior and a vulgar demeanor. He found it somewhat amusing, considering Xiao Qingji's haughty disposition and his choice of such an unrefined consort. Fortuitously, he had the foresight to avoid marrying into the Wen family. The thought of having such a woman in his household was enough to sour his mood. However, Wei Ruxuan had taken to dressing like a nun, exuding an air of aged melancholy that was quite unappealing, and thus she failed to pique Xiao Zhishan's interest. He had recently taken a concubine, leaving the position of principal wife vacant, and Empress Dowager Zheng was exhausting her efforts to find a suitable candidate for him. She had indeed identified a commendable girl, the eldest daughter of General Wei Yuan, reputed for both beauty and character, and her family doted upon her, treating her like a treasured jewel. Xiao Zhishan remained uncertain about the general's daughter, as the men of the Xiao family had a notorious penchant for beauty. Yet, with the exception of Xiao Qingji, whose tastes were an enigma, it seemed that nothing could please him. Following the unexplained death of Liu Sai in the Ministry of Justice, officials within the ministry were gripped with fear, dreading encounters with Xiao Qingji, who was currently investigating the matter to uncover the unfortunate soul responsible for the crime. Xiao Zhishan was aware that Xiao Qingji's mood had soured. He would avoid him whenever possible, wishing to steer clear of any confrontation. However, Xiao Zhishan could not shake the feeling that Xiao Qingji's gaze upon him was disconcerting, imbued with an ominous intent, as if he harbored a desire to eliminate him. A chill ran down his neck, and unease settled in his heart, yet, after careful consideration, he could not identify any grievances he had caused Xiao Qingji. The affairs of the Ministry of Justice were certainly not of his doing. He lacked the audacity to extend his reach that far. Though the Zheng family was related to him by marriage, he was well aware that they would not divulge every detail of their dealings to him. Pondering over the matter proved fruitless, and he resolved to keep his distance from Xiao Qingji, striving to minimize any interaction. Yet, it seemed impossible to evade someone who had set their sights on him. Chapter 34, Retribution. Recently, Xiao Zhishan has taken a liking to spending time with the young masters of the Dongxin Marquis and the King of Kangping's households. Although these two families have lost their former prominence in the capital, their estates still retain a semblance of dignity, albeit their offspring struggle to make a name for themselves within the court. It is a rare opportunity for these young masters to associate with the current fifth prince, hence they shower Xiao Zhishan with flattery and various advantages. Should Xiao Zhishan ascend to the throne in the future, it is conceivable that both families might rise once more, rekindling the glory of yesteryears. Since the rise of the imperial examination system and the emperor's preference for officials selected through such means, the offspring of those who once relied on familial connections to enter the court now find themselves in an awkward position. Families that once basked in brilliance have invested considerable effort into the education of their younger generations, yet, there are some who, unwilling to exert themselves, have seen their fortunes diminish relative to other families in merely a few decades. The young masters of the Dongshan Marquis and the King of Kangping are particularly anxious, as their lack of talent and frail constitutions render them unfit for battle. Their only recourse lies in their eloquence, capable of sweet-talking the fifth prince with charming words. Xiao Jiushan especially enjoys their company. Firstly, their status provides him with a sense of prestige, and being seen as a companion to a prince is hardly a disgrace. Secondly, among others are either overly pedantic or excessively formal, making their company rather tedious, akin to being accompanied by an elderly scholar. The young masters of Dongshan and Kangping, however, are charming yet not lewd, endearing themselves to Xiao Jiushan with their rare qualities. Today, Xiao Jiushan originally planned to visit the Dongshan Marquis's residence to see how the courtesan that the Marquis's son had introduced at the last banquet was faring. However, the Marquis's son informed him that his father was at home, and should he discover that his son was entertaining a prince, it would surely result in severe punishment. The King of Kangping's son, known for not bringing guests to his home, was said to have a strict household, and being an illegitimate child, he felt unable to justify such an action. Typically, when he hosted, he preferred to take guests to music houses and theatres to enjoy performances. Having listened to music and watched plays today, Xiao Jiushan still felt a sense of ennui. Noticing Xiao Jiushan's lack of enthusiasm, the young masters exchanged worried glances. Their greatest fear was that he would deem them uninteresting and cease to seek their company. Recently, a place named Dream Spring Pavilion opened. The courtesans there are said to sell their talents, not their bodies, a slight attempt at maintaining a semblance of propriety. Many officials, disregarding court regulations, sneak in, knowing they could feign innocence if caught by claiming they were merely enjoying the performances. After conferring, the Dongshan Marquis's son and the King of Kangping's son decided to take Xiao Jiushan to the pavilion, even calling forth the establishment's star courtesan. This was Xiao Jiushan's first visit to such a place, and as he was embraced by two alluring maidens, he felt his composure melt away. The Dongshan Marquis's son stifled a chuckle. The palace had strict rules, and while princes were forbidden from indulging in certain pleasures, it was questionable whether they truly experienced enjoyment comparable to that of those outside the palace walls. For others, Dream Spring Pavilion may proclaim to sell talent not bodies, but for genuine nobility, such delineations do not apply. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiao Jiushan found himself in a private chamber with the star courtesan. Meanwhile, the Dongshan Marquis's son and the King of Kangping's son each found their own companions. In all honesty, while Xiao Jiushan was dazzled by the sights before him, he couldn't help but notice the similarities between these courtesans and the concubines in his own household. Regardless, he felt the allure of the courtesans far surpassed that of the decorous women in his home. Free from the Empress's constraints, he would have relished the idea of bringing one back with him. As the two reveled in their pleasures, a sudden commotion erupted as a throng of individuals burst into the Dream Spring Pavilion. The manager and the head matron quickly emerged, greeted by a group of officials. The manager, with a forced smile, inquired, "Are the officials here to investigate? We have always maintained a clean establishment. I assure you, nothing untoward occurs here." The leading officer surveyed the surroundings, declaring, "The court forbids officials from consorting with courtesans. Proceed with the search and see who dares to defy the Emperor's edict." Their head matron, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately bristled, asserting, "It is well known that the courtesans of Dream Spring Pavilion sell talent, not their bodies. Are you here to ruin our business? Do you know who supports us? Are you aware of which esteemed patron listens to music here?" With a single command, the head matron ordered the staff to block the staircase. Such a significant enterprise in the capital surely had backing, often from noble houses. The head matron, dismissive of the lowly officials, recalled that the fifth prince, the King of Kangping, and the Dongshan Marquis were their patrons, emboldening her stance. "Go back and inform your superiors that this is not a place for inspection." Before she could finish, a tall figure strode in. Dressed in a dark robe embroidered with gold, he bore a purple gold crown that confined his hair, his deep-set features and piercing gaze exuding an air of authority that sent chills through those present. Their head matron, though uncertain of his identity, had enough experience in the business world to recognize the formidable aura he projected. It was clear that this man not only hailed from a noble lineage but wielded genuine power, a rarity in the capital. where most young lords were born into privilege yet held no real authority. "Those who defy the law shall be executed," stated Xiao Qingji, his tone icy. "Proceed with the search." His words, though casually spoken, held an undeniable weight. The staff blocking the staircase faltered, and even the head matron and manager stammered, "Sir, you cannot search. The fifth prince is inside." Disrupting his enjoyment would. Xiao Qingji ascended the staircase. After waiting for so long, he was determined to confront the fifth prince, with Empress Jing confined within the palace walls, a woman uninterested in political affairs. He found himself unable to act against her. But the fifth prince was a different matter entirely. Recent remarks from Empress Jing had turned Yang Yu into a laughingstock among the ladies and concubines of the court. This time, the fifth prince was poised to become an even greater subject of ridicule. The intricately carved door was forcefully kicked open, and the fifth prince, who had been thoroughly engrossed in his activities, was startled into a state of disarray. The courtesan shrieked in terror, scrambling to hide in the farthest corner. Confused and bewildered, Xiao Jushan was hastily clothed and escorted out. Chapter 35, Retribution. Yang Yu was engrossed in her transcription of scriptures within her chamber when she was abruptly informed by her maid of an incident. Having spent the entire morning in diligent copying, with only a brief respite at noon, she now rubbed her sore wrists and sipped from the tea beside her, inquiring, "What has happened?" Bai Chun quickly approached Yang Yu. "I just went to the kitchen to fetch some pastries and overheard the attendants from His Highness's side discussing." Bai Chun recounted in detail the scandal involving the fifth prince being apprehended at a brothel. Yang Yu was taken aback, struggling to grasp the veracity of it. It was not that she was inexperienced, but rather that it was beyond her imagination. Since the establishment of the capital by Emperor Taizong, the Wei dynasty had strictly prohibited officials from frequenting such establishments. As servants of the court, one must embody integrity, for should the populace witness them in such venues, what rumors would circulate. Even abstaining from such acts would not spare them from mockery woven by the common folk. Thus, many esteemed families chose to harbor courtesans within their own homes, both for personal amusement and to entertain distinguished guests. Those young lords who frequented brothels were either of lesser birth or lacking in proper upbringing. Families of high status would never wed their daughters to such irresponsible men. For the fifth prince, Xiao Jia, to venture into such a place, was it not a blatant affront to the emperor and empress dowager? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Yang Yu. She yearned to unravel the intricacies of this incident, yet found herself stymied by the limited knowledge of those in the household. The truth was, her recent arrival. After pondering for a considerable time, she resolved to establish her own network of informants both inside and outside the palace, to be forewarned of any developments that might arise, thereby averting potential dangers. Bai Chun let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, miss, you did not marry the fifth prince. The brothel was a breeding ground for all manner of vile afflictions. Had she wed such a man, who knew what troubles might ensue, Yang Yu too felt a sense of gratitude. Although Xiao Qingji often resembled an unyielding iceberg, never having smiled since their first encounter, at least he was not a lecher. His focus remained steadfastly on matters of state, rising before dawn for court sessions, and even during his rare moments of respite, he was invariably approached by subordinates bearing news of significant judicial affairs. Such a man offered a certain reassurance at home. Setting down her teacup, she felt a twinge of hunger and desired a bite to eat. Bai Chun promptly presented a plate of pastries, a freshly made lotus powder osmanthus cakes from the kitchen. "Still warm, miss, please do try." They insisted on sending it over. Bai Chun continued. Regarding the incident with the concubine Qian and the bird's nest, they genuinely regret their actions. Recently, after Yang Yu assumed control of the affairs of the Qin Wangfu, the staff had become acutely aware of her authority, each one trembling with trepidation. They had yet to witness the true capabilities of this princess consort, many having never even laid eyes on her. Some within the household whispered that she was a naive young girl, lacking familial support, and thus incapable of managing such a vast estate. Yet, regardless of their opinions, the power rested firmly in Yang Yu's hands. It was said that a new official ignites 3 fires. They were oblivious as to whether these flames would be kindled, each fearful of being scorched. Yang Yu merely smiled, refraining from addressing Bai Chun's comments. She could surmise their thoughts, yet she chose to remain unmoved, continuing her transcription of scriptures, biding her time for now, waiting to observe before taking further action. Those who were anxious could afford to wait. While tranquility reigned in the Qin Wangfu, the fifth prince's residence was far from peaceful. Wei Rushuan, upon hearing that the fifth prince had been apprehended in a brothel, found it even harder to believe than Yang Yu. She slapped the messenger maid, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight?" The maid, feeling aggrieved after the slap, mustered the courage to respond, "This is indeed true. Our fifth master was at Dream Spring House, and coincidentally, you know well, the emperor forbids officials from consorting with courtesans, and the capital's morals are stringent, yet our fifth master was found within." For a moment, Wei Rushuan felt as though the world had spun off its axis, struggling to accept this reality. The fifth prince seeking out courtesans, a man of such noble blood would stoop to consorting with such base women. The notorious scions of the capital might keep a few entertainers at home, but few with status and standing will be found indulging in such debauchery. Moreover, the fifth prince had previously vowed to her that he would love no other woman in his lifetime, that he would not cavort with others. The current scenario was in stark contrast to what Wei Rushuan had envisioned. She seethed, it must be those low-born wretches who deliberately lured the fifth prince. How could someone of his stature withstand such temptation? The maid, having received a slap, dared not speak further, standing apprehensively by. Wei Rushuan was fuming. Her gaze fell upon her attire. Today, she was clad in a drab deep teal ensemble, adorned with jewelry bestowed by the empress, an outdated style from the previous year. A once young maiden now appeared akin to a woman in her 30s or 40s. It was no wonder the fifth prince had not approached her in days. In her heart, Wei Rushuan couldn't help but resent Empress Sheng. Had it not been for the empress's meddling, she would not have so easily lost the fifth prince's affection, nor would he have sought solace elsewhere. A whisper from her maid broke through her thoughts. It seems the Empress Dowager wishes to betroth the daughter of General Wei Yuan to the fifth prince. With this incident, the marriage is likely doomed. Upon hearing this, Wei Rushuan's mind raced. Indeed, the position of principal consort in the fifth prince's household remained unfilled. The old Empress Dowager had never been satisfied with her, always seeking to match the fifth prince with someone more suitable. General Wei Yuan treated his daughter like a treasured jewel. Would he willingly offer her to a man who frequented such disreputable places? Moreover, many were aware of the scandal involving the fifth prince and Wei Rushuan. The threat posed by the Kang nation lingered, and General Wei Yuan held considerable influence in court. Many speculated that should he achieve further military success, he would be granted a noble title. As Wei Rushuan's furrowed brow relaxed, she realized the fifth prince still held affection for her. His visit to the brothel was likely a means to avoid the matchmaking efforts of the Wei family, a way to reject their overtures. Straightening her hair, she resolved, let it be, he may indulge, but no cat ever strays too far from home, and he will never bring such filth into his own household. Chapter 36. Retribution. Later that evening, Xiao Qingji returned. Yang Yu instinctively stepped forward to assist him in removing his outer garments and taking off his hairpin. Initially, Xiao Qingji was somewhat unaccustomed to this, yet he had grown accustomed to it over time, even taking the initiative to bend down and remove her hairpin for her, as the disparity in their heights made it difficult for her to reach. Yang Yu neatly folded his clothes and placed them aside, inquiring, did something happen to the fifth prince today? Xiao Qingji glanced at her and replied, are you so concerned about Xiao Jiushan? While others may have forgotten, Xiao Qingji had always remembered that Yang Yu had been betrothed to Xiao Jiushan, a betrothal arranged a decade ago when they were merely children. The thought of his princess nearly marrying another man left Xiao Qingji feeling quite unsettled, though, truth be told, he had never considered Yang Yu as truly meant for him from the start. Yang Yu, oblivious to the implications behind Xiao Qingji's words, felt a twinge of curiosity. Your Highness, what exactly transpired? In truth, the situation was rather straightforward. For many years, Xiao Qingji had been at odds with the Jing family, both parties regarding each other as thorns in their sides. However, despite their fierce rivalry, Xiao Qingji had rarely intervened in matters concerning Xiao Zhishan. It was not that he regarded Xiao Zhishan as a younger brother, but rather that from the outset, he had never considered him a worthy adversary. Over time, the people from the Jing family either believed that Xiao Qingji dared not act against Xiao Zhishan or thought him incapable of doing so. In reality, it would have been a simple matter to assign a few individuals to monitor Xiao Zhishan and catch him in any misdeeds. Even if Xiao Zhishan were exceptionally obedient and committed no wrongdoing, Xiao Qingji could easily find grounds to. Today's incident unfolded against this backdrop. Xiao Qingji stated, "While on an unintentional inspection, I happened upon the evidence." At that moment, Xiao Zhishan had indeed been caught off guard, disheveled in bed, a sight of utter disgrace. The ministry personnel provided him with clothing, but he lashed out, demanding they leave, threatening to behead them. It was only when Xiao Qingji arrived that Xiao Zhishan realized he had been ensnared. With Xiao Qingji's backing, the ministry staff felt emboldened. As the fifth prince of the Da Wei dynasty, it was unlikely that the ministry would truly apprehend him, yet the matter had been reported to the emperor and spread like wildfire. Consequently, Xiao Zhishan was promptly summoned by the palace. Yang Yu felt a flicker of concern. With this incident coming to light, will your highness not directly offend the Jing family? Xiao Qingji regarded her thoughtfully. Without this incident, would my relationship with the Jing family have remained peaceful? After a moment's reflection, Yang Yu conceded that this was indeed the case. Over the years, Xiao Qingji, the Qin Wang, had garnered considerable favor, a fact well acknowledged by the emperor. Yet, Xiao Qingji was not a man to conceal his brilliance. His assertiveness was evident for all to see. It was hardly surprising that Empress Jing and Dowager Empress Jing would find it difficult to tolerate someone so favored. Xiao Qingji's mother, the exquisite Bai Guifei, had once captivated the entire palace, and the emperor had wished to make her his consort, disregarding the then Jingfei. Ultimately, circumstances prevented him from doing so, resulting in a deep-seated enmity that had only intensified over time. Moreover, rumors abounded that Bai Guifei had met her demise due to the machinations of Empress Jing and Dowager Empress Jing. The animosity was palpable. Yang Yu raised her hand to adjust his collar. "Is this the first time we have so openly torn our masks off?" As Xiao Qingji looked down, he caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from Yang Yu. Recently, she had taken to using rose oil after bathing and applied rose water to her hands and face, enveloping herself in a rich floral scent reminiscent of a blooming rose. Though autumn had arrived, she still donned her usual attire within the confines of her room, garments made the previous year, the frequent washing lending them a comfortable softness. However, the royal household was a stark contrast to her former marquisate, with its opulence. In Xiao Qingji's eyes, it was rather unsatisfactory. He believed it only natural for his princess to wear new clothes every day. After all, they could afford to discard garments after a single wear. The notion of her wearing the same outfit multiple times seemed to imply that his household was impoverished. Xiao Qingji himself was indifferent to clothing and jewelry, wearing whatever was given to him, yet he recognized that his princess would care about such matters. "Go to the storeroom and select a few bolts of silk to make a new dress," Xiao Qingji instructed. "You have worn this one 3 or 4 times." Yang Yu casually replied, "Cultivating oneself in tranquility, practicing frugality to nurture virtue, shouldn't a princess be all the more diligent in this regard?" Xiao Qingji pinched her cheek playfully. "What nonsense are you spouting? With your daily expenditures, you hardly embody frugality." He had long since realized that from the very first day of their marriage, Yang Yu had professed her intention to serve him, yet her actions belied her words. In reality, she did as she pleased, following her own inclinations rather than adhering to his demands. Unlike those who meekly complied and sought to ingratiate themselves, Xiao Qingji preferred Yang Yu's approach, pretending to placate him while still remaining true to herself. Much like a rose, vibrant and beautiful, yet armed with thorns, she exuded a vitality that he found appealing. Yang Yu winced as he pinched her cheek, hastily pushing his hand away. Suddenly, she recalled something important. "Your Highness, I wish to make some changes regarding the household expenditures and personnel management." Xiao Qingji raised an eyebrow, skeptical of her ability to manage the royal household effectively. After all, she was but a young girl, and no matter how intelligent, she lacked practical experience. The primary reason he entrusted her with these matters was to facilitate her access to the storeroom for pretty clothes and jewelry. As a young girl, it was preferable to allow her a degree of freedom rather than let them collect dust. Furthermore, granting her some authority would lend her a measure of respect, especially since he was often preoccupied with court affairs and outside duties. Xiao Qingji cautioned, just ensure that the royal household does not devolve into chaos. I do not wish to find you weeping at my feet, seeking my assistance to rectify your mess. Yang Yu considered this for a moment, then smiled. I am well aware of my limits. I shall not cause you any trouble. Very well. At that moment, Hua outside whispered softly, indicating he had matters to report to Xiao Qingji, pertaining to affairs of the palace. Chapter 37, Retribution. Xiao Zhishan's affair has left all parties involved utterly humiliated. First and foremost, the emperor was enraged, summoning Xiao Zhishan to deliver a scathing reprimand. Xiao Zhishan has long been aware of his father's favoritism towards the third prince and his mother, while harboring resentment towards himself and his own mother. Were it not for the fact that the Empress Dowager is his mother's own aunt, she would have never been elevated to the status of empress. In truth, the emperor would scarcely have deigned to acknowledge her. Perhaps the two would have spent decades parsing each other in some remote palace, estranged. Thus, in the presence of the emperor, Xiao Zhishan has been imbued with both trepidation and profound bitterness since childhood. He naturally believed that the emperor was conspiring with Xiao Qingji to humiliate him further. The emperor, however, was unaware of the empress's accusations against the princess consort of Qin. He had not set foot in the inner palace for several days, nor had he inquired about the empress's illness. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Qingji was exacting revenge on Xiao Zhishan. The emperor felt nothing but disappointment, complete and utter disappointment. It was scandalous for a prince of such noble lineage to engage in dalliance with a courtesan. Such behavior had never been witnessed in the Wei dynasty. Had the Xiao family, once of the highest nobility, truly fallen to such depths, did Xiao Zhishan lack palace maids or secondary consorts, that he felt compelled to seek pleasure in such disreputable establishments? It was one thing to shamelessly consort with a woman betrothed to his brother, it was quite another to involve himself with a courtesan. Did he not grasp the meaning of shame? Did he not realize how the common folk would discuss the princes of Wei? Was this behavior fitting for one of his lineage? The fifth prince had been kicked by the emperor and was in genuine pain, kneeling on the ground, too fearful to rise. Moments later, Empress Zheng and the Empress Dowager hurriedly approached. Upon seeing their fifth prince beaten by the emperor, the Empress Zheng wept as she embraced him. The emperor looked upon her with disdain. As the emperor's cousin, the Empress Zheng had known him since childhood, and he had harbored a dislike for her since their youth. In their younger days, when he was fond of musical instruments and had declared that no one should touch his possessions, she had cruelly snapped the strings of his beloved guqin, leading to his admonishment. She had then gone to the Empress Dowager to cry, resulting in the Dowager scolding the emperor instead. Later in life, she had similarly orchestrated the demise of the emperor's most cherished consort. It was all a web of grievances. The Empress Zheng, still recovering from her own illness, had eyes swollen from weeping, clutching the fifth prince and wailing for the emperor to take her life instead of his. The emperor regarded her with a cold, penetrating gaze. The Empress Dowager, leaning on her cane and flanked by several eunuchs and maidservants, approached. What crime has the fifth prince committed that warrants such treatment? The Empress Dowager's voice was frail yet stern. He is young and naive, easily led astray by the treachery of those around him. And you, Emperor, were you not once young and foolish as well? The Emperor's countenance remained dark. Mother, do not speak of youth. When I was his age, I never ventured into such places. You may not have, but you indulge a calamity, causing unrest among the people, the Empress Dowager retorted, and the Emperor's expression shifted drastically at her words. Her tone softened. Emperor, he is your child, must you be so harsh? If it were the Prince of Qin who had visited such a place, would you be this furious? The Emperor scoffed repeatedly. Had it been the Prince of Qin, he would likely have razed the entire establishment and imprisoned his subordinate for half a month. After painstakingly raising a child, to see him fall so low, did he truly believe he could indulge him unconditionally? Despite the Prince of Qin's rebelliousness over the years, he had never committed such a disgraceful act. The emperor shot a withering glance at the fifth prince. A son who brings shame reflects poorly on his father. This statement weighed heavily, akin to a stone pressing down or a blade to terminate. The fifth prince, who had been attempting to console Empress Zheng, turned pale upon hearing the emperor's words. The Empress Dowager disapproved of the empress's display of emotion. A sovereign of the realm ought not to weep over trifles, only to later retreat to her chambers to rage against her eunuchs and maidservants. The dowager commanded the attendants to assist the empress and the fifth prince to their feet, casually concluding the matter. The fifth prince has always been of a simple disposition. Today's incident was a consequence of those around him, the Empress Dowager remarked, casting a glance at Empress Zheng. Empress, you must properly reprimand the fifth prince. Both of you may return now. Emperor, summon the Duke of Dongshan and Prince Kangping. I wish to see how they manage their sons, to have allowed the fifth prince to be led into such a place. The emperor instructed his attendants to fetch the Duke of Dongshan and Prince Kangping. Both men had already received word of the incident and were anxiously awaiting their fate at home. Their families had fallen into decline over the years, and neither held any official position in the court. It had been a considerable time since they had last seen the emperor. Upon entering the palace, they were met with a scathing reprimand from the Empress Dowager. In the matter of the fifth prince, a scapegoat must be found. After all, a person of such high status as the fifth prince could not be at fault. Outwardly, the Duke of Dongshan and Prince Kangping held a semblance of grandeur, one a duke and the other a prince. However, before the Empress Dowager, they were reduced to a state resembling that of lowly dogs, accepting full blame and claiming their ineptitude in raising their sons, absolving the fifth prince of any wrongdoing. The emperor remained silent, his face dark for an extended period. The Empress Dowager, acutely aware of her advancing age and dwindling power, understood that the emperor's authority was on the rise. Should she pass from this world, the chaos that would ensue would be insurmountable. In most cases, it had been the emperor who regarded her with deference. Now, she found herself compelled to gauge his mood. The emperor ultimately refrained from further comment, allowing the Empress Dowager to finish her admonishments before dismissing the Duke of Dongshan and Prince Kangping. That very night, the son of Prince Kangping met his untimely end. This son, a bastard, had not been particularly distinguished among the numerous offspring of Prince Kangping. However, having ingratiated himself with the fifth prince over the past 2 years, his standing had risen, allowing both his mother and concubine to bask in reflected glory. At 17, he had hoped to leverage his connection with the fifth prince to secure a favorable marriage and find a place in the officialdom. Due to the Empress Dowager's words, Prince Kangping deemed this son a source of calamity for the family, leading to his servants administering a severe beating. During the thrashing, the young man could not utter a sound. The blows were so severe that he succumbed mid-punishment. Such a youth, still unripe, with a mother of lowly status, would hardly attract much attention upon his demise. In the capital, many matters concerning the royal family went unnoticed unless they involved bloodshed. Thus, he was quietly interred. Yet, in the wake of this incident, the families throughout the capital became alarmed. When it comes to the contentious issue of succession, the consequences are dire. Even if one is not closely involved, maintaining intimate relations with a prince can lead to fortune or, conversely, the loss of life. Chapter 38, Retribution. The following day, upon awakening, Xiao Qingji donned his garments and descended from his bed, accepting a cup of fragrant tea from the eunuch. From a young age, he had exhibited a temperament marked by coldness, disinclined to allow others to approach him without his consent. Thus the eunuchs dared not come forward to assist with his attire. A ray of dawn light filtered through the window, and since he was not required to attend court that day, he refrained from entering the palace. At this moment, the day had only just begun, and the entire Tsangfeng terrace was enveloped in sunlight. The scouts relayed to Xiao Qingji the intelligence they had gathered from the palace the previous night. He was not surprised by the news. The house of Dongshan and the house of Kangping sought to leverage Xiao Jiushan's resurgence, yet such matters were seldom straightforward. Merely clinging to the powerful would not yield benefits. Having learned a lesson this time, these individuals would exercise caution in their future dealings with Xiao Jiushan. Hua Har found this turn of events curious. Previously, Xiao Qingji had seldom engaged in conflict with Xiao Zhishan, primarily focusing on matters within the Ministry of Justice. The sudden and inexplicable fixation on Xiao Zhishan now seemed peculiar. Xiao Qingji dismissed the scouts, and after adjusting his clothing, the eunuchs finally dared to approach him to fasten his belt and crown. The early morning air in Sangfeng Terrace was imbued with a faint scent of incense, with the crisp and cool aromas of sandalwood and agarwood particularly pronounced. Feeling irritated by their clumsiness, Xiao Qingji waved them away. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The princess consort shall oversee the household affairs during this period. She is to rearrange personnel and make any necessary arrangements, with her directives taking precedence. Huahara had not anticipated this development. When Xiao Qingji had previously mentioned allowing the princess consort to manage affairs, he had genuinely meant for her to take charge. After a moment of contemplation, Huahara replied, "It may not be a simple task. The various matrons and eunuchs in the household will likely resist suddenly adhering to the princess consort's orders, which could lead to conflict." Xiao Qingji, displaying impatience, retorted, "Those who refuse to comply shall be dragged away and executed." Huahara was genuinely taken aback, sensing that the prince was earnest in his desire for the princess consort to manage the household. He hastily affirmed, "Indeed, I shall remind them. Anyone daring to defy our master's commands will be taken away and executed." As Xiao Qingji prepared to leave, he paid no further attention to Huahara, at which point breakfast was served. On the other hand, Yang Yu had finally completed transcribing 10 volumes of scriptures and contemplated when she might find the opportunity to present them to the Empress. However, it seemed unlikely that Empress Sheng would be in high spirits during this time, given the disgraceful actions of her son. She had heard that the two sisters-in-law from the Xiao family had arrived in the capital the previous evening, and today, Yang Yu intended to visit the Xiao residence. After having her breakfast, she set out. Madame Luo, the wife of Xiao Junliang, and Madame Zhang, the wife of Xiao Juanshou, had endured a long journey. Upon returning yesterday, they had little time to attend to other matters and had only managed to settle their guests and belongings while sharing casual conversations with their husbands. Today, they pondered whether to visit the Qin Wangfu, yet hesitated, feeling uncertain. When Yang Yu had resided in the Xiao household, she had maintained amicable relations with them. Madame Luo was 10 years her senior, while Madame Zhang was merely 6 years older. They often engaged in conversation and needlework together without perceiving any differences. As Yang Yu was merely a distant cousin living under their roof, and they were both newly married women, they treated her with a degree of familiarity that did not require the caution they would exercise. There was a shared sense of camaraderie, having all married into the family, serving the matriarchs above and attending to their younger sisters-in-law below. It was only after giving birth that one could truly cultivate a sense of belonging. Now that Yang Yu was married, the dynamics had shifted significantly. She had wed a prince, elevating her status considerably. The rank of the Wangfu was exceedingly high. However, among princes, there were distinctions of rank, and the Qin Wangfu was only second to the crown prince, particularly as the Wei dynasty had yet to formally establish a crown prince, making the Qin Wang a highly. As the legitimate wife of the Qin Wangfu, Yang Yu, once outside the palace, would compel all noble ladies to lower their heads in her presence, regardless of their private thoughts. Madame Luo and Madame Zhang were apprehensive that their immediate visit to the Qin Wangfu to see the princess consort might be perceived as an attempt to ingratiate themselves. Given the lofty status of the Wangfu, could two minor wives such as themselves presume to enter? Moreover, with so many high-ranking officials in the capital, only the matriarch of their family would have the standing to speak freely in the presence of the princess consort. What were they, after all? They feared that Yang Yu, having encountered numerous esteemed individuals, would look down upon them. Madame Luo and Madame Zhang's husbands had studied together since childhood, forging a deep bond, which rendered their sister-in-law relationship amicable. At least publicly, they had never quarrelled or clashed. In truth, they had little to contest. Neither managed the household in the Anqing Marquisate and typically visited their mother-in-law to pay respects, check on the old matriarch, and engage in conversation. The gates of the marquisate were numerous, leaving them little opportunity to venture outside, and with the passage of time, their youth slipped away. Perhaps they had once harbored competitive spirits, but such sentiments had long since faded. The two sisters-in-law could converse and engage in needlework together, which was far preferable to squabbling and contention. After their meal, their husbands departed for the Hanlin Academy, leaving Zhang and Luo to sit together, exchanging words and engaging in needlework. Madame Luo was not particularly talkative. While Madame Zhang enjoyed conversing more, they were unaware of the incident involving the fifth prince that had unfolded the previous day. Their knowledge remained limited to the news of Yang Yu's marriage being arranged with the Qin Wang. Madame Zhang remarked, "The Qin Wang is favored by the emperor, and he is quite commendable. I wonder how Miss Yang is adjusting to the climate here. I find it rather dry." Madame Luo, with her head bowed in embroidery, replied, "She has never been fond of eating. I hope she can acclimate quickly." After a moment's hesitation, Madame Zhang inquired, "When shall we go visit the young lady?" Madame Luo fell silent, expressing her concern. "I fear we may trouble her." As they conversed, a maid entered to announce, "Madam, the third young madam, the Qin princess consort has arrived at our residence. The carriage awaits outside." Startled, both Madame Zhang and Madame Luo exchanged glances, scrutinizing their attire, which was casual and unadorned, lacking any formality. They worried that their appearance might not be suitable for the princess consort. Yet, if they were to rush and groom themselves, it would be discourteous to keep the princess consort waiting. The maid, oblivious to their concerns, cheerily urged, "Let us hurry. Miss Yang has now become the Qin princess consort. She will surely be delighted to see both of you." Madame Zhang paused, saying, "We are all sisters. What difference does it make how we have seen each other in the past? Let us go forth and not keep our sister waiting." Chapter 39, Retribution. In the past, when Miss Yang resided at the Anqing Marquis's residence, she had encountered both of them in their unkempt state, without having attended to their hair or washed their faces. Now they were adorned and dressed meticulously, albeit not with the grandeur one might expect. Why, then, could they not be received? Madame Luo promptly accompanied Madame Zhang to welcome her. Since her marriage, Yang Yu had ventured out only twice, once to the palace and once for her return visit, making this her inaugural visit to the Shao residence in the capital. Bai Chun supported Yang Yu as she descended from the carriage, while Madame Luo and Madame Zhang hurried forth to pay their respects. "We pay our respects to the princess consort of Qin." Yang Yu was momentarily taken aback and hastily assisted them to their feet, exclaiming, "What formalities are necessary, sisters? Such actions would only diminish my years." Madame Zhang chuckled, "One must not abandon decorum." Quickly, "Princess consort, do take a seat. Your brothers have already left early this morning. Had they known you were coming, they would surely have stayed behind." At that moment, Yang Yu found herself at a loss for words, allowing them. In truth, both Madame Zhang and Madame Luo were aware of Yang Yu's betrothal to the royal family and her impending marriage to a prince, yet, during those earlier days, when she was still unmarried, their interactions felt more natural. Now, with their statuses so markedly different, the words and actions that once flowed freely were now laden with restraint. Upon entering the room, the maidservants brought forth tea. Observing their demeanor, Yang Yu felt as though she was back in the residence serving the elderly matriarch. Even then, the anxiety did not match this degree of trepidation. "Sisters, please, do sit down," Yang Yu urged. "I remain as I was before, and you must do the same." Madame Zhang discerned that Yang Yu, having married into royalty, had no intention of flaunting her elevated status. If she and Madame Luo continued to be so tense, it would surely displease Yang Yu. More animated than usual, Madame Zhang gently pulled Madame Luo to sit beside Yang Yu, smiling as she said, "Indeed, what Yang Yu says is true. Everything shall remain as it once was." Though they spoke thus, both Madame Zhang and Madame Luo understood full well that, given their differing statuses, nothing could ever truly return to how it had been. Yet, with Yang Yu's cheerful demeanor and her appearance reminiscent of days gone by, save for the extravagance of her attire, it felt as if everything had reverted to the past. Madame Zhang and Madame Luo, momentarily lost in nostalgia, felt as though they had returned to earlier times. When they first married into the household, Yang Yu was already there. The young girl, delicate yet spirited, was endearing in her speech and actions, and both women regarded her as a younger sister. At that time, Yang Yu was still quite young, with little on her mind. Having been there for merely 2 or 3 years, she was still only 6 or 7 years old. What profound thoughts could a child of that age harbor? She viewed the kindness of those around her and considered the Shao residence her own, engaging playfully with her sisters, squabbling over cherished toys, experiencing both conflict and reconciliation. However, gossip from some of the more loquacious servants in the Shao household claimed that Yang Yu was not a true daughter of the Shao family and had no right to compete with the other young ladies. When these words reached Yang Yu's ears, she finally comprehended her status as an outsider. She was, indeed, different. In her solitude beneath the grapevines, she wept quietly, while the newlywed Madame Zhang, burdened by the challenges of her new role, often found herself shedding tears in secret. In time, Madame Zhang took special care of this younger sister, secretly providing her with cherished items. Years swiftly passed, and as the four of them chatted and sipped tea, Madame Zhang and Madame Luo unwittingly forgot Yang Yu's princely identity, as well as the rigid hierarchies of the capital. After enjoying lunch and resting for a while, Yang Yu noticed that the day was growing late, and she needed to return to the Wang residence. Typically reticent, Madame Luo merely grasped Yang Yu's hand and softly urged her, "Serve His Royal Highness, may you soon bear a young prince." Yang Yu nodded gently in acknowledgement. Beside Madame Luo stood a boy of 7 or 8. He was the son of Xiao Junliang and a concubine. Raised on life had unfolded in this manner for her, devoid of any expectations. Upon seeing Yang Yu, she felt a sense of joy in conversing with the young lady, thus holding her hand and speaking a few more words. Madame Luo perceived that, despite Yang Yu's outwardly delicate beauty and her pitiable background, she was, in truth, a young woman of considerable spirit. A woman too spirited, if overly resolute, may find herself struggling within the confines of the household. Thus, Madame Luo often contemplated offering guidance to ensure that this young lady might lead a good life. Before long, Yang Yu returned to her carriage and made her way back to the residence. As Ningxia assisted her along the path to Wanfu Garden, she remarked with a hint of sentiment, "The eldest and third young madams now regard you with a touch of trepidation." Yang Yu understood that their fear was not of her, but of the power she represented. Just as many feared not the Empress or the Dowager Empress, but rather the authority of the Jing family. Today, Huahar had accompanied the Prince of Qin on an outing, and Huahar's adopted son, Hu Wang, eagerly approached Yang Yu. "Your Highness, I humbly pay my respects," he declared. Yang Yu had previously seen him trailing behind the Prince of Qin, serving as a eunuch. Initially, internal matters within the household were largely handled by Huahar, who would then report to the prince. Because of this, Huahar had held a slight disdain for the princess consort. However, with the prince now delegating responsibilities to Yang Yu, insisting that any non-compliance would meet with dire consequences, Huahar hastily instructed his subordinates to curry favor with the princess consort. Yang Yu inclined her head. "What is your name?" Huarweng quickly replied, "I am Huarweng. I recently acquired a magpie and have come to present it to your highness." Yang Yu, not particularly interested in birds, nodded. He animatedly recounted the events to her. "The Dowager Empress has laid blame upon the East Shan Marquis and the Prince of Kangping's residence. The young master from the Prince of Kangping's household was beaten to death." Yang Yu was taken aback. A young master from a prestigious royal residence, killed over such a trivial matter. "When it involves the Dowager Empress, it is no trifling matter," Hu Wang quickly clarified. "Had it been our prince who was implicated, it would have alarmed the emperor, resulting in the deaths of at least 100 individuals." The two young masters truly lacked prudence. Could they have thought to drag the emperor's own son into such a situation? In light of this incident, the Prince of Kangping's residence and the East Shan Marquis's household can forget about thriving in court. Yang Yu paused momentarily, fully cognizant of the treacherous waters of the capital. She understood that the royal family loomed over individuals like a mountain, yet she had now truly grasped the extent of their formidable presence. After gathering information, she returned to Wanfu Garden, while Hui Wang, too timid to enter, stood outside respectfully. At that moment, from a distance, he spotted His Royal Highness approaching and hastily bowed, stepping aside to await the prince's arrival. Chapter 40 Retribution. Yang Yu sat before the dressing mirror. Ningxia assisted her by taking down the heaviest hairpin. Yang Yu lowered her gaze and mused, "Do you think that if one day I were to utter something unpalatable or commit some grave error that offends the prince or the emperor, I might meet a similarly dire fate?" Initially, she had approached life with the audacity of youth, displaying a certain bravado, maintaining the same demeanor she had at the chef. Even though she was aware that the royal family and the noble houses were worlds apart, she had not contemplated the gravity of the situation. However, witnessing the altered attitudes of her once close sisters-in-law and reflecting on how a single word from the Empress Dowager could obliterate two families, her earlier bravado began to wane. Ningxia hurried to console Yang Yu, saying, "Your Highness, do not dwell too much on these matters. Excessive sentimentality can be detrimental." Deep down, Yang Yu understood that, even if she were to find herself in peril, the imperial authority would not allow her demise to be utterly disgraceful. Much like concubine Bo, who was publicly said to have died of illness, while whispers suggested she was strangled by a silken cord or poisoned by a cup of toxic wine. Regardless of the truth, she would not be subjected to a brutal death. When soldiers come, I shall meet them with force. When water arrives, I shall conceal it with earth. Should such a moment arise, I will address it then. For now, I shall remain at ease. Yang Yu removed the jade bracelet from her wrist, her fingers lingering on a delicate ring, contemplating whether she ought to consume something to ease her hunger. At that moment, the voices of maidservants offering greetings reached her ears. It turned out that Prince Qin had returned. Before she could rise, Xiao Chengji had already approached her from behind. Clad in court robes, he appeared to have been at the government office earlier that morning. The golden threads embroidered on the front and back of his robe depicted a four-clawed dragon, its fierce visage startling to behold. Yang Yu found herself at a loss for words. Despite her ability to converse, she was not naturally inclined to engage in idle chatter. Having been indulged by the matriarch since childhood, she did not possess a strong desire to please others, as a precious young lady of nobility ought not to concern herself with serving others or ensuring their happiness. Yet, recent events had led her to realize that, even if it was not her intention, she had to adopt a submissive demeanor in the presence of the prince. Should he turn against her, wielding the imperial power to suppress her, she would be left powerless. The confines of this grand estate were not as she had imagined. As long as she conducted herself with propriety and did not err in the slightest, punishment would be unfathomable. Under the weight of imperial authority, those in power could easily distort the truth, declaring a deer to be a horse, labeling black as white, and right as wrong. Yang Yu quickly rose. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Xiao Qingji's expression darkened. He himself could not fathom why he continually found his way to her. It was hardly a matter of convenience, for he had never visited her prior to her relocation. Unable to provide a rationale, he maintained a stoic silence. Yang Yu's inquiry was merely a formality, lacking genuine curiosity. After all, the entire estate belonged to Xiao Chengji, allowing him to come and go as he pleased. "I was contemplating when to deliver them." The fifth prince had recently found himself in trouble, coincidentally at the hands of Xiao Chengji. The empress likely harbored deep resentment towards him, yet this formidable figure was beyond her reach. Thus, she turned her ire towards Yang Yu, the more vulnerable target. Reflecting on her previous boldness, Yang Yu pondered whether she had been too audacious. Perhaps next time, she should don more subdued attire. Although, no matter what she wore, she would still attract disapproving glances. "I shall have the maidservants prepare a few inconspicuous outfits, intending to send them over tomorrow or the day after, to avoid further punishment." He handed them over to Huahar, saying, "Deliver these to the Empress immediately, and inform her that should she impose punishment on the princess again, I shall undertake the task of copying on her behalf." Huahar hurried off, leaving Yang Yu in a state of astonishment. Xiao Chengji scoffed, "Her disdain for you stems from my influence and is unrelated to your own merits. I shall not allow a woman to bear the blame. Wear whatever you wish, do not concern yourself with her opinions. If she seeks to bully you, let her do so, as long as she remains indifferent to Xiao Jushan's fate." For a moment, Yang Yu found herself at a loss for words. Xiao Chengji's demeanor was undeniably domineering, yet there was an undeniable charm in such a man. Were he to lead troops into battle, his subordinates would undoubtedly rally behind him, following his every command. In Yang Yu's eyes, he shone like a constellation, her gaze filled with admiration. She quickly urged Xiao Chengji to sit, removing the heavy crown from his head and gently massaging his shoulders and back. "Your Highness, you are truly remarkable. It is unlikely we could find a man as capable as you in the Wei dynasty." Xiao Chengji raised his gaze, meeting Yang Yu's countenance, which resembled a blooming peach blossom. Her eyes sparkled, as if they could draw forth tears, filled with adoration as she regarded him. To be idolized by such a captivating beauty felt akin to savoring a fine, aromatic wine. Even knowing it was laced with poison, one would still relish its taste. Xiao Qingji stared at Yang Yu's face for a moment before abruptly rising, his ears flushed with color, his mood turning restless as he strode towards the exit. Yang Yu felt a sense of grievance. She had merely complimented him and had not provoked him in any way, so why was he still irate? Throughout her life, she had never encountered someone who so openly despised her. She dazedly reached for his sleeve, asking, "Your Highness, where are you going?" Xiao Qingji's body stiffened, feeling the gentle warmth of her fingertips as he pushed her hand away, replying, "The Ministry of Justice requires my attention. I must attend to a matter." Yang Yu had not seen anyone come to announce his arrival, leading her to speculate that perhaps someone had informed him earlier. She hurriedly took up his crown, intending to place it upon his head. However, Xiao Qingji took it from her, refusing her offer, and walked out directly. Yang Yu stood in place, momentarily lost in thought, unable to regain her composure, although Ningxia did not comprehend why the prince had departed so swiftly after arriving. As a maidservant, she dared not voice her curiosity and promptly assisted Yang Yu in taking off her ornaments. Chapter 41, Equal Footing. Previously, there were numerous instances where ladies brought along their maidservants as dowries, and the masters of those households would appropriate all the accompanying maidservants. Such occurrences were not uncommon even in the Shao residence. However, in Yang Yu's quarters, none of the maidservants harbored such intentions. On one hand, their unwavering loyalty to Yang Yu stemmed from her gentle demeanor. She was not one to resort to violence or harsh words, treating them kindly and with warmth. Grateful for such a benevolent mistress, they held her in high regard. On the other hand, although Prince Qin possessed striking good looks, his formidable presence intimidated most, preventing them from daring to approach him. The maidservants in Yang Yu's room spoke to him with trepidation, fearing to utter a word. Observing their mistress converse with Prince Qin, even daring to breathe audibly in his presence, they could not help but feel that their mistress was no ordinary woman. On the other side, Huahar swiftly delivered several volumes of scriptures copied by Yang Yu to Empress Jing. As the chief eunuch serving Prince Qin, Huahar was a well-known figure both within and outside the palace. In Prince Qin's presence, he was humble, but among other eunuchs, he commanded respect. Those around Empress Jing recognized him and were aware of his position, allowing him to approach without hesitation. Currently, Empress Jing harbored a deep resentment towards Prince Qin, and upon hearing that someone from his residence had arrived, she mused that perhaps it was the princess consort who had come. While she could not act against Prince Qin, she could certainly take out her frustrations on the princess consort. Truth be told, had it not been for the palace regulations, Empress Jing would have relished the opportunity to strip the prince. The individual who arrived was none other than Huahar, the chief eunuch at Prince Qin's side. He reverently presented the 10 volumes of scriptures that the princess consort had transcribed, stating, "The princess consort has devoted herself day and night to copying scriptures for your majesty's blessings. She has just completed them and is now resting, so I hasten to deliver them to you." Huahar would never dare utter Prince Qin's exact words in the presence of the empress. The masters speak with authority due to their capabilities, and it would be tantamount to courting death for him to act arrogantly in their presence. This was the empress, the matriarch of the palace, revered by all. However, Huahar was obliged to convey Prince Qin's intentions in a subtle manner, ensuring the meaning was discernible upon reflection. Upon seeing Huahar, Empress Jing felt a twinge of disappointment. Why hasn't the prince is deeply concerned and has urged her to rest, suggesting that next time the empress wishes for her to copy scriptures, the prince will do so on her behalf. Empress Jing's expression darkened. Though Xiao Qingji was not her son, she harbored a profound animosity towards him, yet, witnessing Xiao Qingji being ensnared by a woman left her feeling unsettled. Throughout her life, Empress Jing had never grasped the essence of being favored. Her heart withered little by little, convinced she would never experience it. Watching others effortlessly obtain what she desired felt akin to a wildfire consuming her spirit. As Xiao Qingji distanced himself from the palace, his influence within the court grew, making it increasingly difficult for Empress Jing and the Dowager Empress to manipulate him. Holding a string of prayer beads, the Empress nodded expressionlessly. "In that case, you may leave." Huahar's heart relaxed as he slowly retreated. However, once he departed, Empress Jing. In Shokang Palace, the Dowager Empress gazed into the mirror, smoothing her graying hair, while Zhao Mama recounted information she had heard previously to the Dowager Empress's expression remained unchanged. Zhao Mama sighed. The Empress does not speak harshly to even a eunuch in Prince Jin's service, yet she resorts to such biting words against the princess consort, humiliating her. One wonders if the fifth prince's recent troubles are somehow tied to the Empress. Empress Jing's inability to grasp the gravity of the situation was not a novel occurrence. For instance, in this instance, she harbored disdain for Prince Jin and sought to vent her frustrations on the eunuch at his side. After all, it was an opportunity presented to her. Did she truly believe that harming a mere dog would provoke Prince Jin into retaliating against her? Instead, she chose to target the princess consort. Thereby, Prince Jin would not become enraged over a mere dog, but he would undoubtedly be furious if his beloved suffered indignities, especially when that beloved was such an exquisite beauty. If tears fell from her eyes, would not Prince Jin's wrath surge forth in a desire for retribution? The Dowager Empress gradually felt the weight of exhaustion. She truly was fatigued. At times, she contemplated that perhaps ending her life would be a simpler resolution. Yet, recalling the multitude of individuals in the Jing household and the future of the Jing family, she could not bring herself to that finality. At this critical juncture, the Dowager Empress still pondered arranging a legitimate wife for the fifth prince. The daughter of General Wei Yuan seemed like an excellent choice. The Dowager Empress envisioned a marriage between the fifth prince and a daughter of a military family. In truth, Yang Yu was an ideal candidate in her heart. Although the Duke of Zhengguo's residence had fallen, many renowned generals had served under him and benefited from his patronage over the years. Military figures were known for their loyalty, and the Duke of Zhengguo's family had a legacy of valor, leaving only a delicate young lady behind. If the fifth prince were to wed a daughter of the Wen family and treat her well, it would surely endear him to the generals. Yet, despite her persuasive arguments, Empress Jing remained unconvinced, asserting that the Duke of Zhengguo had been dead for a decade. Who still remembered such long-standing gratitude. Empress Jing believed that consort Wei would suffice, planning to elevate her to the position of primary wife, reasoning that a docile woman would not lead the Dowager Empress had also encountered the daughter of General Wei Yuan and found her to be forthright and articulate, but Empress Jing dismissed her, claiming such a woman was too formidable and would overshadow the fifth prince. This time, however, the Dowager Empress would not allow Empress Jing to dictate the course of events. She could not stand idly by while her ineffectual niece jeopardized the future of her cherished grandson. The Dowager Empress declared, "We shall invite General Wei Yuan's wife to the palace again soon. This marriage must be settled to prevent any further complications." Zhao Mama's expression soured, and after much hesitation, she finally spoke up. As soon as the fifth prince encountered difficulties, General Wei Yuan's wife arranged a marriage for her. When she had previously invited General Wei Yuan's wife and daughter to the palace, the underlying intentions were clear to all, even if not explicitly stated. It was precisely because nothing was formally arranged that the Wei Yuan family. Zhao Mama lowered her voice. "Your Majesty, it appears that the fifth prince's future marriage may prove to be quite challenging." Chapter 42. A match in worthiness convention dictates that the son of an emperor should have no difficulty in finding a spouse. Yet, even to this day, the fifth prince remains untroubled by matrimonial prospects. It is not merely a single consort he could attract, but rather a multitude, 10, 8, even 100 suitors would eagerly present themselves. The crux of the matter lies in whether Empress Dowager Zheng finds them suitable. Believing that a particular family possesses the potential to assist the fifth prince and that their daughters are well educated and virtuous. Thus, after such discerning selection, the pool of eligible families dwindles significantly. These families, already endowed with prospects, are largely disinclined to court danger, unwilling to gamble the lives of their kin for the sake of vying for imperial favor. Those few who are audacious enough to wager their fortunes, either out of genuine affection for their daughters or a belief that the fifth prince is lacking in merit, are deterred by his shameful conduct. Consorting with his elder brother's betrothed prior to marriage, a disgraceful act, and casting aside the pitiable orphan daughters of noble houses, a display of cold-heartedness. The emperor publicly claims that the marriage exchange between the third and fifth princes is due to an ill-matched destiny, yet this rationale is riddled with inconsistency. Those curious enough to inquire will inevitably uncover the truth. A man lacking in both honor and compassion will cause even the boldest gambler to hesitate when faced with the prospect of risking the lives of dozens for a wager. Conversely, Empress Dowager Zheng has little regard for those who would shamelessly seek to curry favor with royal wealth. Upon learning that the General Wei Yuan's household had settled a marriage for their daughter, Empress Dowager Zheng was instantly incensed. Very well indeed, she scoffed coldly. Do they believe that this dowager has grown old and lost her influence, daring to directly offend me? They refuse to marry the fifth prince. I shall see if her cousins have the fortune to wed her. Zhao Mama, taken aback, fell silent. For many years, she had served as Empress Dowager, and even the emperor was obliged to heed her wishes. How could a mere general's household dare to be so selective, dismissing a princely match? If the fifth prince were to spurn this woman, Empress Dowager Zheng would certainly ensure that no one else would have the audacity to pursue her. In recent days, Ma Baogua, the eldest son of General Wei Yuan, has taken to frequenting the presence of Xiao Qingji. Although Xiao Qingji had previously had no dealings with the Ma family, he was nonetheless aware of their reputation within the official circles. He found Ma Baogua's demeanor somewhat perplexing, prompting him to inquire further and learn that the Empress Dowager had originally intended to betroth Ma Baogua's sister to the fifth prince. Matters of marriage had seldom interested Xiao Qingji before, as they did not concern him directly. Even the political intrigues of the court had not captured his attention, as the emperor was always there to mitigate any fallout. However, now that he was wed, an outcome he had not sought, but one coerced by the emperor, his circumstances were irrevocably altered. Upon returning home that afternoon, he mentioned the matter to Yang Yu, who was busy teaching the parrot gifted by Huang to speak. The parrot, quite intelligent, had been received with general disfavor due to its somber black and white plumage, reminiscent of a diminutive crow. Huang had initially intended to present it to the Zhangfeng pavilion, believing that the prince might find such a creature amusing, but after being scolded by Huahar for lacking discernment, he had sent it to the princess's quarters, where it would have been more fitting to present a canary or a thrush, birds of a more charming disposition. Nevertheless, as a living creature, Yang Yu permitted the staff to care for it. After a couple of days, she discovered that the little creature was indeed quite clever. It would greet her in the courtyard, exclaiming, "The princess has arrived," mimicking the tone and somewhat anxious cadence of the maidens. Yang Yu, attempting to train it, offered birdseed and encouraged it to say, "I want to eat," yet after much effort, the little creature remained silent. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she wiped her hands with a damp cloth presented by a maid, and upon hearing Xiao Qingji's mention of the Ma family, her curiosity was piqued. Regarding the officials of the court, Yang Yu had little knowledge, as young ladies of her station lacked the opportunity to become acquainted with matters of state. However, now that she was married, the situation was different. A concubine could indulge in leisure within the inner quarters, remaining oblivious to the affairs of the court, but the mistresses of households must remain vigilant, for such matters could directly impact their families' fates. General Wei Yuan was a name even the most sheltered of young ladies had heard, as he was among the most capable generals of the current regime. Upon hearing Xiao Qingji's words, Yang Yu knitted her brows. Is it that the Wei Yuan general's household has shown disrespect to the Empress Dowager, prompting her to create difficulties for them? Xiao Qingji nodded. He understood the disposition of the Empress Dowager well enough. Yang Yu continued, "So the Wei Yuan general's household seeks to win your favor, hoping you might protect them from the Empress Dowager's wrath." "Not quite," Xiao Qingji replied, suppressing a smile at her naivety. Her understanding of court affairs was limited, and her innocent remarks were rather amusing. "It is likely that Miss Ma is not entirely suitable. The Wei Yuan general has achieved great military successes, and the court still requires his services." All factions are eager to align with him. The Empress Dowager's attempts to court him have met with failure, leaving her frustrated and angry. Now comprehending, Yen Yu nodded. In areas where I can extend support, I shall endeavor to do so. Seeing her grasp the situation so readily, Xiao Qingji nodded in approval. He was aware that Yen Yu had yet to establish herself firmly in the capital. Many remained unacquainted with her, making it somewhat burdensome to expect her to undertake certain tasks. Nevertheless, it was essential that she be informed. Finally able to sit and sip some water, Yen Yu observed Xiao Qingji standing at a distance, as if a chasm lay between them, almost as if they were strangers. She felt a sense of puzzlement. Truth be told, she had no idea what she had done to invoke such disdain from him. She poured him a cup of tea. "Your Highness, will you not join me for a cup of tea? Standing there all this time, are you not weary?" Xiao Qingji approached and sat down. On the table lay a plate of milk pastries, each piece infused with hawthorn, raisins, peanuts, and sesame, small enough to be devoured in 1 or 2 bites, and delightfully fragrant. This delicacy had not been available in Ling City. Yen Yu had only tasted it upon arriving in the capital and had developed a particular fondness for it over the past few days. She pinched off a piece, tasting it herself, then offered another to Xiao Qingji's lips. "Your Highness, do try this." Her wrist adorned with a double-stranded gold bracelet accentuated its delicate appearance, as if it could snap with the slightest pressure. Xiao Qingji sampled the pastry she offered. "My shoulders are somewhat sore." Yen Yu moved to the couch behind him and began to knead his shoulders. Though her hands lacked strength, their softness was evident, and he could distinctly feel her warmth through the thin fabric. Xiao Qingji closed his eyes. "I feel nothing, apply more pressure." As Yen Yu's hands began to tire, she felt a tinge of frustration at his request and leaned against him for a moment's respite. "Then let Huahar come and massage you. The eunuchs are quite strong." Huahar, a robust figure, certainly appeared to possess an abundance of strength. Xiao Qingji's expression darkened. Continue. Chapter 43, a shoulder to lean on. After massaging Xiao Qingji's shoulder for a quarter of an hour, Yen Yu felt genuinely fatigued, her hands and wrists aching somewhat. He glanced at her hands, not allowing her to immediately rise from the couch, and pulled her back, gently kneading her wrist. "Such delicacy. I truly am unfortunate to have married such a fragile princess," he remarked. Instinctively, Yen Yu retorted, "If you had married earlier, you wouldn't have encountered such misfortunes." Xiao Qingji was several years her senior. Had he heeded the emperor's counsel to wed sooner, he would likely have children running about by now. And then what? Xiao Qingji scoffed. "You and Wei would both be wed to the 5th prince, with you as the principal and her as the secondary. Miss Wen, do awaken to reality. Wei is both cunning and capricious. Should you fall into her clutches, you would find yourself weeping thrice daily." Yen Yu was incensed into silence, her chest heaving with emotion, her eyes beginning to redden. Noticing her impending tears, Xiao Qingji fell silent. He had never consoled a woman before and was at a loss regarding how to respond to her tears. Instinctively wanting to leave, he hesitated, fearing that if he departed, she might truly break down. At that moment, Huahar quietly approached from outside. "Your Highness, you have an appointment with Lord Liu to discuss matters. It is time to proceed." Xiao Qingji, Huahar's eyes darted mischievously. "Your Highness, I encountered something amusing on the street yesterday that I wish to share with you." Xiao Qingji nodded in acknowledgement. Huahar chuckled. "I came across a young lady selling tofu pudding. She was as cold as ice, never smiling, her expression perpetually blank. A rogue nearby boasted that he could make her laugh with a single remark and incite her anger with another. Others were skeptical and wagered 50 coins against him. Can you guess what the rogue did?" For a moment, Yen Yu felt a flicker of curiosity, eavesdropping on his tale. Observing that the redness had faded from her eyes, Huahar suddenly felt that sharing such a jest in this context might be inappropriate, fearing it could provoke her further ire and cost him his head. He glanced furtively at Xiao Qingji, who, having read such jokes in books, nodded for Huahar to continue. "The young lady owned a little pug. The rogue knelt before the dog, saluting it and calling it father. The young lady instantly burst into laughter. Huahar animatedly mimicked the act, bowing before a vase as if it were the dog. Then he added, once the rogue stood, he bowed to the young lady and called her mother, provoking her immediate fury, prompting her to grab a spoon to strike him. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu could no longer suppress her laughter. Just as she laughed, Xiao Chengji cast a glance her way, feeling a bit embarrassed. She quickly composed her expression, seeing that she was no longer on the verge of tears. Xiao Chengji stood and made his way outside. Wahar wiped the sweat from his brow, nervously trailing behind Xiao Chengji. That was quite good. Do ensure you have more jokes prepared for her in the future, Xiao Chengji instructed. The princess was prone to tears. Once Xiao Chengji departed, Yang Yu lay down on the bed for a while. Recently, there had been many affairs within the residence, each requiring careful attention. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and she would need to enter the palace, where she would have to navigate the complexities presented by the Empress and the Empress Dowager. The weight of these matters bore heavily on her heart. She then recalled Xiao Chengji's earlier remark about marrying her being his misfortune, feeling a sense of grievance arise within her. Wasn't this the case with all marriages? Most were blind unions, with the true character of one spouse only revealed on the wedding day. It was worth noting that the fifth prince and Wei had known each other prior to their marriage, and surely they must have developed a strong bond by now. Xiao Zhishan had recently fallen into misfortune. Firstly, the son of the Duke of Kangping had died, and the heir of the Dongshan Marquis no longer dared to follow him around. As a prince, the fifth prince should not be lacking in companions. With a mere shout from him, a throng of servants would kneel before him, yet those of suitable rank to converse with Xiao Zhishan tended to avoid him, offering only pleasantries or outright avoiding him altogether. Xiao Zhishan felt quite vexed by this. Furthermore, having tasted the wild pleasures outside, the mundane meals at home now seemed lacking in flavor. The concubines in his residence had all passed the scrutiny of the Empress, who feared that a horde of seductresses would lead him astray. Those who remained were largely quite docile, and once a person became overly compliant, the enjoyment of intimacy vanished. Thus, Xiao Zhishan found himself visiting Wei Ruxuan frequently, for she possessed a multitude of charms and knew how to please him. Wei Ruxuan was genuinely elated, her spirits soaring, hearing that the young lady from the Wei Yuan general's household had become engaged to her cousin. She became increasingly convinced that Xiao Zhishan's visits to brothels were merely a means to extricate himself from that engagement. Currently, Wei Ruxuan was consumed with thoughts of being elevated to the status of a legitimate wife. The incident at the Empress's palace where she had been humiliated by the Prince of Qin's wife still stung her, and she was determined to seek revenge. Moreover, she could not comprehend how the Prince of Qin's wife, aside from her looks, possessed any abilities that could entice the prince into her bed. In any case, the visage of the Prince of Qin's wife must remain hidden from Xiao Zhishan. What if he regretted his choice? Wei Ruxuan was plagued by anxiety, constantly asking Xiao Zhishan, "Fifth master, do you regret not marrying the Wen family girl and instead marrying me?" Xiao Zhishan found her question amusing. Regret? What is there to regret? Did you not hear mother speak of her, saying she is vulgar and unworthy? Mother has frequently brought up the Prince of Qin's wife, and she has never spoken well of her. Xiao Zhishan was dutiful, generally heeding the Empress's words, maintaining a closer relationship with her than with the Empress Dowager. If the Empress deemed the Wen family girl unsuitable, Xiao Zhishan naturally shared that sentiment. In truth, there were few attractive women among the sickly, and Xiao Zhishan sometimes reveled in the misfortune of Xiao Chengji, finding it amusing that such a proud individual had settled for something he deemed undesirable. Still, Wei Ruxuan was not satisfied, insisting that Xiao Zhishan swear an oath. With no alternative, Xiao Zhishan raised his hand to the heavens and vowed, "If I ever regret it, may I be struck by lightning." Rest assured, Ruxuan, the only one I cherish is you. I have no interest in anyone else. Chapter 44. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Xiao Zhishan repeatedly assured her, even swearing by heaven and earth, until Wei Ruxuan finally believed him. She let out a deep sigh. To be honest, she was genuinely fearful of marrying the Prince of Qin, only to be neglected and ultimately perish alongside him in battle. Following Xiao Zhishan, she currently bore no title as a legitimate wife, yet she believed that with effort. Although the Princess of Qin had never divulged the nature of her life within the palace, Wei Ruxuan suspected it was far from pleasant, marrying a villain who stood in stark opposition to the male lead, especially one with a temperament as cruel and merciless as his. It would be strange if one could lead a happy life. On the other hand, Yan Yu had not anticipated that she would encounter a relative from the Wen family in the capital during her lifetime. It was an aunt of the same surname who came to visit. When the male heirs of the Duke of Zhenguo perished in battle and Yan Yu's mother succumbed to depression shortly thereafter, many relatives of the same surname from the Wen family had rushed to the Duke's residence amidst the chaos, colluding with the household staff to abscond. Some even proposed that since the Duke had no male heirs, they should adopt their own sons to inherit the title and the Duke's substantial estate. At that time, Yan Yu was only 4 or 5 years old. Having been frail since childhood, she was devastated by her mother's death, almost losing her will to live, with others seeking to take advantage of her family's misfortune. What power did she possess to stop them? Absolutely none. Fortunately, the Xiao family intervened. With their influence and authority, they protected Yang Yu, the young niece, asserting that all that belonged to the Duke was to be her dowry in the future, and the Duke had no right to adopt other people's sons for his lineage. Nevertheless, this endeavor required considerable effort, as the Wen family was eager to seize the Duke's possessions, unwilling to concede that any of it should be granted to a girl marrying out of the family. Thankfully, Yan Yu had an engagement with the royal family, and the emperor, disapproving of the mistreatment of a solitary girl, discreetly extended assistance to the Xiao family, enabling them to escort Yang Yu away. The aunt who visited was, of course, not Yang Yu's biological uncle's wife, for the Duke had no full-blooded brothers. Had he possessed such kin, Yang Yu's situation would not have been so dire. To trace blood ties would lead back to Yang Yu's great-grandfather's generation. Although Yang Yu had begun to retain memories at the age of 4 or 5, she was still a child then and struggled to piece together many events, rendering her recollections rather vague. The elders of the Xiao family were not inclined to speak ill of the Wen family, providing Yang Yu with little information regarding that chapter. Thus, when she first encountered a relative bearing the same surname, Yang Yu was uncertain of their. This aunt from the Wen family, surnamed Huang, appeared rather unassuming, dressed in plain attire, recounting tales of their past interactions and remarking on the resemblance between Yang Yu and the Duchess. Yang Yu found it challenging to recall any memories from her childhood associated with this family, especially since this Aunt Huang had never come to claim any possessions from her household. The two exchanged mere pleasantries, and Yang Yu inquired about the condition of Huang's family. The aunt revealed that her husband was currently employed in a minor official capacity at the Ministry of Justice. Yang Yu understood that relatives who had not been in contact for years must have some request for her assistance. However, Huang did not divulge, and Yang Yu refrained from asking. Having just arrived in the capital, Yang Yu was still unfamiliar with many of its inhabitants and affairs, lacking older mentors to introduce her to the intricacies of court life. If the visitor had no prior grievances, Yang Yu would not mind becoming acquainted. After a prolonged silence, Huang finally wiped her tears and shared her plight. Her son, a minor official tasked with overseeing prisoners at the ministry, had been coerced by his superiors into committing a dubious act, which he had resisted. Subsequently, he faced harassment and humiliation, leading the naturally reserved boy, who was averse to social interaction, to abandon his post altogether. Yet, not long after, he tragically died outside, with doctors attributing the cause to excessive drinking. Huang found this explanation hard to accept, believing her son had been wronged, yet there was no avenue for her grievances. As her husband was absent, Yang Yu was momentarily taken aback. The Ministry of Justice was currently overseen by Xiao Qingji, which explained why the aunt had approached her. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Yu inquired, what did his superior compel him to do? What was his name? Huang recounted the name of the official and elaborated, he was instructed to drug a prisoner's food, claiming it would not lead to immediate death, but rather a delayed demise, ensuring it could. My son, being timid, dared not comply. Yang Yu offered a few words of consolation to Huang, who soon took her leave. Upon Xiao Qingji's return, Yang Yu relayed the incident to him. His expression darkened instantly as he summoned 2 shadow guards and instructed them to investigate the matter. Yang Yu was startled when, at his command, 2 figures swiftly entered through the window. She had not anticipated the presence of so many individuals lurking in the shadows, ready to heed Xiao Qingji's call. After their departure, Xiao Qingji explained, "These individuals have been raised within the palace, solely to respond to my commands. There is no need for you to feel alarmed." While she was not frightened, Yang Yu was intrigued. Can they hear our conversations within the room? If that were the case, she would need to be cautious in their private discussions, lest she inadvertently utter something unfavorable that might provoke Xiao Qingji's ire. Xiao Qingji raised an eyebrow. "What, do you often speak ill of me behind my back when there is nothing at hand?" Yang Yu replied, "That would not be the case. They will not overhear unless one speaks loudly." "You needn't worry," he said, settling down with a cup of tea. "Even if you were to speak ill of me, it would not matter." Noticing that the tea he was drinking was the same she had just sampled, Yang Yu prepared him a fresh cup. Today, Xiao Qingji felt his resolve was commendable. With pressing matters at both the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice, he was genuinely busy, managing only 3 hours of sleep each night, his energy entirely consumed by pressing affairs. If he could still be seduced by Yang Yu, then he ought to relinquish his title as Prince. At that moment, Yang Yu noticed that the tassel of the jade pendant at Xiao Qingji's waist had become somewhat frayed. She leaned closer to untangle it, saying, "I shall replace it with a new one for you this evening, Your Highness. How could your attendants neglect such a trivial matter?" Xiao Qingji tensed, acutely aware of her proximity. He recognized that Yang Yu possessed some charms, otherwise, she would not have so swiftly ensnared his heart, yet, he was taken aback by her numerous tactics, as she sought every opportunity to draw closer to him. Effortlessly, Yang Yu removed the pendant from his waist, tidying the tassels before pocketing it with the intention of replacing it later. After waiting in vain for her next move, Xiao Qingji, who possessed little patience, felt increasingly restless. As Yang Yu appeared poised to move aside, he swiftly pulled her into his embrace. "Your Highness?" she queried, puzzled. Xiao Qingji suddenly released her. "It's nothing." Chapter 45. Shoulder to shoulder. Yang Yu truly could not comprehend what thoughts occupied her lord. The intricacies of a man's heart were exceedingly difficult to decipher. He would often appear discontented, leaving her to ponder how she had managed to vex him. Nevertheless, Yang Yu had matters she wished to discuss with Xiao Qingji. After marrying him, she found that her closest connection within the estate was with him, thus she could confide her troubles to him alone. "Your Highness, I have been in the capital for several months now, yet I remain unfamiliar." Although she was a native of the capital, having been raised there, she was taken to Ling City at the tender age of 4 or 5, where her accent had quickly shifted alongside her sister's. The old matriarch, realizing this was unsatisfactory, promptly hired a governess from the capital to educate the girls, insisting they not only study the 4 books and 5 classics but also amend their accents, mandating that they speak the official dialect. After all, one could never. Years had passed, and Yang Yu had forgotten much of the customs and traditions of the capital. Xiao Qingji remarked, "Should there be anything you do not understand, feel free to inquire of this prince." "Indeed, Your Highness, you are my husband. If I do not ask you, whom else could I consult?" Upon hearing her words, Xiao Qingji cast her a glance. Yang Yu's sweet tongue was certainly endearing. She climbed closer to him and gently massaged his shoulders. "However, many matters concerning women are best left to their discretion. I have no familiar elders in the capital to guide me, and I fear I may ridicule." Xiao Qingji grasped Yang Yu's hand. "Whom would dare mock you? After all, she was the princess of Qin. For all his arrogance over the years, who would dare to jest at his wife? He would ensure that such a person became the subject of jest themselves." Yang Yu nodded in agreement. "Yes, while they may not voice their thoughts openly, they would undoubtedly gossip behind my back." Xiao Qingji proposed, "I shall devise a plan for you. Princess Xiani is well connected and adept in social circles. I shall arrange a meeting for you both." Princess Xiani, the emperor's sister, was distanced from the Jin family due. Yang Yu had heard of Princess Xiani before, and she was taken aback by Xiao Qingji's willingness to introduce her. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Truly, Xiao Qingji was surprised by her exuberance. It seemed that meeting a princess brought her more joy than being with him, a prince. He scoffed. Of course it is true, her residence does not hold the same standing as our Qin Wangfu. Is it truly necessary for you to be so delighted? Yang Yu playfully clung to his arm. I have yet to experience much of the world, my naivety is evident, is it not? As she nestled against him, the warmth and softness of her presence enveloped him, accompanied by a sweet floral fragrance that filled his senses. He found himself momentarily unsettled, desiring to push Yang Yu away yet fearing he might inadvertently send her tumbling to the ground. Concerned that he might forget her casual mention amidst his many duties, she could not resist reminding him, "Your Highness, do remember," Xiao Qingji merely replied with a millimeter, acknowledging her request. Feeling a surge of happiness, Yang Yu planted a kiss on his cheek. At that moment, Xiao Qingji genuinely contemplated leaving, but he hesitated, feeling that such a departure would be undignified. He pointed to the corner of his lips. Yang Yu cupped his face and kissed him once more on the cheek. This time, he finally felt he could take his leave. He extricated himself from her grasp and rose to depart. Yang Yu had anticipated that Xiao Qingji would carry her to bed once more, yet he left without a second thought. She found it utterly perplexing what thoughts consumed him daily. Despite their recent marriage, he seemed disinterested in her, seldom returning home, preoccupied with state affairs or the journey to attend to them. However, the emperor appeared quite pleased, genuinely so. After marrying, Xiao Qingji seemed transformed, adopting a newfound gravitas. Though he had always been an icy figure, there was a noticeable shift. Previously, when entrusted with the Ministry of Justice, his methods had been ruthless and merciless, instilling fear among the populace and significantly reducing lawlessness in the capital. Recently, however, his approach had softened considerably, contrary to the harsh reputation that surrounded him. He treated the officials of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of War with a newfound respect. These officials had grown accustomed to being treated as mere subordinates, their heads bowed in fear. Now, Xiao Qingji, buoyed by his marriage, regarded them as equals, prompting them to praise him before the emperor. Had the emperor known that marriage could so profoundly alter a man, he would have urged Xiao Qingji to wed much sooner. Observing Xiao Qingji's newfound openness towards women, the emperor could not help but contemplate the matter of his offspring. Their Wen family daughter was indeed impeccable, meeting every criterion, yet her frail constitution raised concerns. The emperor summoned Xiao Qingji to dine with him, while other sons presented themselves as anxious courtiers before the emperor, fearful of uttering a misstep. Only Xiao Qingji dared to engage him boldly, refusing his demands. Moreover, he bore a striking resemblance to the emperor in his youth, as if carved from the same mold. This audacious and unyielding demeanor mirrored the very essence of what the emperor had aspired to be in his youth. Witnessing his own flesh and blood embodying the qualities he had long desired, unfettered by the constraints of tradition, daring to resist all that they were disinclined to do, brought the emperor both sorrow and solace. As the evening progressed and wine flowed, the emperor broached the subject of Xiao Qingji taking two noble-born concubines. In an instant, Xiao Qingji's expression darkened. The emperor recognized that familiar look of resistance, reminiscent of the times he had compelled him to marry. It is time for you to have children," the emperor urged gently. Xiao Qingji replied, his tone indifferent, "Father, I wish to avoid unnecessary complications in the inner quarters." The emperor was taken aback by this unexpected praise for someone. A rarity indeed. Xiao Qingji continued, "What if two unruly and cunning individuals were to arrive and inadvertently bring harm to the Wen family this time?" He had not considered such a possibility. If the catalyst for Xiao Qingji's transformation were to be the Wen family and they were to fall victim to a concubine, what would become of Xiao Qingji? According to the emperor's understanding, losing what he valued most could revert him to his former self, yet the concern lay in how he might react. The emperor, possessing a degree of rationality, chose to set aside the matter of concubines for the time being. Chapter 46. Side by side. The last encounter between Princess Sheni and Xiao Qingji took place during the New Year festivities. Despite being the emperor's sister, she dared not display arrogance in front of Xiao Qingji, holding a measure of apprehension towards him. After all, in many instances, a biological sister is deemed less valuable than a legitimate son, let alone the fact that she shares a different mother from the emperor. In this dynasty, princesses are permitted to marry princes with actual responsibility. Unfortunately, like many literary figures, he possessed a somewhat irritable temperament, and after a disagreement with the Jin family in his early years, he faced continual suppression within the court, ultimately leading to his demise. It was not that the Jin family directly orchestrated his death, yet it was not entirely unrelated either. He succumbed to dysentery while being reassigned, failing to receive timely medical attention. This reassignment, ostensibly a promotion, was in truth a demotion from a prosperous and affluent locale to a remote and desolate one, making the elevation hardly worthwhile. Because of this, the emperor felt considerable guilt towards Princess Xianyi, providing her with abundant support over the years. Although she remained a widow, the emperor's patronage afforded her a level of freedom that many other widows did not enjoy. Her vivacious personality and noble status commanded respect in the capital. Upon waking one morning, Princess Xianyi was quite intrigued to hear that Huahar had come on the orders of the King of Qin to request an audience. She was well aware of the king's temperament. Their meetings were typically limited to festive banquets, where conversation was sparse. The last time she had spoken to the king was approximately 7 or 8 months prior, and the particulars of their last exchange eluded her memory, likely occurring several years ago. Huahar, the chief eunuch close to the king, frequently assisted him with various matters, and recognizing this, she instructed that Huahar be brought in. At just over 50, Princess Xianyi had preserved her youthful appearance remarkably well, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Even within the confines of her home, she adorned herself with exquisite care. Upon seeing Huahar, she greeted him with a smile, saying, "Oh, what brings you, the esteemed figure beside the King of Qin, to my humble abode?" It was not that he seldom visited, rather, he had not visited at all. However, given the king's indulgence by the emperor, he hardly frequented the empress or the queen mother, so what could she expect? She remarked, "I am well aware of this. The emperor holds the king in high regard, entrusting him with many affairs, thus it is only natural that he is unable to find the time." Huahar continued. This individual was none other than her son. To gain entry into the Hanlin Academy, he had undoubtedly demonstrated exceptional talent, yet, for many years, the Jin faction had dominated the court, resulting in conflicts with the Liang family, leaving her son consistently overlooked for promotion. Despite his relatively low rank, the emperor had yet to consider him. Had her son chosen to live a life of complacency, relying solely on his lineage, he could have enjoyed a comfortable existence, a privilege that many would envy. However, he was a man of ambition and capability, eager to effect genuine change. Princess Xianyi, adept in navigating courtly intrigues, found her son to be similarly principled, often alienating potential allies. Each time she endeavored to pave a path for him, he would dismantle it, leaving behind estranged relationships. In truth, Princess Xianyi was reluctant to align herself with the King of Qin. Yet, the prospect of siding with the fifth prince was even more untenable, given their long-standing animosity with the Jin family, which precluded any possibility of reconciliation. When the time came for critical decisions, the Liang family would inevitably gravitate towards the King of Qin. Now, with the King of Qin proactively extending an olive branch, Princess Xianyi felt both honored and astonished. The contrast between this invitation and a future scenario where she might find herself desperate and seeking to align with him was stark. The outcomes of such choices would be vastly different. In a fleeting moment, her thoughts swirled, and she smiled, saying, "Is that so? My son, Jin'er, has always been somewhat of a recluse. It is remarkable that the king has taken notice of him. The pearl, though covered in dust, remains a pearl," Huahar replied with a grin. "His Highness possesses a keen eye, it is impossible for him to overlook such talent. Princess, these are ginsengs offered as tribute from Haijiang, specifically sent by the king for your health." Princess Xianyi was taken aback by the king's generous gesture and laughed. "Huahar, spare me the pleasantries. There is no need for subterfuge. Is there something the king wishes to discuss?" Huahar presented the gifts to the princess's maid and continued, "Your perceptiveness is indeed commendable, Princess. I do have matters to discuss, as per the king's instructions. This concerns our future queen." Intrigued, Princess Xianyi replied, "Oh." She was aware that the king had married a young lady from the Duke of Qin's family. The fifth prince had dismissed Miss Wen, deeming her an orphan without familial ties, and even went so far as to disgrace her. In an effort to preserve the emperor's dignity, the young lady had been married off to the king of Qin. Princess Xinyi knew the king was not one to indulge in romantic pursuits and had heard the empress openly criticize Miss Wen as being vulgar. It was likely that the king harbored no affection for such a woman. Huahar's mention of the future queen piqued her interest. Huahar elaborated, "Our queen spent her childhood in Ling City and has now returned to the capital, but she lacks familiar elders and acquaintances, leaving her quite solitary in the palace. His Highness has observed her despondence, to the extent that he can hardly eat, and hopes that you, Princess, known for your kindness, might spare some time to converse with our queen." Finally, the pieces fell into place for Princess Xinyi. She reflected on the situation. Had Miss Wen wed the fifth prince, she would have had the guidance of both the empress and the queen mother, thereby facilitating her social interactions. The king of Qin, lacking intimate female relatives in the capital, was indeed concerned about Miss Wen's isolation. Given her status as an orphan, any misstep on her part would undoubtedly lead to public scrutiny. The king sought to introduce her into the social sphere himself. In truth, it was rare for a man of the king's stature to invest such thought into the affairs of a woman. Typically, matters of the inner court would fall solely upon the queen's shoulders, yet, such a situation would undoubtedly pose challenges for her. Navigating the complexities of social integration would take time and effort. Princess Xinyi smiled, saying, "I initially thought it was a matter of great import. It appears it is not. In fact, I had been contemplating a visit to the future queen. She has just arrived in this new milieu, and as an elder, it is my duty to extend my support. Regrettably, matters at home have delayed my intentions until now, allowing you to present this request. Rest assured, you may inform the king that I shall personally attend to this matter." Huahar exchanged a few more flattering remarks and was duly rewarded with a generous sum before taking his leave from the princess's residence. Chapter 47. Side by side. Yang Yuzhen had not anticipated the extent of Xiao Qingji's influence. It was only after his consent that Princess Xinyi made her entrance. On one hand, Princess Xinyi sought to honor Xiao Qingji, while on the other, she was curious to discern the character of the girl from the Wen family, who had recently married. Previously, Princess Xinyi had encountered Wei Ruxuan. To be candid, Wei Ruxuan was a clever and charming young woman, whose beauty and wit garnered admiration, especially considering that the fifth prince was willing to provoke the emperor's ire for her sake. Thus, the Wen family girl, discarded by the fifth prince and overshadowed by the Wei family, had become a source of ridicule for many. Now, with the Prince of Qin showing such keen interest in the Wen family girl, Princess Xinyi was eager to uncover the methods behind her allure. As she was escorted into the Wanfu garden where Yang Yu resided, Princess Xinyi caught sight of a slender girl surrounded by a group of maids. In the fleeting moment, she was taken aback, and "It has been several days since your marriage, and I have long wished to visit, but alas, I was unable to find the time." Yang Yu smiled gently, "As you are my elder, it is I who ought to pay my respects. The wind outside is rather brisk. Please, let us step inside for tea and respite." Princess Xinyi had not expected such grace and eloquence from her counterpart, which left. Merely gazing upon Yang Yu's countenance, Princess Xinyi could surmise why the Prince of Qin was so enamored. Who could resist cherishing a bride of such exquisite beauty, unless the prince truly lacked the means to do so? Their conversation flowed effortlessly for a quarter of an hour, and with each exchange, Princess Xinyi found herself increasingly delighted. In recent years, Empress Xing and Dowager Empress Xing had shown her little favor, rendering her visits to the palace uncomfortable. Yet, the emperor seemed to extend greater consideration to Princess Xinyi, allowing her to attend royal celebrations. With the presence of the Princess of Qin, she felt reassured that she would have an ally should any matters arise. After all, it was unlikely that the Princess of Qin would align herself with the Jing family, unless, of course, she wished to court disaster by falling out with the prince. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, Princess Xinyi prepared to enter the palace once more. She and Yang Yu engaged in discussions about the various consorts and princesses who had borne royal sons, as well as the young and beautiful consorts who had recently gained favor. For several consecutive days, Yang Yu had felt quite solitary. After conversing with Princess Xinyi for an entire afternoon, she felt a twinge of reluctance as her guest took her leave. Once alone, Yang Yu accepted a damp handkerchief from Ningxia to wipe her face and hands. Ningxia smiled, remarking, "It has been a long time since you conversed with anyone. Miss Princess Xianyi is indeed knowledgeable, sharing many insights about the palace's people and affairs, which will help you navigate potential pitfalls in the future." Indeed, this was crucial. Having recently relocated to such a new environment filled with unfamiliar faces, it was imperative to comprehend the intricacies of those around her. Failing to do so could lead to inadvertently offending someone through thoughtless remarks or actions. Yet, Princess Xianyi demonstrated remarkable discernment. Despite their recent acquaintance, she focused solely on Yang Yu's strengths while omitting any mention of her weaknesses during their discussions. When the time for the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived, Yang Yu made her way to the palace to pay her. According to the customs of the Wei dynasty, she was to visit during the day, alongside several noble ladies and princesses. As fate would have it, Princess Xianyi was present once more. On this occasion, Yang Yu donned a delicate lavender gown adorned with pearls at her neck and in her hair. Her fair complexion was further accentuated by the attire, enhancing her ethereal beauty. The sight of Yang Yu incensed Empress Zheng, who perceived her appearance as a deliberate affront aimed at her. In truth, Yang Yu had no such intentions. She was acutely aware of the large gathering and the Empress's palpable disdain for the Prince of Qin's household, and thus, she remained cautious of any remarks the Empress might make. Nevertheless, as a young lady in her teens, she could not very well adorn herself in the drab attire suitable for women of 40 or 50. After much deliberation among shades of pale blue, lavender, peach, soft yellow, and grass green, she ultimately selected a muted shade of smoky purple, believing it to be unobtrusive, with minimal embroidery to draw attention. Among all the noble women and palace consorts, Yang Yu's attire was the most understated, yet Empress Zheng's gaze persistently drifted towards her. Wei Ruxuan discerned the Empress's marked aversion towards Yang Yu. Over the recent days, Wei Ruxuan had grown astute. In an effort to prevent the fifth prince from being swayed by others, she adorned herself splendidly at home, only to don a modest ensemble upon entering the palace. The brown floral garment she wore made even the elder empress appear vibrant in comparison. Whispering a few words into Empress Zheng's ear, Wei Ruxuan observed a glimmer of cunning in the empress's eyes, who nodded in agreement. As the Dowager Empress's niece and the Empress herself, she wielded considerable influence over the palace's inner workings. Though Wei Ruxuan's scheme was rather cliché, it was nonetheless effective. Moments later, the palace maids began serving sweet treats, and on this occasion, the Dowager Empress had requested osmanthus syrup. As one maid approached Yang Yu, her hand slipped, causing the entire bowl of syrup to splatter across Yang Yu's attire, splattering her face in the process. Yang Yu was momentarily speechless, completely unprepared for such an incident. Who could have anticipated that the attendants in the Dowager Empress's palace would be so clumsy? She found herself questioning whether this maid had been appointed through favoritism. Observing Yang Yu's predicament, Wei Ruxuan's lips curled into a smirk. Empress Zheng watched with cold detachment, relishing the sight of this little vixen's alluring appearance being ruined. "Foolish and clumsy creature, go and receive 30 lashes, the Dowager Empress ordered. Empress Zheng interjected softly. On this joyous occasion of the Mid-Autumn Festival, it is ill-advised to chastise the palace servants. The syrup is warm, yet it has not scalded the Princess of Qin." Instantly, the Dowager Empress comprehended the situation, mentally berating Empress Zheng for resorting to such petty schemes. She hastily instructed Mumar Zhao to escort Yang Yu for a change of clothes. Entering to wash her face and cleanse her makeup, Yang Yu felt a sense of bewilderment. She recalled the Empress's earlier words and began to suspect that this incident had been orchestrated by the Empress herself. Those who served the Dowager Empress typically possessed a certain level of competence. Such a blunder would be inconceivable. If a clumsy maid were to spill a bowl of soup on the Dowager Empress, it would certainly result in dire consequences for many. It was unlikely that someone so inept would ever be promoted to such a position, yet for the Empress to employ such childish tactics, Yang Yu found the notion utterly absurd. The cosmetics available within the Dowager Empress's chambers were ill-suited for Yang Yu, prompting her to forego makeup entirely. Mumar Zhao procured a gown for her to wear, which had once belonged to a princess. This princess had spent 2 years accompanying the Dowager Empress prior to her marriage and had left behind some new garments. Although the style was somewhat outdated, it sufficed for a temporary attire. Once clad in the attire, Yan Yu returned to her previous location. Upon seeing her return in the new garments, Empress Jing's expression darkened further. Chapter 48. Standing side by side. Though the gown was a few years old, the craftsmanship within the palace was undeniably exquisite, fitting Yan Yu remarkably well. After removing her makeup, her complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet her strikingly delicate features shone through. Her finely arched brows and long, dark lashes framed her glistening eyes beautifully. The deep coral red satin gown, adorned with cloud patterns, rendered Yang Yu exquisitely regal, far more captivating than the previously worn understated lavender. Empress Jing's expression darkened, and she felt an overwhelming relief that the fifth prince had not taken such a woman as his bride. Had she married him, it was doubtful she could have maintained her composure, let alone remembered her position as a mother. Beauty is the most perilous weapon in this world, as exemplified by the infamous concubine Bai, who brought chaos and confusion to the hearts of men. Hence the phrase, "a beauty brings disaster," exists. Accompanying them into the palace was the wife of General Wei Yuan, whose daughter, Miss Ma, had also been specially invited. It was evident that both the general's wife and Miss Ma were rather uncomfortable, refraining. As always, Empress Dowager Zheng was gracious and warm, even beckoning Miss Ma to converse with her. Yang Yu was no stranger to such scenes. During her first encounter with the Empress Dowager, she too had been greeted with such familiarity. Contrary to expectations of a woman of such power in the Wei dynasty, the Empress Dowager appeared more like a kind neighborly grandmother when she smiled. Yang Yu mused that perhaps in her old age, Empress Jing would remain stoic, embodying the lofty image. Miss Ma had no desire to become the fifth prince's consort. Since childhood, she had been cherished as the apple of her family's eye, her spirited nature ill-suited for the confines of the palace or royal residence. Thus, she hastily arranged a marriage with her cousin. Initially, Miss Ma feared that the Empress Dowager held a grudge against her, but upon hearing the gentle, raspy voice and witnessing the warm demeanor of the Empress Dowager, she felt a wave of shame wash over her, realizing she had underestimated her character. Madame Ma, observing the Empress Dowager's demeanor, felt a sense of relief. She had been anxious about a potential retaliation from the Jing family. General Ma and his son were both forthright in spirit. They could not fathom that after years of serving the nation, the Empress Dowager would punish them merely for arranging their daughter's marriage outside the royal family. General Ma had once been aided by the Duke of Jingguo and harbored a deep sense of gratitude towards him. The fifth prince's disgraceful actions, particularly his affair with his brother's fiancée, had caused much disdain in General Ma's heart. Furthermore, the thought of the royal prince frequenting brothels raised concerns about the potential ramifications for his daughter. While the son of General Ma contemplated aligning with Prince Jean to express their family's sentiments, the Empress Dowager took Miss Ma's hand and said, "Ever since Fang Yao married, I have lacked the company of young ladies. You and that girl share a resemblance and disposition. I genuinely like you. Why don't you stay here for a few days in Shokang Palace to keep me company?" A sudden chill coursed through Yang Yu's heart, sensing trouble. Madame Ma, seated not far from her, caught Yang Yu's gaze. Yang Yu raised her teacup to partially cover her face, directing her eyes towards Madame Ma. Noticing the silent communication, Yang Yu subtly shook her head, aware that in the presence of so many, it was all she could do to convey her thoughts. In the palace, where the weight of authority loomed large, Yang Yu could not afford to disregard the significance of the Qin prince and his household. The ball was now in Madame Ma's court. Madame Ma, sensing the reluctance of the Qin princess to allow her daughter to remain, hesitated, unfamiliar with the nuances of the situation. After a prolonged moment of indecision, she remained silent. Yet, she found the Empress Dowager far less intimidating than the rumors suggested. Indeed, she appeared to be a kind and amiable lady. With the Jing family looming above, Madame Ma preferred to mend relations rather than foster enmity. She believed that the Ma family had done nothing wrong. The fifth prince had not formally betrothed himself to her daughter. The last time the Empress Dowager had merely allowed her daughter a brief audience without implying any intention of marrying her to the fifth prince. Surely, the Empress Dowager must uphold some semblance of reason. If the likes of concubine Wei, who had entered into a formal engagement with Prince Qin, could marry the fifth prince, then surely her daughter, who had not even secured a verbal agreement, should be free to forge her own path. Observing the Empress Dowager's attitude towards her daughter, Madame Mar felt reassured that the Empress Dowager had indeed let bygones be bygones. Miss Mar, troubled by her family's previous transgressions against the Jing family, felt relieved to see the Empress Dowager seemingly unperturbed by past events. She eagerly recounted various tales from the outside world, eliciting hearty laughter from the Empress Dowager, thus fostering a warm atmosphere in Shokang Palace. Indeed, Miss Mar was a delightful young woman, vivacious and cheerful. Watching her daughter hold her own before the nobility filled Madame Mar with pride. Had the fifth prince's reputation not been so tarnished, she would have readily consented to the union. Later, as the court attendees prepared to depart, Yang Yu walked alongside Princess Xinyi, accompanying her back. Concubine Luo, having noticed Yang Yu's sugary mishap earlier, contemplated seizing the opportunity to deliver a cutting remark. However, upon witnessing the camaraderie between Yang Yu and Princess Xinyi, she quickly abandoned that thought. Princess Xinyi was no easy target, and concubine Luo wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. At the rear. Since marrying the fifth prince, only the empress had shown her any kindness, while other princesses and noblewomen remained distant. As she watched the burgeoning friendship between Yang Yu and Princess Xinyi, Wei Ruxuan could not help but think that had she been the one to marry Prince Qin, perhaps she too would have been greeted with such warmth. Princess Xinyi planned to host an Osmanthus banquet at her residence, preparing a variety of sweet Osmanthus delicacies for her guests. She invited several young ladies from the Liang family and close acquaintances, inquiring whether Yang Yu would be available to attend. Given the proximity of the Qin prince's residence to the palace, the royal carriage could easily accommodate her. As Princess Xinyi extended her invitation, she beckoned Yang Yu to join her carriage. Yang Yu, readily available, graciously accepted the invitation. Subsequently, she inquired, "Aunt, do you think anything will come of Miss Mar's presence before the Empress Dowager?" Princess Xinyi's smile gradually faded. "Yang, you are a perceptive child. Heed my advice, no matter what transpires in the coming years, avoid any conflict with the Empress Dowager, for the things you perceive, act as though you are unaware. Each person has their own fate." Chapter 49. Side by side. To speak candidly, Princess Xinyi observed the subtle gestures of Yang Yu while she sipped her tea. It was these very movements that revealed to Princess Xinyi that the child was not only astute but also possessed a tender heart. Princess Xinyi, reflecting on her own nature, did not consider herself a virtuous person. However, when engaging with others, she found herself inexplicably drawn to children of benevolent disposition, shunning those with malicious intent. Thus, her initial wariness and skepticism towards Yang Yu began to wane, replaced by a sense of fondness and admiration. "I have witnessed the actions you took to remind Madame Mar, dear child. You have already acted with utmost kindness, the remainder depends on the wisdom of her and her daughter. Listen to me, in such gatherings, one must tread carefully. Even in the presence of the Emperor, it is challenging to deter the intentions of Her Majesty the Empress Dowager." Princess Xinyi gently squeezed Yang Yu's hand. "The foremost priority within the palace is to safeguard oneself. Do not let your goodwill towards others lead you astray." Yang Yu's gentle and serene gaze seemed to hold a pool of water within, and she nodded softly in understanding. At that moment, Princess Xinyi perceived that Prince Qin's interest in the child might extend beyond her enchanting beauty, perhaps also due to her obedient and agreeable nature. Having grown up under the scrutiny of elders, Princess Xinyi found the child quite endearing. Had she been her own daughter, she would have devoted herself wholeheartedly to her upbringing. Before long, they arrived at the Prince Qin's residence, where Yang Yu bid farewell to Princess Xinyi and descended slowly, aided by her maid. Following up on the matter Yang Yu had disclosed a few days prior, Xie Chengji conducted an investigation and indeed uncovered several agents planted by the Jing family within the Ministry of Justice. Presently, the Jing faction held significant sway in the court, with numerous adversaries meeting untimely ends for various reasons. The Earl of England had amassed a cadre of ruthless henchmen. Liu Sai, a man notorious for his lecherous ways, had recently been After several days of investigation, Xie Qingji examined the corpse and concluded that he had been poisoned, likely by someone on that very day. It appeared he had been administered a slow-acting poison, which would manifest sudden death symptoms, thereby eluding immediate detection. Following the peculiar demise of Huang's son, Xie Chengji successfully unraveled a chain of connections, delivering justice for the deceased and restoring order to the Ministry of Justice. However, the jailer, lacking discretion, confessed the identity of the apprehended officials, however, remained tight-lipped, losing consciousness after multiple tortures yet refusing to divulge a single word. Emerging from the dungeon, Xiao Qingzhi's countenance bore a grim expression. Accompanying him was a slender middle-aged man in his 40s, whose keen eyes glimmered with intelligence. Shi Minute, the current deputy minister. Once a loyal retainer of the Prince Jin's household, Shi Minute had been elevated to his current position through Xiao Qingzhi's patronage, and thus, he harbored unwavering loyalty to him, often prioritizing the interests of the prince's residence over those. Yet, should he expose the truth, the Jing family, backed by the Empress Dowager, would retaliate against him and his kin, as they had no concrete charges to fear. Xiao Qingzhi's expression darkened, and he could not summon the energy for further discourse. Shi Minute hastened to keep pace with him. Your Highness, reaching this point is already a testament to your wisdom and decisiveness. Once these individuals are eliminated, the Zheng family will no longer. Within the department Xiao Qingzhi oversaw, the Zheng family had far too much power, and should a similar situation arise in the future, they could easily disrupt proceedings. It was already a significant achievement to unearth a few of their. You should return home, Xiao Qingzhi stated coldly. These traitors to the Ministry of Justice cannot expect to be exiled without consequence. Zhangshi, ascertain the number of family members these individuals have, their whereabouts, and their current activities. This time, they would not be so lightly let off. One could never know what other self-serving individuals might risk everything for a morsel of gain in the future. The Jing family operated with ruthless cunning, and Xiao Qingzhi would match their malevolence tenfold. A shadowy figure emerged silently from the darkness, kneeling gracefully before Xiao Qingzhi and uttering a single yes before vanishing. Shi Minute, well acquainted with Xiao Qingzhi's customary methods, could not help but acknowledge that this prince was indeed merciless, showing no signs of compassion. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky, growing ever brighter. On this mid-autumn festival, one would typically take a respite. Yet after accompanying Xiao Qingzhi for so long, Shi Minute finally felt the. Noticing Xiao Qingzhi's foul mood, he hastily took his leave to return to his own residence. This time, Yang Yu had yet to retire for the night. She remained in her courtyard, enjoying the moonlight and savoring mooncakes. The autumn breeze had turned cool, and the absence of biting mosquitoes rendered the outdoors quite comfortable. The gentle wind carried the faint fragrance of osman. Thus, Yang Yu reminisced about the days spent at the Xiao family home during the season years ago. In the time that followed, her elder sisters married one by one, and life became more challenging as they served their in-laws and husbands. Some couples harmonized beautifully, living well together. Yet, regardless of how well they fared, it could never compare to the carefree days of her youth, a fleeting chapter of life that lasted but a few years. In truth, Yang Yu could have gone to the palace that evening, but with Prince Jin preoccupied and the inner court bustling with concubines vying for the emperor's favor, she found it far more enjoyable to return to her own courtyard. Ningxia sliced open several mooncakes of different fillings, urging Yang Yu to sample each one. These mooncakes were rather rich, best enjoyed with tea. Yang Yu took a bite of a rose-flavored mooncake, reportedly a tribute, and realized this flavor was rare among common folk in the capital. She found it somewhat unique yet quite delightful, and she subsequently reached for a piece filled with rose and date paste. Chapter 50. Standing shoulder to shoulder, she typically consumed little, and after sampling a bit of everything this time, Ningxia grew concerned that she might feel unwell if she went to bed immediately afterward, prompting her to pour Yang Yu another cup of tea. It was indeed a bit chilly after being outside for so long. Yang Yu's fingertips were icy, and she warmed her hands around the tcup. As Xiao Qingzhi entered from outside, he beheld the scene of the mistress and her maid in the courtyard. Upon sighting the Prince of Qin, several maidservants hastily bowed in respect. Yang Yu quickly rose to her feet. Your Highness has arrived, just returned to the residence. Have you had anything to eat this evening? Naturally, Xiao Qingzhi had not. During the business of the day, he had scarcely had time to eat. Moreover, the gruesome nature of the cases he had personally presided over today rendered any thought of food unappealing. Yang Yu urged him to sit down and promptly instructed a maid to arrange for some food from the kitchen, then pushed a mooncake towards him to tide him over. Xiao Qingzhi sampled a couple of pieces of the cloud ham filling and took a sip of tea. He recounted the events of the day in the Empress Dowager's palace to Yang Yu, then furrowed his brow. Miss Ma remains in the Empress Dowager's palace. I wonder if the Dowager, despite her benevolent facade, will chastise her or impose some harsh rules behind closed doors. Xiao Qingji had already formed a conclusion in his heart. He had mentioned this concern to Yang Yu before, and she had indeed grasped his meaning, reminding Madame Mar at a crucial moment. However, Madame Mar was unwilling to heed this warning, not thinking deeply enough, leaving them with no alternative. Often, the turning points in many matters occur in an instant, and it is a question of whether one can seize the opportunity. In any case, the Prince of Qin's household had already extended their utmost kindness, should Madame Mar dare to offend the Empress Dowager, seeking excuses such as family matters preventing her from staying or claiming her daughter's clumsiness would hinder her ability to serve the Dowager. Once such sentiments were revealed in public, both Madame Mar and Miss Mar harbored a glimmer of hope regarding the Dowager, convinced that she was not so very different from the kind demeanor she displayed. Xiao Qingji remarked, "The Dowager will not mistreat her. You have done all that you could. Do not dwell on this matter any further." According to Xiao Qingji's understanding of the Empress Dowager Zheng, her primary interest lay in self-gain. She would likely employ some formidable tactics to subdue her opponent. The kitchen soon delivered a selection of dishes. Ordinarily, by this hour, the kitchen would have extinguished its fires and stopped preparations, yet Yang Yu had anticipated that Xiao Qingji would return for dinner on this mid-autumn festival and had arranged for her small kitchen to prepare some fare. Xiao Qingji glanced at the table, which was adorned with squirrel fish, steamed deer tail, crab meat tofu, glutinous rice duck with 8 treasures, stir-fried quinoa, and ginseng red date black chicken soup. While the variety was not extensive and the meal was not particularly lavish, the aroma was delightful, and the presentation was exquisite. It was already quite late, and under normal circumstances, the kitchen would not prepare such delicate dishes. Yang Yu, who typically refrained from indulging in rich foods, certainly had not prepared this spread solely for herself. Xiao Qingji surmised it was intended specifically to welcome him. Having eaten only a small amount that morning, the enticing scent of the dishes now made him acutely aware of his hunger. Yang Yu served him a small bowl of rice and another of soup. Before Xiao Qingji could finish his meal, a spy from the palace conveyed some news. Indeed, something had happened to Miss Mar. Upon returning to the general's residence, Master Mar noticed his sister had not accompanied Madame Mar and grew anxious. Promptly inquiring about her whereabouts, Madame Mar truthfully informed her son. Madame Mar, not being involved in court affairs, was unaware of the Jing family's machinations over the years. Though Master Mar had never encountered the Empress Dowager, he understood that if she were truly a harmless old lady, the Jing faction would not have acted so brazenly in committing such heinous acts. With a sigh, Master Mar said, "Mother, we have just offended the Dowager. What were you thinking in leaving my sister in that den of tigers? Your sister has not been betrothed to the 5th prince. Why should she not be able to form another engagement?" The Princess of Qin had subtly suggested my refusal, but I believed the Dowager was not the type to act unreasonably. If I were to refuse her, I would only embarrass her and worsen our relations, Madame Mar explained. "Xiaoer, do not overthink this. It is better to resolve enmities than to create them. With one less enemy, your future path will be smoother. Besides, your sister is clever and resourceful. If something were to happen, she would surely find a way out. Even if you do not trust me, you must have faith in your sister." Master Mar felt a sense of foreboding, his heart heavy with unease. To make matters worse, General Wei Yuan was away training troops and was not home, leaving him without anyone to consult. That night, Master Mar struggled to find sleep, awakening before dawn to practice his marksmanship in the courtyard. When it was time for breakfast, news arrived from the palace, striking both Master Mar and Madame Mar like a bolt from the blue, causing them to slump into their chairs. The previous evening, the Empress Dowager, along with the Emperor, Empress, and numerous concubines and princes, had gathered in the inner palace to admire the moon. Logically, the 7th prince, Xiao Churui, should have returned home early, but the Dowager, fond of him, had encouraged him to stay and drink with her a while longer before accompanying her to the Shokang Palace. It was entirely normal for a grandson to enjoy moongazing and drinking with his grandmother. However, somehow, the Empress Dowager had summoned a palace maid to serve the seventh prince a hangover remedy, and in the chaos, no one noticed when he was next seen with Miss Marr, both dishevelled and having engaged in intimate acts. Rumours had swiftly circulated in the Empress Dowager's palace, asserting that Miss Marr was immodest. The Dowager had kindly kept her in the palace, only for her to audaciously seduce a prince. Most damningly, these rumours claimed that Miss Marr was not a virgin, as there had been no signs of blood when she and the seventh prince had been together, leaving one to wonder with whom she had previously been entangled. Madame Marr struggled to accept this reality and fainted instantly. Master Marr, torn between rage and concern, hurried to summon a doctor for his mother. Meanwhile, Miss Marr was returned to the Marr family that morning, dazed and disoriented, with no recollection of the events from the previous night. This morning, she sensed the palace maids regarding her with suspicion, felt unwell, and was met with the Empress Dowager's stern demeanour, who insisted she return to her family. Master Marr, disregarding any Chapter 51, The Rising Wind. Such a significant matter could not be concealed. Within a mere half-day, the commotion both within and outside the palace had reached a fever pitch. Yang Yu understood that the Empress Dowager would not let the matter rest easily. However, she had believed that even in the worst-case scenario, it would merely be an outlet for the Empress Dowager's ire towards Miss Marr, who would then suffer privately within her palace, rendered speechless. Little did she expect that the Empress Dowager would go so far as to shatter the young woman's reputation entirely. Princess Shinny gently blew on her cup of hot tea, shaking her head as she remarked, "You'll understand, the longer you engage with them. If you fail to meet their expectations, you may find yourself living a fate worse than death." Perhaps reminded of her late husband, Princess Shinny's expression shifted to one of profound melancholy. Yet, she was acutely aware that life and death are matters of fate. No matter how desolate she felt, those who had departed could never return. It sufficed for her to live well. Yang Yu's complexion paled, and she increasingly felt that her previous display of brilliance might not have been prudent. While she had only considered verbal humiliation and corporal punishment, the adversaries had already brandished their knives in plain sight. The conflicts within the capital were far more vicious than anything she had witnessed at the Shah residence, capable of utterly obliterating a person's existence. However, the slander against Miss Marr regarding her alleged promiscuity and loss of virtue was likely not orchestrated by the Empress Dowager. She would not resort to such cruelty, Princess Shinny mused. The Empress Dowager merely intended to teach the Marr family a lesson, to demonstrate her might, and to arrange for Miss Marr to marry the seventh prince as a concubine. The seventh prince, Serchui, was the son of concubine Luo, who had long been ingratiating herself with the Empress and the Dowager, relying on their favour for her livelihood. The seventh prince had maintained a good rapport with the fifth prince since childhood. Miss Marr, having lost her virtue before marriage to the seventh prince, could never ascend to the status of his primary wife. She would only serve as a concubine, and her engagement with her cousin would have to be abandoned. The alliance between the Marr family and the seventh prince would inevitably lead them to follow him into the fifth prince's circle. In this manner, the Empress Dowager's objectives would be fulfilled. However, Miss Marr's prior entanglements with the seventh prince meant that with the scandal now exposed, the label of promiscuity would be affixed to her, jeopardizing her chances of becoming even a concubine, with her very survival now at risk. Logically, such intimate matters should have remained known only to the palace maids present before the Empress Dowager that day. Yet, someone had deliberately sullied Miss Marr's reputation, spreading malicious rumours that neither party could effectively refute. Who could be so vile and foolish as to commit such an act? Princess Shinny scoffed coldly. Who else could it be? In Shokang Palace, Empress Jing knelt on the floor, her lips pressed tightly together, silent. The Empress Dowager, furious, prodded her back with her cane, exclaiming, "What were you thinking? What on earth were you thinking? Has your brain been devoured by dogs?" After a prolonged silence, Empress Zheng finally spoke. "You allowed the seventh prince to tarnish Miss Marr's reputation. If we do not claim that she was promiscuous and has already lost her virtue, others may think she was coerced by the seventh prince, pitying her and damaging his reputation. Foolish woman, the Empress Dowager lamented her inability to teach her daughter-in-law. When women face such predicaments, whether willingly or under duress, society is quick to ridicule them for losing their purity. How many ever cursed the men involved? Empress Jing held her tongue defiantly. Yet you, the Empress Dowager jabbed her with the cane again. The seventh prince is not your child. When did you begin to care about him? Your own clumsiness and unlikability do not justify ruining all the clever and charming girls in the world. Empress Jing rolled her eyes and closed them, remaining motionless on her knees. The Empress Dowager was nearly overwhelmed with rage, almost fainting from frustration. What a chaotic mess! How could such a descendant arise from the Jing family? Even having attained the position of empress, she bore no semblance of dignity. The Empress Dowager had merely wished to teach the Ma family a lesson, to let Miss Ma experience the consequences of offending her, yet she still intended to maintain alliances. Otherwise, it would not be the seventh prince who offended Miss Ma, but some random guard instead. Now, it had all backfired. Empress Jing's misguided cleverness had pushed the Ma family into outright opposition against them. The Empress Dowager recognized that Miss Ma would surely not survive this ordeal. As anticipated, Ma Xiao and Madame Ma finally realized that the Empress Dowager had not quelled her anger. This was an act of retribution against their family. However, Madame Ma could hardly comprehend how this elderly matron, who had been for years, they had nurtured their beloved pearl in luxury. General Ma had risked his life on the battlefield to earn military merit, all to secure a bright future for his children, allowing them to hold their heads high before others. Yet from this point forward, they feared that their cherished daughter would never be able to lift her head again. Concealing the truth from Miss Ma, Ma Xiao and Madame Ma told her only that she had drunk too much the previous day and had inadvertently ended up in the Empress Dowager's quarters, provoking her ire, which resulted in her being sent back. They resolved to keep this incident hidden. At worst, they could support their daughter for the rest of her life. After all, their general's household was not so impoverished that they could not care for a young lady. They were not a rigid scholarly family, believing that reputation and decorum outweighed the life of their own flesh and blood. In a few months, when the gossip subsided, they could gradually hint at the truth, allowing Miss Ma to come to terms with it. No matter what transpired, she must live on, mustn't she? Madame Ma felt a deep pang of regret, wishing she could relive the previous day. If only she had not interpreted the hint from the Princess of Qin, or if she had understood it but not acted upon her own whims. She had never intended to offend the Empress Dowager, but had allowed her to seize the upper hand. Ma Xiao hastily penned a letter urging his father to return. Such scandalous affairs spread like wildfire. If he did not send word, the general would surely learn of it from others. Miss Ma was indeed perceptive, sensing the abnormality of the situation and feeling a slight discomfort in her body. A dull ache began. Since her brother and mother had not informed her, she discreetly instructed the most obedient maid in her courtyard, a girl of merely 7 or 8 years, to investigate what had transpired. The little maid, accustomed to following Miss Ma's directives, returned after discreetly inquiring and relayed everything in detail. Miss Ma's complexion grew increasingly pale until she resembled a person. That evening, when Madame Ma went to visit her daughter, having always shared a close bond with her, she intended to offer a few comforting words, advising her not to overthink the situation and to eat something before the night. The maid informed her that the young lady wished to sleep soundly, having consumed a pot of yellow wine in the afternoon. She had yet to awaken. Madame Ma lit a lamp in the dim room and, upon approaching her daughter, felt her forehead, discovering that she was completely chilled. Scattered around the edge of Miss Ma's bed were small, cut pieces of gold, glimmering faintly in the low light. Chapter 52. The Rising Wind. Xiao Chunji was naturally informed of the demise of the young lady from the Ma family. Within the study of Zhangfeng Terrace, several strategists by his side were brimming with eagerness. Your Highness, the General Wei Yuan's household is undoubtedly going to sever ties with the Jing family. The general has always cherished his daughter dearly. Now that Miss Ma has met such a disgraceful end, he will surely seek justice from the Jing family. I possess methods to sow discord, which could escalate the conflict between the two families. You should consider courting favor with the general's household at this juncture. Clad in a flowing black robe, Xiao Qingji's profile was striking, with sharp and profound lines from his brow to his cheekbone, his nose resembling a masterfully carved sculpture. His long fingers lightly tapped the table, producing two crisp sounds that plunged the study into an abrupt silence. After a brief moment of quiet, the strategists resumed their chatter, each fervently presenting their suggestion. After all, he rarely punished his advisors and never laid a hand on scholars. They were comfortably residing at Zhangfeng Terrace, voicing their opinions freely, each eager for the prince to heed their counsel and ascend to the position of heir apparent. Irritated by their incessant prattling, Xiao Qingji turned and exited the study, making his way toward the direction of the Wanfu courtyard. Wahar followed closely behind him, remarking, "At this late hour, perhaps the princess has already retired." Yang Yu was known for her early bedtime, and Xiao Qingji often found it perplexing how one could require so much sleep. As they conversed, a pair of master and servant appeared around the corner. The maid had almost forgotten the last time she had seen the prince. She felt both apprehensive and eager to ingratiate herself with him. Spotting him today, her eyes brightened instantly. "Your Highness." Xiao Qingji suddenly recalled that this individual had been bestowed upon him by the Empress a few years prior, and they had been searching for an opportunity to dismiss her ever since. Yang Yu, the princess, had been rather foolish in her duties. Having been in the household for such a long time, she still failed to rid herself of these unwanted guests. Even if she lacked the courage to be rid of them permanently, she ought to have expelled them to prevent them from becoming a nuisance in the residence. Xiao Qingji's mood soured further, and he waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to leave. The maid's eyes darted around. "It's quite late, and I see the lights in the princess's quarters have been extinguished. Why not come and sit in my room?" Xiao Qingji retorted impatiently, "Do my affairs require your unsolicited opinions? Take her away and give her 20 strikes." The maid appeared as though she had been struck by lightning. Wahar cast a cold glare at her. This individual had not served before Xiao Qingji and was entirely unaware that he detested anyone speaking out of turn or contradicting him. Perhaps the princess was an exception, but with others, there were no exceptions to be had. Wahar instructed a young eunuch behind him to drag the maid away for her punishment. Xiao Qingji continued toward the Wanfu courtyard, where indeed the lights had been extinguished. Unanticipated for the prince's visit that night, old Madame Deng hurriedly approached. "Your Highness, the princess is not feeling well today and retired early." Old Madame Deng, unable to prevent him, stood outside trembling with fear. Yang Yu had indeed fallen asleep, but she was restless, her complexion slightly pale, curled up tightly, exuding a vulnerable aura in the dim light. Xiao Qingji poked her cheek. She disliked being disturbed in her slumber, covering her face with her hand and drifting back to sleep. He prodded her shoulder again. This time, Yang Yu was genuinely annoyed. "Ningxia." Xiao Qingji gazed at her for a moment and inquired, "What ails you?" In truth, Yang Yu herself was uncertain. Every autumn, her spirits would plummet, and she had no desire to eat, having grown accustomed to this yearly malaise. Perhaps it was the discontent she felt towards the happenings within and beyond the palace. Always wary of the schemes that could one day ensnare her, she wished to retreat into her quilt and continue her slumber, grumbling, "I was sleeping quite comfortably until you woke me." Xiao Qingji scoffed. Yang Yu was even more displeased. "I want to sleep on the outside, in my original spot. You take the inside." Xiao Qingji found this rather exasperating. Is it not all the same? It was certainly. The weather had turned slightly chilly in recent days, and her body naturally radiated little warmth. Having finally warmed a patch of space, she was now pushed further inside. Xiao Qingji thought Yang Yu to be quite troublesome, having never encountered a woman so full of quirks before him, delicate as if she were a porcelain doll that could not be touched. He lifted her back to her original position and settled into the newly created space. As they shifted back and forth, Yang Yu began to lose her drowsiness. Xiao Qingji's body was warm, robust and healthy. Even through the thin layer of fabric, she could feel the heat radiating from him. Yang Yu nestled closer, attempting to unfasten his clothing. Your Highness, why did you come so late tonight? Xiao Qingji pushed her shoulder outward and grasped her small hand. And what are you doing? She appeared somewhat dazed. I am serving you, Your Highness. Did you not wish to, that? Xiao Qingji found this rather tedious. They were not yet familiar with each other. While he had been vigorous during their previous encounter, upon waking, they would each return to their own affairs, akin to strangers thrown together. Starting today, he intended to practice abstinence, clearly conveying to Yang Yu that he abhorred her overly delicate and demanding demeanor, and that he could never harbor affection for her nor lose himself in her gentle charms. Xiao Qingji stated coldly, there is no need. Yang Yu, already somewhat understanding in this regard, hesitated, do you truly not require it? As their bodies leaned against one another, Xiao Qingji's intentions were unmistakable. From the moment he joined her in bed, she had felt his presence. Xiao Qingji snorted, no need, not interested. Yang Yu could not fathom what thoughts occupied the mind of such a proud man. What was he being so petulant about, and what did he desire from her? However, his disinterest was, in some ways, a relief, as she often found the experience quite painful. His strength was indeed formidable, likely oblivious to the concept of cherishing a delicate flower. Yang Yu replied, all right, then let us simply sleep, Your Highness. Xiao Qingji, exasperated by her, rolled over and pinned Yang Yu beneath him. Chapter 53, The Rising Wind. On the following day, as there was no early court session, Xiao Qingji chose to linger in bed. It was not until the hour of Chen that Yang Yu gradually roused from her slumber. Leaning against Xiao Qingji's chest, she rested languidly for a moment before attempting to disentangle herself and sit up. As she reached out, he grasped her slender wrist, gently caressing the delicate snow-white skin with his calloused fingertips. Xiao Qingji's mood remained rather foul, with no signs of improvement in sight. After a prolonged silence, Yang Yu suddenly inquired, Your Highness, have you ever seen a pufferfish? Having grown up in Ling, some had even been presented to them for their amusement. However, in the capital, pufferfish were not native, and as Xiao Qingji was no chef, he had never encountered one alive. He had consumed it before, of course, as rare delicacies from across the seas were often presented as tributes, but due to its toxicity, it had to be delivered swiftly while still alive to avoid any mishaps. Xiao Qingji replied flatly, I have not seen one. Why do you ask? Just curious, she responded. In truth, she felt that Xiao Qingji resembled a pufferfish himself, prone to sudden fits of anger that left her baffled as to the reasons behind them. Even the slightest gesture could provoke his ire. Perhaps he ought to be dubbed the king of pufferfish. Of course, such thoughts were kept strictly to her own mind, for she feared that voicing them might result in punishment. The people at Zhangfeng Terrace. While she managed the affairs of the inner residence, the operations of Zhangfeng Terrace were overseen by dedicated officials and eunuchs, deeply entwined with the affairs of the previous dynasty. Given Xiao Qingji's stature, he naturally maintained a considerable retinue of guards and retainers, who, being supported by him, were fiercely loyal and eager to offer counsel during crises. Yang Yu pondered the implications of the Ma family's troubles. Surely, these individuals would seek to exploit this situation for their own ends. However, if her master were to remain cooped up with a woman, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions that she was a source of distraction, leading him astray from his ambitions. This concern weighed on Yang Yu as well. After a moment's thought, she ventured, however, I believe that sometimes, the truth can be hard to hear. Some of the opinions expressed below may be irksome, yet they hold their own merit. Xiao Qingji lightly tapped her forehead, acknowledging her insight. Indeed, you possess a modicum of discernment. When you have the opportunity, visit the Mar family. Do not allow Mar Gong to act impulsively. He is an old subordinate of your father and will surely heed your words. Yang Yu replied, Your Highness must return to Zhangfeng Terrace. It would not do to let your temper flare. Xiao Qingji curled his lips in a cold smile. Are you concerned that I might linger here too long? Certainly not. Your Highness staying with me brings me great joy, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. I would never wish for you to leave, for the entire royal household belongs to you. Wherever you choose to reside is of no concern to me. However, for the sake of the greater good, it is imperative that you return to your duties. A blankness enveloped Xiao Qingzhi's mind as he fixated on her declaration, I would never wish for you to leave. A sudden realization struck him. Surely, Yan Yu had developed an infatuation for him, which would explain her persistent attempts to entice him in recent days. If it were not for this, he would not have been so easily drawn to her. Yet, he felt unprepared to entertain such notions. His focus had been singularly on court affairs for many years, devoid of any desire for romance. A faint blush crept to his ears. The hour grows late. We ought to rise. Prolonged idleness in bed was unbecoming, and should they tarry any longer, the maidservants outside might begin to speculate on their activities during daylight hours. Yang Yu found herself unable to rise. Her body felt inexplicably heavy this morning. Moreover, she lacked appetite and wished only to doze a bit longer. Burying her face once more in the covers, she murmured, Your Highness, you may go eat alone. I shall indulge in a brief nap. In a surprisingly good mood, Xiao Qingzhi dressed and summoned a maidservant to bring water. It was not until noon that Yang Yu finally stirred, calling upon two of the matronly caretakers to inquire about the affairs of the household. After consuming a light meal, she learned of the unfortunate demise of the Mar family's young lady, who had swallowed gold. Her fingers paused around the teacup as memories of the Mid-Autumn Festival resurfaced. She recalled the vibrant and lively Mar young lady, who was of similar age to herself, her laughter bright and infectious, eliciting mirth from the Empress Dowager and all present. Yet, such a spirited existence had been extinguished so abruptly. Taking a sip of water, Yang Yu pondered the precariousness of life. A single misstep or a wrong turn could lead one into an abyss, vanishing without a trace. The death of the Mar young lady would not mark the end of this saga, rather, it would tear open a rift in the already tumultuous court affairs. The emperor was incensed, immediately dispatching his trusted eunuchs to investigate. However, the events transpired within the confines of the Empress Dowager's palace, making it nearly impossible to discern the truth from the fabrications. It was well known that the Empress Dowager maintained stringent control over her court. The only outsiders who might have a voice were the Empress herself. Thus, the information gathered by the emperor mirrored the rumors circulating outside. The Mar young lady, driven by greed for wealth, had taken a perilous gamble by enticing the seventh prince, who, being young and unmarried, was ill-equipped to resist such temptations. Consequently, she had succeeded in seducing him. The testimonies from the various palace maids and eunuchs were uniformly consistent. The seventh prince had claimed illness and was recuperating in the Empress Dowager's palace, despite the emperor's repeated summons failing to extricate him. Jiyu Guangliang stood anxiously to the side, his head bowed and breath held, afraid to utter a word until the arrival of Prince Qin, at which point he finally exhaled. Dressed in a dragon robe adorned with a golden sash, Xiao Qingzhi entered with an evident air of good spirits, and upon seeing the emperor, he performed a respectful bow. The emperor's expression softened considerably upon noticing Xiao Qingzhi. You have arrived. What is your take on the Mar family's situation? The law is equal for princes and commoners alike, Xiao Qingzhi replied nonchalantly. According to the Wei Code, those guilty of rape should be executed by hanging. It is time to remove the seventh prince from the Empress Dowager's palace and have him interrogated by the Ministry of Justice. The emperor's countenance shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Nonsense. Are you seeking your grandmother's life? Chapter 54. The Rising Wind. Xiao Qingzhi's expression appeared indifferent. In truth, he genuinely felt unconcerned. For many years, it was well known that he did not regard. Their relationship was less akin to that of kin and more reminiscent of adversaries. Emperor Jinqing gazed deeply at Xiao Qingzhi. He found himself unable to match Xiao Qingzhi's resoluteness. Certain emotions were ones he could never sever. Xiao Qingzhi curled his lips into a faint smile. Father, we both understand that the Mar family has been grievously wronged. For years, Mar Gong has fought valiantly for the Wei dynasty, risking life and limb. Yet, at the mere hint of conflict on the front lines, he is called to battle, while his daughter is unjustly besmirched and meets a tragic end. Emperor Jinqing inhaled deeply. Xiao Qingji continued, of course, whether you choose to punish the seventh prince or admonish the Jing family is entirely at your discretion. I hold no objections. After all, these events bear no relation to me whatsoever. Emperor Jinxing was acutely aware of the situation. The Zheng family's recent actions had alienated them from the entire military faction. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingji had done nothing yet emerged as the greatest beneficiary. Prior to the misfortune of the Wei Yuan general's household, there was the tragic plight of the Duke of Zhen's daughter. The contributions made by the Duke of Zhen to the Wei dynasty far exceeded those of the Wei Yuan general, who had been promoted by him. The fifth prince's slap not only struck the Duke of Zhen's only daughter but also resonated harshly against the faces of all the military officials who had fought for the Great Wei. In a single autumn, countless soldiers fell in battle, while in October, the fields lay desolate and unharvested. The number of military officers who perished in service far outnumbered their civil counterparts. For distinguished generals like the Duke of Zhen, whose heroic deeds had been celebrated, the death of their offspring meant a loss of protection, leading to humiliation and disdain. What of the ordinary commanders then? The fifth prince's cruelty and ingratitude had already left the majority of military personnel feeling cold and contemptuous from the moment he broke off his engagement with the duke's daughter. Thus, Empress Dowager Jing hastened to consider a union with the Wei Yuan general's daughter, hoping to secure military support for the fifth prince through this marriage. Regrettably, the fifth prince was unable to maintain his ground, and the Ma family had no interest in the match. After being rebuffed, Empress Dowager Zheng, in a fit of rage, sought to teach the Ma family a lesson, but the lesson proved to be exceedingly harsh. In a flash, Emperor Jinxing suddenly sensed something amiss. The initial actions bore the hallmark of Empress Dowager Zheng, yet the latter part did not. She would not deliberately tarnish the reputation of the Ma young lady, stirring up such a storm, especially. His gaze met that of Xiao Qingji, who nodded in response. The emperor patted Xiao Qingji on the shoulder. Ma Gong will return, be sure to console him well. I have heard that he treasures this daughter as one would a precious gem. While the Empress Dowager could not be investigated, the emperor ordered an inquiry into the actions of the empress. This time, the origins and developments were swiftly uncovered. It was confirmed that the order for the seventh prince to offend the Ma young lady was indeed orchestrated by the Empress Dowager, who had instructed someone to administer. However, the rumors that spread, even suggesting that the Ma young lady had long since lost her virtue, were released by the empress. Emperor Jinxing was perplexed by the empress's motivations. Such thoughtless actions were not unprecedented, and she could not be regarded as a person of sound judgment. The atmosphere within the Shokang Palace was suffocating, laden with tension. Xie Zhurui was acutely aware of his misdeeds, filled with anxiety and fear. It was the Dowager Empress's attendant, Granny Zhao, who had urged him to offend the Ma young lady, insisting that he deserved a side consort of respectable lineage, and that opportunities like this were fleeting. With the Empress Dowager's backing, he was encouraged to proceed without hesitation. When a man is driven by desire, coupled with the undeniable beauty of the Ma young lady, Xiao Zhurui, swept away by passion, acted impulsively. Yet, he had not anticipated the uproar that would ensue upon her untimely demise, leading him to seek refuge within the Empress Dowager's palace until the emperor's wrath subsided. During these days, the Dowager Empress had been consumed with fasting and prayer, seemingly believing that her misdeeds could be absolved by mere days of piety. In stark contrast, the fifth prince's residence remained jubilant. Xiao Zhishan felt rather at ease, gossiping with those around him about the Ma young lady's predicament. He would have thought that this woman could be so promiscuous, daring to entice the seventh prince even within the Dowager Empress's palace. Xiao Zhishan chuckled, what a pity she has already been with another. Had she remained untainted, the seventh prince would have been fortunate. Wei Rushuan shot a reproachful glance at Xiao Zhishan. Are you still pining for that Ma young lady? How could I possibly? Marrying such a tarnished woman as the primary consort would have brought eternal shame upon our Xiao family. His words were heartfelt. He genuinely felt fortunate. The choice of a primary consort warranted careful consideration. One could not simply wed any woman as the principal wife. Wei Rushuan could not suppress her pout, playfully demanding, what about me, fifth master? You once promised to take me as your primary consort. When will you speak with the empress about elevating my status? Well, Xiao Zhishan glanced at Wei Rushuan. Whenever she accompanied the empress, she would don modest and proper attire. However, at home, she adorned herself in vibrant and extravagant garments. The contrast between her home demeanor and her public persona was thrilling to him, and he greatly enjoyed her attentions, yet he was acutely aware that his primary consort could not embody such flamboyance. If word got out that his primary consort behaved so openly, it would spell disaster for him. Xiao Zhishan stammered, "I cannot unilaterally decide this matter. It must be left to the Empress Dowager." Wei Ruxuan's expression twisted in dismay. "The Empress Dowager? The Empress Dowager, is she all that matters to you, Xiao Zhishan? What of the promises you made to me?" "I am powerless in this regard," Xiao Zhishan replied, feeling exasperated. "In the palace and beyond, all decisions rest with the Empress Dowager, and I must heed her wishes." Wei Ruxuan began to doubt her dreams, questioning the authenticity of the narratives she had read. Could such an untrustworthy man truly ascend to the throne? Yet, when she considered the cruel and indifferent Xin Wang, Wei Ruxuan bit her lip. Compared to the heartless villain who shunned women, Xiao Zhishan was at least a decent man. With this thought, she found solace in his indecisiveness. "Promise me, when you become emperor, you will make me empress." Xiao Zhishan nodded. "Rest assured, Xianer, it shall be so." Chapter 55. The rising wind. Yang Yu sat once again by the window, playfully teasing the parrot, which tilted its head and squawked, "Princess," repeatedly. After a while, she found the little creature somewhat endearing. Wang knelt on the ground, not daring to utter a word. He could discern that while the princess appeared to be amusing the parrot, her thoughts were elsewhere entirely. This princess, though still young, possessed an extraordinary beauty that was strikingly gentle, yet, when her beautiful eyes swept over, they bore no trace of emotion, reminiscent of the icy Nevertheless, her every gesture and word exuded an extreme softness and gentleness. Wang had witnessed many people and events over the years, both inside and outside the palace. He understood that initially, his adoptive father Huar had aimed to suppress the princess, for Huar had amassed considerable influence. However, he ultimately failed to overpower her and instead found himself bowing to her, even bringing his adopted son along for her bidding. Sometimes, a superior's overly kind and lenient nature could lead subordinates to misinterpret it as weakness, prompting them to a modicum of affection would suffice, as servants would dutifully attend to their masters, treating them as a source of wealth. However, excessive favoritism would breed jealousy, making it inevitable that one would fall victim to the treachery of the inner palace due to an overly forgiving. In the absence of any affection, one would simply be subjected to the ruthless exploitation of the servants. This princess appeared to embody a remarkably kind disposition, yet the servants of the Wang residence dared not be overly casual in her presence. The primary reason was her strikingly aloof demeanor, leaving them unable to ascertain her true thoughts. Although she had yet to take any action, her presence loomed like a heavy cloud over them all. The underlings were all too aware of how to prey upon the weak and fear the strong. What if this seemingly unassuming lady were to unleash her wrath unexpectedly? Some foolishly believed that the young princess would be oblivious to governance, continuing their previous antics, while the more astute among them had chosen to keep a low profile, waiting to see whether she would reveal her capabilities before deciding whether to continue their arrogance or retreat in humility. Yang Yu, in their presence, seldom spoke, and smiles were a rare occurrence, which only intensified the pressure upon them. After a brief moment, she finally spoke softly. "Has the funeral arrangement? He wishes to inter his daughter in the Mar family ancestral grave." However, the relatives of the Mar family are vehemently opposed, claiming that a girl of ill repute should not enter the ancestral tomb. Currently, both sides are embroiled in a heated debate, with no friends or relatives coming to pay their respects, only those who come to argue. The only visitors for condolences have been a few martial officers who were on good terms with General Mar, and their sentiments are rather unfavorable. Those who believed this rumor comprised a staggering 80 to 90%. At such a critical juncture, which family would dare to pay their respects, who would risk tarnishing their own reputation? It was well known that nearly every household had daughters to marry off. Yang Yu nodded. "Ningxia, prepare a substantial gift from the treasury." Upon hearing this, Ningxia quickly departed. The Wei Yuan general's residence was indeed in disarray. Madame Mar wept profusely, inconsolable at the loss of her daughter, wishing she could follow her into death. Meanwhile, at this very moment, the relatives of the Mar family were causing a ruckus, asserting that a girl like Miss Mar could not be interred in the ancestral grave, for if she were, it would bring disgrace to the entire Mar family. Over the years, Ma Gong's contributions to the Wei dynasty had been monumental. The Ma family was originally a modest household, no different from the countless ordinary citizens in the capital. Yet, in the span of 20 years, Ma Gong had ascended from obscurity to the rank of a second-grade general, and it seemed he was on the verge of being ennobled. The relatives, akin to ravenous flies, flocked to him, seeking favors, ingratiating themselves with him. Yet, upon the calamity that befell Miss Mar, their expressions morphed instantly, as the intense jealousy previously masked beneath layers of flattery was laid bare. If Yu Ying is buried in the ancestral grave, what will our ancestors think? Wouldn't they curse us from beyond the grave? Our daughter still has to marry. Having such a disgraceful cousin is truly unfortunate. How can such a shameful girl expect to have a proper burial? If it were my daughter, I would have her buried in a nameless grave. If you dare to bury Yu Ying in the ancestral grave, I will fight you to the death. What does being a general mean? Can a general act with impunity? Ma Gong, now 43, still felt in his prime, capable of safeguarding the citizens of Wei and repelling the incursions of the Kang kingdom. Yet, in that moment, he felt as if he had aged a decade. His body bore countless scars, and if he were to shed his garments, one would see the myriad wounds from blades and arrows that marred his shoulders, back, and thighs. He still vividly recalled the scene from years past when he fought valiantly, believing he would never see his second child. An arrow struck his chest, narrowly missing his heart, and it was young General Wen who rescued him from the battlefield. They had emerged victorious, and due to his exceptional achievements, Ma Gong was promoted to the rank of Deputy General, achieving newfound renown. When he departed, his wife was 6 months pregnant, and upon his return, he found his daughter taking her first steps. It was the first time he laid eyes on her. Ma Gong had envisioned watching his daughter grow up, proudly escorting her down the aisle. He had anticipated disliking his future son-in-law, as he harbored a disdain for pedantic scholars, yet his daughter was destined to marry one. He had never imagined that he would be unable to honorably bury his daughter. He was uncertain of what his accomplishments had truly amounted to over the years. Hatred spread like wildfires and invasive weeds, proliferating in every corner. Yang Yu entered, supporting Rui Dong's hand, clad in white mourning attire. The snow-white hairpin atop her head fluttered in the wind, and the edge of her cloak was swept up, rendering her appearance exceedingly fragile against the night. In a daze, Ma Gong felt as though his daughter had returned to him. Moments later, he heard someone say, "It is the Princess of Qin who has arrived." Yang Yu gestured for everyone to withdraw. Ma Gong fell to his knees with a thud, his eyes bloodshot, and his voice hoarse and strained. "Miss Wen. Yu Ying and I, the Wen family and the Ma family, have suffered a great humiliation," Yang Yu stated flatly. "Ma Gong, you are subject." Harboring resentment against your sovereign is the gravest of errors. If you wish to live well, suppress all your hatred. The mercy of heaven descends like thunder and rain. Ma Gong forced a bitter smile. Does the princess believe I still wish to live? Even if it costs me my life, I must avenge this grievance. Yang Yu looked at him with pity. The young mistress is 5 months pregnant, and the young master is only 23 years old. Do you wish for them to die alongside you, or do you truly believe that your humble general's household can create a commotion that shakes the heavens? His barrage of reproaches left Ma Gong stunned. Yang Yu pointed to the heavens and then to him. How do you intend to fight? What can you possibly achieve? Do you wish to exchange the illustrious name you earned through blood, sweat, and tears for one of infamy? Do you want people to know that any discontent from the martial generals of Wei leads to treachery and rebellion in this vast realm, filled with talented individuals? How many aspire for glory and recognition? Does the court truly require only you? Ma Gong was rendered speechless. Miss Wen, Yang Yu's countenance remained icy. The individuals my father and brothers trained are not reckless brutes lacking strategy. They are valiant and wise. Reflect on whether they have ever allowed fleeting sentiments to cloud their judgment. Taking a deep breath, Ma Gong quickly regained clarity in his gaze, bowed thrice to Yang Yu, and then rose to his feet. Chapter 56. The Rising Wind. Yan Yu returned from the general's residence not long after her arrival. Ningxia attended to Yan Yu as she bathed and changed her clothes. Having braved the outdoors, Yan Yu now felt a slight headache. Moreover, the act of engaging with others outside had truly drained her. Xiao Qingji entered, immediately noticing Yan Yu seated by the window, pen in hand. She wore a white inner garment, draped in a layer of deep crimson silk, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate features were striking against her pallid complexion, evoking a sense of vulnerability. Xiao Qingji approached her from behind, inquiring, "What are you writing?" In truth, Yan Yu was merely practicing her calligraphy in a bid to ward off sleep, not particularly focused on anything substantial. With a weary demeanor, she recounted the news she had gathered and her visit to the Wei Yuan general's estate that day. Upon hearing of a group of martial generals convening there, each harboring grievances and even slandering the court, Xiao Qingji scoffed, "Foolhardy brutes, do they truly believe they can overturn the heavens? One day, when their 10 clans are exterminated, perhaps they will learn their lesson." Yan Yu, irked, pinched him at the waist, retorting, "Indeed, your family, the Xiao clan, regardless of the misdeeds committed against others, they are forbidden from expressing anger, as if they are but your servants." Xiao Qingji, unfazed by her scolding, maintained a nonchalant expression as Yan Yu. Despite her efforts, he seemed unaffected, even finding her touch somewhat delightful. He gazed at her face for a moment before suggesting, "Pinch me again." Yan Yu, taken aback, questioned, "Huh? What on earth was occupying his mind?" Xiao Qingji, sensing his previous words had been somewhat misplaced, cleared his throat. "In any case, ensure that Ma Gong understands the gravity of the situation, so he does not take advantage of this turmoil, endangering many lives. That would be commendable." Yan Yu advised, "Your Highness, it would be prudent to keep this news under wraps, lest it reach the Empress Dowager, who might seize upon it as leverage to eliminate them all. Should their positions be usurped by the Zheng clan, not only would your safety be compromised, but any future conflicts could spell disaster for the entire Wei dynasty." Xiao Qingji nodded, acknowledging her wisdom. This prince understands the stakes. He summoned 2 shadow guards, instructing them on various matters before they departed. Truth be told, discussing court affairs with Yan Yu felt far more reassuring than conferring with the scheming advisors. After all, as husband and wife, their futures were inextricably linked. Regardless, those advisors, loyal as they might be, could one day shift their allegiance for personal gain, making it impossible for Xiao Qingji to confide in them about critical secrets. Noticing that Xiao Qingji still wore his heavy python robe and golden crown, Yan Yu rose to remove. As she lifted her hand, her voluminous sleeves cascaded down, her delicate wrist brushing against Xiao Qingji's proud nose, causing him to inhale her enchanting fragrance, which rendered him momentarily rigid. He could only imagine how Yan Yu had reprimanded the Wei Yuan general, likely with fierce words and an imposing demeanor. Not witnessing such a scene left Xiao Qingji somewhat disappointed. He fancied Yan Yu's anger might be adorable. He pondered whether she would react similarly if he ever provoked her, a thought that was rather amusing. Unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously grasped Yan Yu's wrist, leaning down to examine her face. Yan Yu, perplexed, gazed back at him with curiosity. The height difference between them was significant, and Xiao Qingji's imposing presence, coupled with his striking features. Xiao Qingji's large hand seized her chin, turning her face towards him, compelling her to lift her chin. With no other recourse, Yan Yu, wishing to hasten his release, stood on her toes and pressed a gentle kiss on his cool, thin lips. In an instant, Xiao Chengji was jolted awake, abruptly releasing her, his voice hoarse and low. "What are you doing?" Yan Yu, bewildered, replied, "Ho." She was uncertain why he was upset, but she sensed his earlier demeanor suggested something amiss. Had she misjudged the situation? Stepping back, Xiao Chengji regarded her with a brooding expression. Yan Yu failed to notice that his ears had turned crimson. This was the first time he had been kissed, and he found himself at a loss for words, particularly since it was Yan Yu who had initiated it. Unsure of how to react, he turned and left, seeking solitude to unravel his thoughts. Their union was meant to fulfill his duty as a husband, to ensure she conceived a child soon. Yet, why had she kissed him? Did a mere kiss lead to pregnancy, or was it truly as she claimed, that she held deep affection for him, having liked him from their very first meeting? The heart of a man is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Yan Yu found herself unable to fathom the workings of Xiao Chengji's mind, yet, given the multitude of rumors labeling him a madman, she resolved to view him as a capricious figure, akin to a pufferfish king, and dismissed the need to decipher his actions. As night deepened, Yan Yu began to feel drowsy. After washing her brush and hanging it up, she retired to bed. Meanwhile, the pufferfish king, Xiao Chengji, lingered by the lakeside for an extended period. Warhar, having served the prince for many years, had never before witnessed him in such a state. Initially, he speculated whether the prince had quarreled with the princess, but upon further reflection, considering Xiao Chengji's character, the nuances of love, intertwined and profound, were foreign to Warhar. Having never observed such sentiments, Xiao Chengji, uncertain of whom to confide in regarding his turmoil, contemplated seeking counsel from the emperor, his own father. However, given the late hour, the palace gates had already closed, complicating matters. Xiao Chengji picked up a few pebbles and tossed them into the lake, where the koi, all precious breeds, were so highly valued that the mere death of one cent. Warhar, concerned that Xiao Chengji might inadvertently harm the fish, hastily suggested, "Your Highness, it is late, you should retire for the night." "Have you ever seen a pufferfish?" Xiao Chengji asked, momentarily catching Warhar off guard. Recalling Yan Yu's previous mention of the fish, Xiao Chengji speculated she might be craving it, as there were many delicacies from Ling City that were unavailable in the capital. "Have someone bring back a few live pufferfish." Chapter 57, The Rising Wind. Miss Mar was ultimately laid to rest in peace. Young Master Mar purchased a new burial plot for his sister and candidly declared that all family members would be interred there after a century. The relatives of the Mar family were rendered speechless, for Mar Gong and Mar Xiao had resolved to sever ties with the clan, thereby withdrawing from the family genealogy and henceforth avoiding any association with these relatives. The Mar family had not produced a talent as extraordinary as Mar Gong in 3 generations. It was a miracle that a second-rank general emerged from their ancestral grave, and now those in the clan wished to rely on him for assistance. These relatives, filled with both indignation and fury, were unwilling to relinquish this connection, yet desiring to bask in someone else's glory while shunning shared hardships is a notion utterly unrealistic. The true nature of these individuals had been laid bare. Regardless, the Mar family must cut ties. The group of civil officials in the court was also incensed, and the memorials impeaching Mar Gong flew like paper scraps to the cabinet, eventually landing on the emperor. To sever familial bonds over a daughter lacking virtue was deemed utterly unfilial. Such an occurrence had not been witnessed in centuries. How could a person capable of such disloyalty ever be entrusted with loyalty to the emperor in the future? Emperor Jianqing felt remorse towards Mar Gong and suppressed the impeachment memorials. First, news surfaced regarding the exchange of the town protector's daughter, followed by the scandal involving the Weiyuan general's daughter. The military officials grew restless. Failing to pacify their sentiments might result in their future indifference to affairs. If eliminating the 7th prince would quell all disturbances, Emperor Jianqing would willingly enact such a decree. The court's situation rapidly became polarized. Many officials, previously discontent with the Qin Wang's cold-blooded and ruthless demeanor, had aligned themselves with the Jing family, favoring the fifth prince. Now, the military officials, led. As winter approached, Yang Yu found herself increasingly unable to tolerate the biting chill of the capital. It had been at least a decade since she last witnessed snowfall, and she yearned to see the delicate flakes fall once more. During this time, various customs and regulations within the residence began to shift gradually. Yang Yu had previously detected discrepancies in the household accounts, with subordinates indulging in embezzlement. Such occurrences were not uncommon. To ensure diligent work from subordinates, one must allow them to flourish within reasonable bounds. However, some individuals inevitably grew insatiable, their greed becoming rather irksome. Yang Yu made adjustments to personnel, implementing. Yet, one thing puzzled her: from where did the kitchen procure fugu, consistently sending it her way? She had no desire to consume it, fearing the possibility of poisoning if it were improperly prepared. After her third refusal of fish, the kitchen finally ceased its deliveries. Princess Shini resided alone in her palace, separate from the Liang family. Her residence was exquisitely adorned, and her day. Initially, Yang Yu was unfamiliar with anyone upon her arrival, but with Princess Shini's guidance, she had met various princesses, dukes, and noblewomen within the royal family. Recently, the emperor had gone to the imperial villa. Empress Dowager Zheng remained in the palace, frequently summoning Yang Yu to visit. Yang Yu harbored no desire to comply. The fate of Miss Ma served as a cautionary tale. Having witnessed the Empress Dowager and Empress Zheng's control over the harem for years, Yang Yu feared any schemes they might concoct. No amount of lives would suffice to navigate such treacherous waters. Fortunately, Princess Shini was always present beside Yang Yu, her status as a princess neither overly significant nor inconsequential. At appropriate moments, she indeed provided valuable counsel to Yang Yu. With a smile, Princess Shini remarked, "The Empress Dowager's enthusiasm for you." The Empress Dowager genuinely favored the young lady Yang Yu, much like the late Miss Ma. The Empress Dowager had earnestly wished for her to wed the fifth prince. Had the Ma family not rejected the proposal, the Empress Dowager would not have been so irate. Alas, in the face of enmity, affection alone could not prevail. Yang Yu felt no inclination to grow closer to the Empress Dowager, especially after the events surrounding Miss Ma. However, when they crossed paths at various occasions, pretense was necessary. Seated in the carriage, Yang Yu felt the cold deeply. Clad in heavy winter attire, draped in a thick white fox fur cloak. Upon their arrival at the palace, they descended the carriage with the assistance of their maids, making their way to the Empress Dowager's Shokang Palace. On the way, they encountered concubine Luo and Princess Fangshan. Concubine Luo's keen eyes darted between Yang Yu and Princess Shini, and she smiled. It appears that concubine Luo, not as beautiful as in her youth and lacking favor with the emperor, had recently sought to ingratiate herself with the Empress and Empress Dowager, further inciting the emperor's disdain. Since the incident involving the seventh prince and Miss Ma, concubine Luo had become increasingly cautious in the emperor's presence, her heart troubled. Originally intending to arrange a marriage for the seventh prince with a girl from her own family, she found the girl frail and overly sensitive, fearing she would be of little help to. Similarly, Princess Fangshan, an uncherished princess, had little advantage over noble daughters when it came to securing a suitable husband. Princess Shini, adept at navigating the court, was well acquainted with influential families, ensuring her son married a virtuous and well-bred bride. Concubine Luo had been contemplating enlisting Princess Shini's assistance for both the seventh prince and Princess Fangshan, yet, Princess Shini had persistently ignored her. As if that were not enough, Previously, Princess Shini had seldom entered the palace, but since the Empress Dowager frequently summoned the Qin Wangfei, she took the liberty of visiting uninvited. This had left concubine Luo feeling quite resentful. Princess Shini, oblivious to concubine Luo's grievances, thought to herself, "Why should I be obliged to assist her? Is not helping a form of betrayal?" While Princess Shini was attentive to Yang Yu, Xie Qingji also took great care of his son. Yang Yu's gentle nature, constantly addressing her as aunt, with a sweet smile and pleasant conversation, endeared her to all elders. Concubine Luo, on the other hand, rolled her eyes at ordinary folk and, given her demeanor, Princess Shini had no inclination to assist her. With an arm draped around Yang Yu's shoulder, Princess Shini declared, "Indeed, the Qin Wangfei is charming and delightful, unlike some who, upon speaking, evoke nothing but distaste." Concubine Luo's face darkened, and she tugged at Princess Fangshan's hand, turning away in silence. Chapter 58. The Rising Wind. Princess Xinyi felt a surge of pride within her as she raised her hand to adjust the fur collar adorning Yang Yu's attire. Good child, pay her no mind. She deliberately bumped into us seeking trouble. Yang Yu pursed her lips into a smile and nodded in acknowledgement of Princess Xinyi, gentle and soft-spoken, yet acutely aware of reality and capable of handling situations. This was precisely why Princess Xinyi held affection for Yang Yu. In the past, Princess Xinyi often accompanied a girl from the Liang family, who happened to be Liang Zhen's cousin. The girl was commendable in many aspects, yet she lacked clarity in discerning situations, often appearing timid and conflict-averse. Over the years, Princess Xinyi cultivated a multitude of relationships in the capital, both favorable and unfavorable. When faced with cunning adversaries, it was only natural for her to utter words that would leave them feeling humiliated and to engage in actions that would similarly compromise their dignity. To Princess Xinyi, this was perfectly reasonable. After all, should one not be ruthless with enemies, would she instead invite them to dine at her table? However, the girl from the Liang family neither appreciated Princess Xinyi's willingness to involve her in social engagements nor recognized the necessity of such. She perceived Princess Xinyi as somewhat harsh, believing it inappropriate to create difficulties for others. In fact, she feared that Princess Xinyi might offend those adversaries, thus incurring their wrath not only upon herself but also upon her, an innocent bystander. Yet, as she was brought into such circles by Princess Xinyi, it was inevitable that their fates were intertwined. One could hardly expect to bask in the benefits without facing the consequences. At one gathering, someone derided the Liang girl, mocking her family's modest status and suggesting she had no place there. Unable to endure such affront, Princess Xinyi defended her. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, the Liang girl complained that Princess Xinyi was prone to making enemies, muttering, "They were talking about me, and I wasn't even angry." Why should you be? It's true, my parents are not of high standing. Can others not speak the truth? Now look what has happened. They hold a grudge against me. After this incident, Princess Xinyi realized that she and the girl from the Liang family were not of the same ilk. Henceforth, she ceased to bring the girl to various events. The Liang girl, eager to find a husband of high status, repeatedly hinted at wanting Princess Xinyi to introduce her to suitable matches, but Princess Xinyi remained indifferent. Now, spending her days alongside Yang Yu, Princess Xinyi was free from such worries. She finally understood why everyone spoke so highly of Yang Yu, the granddaughter of the Duke of Anqing from the Shi family, and why several of her aunts regarded Yang Yu as their own daughter. Whatever Princess Xinyi engaged in, Yang Yu was ever supportive, always recognizing that they were allies. She never dampened Princess Xinyi's spirits nor criticized her actions as overly harsh or unkind. Instead, she viewed her as clever and formidable. When those bright, sparkling eyes gazed at her with admiration, Princess Xinyi wished she could take Yang Yu home and raise her as her own daughter. With a joyful heart, Princess Xinyi took Yang Yu's hand and headed towards the Empress Dowager's longevity palace. Upon seeing Princess Xinyi's arrival, Empress Dowager Zhen could not help but frown slightly. What cleverness could a young girl like Yang Yu possess? With time, she would surely be grasped within the confines of the palace's intrigues. Princess Xinyi, being an adult, understood much more, having spent numerous years both in the palace and outside. Often, a mere glance or gesture would alert her to discrepancies, allowing her to anticipate forthcoming events. Yang Yu and Princess Xinyi bowed to the Empress Dowager, who smiled and said, "All right, you two, please have a seat." Xinyi, it has been quite some time since you visited the palace. What has prompted this newfound filial piety? Princess Xinyi chuckled. Previously, I simply could not spare the time. Now that the child has grown, shouldn't I make an effort to visit you, dear Empress Dowager? Empress Dowager Zhen accepted the tea presented by her maid with a smile, saying nothing further. The palace maids also served hot almond tea to Yang Yu and Princess Xinyi, but Yang Yu merely pretended to sip before setting it aside. Although she was well aware that the Empress Dowager would not poison anyone in public, she was hesitant to partake in the offerings, opting for a mere taste. The Empress Dowager remarked, "There is a maid named Qian in the Qin Wangfu who is quite commendable. A reward from me. What is her name again?" A nearby matron, Zhao, offered a reminder, Wanner. The Empress Dowager smiled, yes, that is it, Wanner. During her time in my palace, she served with great diligence. I thought it was fitting to elevate her status to that of a concubine, given her years of service to Prince Qin. Yang Yu was momentarily taken aback. A royal concubine was not simply a mere maid. She held a position of significance, especially as a concubine to Prince Qin. Her background must be illustrious, deriving from a family of high rank. If Jian, a maid, were elevated, it would not reflect poorly on Yang Yu but rather be to her advantage. Yet, upon reflection, if Xie Qingji discovered that such a woman had taken the position of his concubine, he might very well be enraged. Moreover, considering the emperor's affection for Prince Qin, it was likely that he would arrange for a concubine of notable lineage and power. However, to refuse the Empress Dowager's decree, could Yang Yu dare oppose her? Would she be accused of jealousy, unable to tolerate others' success? Such a charge would be quite severe. In an instant, her palms were drenched in sweat, and she feigned innocence, asking a maid named Tian. I have not inquired about the names of the concubines lately. This one sounds somewhat familiar. As she spoke, Yang Yu glanced at her maid, Ning Xie, who had served her for many years. Receiving Yang Yu's unspoken cue, Ning Xie timidly ventured, Your Highness, she is the maid who stole your bird's nest. Furious, Yang Yu retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? The Empress Dowager's people would never covet such trivialities. The bird's nest was clearly a reward for her. Ning Xie quickly slapped her own face. Yes, it was a reward from you, not stolen. I misspoke. I deserve punishment. Witnessing the farce unfold between the master and maid, a flicker of annoyance crossed the Empress Dowager's eyes. Yanger, what is the meaning of this? Yang Yu rose, forcing a smile. Oh, it's nothing much. A few months ago, the emperor rewarded me with some blood birds' nests. I was surprised to learn that the maid Qian also enjoyed them and requested some from the kitchen. After all, even a maid beside the Empress Dowager is of great value, deserving only the best. I would never be remiss in my filial piety towards you, Empress Dowager, nor neglect the maid you have graciously rewarded. Rather, she spoke with sincerity. She wagered that the Empress Dowager had not experienced such discomfort in years, while Princess Xini maintained a facade of seriousness as she sipped her tea. Internally, she was nearly in. Chapter 59, The Rising Wind. Empress Dowager Jing originally intended to exert some influence over Yang Yu regarding the matter of the side consort. She was well aware that Prince Qin despised any form of presumption from others. Over the years, the emperor had sought to arrange for Prince Qin to marry two concubines of high status, but each time, Prince Qin had firmly rejected the idea. Should today's affair come to fruition, it was likely that upon his return to the capital, he would sever ties with Yang Yu, which would also displease the emperor. If Tianshi were to indeed become a side consort, she would thereafter be summoned into the palace with due respect, thereby gaining greater authority within the prince's residence. Conversely, if Yang Yu were to refuse, she would be branded as petty and presently, Yang Yu had not openly expressed her opinion on the establishment of Tianshi as a side consort. Instead, she merely echoed the sentiments of her maidservants, recounting Tianshi's character. In this scenario, should Empress Dowager Jing insist on promoting Tianshi to the position of side consort, it would reflect poorly on her. The thought of harboring a disobedient and untrustworthy. Feigning surprise, Empress Dowager Jing remarked, In the past, when this girl served by my side, she was obedient and proper. I had thought her to be virtuous. Who would have imagined that upon leaving the palace, this treacherous servant's ambitions would swell, disregarding her master? Zhao Mama smiled, Your Majesty, take a sip of tea to calm your spirits. As the saying goes, one knows a person's face but not their heart. This girl has concealed her true nature too well. Your benevolence has led you to believe the best of her, thus allowing her to deceive your discerning gaze. Your words hold merit. Empress Dowager Jing nodded. Yang, you are the princess consort. You must maintain the dignity of your position. This servant's breach of decorum and arrogance is indeed a transgression. There is no need to speak kindly of her, nor should she be regarded as one of my own. I shall never permit a servant to act with such insolence. It suffices to dispose of her. Regarding the recent discussion of appointing a side consort for Prince Qin, Empress Dowager Jing chose not to mention it further. At this juncture, the royal physician arrived to check on the Empress Dowager's health. Her recent condition had been stable, and after examining her pulse, the physician reported no issues, merely advising her to keep warm during the winter months and to avoid exposure to cold winds. Empress Dowager Jing smiled and gestured towards Yang Yu. "Since we are all gathered here, let us also check the pulse of the princess consort. I wish to ascertain whether she is with child. This child appears frail. Zhang Taijun, be thorough in your examination." Zhang Taijun hurried to Yang Yu's side, placing a pulse pillow before her to take her pulse. After the examination, he solemnly announced, "The princess consort is not pregnant, but her pulse is faint, indicating some weakness in her." Unbeknownst to them, the afternoon wore on, and both Yang Yu and Princess Xinyi prepared to bid farewell to the palace. The chilly breeze outside sent shivers down Yang Yu's spine, causing her complexion to pale noticeably. With the series of events unfolding in the Empress Dowager's quarters, Yang Yu contemplated feigning illness to recuperate at home. Princess Xinyi found the situation amusing. "If the individuals she rewards are truly so nave that they would dare, they likely perceive my recent arrival as an opportunity to assert their dominance." Having these individuals linger within the prince's residence posed risks. She feared they might one day betray her, spreading harmful rumors about the household. However, finding a suitable excuse to dismiss them proved challenging, as any misstep could lead to compromising evidence. Today's incident served to intimidate them, ensuring they would tread carefully. Upon returning home, Yang Yu glanced at Ningxier's swollen face and instructed Ruidong to fetch a vial of medicine. Ningxier's visage had become alarmingly puffy, necessitating treatment and a few days of rest. Yang Yu sighed. At this moment, the Imperial Pharmacy also delivered the medicine, both parties aware that Yang Yu would undoubtedly refuse to take it. Whether or not it contained anything sinister was beyond scrutiny. She had to be cautious about what she ingested. Though life may seem devoid of meaning, it was certainly preferable to death. Meanwhile, the emperor's health had been deteriorating, and he had only summoned a few ministers and eunuchs to his presence in the temporary palace. After evading the storm, the seventh prince finally emerged. He felt a deep sense of bitterness, having initially anticipated acquiring a commendable side consort, only to find himself entangled in the queen's machinations that led to today's predicament. The seventh prince had maintained a good relationship with the fifth prince. They had always banded together since childhood, with the seventh prince particularly fond of following the fifth prince's lead. In the recent debacle involving the Ma family, the seventh prince felt he had suffered a tremendous loss, leading to resentment towards the queen and even harboring some animosity towards the fifth prince. Previously, he might have wavered and leaned towards Prince Qin's faction, but after this ordeal, all opportunities were irrevocably lost. Though Xiao Chengji was not a paragon of virtue, he possessed a code of conduct and would never deign to insult women, the elderly. His pride forbade him from engaging in actions that would tarnish his dignity. The seventh prince understood that compelling an unwed girl to bear the stigma of disgrace would only invite disdain from Xiao Chengji, who would undoubtedly look down upon someone. With differing principles, the seventh prince could not align himself with the queen's actions, yet he remained tethered to the fifth prince's ship. The fifth prince, Xiao Jiushan, was aware of the queen's deeds, but he saw no fault in her actions. In his eyes, his mother had endured great suffering, maintaining a desolate existence for a decade. Moreover, the queen's actions were, in fact, for Xiao Jiushan's benefit. She despised the Ma family's daughter on one hand, while on the other, she feared that the Empress Dowager might favor the seventh prince, Xiao Chirui, instead of her own son. What if Xiao Chirui were to audaciously aspire to a position that was not rightfully his? Following this incident, the seventh prince, Xiao Chirui, found himself loathed by the emperor and the military faction alike, leaving him with no chance of ever ascending to the throne. Xiao Jiushan considered the seventh prince as a brother, yet even the closest of siblings require a measure of caution. He understood the queen's perspective and genuinely believed her actions were justified. The subtle yet competitive dynamics between brothers led Xiao Jiushan to take a certain pleasure in the unfolding events, relishing the prospect of thwarting Xiao Chirui's ambitions. With that, Xiao Chirui would forever be unable to rise above him. Before him, he would always remain the dutiful younger brother, Ever subservient, upon returning to the temporary palace, the two brothers practiced archery and horseback riding in the expansive arena. Xiao Zhishan, beaming in the sunlight, grinned widely, displaying his pearly whites. Old 7, your archery skills still leave much to be desired. You couldn't even hit the target from this close. Xiao Chirui chuckled awkwardly. It has been quite some time since I last practiced with fifth brother. Your skills have certainly improved. Chapter 60. The rising wind. Xiao Zhishan released another arrow, lamenting, I have been practicing daily, yet alas, my father's eyes will forever overlook me. And no matter how much I improve, he remains oblivious. Both Xiao Zhishan and Xiao Chirui were acutely aware that for years, the emperor's gaze had been solely fixed on this reality pricked at the hearts of all the brothers, and their eyes were filled with envy as they regarded Xiao Qingji. Xiao Zhishan's jealousy towards Xiao Qingji was particularly palpable. It was not merely envy, but also fear, for inevitably, there would come a day when only one of them could survive. Gazing at the distant target, Xiao Zhishan revealed a somewhat cold smile. Some individuals are born with everything, while I can only watch from afar. How utterly unfair. Xiao Chirui echoed his sentiments. Indeed, it is profoundly unjust. Just as Xiao Zhishan looked upon Xiao Qingji, Xiao Chirui observed Xiao Zhishan. Listening to Xiao Zhishan's lament, Xiao Chirui found it rather amusing. The third prince, Xiao Qingji, basked in the emperor's favor, wielding immense power from his exalted position, commanding the winds and rain. In contrast, the fifth prince, Xiao Zhishan, enjoyed robust support from powerful maternal relatives, with the empress and the dowager empress strategizing behind the scenes to bolster him, ensuring that even if he were ineffectual, he would be propelled up the social ladder by their formidable influence. The seventh prince could not quite discern what he possessed, perhaps merely his lowly character and sycophantic demeanor, forever yearning for that which others had grown weary of. He understood the emperor's favoritism towards the third prince. A man who has lost the woman he cherishes most, especially when she was taken from him at the height of their love, leaving behind a tender child, would naturally elevate that child to the heavens. Yet, at times, the seventh prince wished that concubine Bo were alive, merely to observe whether Xiao Qingji's treatment would remain unchanged as she aged and lost her beauty. He harbored similar thoughts about Xiao Zhishan. If his mother were not the empress, but rather an insignificant consort without a notable lineage, would Xiao Zhishan still dare to speak so pretentiously? However, the world does not accommodate such a what-ifs. If it did, he might as well ponder what life would be like were he the emperor. How delightful each day would be. Do you think father will take her to bed at night? Fifth brother, let us not invite such troubles. If you desire beautiful women, I can arrange for 2 to be sent to you later. The seventh prince followed the fifth prince on horseback as they leisurely departed from that place. Behind Xiao Qingji trailed the governor of Henan, who had come to report to the capital. The emperor had been unwell recently, leaving many state affairs to the ministers. Bo Feng, Xiao Qingji's uncle, though not, he was a cousin of concubine Bo, and the two shared a good relationship. From a distance, Bo Feng watched the departing figures of the seventh and fifth princes and could not help but smile bitterly. Xiao Qingji never entertained what-ifs. Bo Feng, feeling despondent, asked, How have you fared these past 2 years, your highness? The last time he had seen Xiao Qingji was 2 years prior. Xiao Qingji replied coolly, All is well. Bo Feng, rambling on, continued, The Bo family has been well these past 2 years, though we do worry about your highness, particularly regarding your marriage and offspring. We hope you will marry soon. Now that you have finally wedded a legitimate wife, I feel much reassured. Xiao Qingji had little interest in such domestic matters, but Bo Feng, being indecisive and fond of prattling, left him. Bo Feng remarked, I have yet to meet the princess. The Shu family is in the capital. She will be visiting the princess in the coming days. Xiao Qingji merely responded with a non-committal hm. Bo Feng then inquired, During your visit to the capital, are you aware of the emperor's intentions? Finally, Xiao Qingji regarded Bo Feng with. Although Bo Feng was his uncle, the distinction of rank and the boundaries of authority were clear. He never dared to assume a superior position before Xiao Qingji. Furthermore, Xiao Qingji bore an imposing presence akin to that of the reigning emperor, commanding respect even from high-ranking officials in court. It is not the emperor's intention, but mine, Xiao Qingji stated blandly. Have you heard about the situation regarding the granaries? Baofeng nodded. During the summer, torrential rains had caused severe flooding in several counties, and subsequent mismanagement of the relief efforts had led to rampant corruption among the officials, inciting the populace to revolt. Recently, the rebellion had been suppressed, resulting in the execution of numerous officials, and signs of calm were finally emerging. Xiao Qingji continued, I intend to appoint you as the governor of the Jianyu provinces. Such a significant post would require discussions with the emperor and the cabinet before any decision can be made. No prince or minister possessed such authority, nor could anyone confidently make. Xiao Qingji smirked coldly. Prepare yourself. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Baofeng knelt and bowed. Yes. After Baofeng departed, Xiao Qingji made his way to his residence. Suddenly, he recalled something. To be honest, how many servants dared to observe their master so closely? This matter was likely known only to the palace maids who attended the princess closely. However, having served alongside Xiao Qingji for many years, Huarhar quickly identified the crux of the issue. The princess mentioned she does not enjoy fish, so she has requested to forego the pufferfish. With the recent cold weather, she has been indoors more often, undoubtedly consuming more than before. Xiao Qingji frowned slightly. Huarhar hastily changed the subject. I have heard that the Dowager Empress has been frequently summoning the princess to the palace lately. To navigate such circumstances without incident is indeed a blessing for her. Having been absent from the palace for too long, Xiao Qingji was not well informed about such matters. Nevertheless, Chapter 61. The palace. Yang Yu was still engrossed in preparations for the new year, busily assessing various projects each day, some of which comprised her dowry and personal assets, while others pertained to the properties entrusted to her by the royal household. From the moment she rose in the morning to comb her hair, she was never without individuals reporting to her on various matters. Previously, the Xiao family had taken care of these affairs, but now all that had once belonged to the Xiao family was entrusted entirely to Yang Yu, who felt a heavy weight of responsibility. And even Princess Xiani could not help but exclaim, in these times, human hearts are treacherous, even relatives guard against one another. The Xiao family has managed your assets for so many years, and upon your marriage, they returned everything intact, even adding more. Such relatives are hard to find, even with a lantern. The Xiao family's actions were indeed under the watchful eyes of the emperor, yet, to speak frankly, the emperor, burdened with myriad affairs, could hardly attend to every detail. Numerous officials who dedicated themselves to the nation have perished in office, and their relatives swiftly divided their estates, leaving the emperor with little recourse. The Xiao family had shown Yang Yu both kindness and grace, having fulfilled their obligations to her. Yang Yu was acutely aware of this and often thought of the care her maternal family had shown her, frequently visiting her two sisters-in-law who remained in the capital. This time, Baofeng had come to the capital with his wife and children. He had served as a provincial governor for 3 years, and according to the current system, although governors handled local affairs, they were still considered officials of the capital, dispatched to the provinces as imperial envoys. Baofeng returned to the capital with his family, reportedly intending to settle there. Yang Yu knew that the Bo family was related to Xiao Qingji, and with his uncle and aunt arriving in the capital, she contemplated whether she should take the initiative to pay them a visit. As a younger relative, it was inappropriate to wait for the elders to come to her, was it not? With these thoughts weighing on her mind, Yang Yu discussed the matter with Princess Xiani. The princess shook her head, saying, there is no need. If they are adhering to propriety, they should come to pay their respects to you. If they do not, then so be it. Yang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, aren't. I have just married and dare not to disregard the elders. If others perceive my lack of decorum as a slight, thinking that our family's prince is arrogant and our familial teachings lax, that would be most unfortunate. Princess Xiani grasped Yang Yu's hand, saying, your thoughts are not entirely misplaced. However, Baofeng is not the prince's direct uncle, but rather a distant relation. His rise over the years has relied heavily on the prince's support at court. They ought to have the discernment to come to you first. If you bow to them, it might give the impression that the prince depends on them for advancement. Yang Yu nodded, sensing that Princess Xinyi indeed had a point. While at the princess's residence, she had a steaming platter of red bean and osmanthus glutinous rice balls prepared, along with a plate of tender pig's trotters and marinated beef, complemented by flatbreads with succulent lamb, a dish of steamed eggs, and pickled bamboo shoots, accompanied. Although Princess Xinyi had come from the palace, she possessed no airs and accepted everything readily. Her dining choices revealed that she never pursued extravagant ingredients. As long as it was delicious, even common street food could grace her table. Perhaps because of this, even after marrying into the relatively modest Liang family, she remained carefree and at ease, effortlessly mingling with those of higher status and well-liked throughout the Yang Yu, who typically shunned rich and heavy foods due to her delicate constitution, found herself unable to resist sampling everything at Princess Xinyi's table, discovering each dish to be delightful. Princess Xinyi raised an eyebrow and smiled. Having had a leisurely time these past years, I have taken to gathering recipes and experimenting with the cooks. If you enjoy these dishes, I can have them share a few with your maid. As the two relished their meal, a maid outside announced, this Miss Liang Zhan was a member of the Liang family, closely related to the princess's husband, whom she had cared for over the years, fulfilling her duties as best she could. However, the young lady had previously shown little appreciation. Moreover, she possessed somewhat elevated tastes, looking down upon those whom Princess Xinyi had once favored, yet remained dependent on the princess's assistance, continually seeking. Yet, if the families of those with higher standing disapproved, Princess Xinyi could not simply acquiesce to their demands. With Yang Yu present, Princess Xinyi did not wish for her to feel that she was. Liang Qingxue had heard from her sisters about the Princess of Qin, but this was her first encounter. Unable to suppress a sneer, she thought it understandable that Princess Xinyi had recently avoided her, believing herself too humble to compare. While Princess Xinyi and Yang Yu continued their meal, the princess instructed a maid to set an extra pair of chopsticks for Liang Qingxue. To assuage Yang Yu's potential disdain, she smiled and said, "This is Jin'er's cousin, a girl who grew up under my watch, particularly well-behaved and of good character." Yang Yu, however, felt no disdain. The dishes were served by maids using clean serving utensils, and, being all young ladies, there was no reason for any discontent. Noticing that the two had already begun to eat, Liang Qingxue, interpreting their lack of invitation as a deliberate slight, smiled and remarked, "I am not hungry now. Besides, as an ordinary girl, I am not worthy to serve the princess." Yang Yu's countenance grew somewhat awkward, considering the young lady's lineage, and to maintain Princess Xinyi's dignity, she refrained from commenting. Princess Xinyi, feeling displeased, wiped her mouth and said, "If you recognize your own shortcomings, then just sit quietly beside us." Had the young lady possessed a modicum of wit, she would have seized the opportunity to join in the conversation, quickly integrating herself into the gathering. After all, how many ordinary girls in the capital had the chance to meet the Princess of Qin? Yet, she aspired to rise in status while simultaneously shunning the chance to serve the noble. To refuse such an opportunity and further alienate the noblewoman left Princess Xinyi seething with frustration. Sensing the atmosphere had soured, Yang Yu excused herself after the meal and returned home. Upon her arrival at the Wang residence, she saw Wu Wang rushing towards her. Yang Yu inquired, "What has happened?" Wu Wang replied, "Your Highness was riding in the palace when the icy road caused the horse to slip, resulting in the Highness falling and sustaining minor injuries." Upon hearing this, Yang Yu's expression, "Where is the Highness injured? How could anyone allow him to ride on an icy surface? What were those around him thinking?" Wu Wang hurriedly responded, "I am not certain. I only heard from those in the palace that such an incident occurred. The palace is 100 miles from the capital, and many details have yet to reach us." Chapter 62. The palace. Xiao Qingji, of course, was unscathed. If he were to fall from his horse, then all those years of riding would have been in vain, and he might as well let the horse ride him instead. However, the horse did indeed slip on the icy surface and injured its leg, which was clearly the result of foul play. he had already dispatched his shadow guards to investigate. Regardless of the outcome, he had encountered countless such accidents throughout his life, so many that he had long since lost count. He sent a message to Yang Yu, curious to see if she would come. Given the recent flurry of activities at the royal residence, it was certain she would not show, as she was not a physician, and her presence would serve little purpose. A mind as sharp as Yang Yu's would surely come to the same conclusion, should she decide to visit. Xiao Qingji felt the likelihood of that was slim. That evening, Xiao Qingji was dragged by his brothers to celebrate the old 9th birthday. It was difficult to ascertain their true feelings, but outwardly they maintained a brotherly camaraderie, especially under the watchful eye of the emperor. Even if they were merely pretending, they had to feign the closeness of true siblings. Xiao Qingji felt discontent, particularly irked by the presence of the 5th and 7th brothers. The 6th prince, Xiao Jingshiro, shared a closer bond with Xiao Qingji, and upon hearing of Xiao Qingji's right beside him, Huarhar chuckled. Were their lord's skills, how could such a thing happen? Xiao Jingshiro smirked and leaned closer to Xiao Qingji, whispering, I heard 5th brother brought his concubine to the palace this time. Wei Rushuan had indeed accompanied Xiao Jiushan, unable to quell her anxiety about leaving him unaccompanied, fearing that a palace maid might seduce him away. During this period, Xiao Jiushan had shown her considerable affection, perhaps as a means of making amends, sending a variety of fine gifts to her quarters. The Jing family was immensely wealthy, and with Xiao Jiushan's close ties to them, obtaining exquisite items was effortless. At times, he could even procure tributes that had yet to be enjoyed by the emperor through the Jing family. Wei Rushuan spent her days gazing into the mirror, lost in self-pity, adorned with a hairpin of emerald-hued sea bream and gold, her ears graced with pearl-studded earrings. Yet, how useful was such beauty, aside from Xiao Jiushan and a few maids, who could truly appreciate her splendor? Gritting her teeth, she felt an increasing sense of resentment when she entered the palace and found herself in the company of others. She had to possess favor yet be unable to display it for all to see. What meaning did such a life hold? Perhaps the so-called silk-clad night wanderer aptly described her plight. Wei Rushuan applied a bit of pressure to her hairpin, snapping it in two. Whereas 5th month, since it is a significant occasion, several princes are drinking with him. Wei Rushuan's eyes flickered with curiosity. Who is present? Our 5th master, 3rd master. He is different from those of lower birth. If someone were to intoxicate him and harm his health, I must go and see. The maid remained silent, fearful of speaking out. In the palace, it was rare for anyone to dare mention the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, especially considering the Wei dynasty had 2 emperors who ascended the throne despite not being born of the primary. Moreover, after the demise of the Qin Wang's mother, the consort Bo, the emperor immediately posthumously honored her as Empress Xiaohui. If one were to delve into these matters, the Qin Wang was indeed justified in his claims. Consequently, over time, even the Empress Dowager refrained from broaching this subject in the emperor's presence. Yet, this Wei concubine was prone to bouts of discontent, often resorting to jabbing her maids with her hairpin when displeased. Wei Rushuan composed herself, inquiring about the palace where the 9th prince resided, and promptly made her way there. At that moment, the princes were in high spirits, the banquet alive with dancers and musicians. The emperor had made a brief appearance before departing once more. Xiao Qingji found the festivities rather dull and was preparing to rise and leave when a door creaked open quietly, unnoticed by anyone as a eunuch slipped inside. The eunuch hurried to Huahar, whispering a few words, causing Huahar's expression to shift. He quickly approached Xiao Qingji. Your Highness, our princess has arrived at the palace and is currently in your quarters. Xiao Qingji nearly choked on his drink. The 6th prince, Xiao Jingshiro, laughed. 3rd brother, what troubles you? Is 3rd sister-in-law here? Xiao Qingji replied coldly, it's nothing. Another door swung open. Xiao Jingshiro had never seen Wei Rushuan before, but after years in the palace, he could deduce identities from attire and adornments. First and foremost, she could not possibly be a consort of the emperor, as imperial consorts did not appear in such settings. Nor could she be the wife of any minister. Only the wives of prominent ministers could accompany their husbands to the palace, and those wives were typically the primary spouses, most of whom were over 40. Coupled with her attire, it was evident that she was the legitimate wife of one of the princes or heirs present. However, there was one slight issue. Was it not a breach of decorum for a woman to boldly... Many speculated, and Xiao Jingshuo was momentarily taken aback, muttering, "Is that our third sister-in-law? Oh, her attire is quite extravagant. The jewelry on her head must weigh at least 3 pounds." Among those present, the Qin Wang held the highest status. If she were to appear as the Qin Wang's wife, the others would find it challenging to voice any objections. Xiao Chengji initially thought it was Yang Yu who had come, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was not her. He doubted such a lazy girl would personally come to summon him back. Xiao Jishan's face shifted from green to red, struggling to find words, as he watched Wei Ruxuan navigate through several dancers to approach him. Noticing his discomfort, Xiao Chirui quickly stepped aside to grant them space. Xiao Jishan, suppressing his anger, asked, "What brings you here?" Wei Ruxuan, taken aback by the sight of the revelers and the presence of the dancers, cast a glance at the performers and replied, "Of course, I have come to see you. I fear you may drink too much." Chapter 63, The Palace. Xiao Jingshuo chuckled and said, "Fifth brother, this is..." Xiao Jishan felt so embarrassed that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. A group of gentlemen were gathered here, drinking and chatting, and the women approaching them were primarily singers and dancers. What respectable woman would come to such an occasion to mingle? At that moment, he truly regretted not heeding the Empress Dowager's advice to allow Wei Ruxuan to serve as a concubine. At least a concubine's presence here would not tarnish his reputation. Wei Ruxuan replied, "I am the side consort Wei of Fifth Master, and who might you be?" Xiao Jingshuo gave an ambiguous smile and winked at Xiao Jishan. "Oh, so it is the side consort Wei." Fifth brother is quite generous, allowing such a beautiful concubine to grace us with her presence. The young princes and heirs, who had a good rapport with Xiao Chengji and Xiao Jingshuo, erupted in laughter. Xiao Jishan's face turned crimson, and he gloomily poured himself another cup of wine. Wei Ruxuan quickly reached for the cup in his hand. "Fifth master, you should drink less. Overindulgence is detrimental." Observing the gazes of those around her, Wei Ruxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, such a situation was not commonplace. If she had not come out, who would still recognize her as Xiao Jishan's favorite concubine? Xiao Chirui laughed and said, "A sister-in-law, do not stop him. Fifth brother has a strong tolerance for alcohol, and a little more won't harm him." Wei Ruxuan was aware that Xiao Chirui was the seventh prince and knew that his mother, consort Luo, was constantly currying favor with the empress, resembling a dog at the empress's heel. The empress held consort Luo and Xiao Chirui in disdain, and Wei Ruxuan felt the same. She lifted her chin and coldly replied to Xiao Chirui, "It is easy for you to say. Do you know how precious Fifth Master's health is? He is not like you." Xiao Chirui was taken aback, his smile faltering instantly. Xiao Jingshuo twitched his lips and whispered to Xiao Chengji, "Old Seven gives her face by calling her sister-in-law, and she really thinks of herself as something special. Even if a legitimate prince's consort were standing here, she shouldn't speak to Old Seven like that, right?" Xiao Chengji, however, was indifferent to the chaotic scene, preoccupied with thoughts of Yang Yu, who had gone to his quarters and was... Xiao Jishan, feeling more humiliated, exclaimed, "What nonsense, he is the seventh prince. How dare you speak out of turn? What are you doing here? Go back." Hearing otherwise, why would the usually gentle Xiao Jishan scold her so harshly? She pouted, "Had I known you did not welcome my presence, I would not have come. Why must you berate me for the sake of an outsider? I have the right to speak before Her Majesty the Empress, yet here I am silenced." The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. The eunuchs and matrons surrounding the ninth prince hastily suggested that it was late, and with the snowfall outside, they feared that if the gathering continued, the emperor might take offense the following day. Others, too, were disinclined to witness Xiao Jishan and his concubine engage in flirtatious banter, and they all claimed it was late and that they needed to return. Xiao Chengji and Xiao Jishan also rose to leave. Outside, snow had begun to fall, swirling gently to the ground, coating it with a delicate layer of silver white. None of them had brought umbrellas, but fortunately, the snowfall was not heavy. The eunuchs quickly draped cloaks over their masters, and the dimly lit palace lanterns flickered in snowy night, casting faint shadows upon the ground. At that moment, a maid dressed in a green brocade jacket waved at Wei Har. Upon noticing, Wei Har exclaimed, "It is Bai Chun from the princess's side, Your Highness, the princess has sent an umbrella." Xiao Qingji looked up and spotted a figure clad in a smoky purple silhouette, promptly leaving the crowd to advance forward. Xiao Jingshuo was left behind. "Hey, third brother, won't you wait for me?" Xiao Jiushan and Xiao Chirui had yet to see the princess of Qin, and upon hearing this, they also looked towards the distance. However, the night was hazy, and with the falling snow, it was difficult to discern anything, merely a blur of color. Xiao Chengji's tall figure quickly obscured the view. Being in the royal family, in the most affluent and prosperous region of the Great Wei dynasty, they had access to luxuries 1,000-fold greater than ordinary people. With a mere gesture, they could summon servants and wield immense power to procure countless favors. Yet, often, this group remained unsatisfied. Despite possessing everything the world envied, their hearts felt hollow. Whether rich or poor, the sorrow and pain experienced in certain moments were strikingly similar. As they sought to fill the emptiness within with countless affections, Xiao Jingshuo rubbed his hands together, a hint of jealousy lacing his tone. Everything he has received since childhood has been the finest, and our father even bestowed upon him a gentle and virtuous princess. Nearby, a thinly clad eunuch quickly wrapped a cloak around Xiao Jingshuo, fastening it securely. Xiao Chirui chuckled, "Look at your lack of ambition. If our father were to grant you the title of prince, your future princess would willingly crawl over to bring you an umbrella. As for us, lacking our father's favor, how could we hope for such blessings?" Xiao Jiushan gazed at Yang Yu's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in his heart, hearing the envious chatter of the 6th and 7th. "It is merely an umbrella. What is so special about it? No matter how good it is still a woman I have discarded." The thought that Xiao Chengji picked up a pair of worn shoes he had cast aside, while beside them, Wei Ruxuan felt aggrieved. She could not comprehend why she had come out in the cold to concern herself with Xiao Jiushan, only to receive his cold shoulder in return. Why was that? Why did Yang Yu arrive, and the prince immediately approach her? Clearly, the scene in her dreams did not unfold this way. Wei Ruxuan stepped forward and grasped Xiao Jiushan's arm. "Fifth master, have you taken a liking to some dancer? If you truly desire her, bring her back. As long as Her Majesty the Empress consents, I shall not protest." Xiao Jiushan forcefully pushed her hand away and turned to stride back toward his quarters. Chapter 64. The palace. Wei Ruxuan was enveloped in a cloud of frustration. Having lived for over a decade, her mother had instilled in her the belief that as long as she desired something, regardless of its rightful ownership, she should boldly strive to seize it. Once acquired, it would belong to her. Liu, her mother, was a woman of noble birth, and after marrying her father, she wielded considerable influence within the Wei household, rarely experiencing failure in her pursuits. Consequently, Wei Ruxuan, as the legitimate daughter, enjoyed a status akin to that of a princess. However, she could not fathom why, after so diligently competing for the affection of the 5th prince, she still had to resort to flattery and appeasement. Any slight misstep in pleasing him resulted in disdainful looks directed towards her. Was it not promised that by securing the leading lady's position, she would be lavished with affection and smoothly ascend to the role of empress for a lifetime? Upon returning home, Wei Ruxuan had a heated argument with Xiao Jiushan. Having been cautious in the palace, where she had to tread lightly, she found herself unable to flaunt any of her achievements at home, where she was not the principal wife. Even the indulgent Xiao Jiushan was cold towards her, and she could no longer endure the myriad troubles of marrying into royalty, pouring out all her grievances. "In the palace, I must serve the empress, and whatever she forbids, I must obey. The empress dowager despises me and gives me the cold shoulder," Wei Ruxuan exclaimed, wiping her tears while tugging at Xiao Jiushan's garments. And now even you bully me, did you not vow to cherish me for life? Have those words been devoured by dogs? Xiao Zhishan took a deep breath, fully aware that any attempt to explain himself to Wei Ruxuan would be futile, and he should not owe her any explanations. He abruptly shook off her hand. Wei Ruxuan glared at him with malice. Had I known, I would have preferred to marry the king of Qin. Look how he supports his consort, even though she is a sickly wretch without family. He does not treat her with disdain like you do. For marrying you, my father lost his position as a minister. Xiao Zhishan's eyes reddened instantly. What did you say? Am I inferior to Xiao Qingji? Throughout his life, the emperor had deemed him lesser than Xiao Qingji, and now the woman he had wed shared that belief. She had once seen all his virtues, believing him superior in every way to Xiao Qingji, and now she claimed he was not as worthy. If not for the peculiar satisfaction derived from taking something from Xiao Qingji, how could he possibly engage in such ungrateful and treacherous behavior? Wei Ruxuan was taken aback by Xiao Zhishan's outburst, collapsing into a chair and weeping into her hands. Indeed, her mother's words rang true. Men in this world were fickle-hearted, quick to turn their backs once they had gained enough. Meanwhile, outside, the maids dared not breathe a word, fearful that the tempest of anger might soon descend upon them. Xiao Qingji received the umbrella from Yang Yu. Why did you come personally to deliver the umbrella? It's quite cold. Are you not afraid of catching a chill? I have never been here before, so I thought I might enjoy the scenery along the way, Yang Yu replied, glancing at Xiao Qingji. Where exactly are you hurt, Your Highness? If there was an injury, it was merely a scrape from the rains that had long healed after more than a day. Xiao Qingji replied, let us return. Wrapped in a thick cloak, Yang Yu's delicate face had turned pale from the biting wind, with tiny snowflakes clinging to her long eyelashes. Xiao Qingji observed her for a moment before turning away. The path is slippery. Hold onto this, prince, or should you fall, I will not assist you. Yang Yu responded with an "oh," grasping the sleeve of his garment. Ho Har, seeing Xiao Qingji shielding Yang Yu from the cold with the umbrella, hurried over. Your Highness, the wind is fierce today. Allow me to hold the umbrella for you. Irritated, Xiao Qingji retorted, get lost. Ho Har promptly retreated to the back. Soon, they arrived at Xiao Qingji's residence, which felt like spring. Rui Dong hurriedly took Yang Yu's cloak and brought warm water for her to wash her face and hands. Yang Yu turned to Xiao Qingji. Where are you injured, Your Highness? What did the physicians? How could one fall from a horse and not sustain significant injuries? In her childhood at the Shao residence, she often heard her grandmother recount tales of young masters who had perished or been rendered foolish from their horses were unharmed. It was the riders who suffered grievously. Given that Xiao Qingji's horse had broken its leg, she genuinely feared for his well-being. Xiao Qingji remarked, my head aches a bit. Yang Yu quickly helped him sit down. She couldn't see his head when he stood. She removed his hairpin, finding no visible issues, yet she knew that some head injuries were not apparent externally. Concerned, Yang Yu asked, where exactly? Your head, Your Highness. You wouldn't have lost your memory from the fall, would you? That would be dire. Not only was it difficult to comprehend his thoughts, but a head injury would render her even more baffled about his daily musings. Xiao Qingji's expression darkened as he grasped Yang Yu's wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Yang Yu, are you doing this on purpose? Yang Yu shook her head. She obediently sat on his lap, the pearl tassel. Xiao Qingji swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Get off my lap. Yang Yu responded with an "oh" and attempted to leap down, but Xiao Qingji's large hand pressed against her waist, restraining her. What have you been busy with these past few days? Unable to escape, she remained seated on his lap and recounted all the various affairs at the residence. In truth, Xiao Qingji was not particularly interested in her reports. Once Yang Yu finished detailing her tasks, she made a small effort to wiggle free. May I get down now? Since there is nothing pressing, I plan to return tomorrow. The snow? You cannot leave tomorrow, Xiao Qingji replied. You should rest first and depart once the snow has melted. Yang Yu asked, Your Highness, would you like to have a late-night snack? During the banquet, Xiao Qingji had hardly eaten anything, merely indulging in a few cups of water. At her mention of food, he realized he was indeed a bit hungry. Yang Yu hurriedly instructed the kitchen to prepare something warm to eat, along with a pot of wine to ward off the cold. The kitchen quickly delivered wontons filled with mushrooms, wood ears, and fresh meat, along with ham and fresh bamboo shoot soup, osmanthus fish fins, and red bean snow milk rolls, as well as a pot of Inu wine. As Yang Yu tasted a red bean roll, she found it not overly sweet, with just a hint of honey, pleasantly mild and not cloying. She also mentioned the matter concerning the concubine, Qian. Previously, she had not wanted to inquire into household affairs, but as Qian was associated with Xiao Chengji, she felt it necessary to inform him, lest he think her incapable of accommodating others. Xiao Chengji was unsurprised. The Empress Dowager was known for her ruthless nature. Those who defied her wishes or harbored their aspirations were often eliminated, although Qian had acted in accordance with her desires. Chapter 65, The Palace. The following day, Yang Yu awoke naturally, her eyes fluttering open to find Xiao Chengji still slumbering beside her. In the depths of winter, Yang Yu was reluctant to rise early. Despite the room's warmth, she felt a deeper comfort nestled in her blankets, and so she closed her eyes once more. Xiao Chengji's voice cut through the tranquility, cold and piercing. Do you intend to continue sleeping? Rubbing her eyes, Yang Yu replied, should I get out of bed to plough the fields for His Highness? Xiao Chengji's hand tightened around her waist, applying a slight pressure. The sudden pain caused Yang Yu to gasp, yet she felt justified in her words. They were in the palace, devoid of pressing matters, and what else was there to do but luxuriate in bed? Wasn't being a princess meant to indulge in comfort? Painful. Yang Yu's tone softened instantly. Please don't pinch me. Through the thin fabric, Xiao Chengji could feel the warmth of her body beneath his hand. He had not engaged in any untoward actions the previous night. Yang Yu had endured a taxing journey from the capital, and in her delicate state, it was likely that the jolting of the carriage had left her bones rattled. At this moment, to further disturb her seemed unkind. Xiao Chengji harbored a tinge of tenderness for his wife, albeit reluctantly. She was not the bride he desired but rather one thrust upon him by the emperor. He did not release his hold on her waist, his voice dropping to a husky whisper, beg me. In an instant, Yang Yu's posture softened, her nature pliable in the face of danger. She reached out, clutching his arm with a pitiful demeanor. I beg you, please don't crush me. Xiao Chengji was nearly amused by her audacity, lifting his hand to pinch her cheek. Nonsense. Yang Yu obediently wrapped her arms around his waist, nuzzling her face against his hand. Xiao Chengji had never been the recipient of such affection. He had never even owned a pet, animals wary of his presence. He recalled that the last person to embrace him was the emperor, but that was before he turned 6. As he grew older, the emperor had only patted his shoulder, delivering solemn words of wisdom. Yang Yu's body was remarkably soft, though she appeared frail. She felt almost as if he were holding a piece of warm, tender jade in his arms. Xiao Chengji realized that if he continued in this manner, he might as well forgo leaving the palace. With a deep breath, he gently pushed Yang Yu away from his embrace. We must meet His Majesty shortly. Yang Yu replied with a soft Ioi: Then may I remain in bed? Let her stay in bed if she wished. In truth, Xiao Chengji did not mind. He had no fields requiring her to plough. Yang Yu buried half her face in the blankets, her eyes peeking out. After he dressed, Xiao Chengji lightly tapped her forehead before turning to leave. After languishing for a while longer, Yang Yu finally rose to allow her maidservants to assist her with her morning routine. Xiao Chengji had breakfast with the emperor, who had also invited the Duke of England. Despite his advanced age, Jin Kan was hesitant to sit at the emperor's table, even though the emperor was his own nephew. The emperor smiled and said, "Yuer, help the duke to sit." Only then did Xiao Chengji cast a cold glance at the aged official, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. It seems that Duke Zheng's health has improved, despite his prolonged illness, particularly now that winter has arrived. At my age, I am but a step away from the grave. Whether I am well or unwell, it remains the same. The state affairs are of utmost importance, and I dare not speak of my ailments. Xiao Chengji scoffed. With the turmoil in the provinces, I would present his head before the emperor. After months of investigation, it was found that lower officials concealed the disturbances. Zheng Shu bears some responsibility, but his crimes do not warrant death. As Zheng Kan stated, a Prince Qin, your grudge against Zheng Xu is not recent. However, you ought to consider the welfare of the common people in Jinyu. Such weak arguments, Xiao Qingji retorted, 2 of the officials you sent to investigate are your disciples. Even if Zheng Xu is guilty, the blame will I am at a loss as to how to prove my innocence. The emperor surveyed the 2, noting the 40-year age gap, and remarked, you 2, a senior and a junior, squabbling before me, does that not bring shame? Refrain from speaking of matters without evidence. Xiao Qingji coldly replied, understood. However, given the severity of the situation under Zheng Xu's command, he has indeed failed. Xiao Qingji had instigated unrest for this very purpose in recent days. Jin Kan began, regarding the next governor of Jinyu, I recommend Bufeng. Without waiting for Jin Kan to finish, Xiao Qingji interrupted, Father, Bufeng has shown he is the most suitable to handle the mess in Jinyu. Zheng Kan shot Xiao Qingji a cold glare, Bufeng is your maternal uncle. Your nepotism may tarnish the court's reputation. Xiao Qingji met his gaze with a glimmer of derision. Did you not consider your own nepotism when you appointed him? Moreover, this official is also the emperor's uncle, currently serving as Minister of Personnel. Is that not an instance of favoritism? Zheng Kan's face darkened. It seems the prince is merely indulging in petty grievances. It is you, Duke Zheng, who possesses a tainted vision, perceiving everything through a murky lens. The emperor chuckled lightly, preposterous. How do you speak to the duke? Zheng Kan added, Your Majesty, Bufeng has indeed performed admirably in Henan. I am curious to see what he can accomplish in Jinkang and Uhu. Gu Guangliang, summon Xiang Yuan, Zhang Mo, Shi Qing, and Jai Ziru. Gu Guangliang. Xiao Qingji understood the matter was largely settled and resumed his breakfast, ignoring Zheng Kan's presence. The meal was tasteless for Zheng Kan, who, upon glancing at Xiao Qingji, felt further vexed by the 5th prince's lack of achievements thus far. Chapter 66. The Palace of the Prince. After the 5th prince had a restful slumber, he awoke to find Wei Ruxuan seated at the edge of his bed, her eyes swollen and reddened from weeping. Instantly, he felt a pang of compassion. The promises he had previously made to Wei Ruxuan were now beyond his reach, yet considering her unwavering loyalty, it would be unkind to allow her to suffer too greatly. The events of the previous day were now behind them. Let others say what they may. Having spent a considerable time grooming themselves, they found that the snowfall outside had ceased. With little else to occupy them, they nestled together on the bed. Upon hearing that his grandfather was coming to see him, Xiao Jushan was startled into a hasty rise from the bed. Wei Ruxuan, perplexed, remarked, You are a prince. No matter how high your grandfather's position, he is still a subject. Why do you fear him? Xiao Jushan replied, The old man is exceedingly strict and has a penchant for reprimanding others. The Jin family scions avoid him at all costs. Wei Ruxuan scoffed, In my view, you are not akin to the Jin clan. You are a prince, while he is merely a minister. Should you assert yourself, would he dare to flaunt his authority? A man must be forthright. How can one allow these ministers to lead him by the nose? Xiao Jushan smiled faintly but said nothing, quickly dressing and departing. As anticipated, he was met with a scolding from Jin Kan, who insinuated that he should engage more with state affairs rather than indulging in frivolities with his concubines. Xiao Jushan felt a sense of injustice. My father does not favor me. No matter how well I perform, he shall never acknowledge me. Hearing this, Jin Kan grew more incensed. How can you claim that without even attempting? Although the emperor is sovereign, he cannot disregard the counsel of his ministers. If you diligently attend to your duties, the ministers will speak well of you before the emperor. This realm belongs to the Xiao family, yet it is not solely the domain of Emperor Jinxing. Does the emperor believe he can act with impunity? If that were the case, he would not have appointed Xiao Jushan's mother as empress in the first place. Xiao Jushan felt a surge of defiance. Unless you eliminate Xiao Qingji, I shall never rise to prominence. Do you not understand? I am no less capable than he. I merely lack the power he wields. Grant me the same authority, and I shall surpass him. Zheng Kan's agitation was palpable as he observed the significant power held by Xiao Chengji's faction in the provinces of Zhenyu and Yuzhou, while his own influence waned. The fifth prince he had hoped to support was proving increasingly ineffectual after marrying. Xiao Chengji had shed his previous arrogance, dismantling Zheng family infiltrators within the Ministry of Justice and seeking. With a stern tone, Zheng Kan admonished, "Do not linger in the palace, find an excuse to return to the capital, where the Empress Dowager can instruct you. Your behavior is becoming increasingly unacceptable." Xiao Zhishan's discontent deepened. Why should he endure such treatment? Suddenly, he recalled Wei Ruxuan's earlier words, "You are a prince, no matter how high your grandfather's position, he is still a subject. Why do you fear him?" Indeed, he was a prince, the son of the emperor. Even if Zheng Kan was his grandfather, he remained a minister. The Bo family also had an elder, who was Xiao Chengji's maternal grandfather. Xiao Zhishan had encountered him a few years prior. Despite being a grandfather, the Bo family elder never dared to raise his voice in Xiao Chengji's presence. Even when advising, his tone was always gentle. Previously, Bo Feng had served as the governor of Henan. Although his position was slightly inferior to that of the Earl of England, Jingshu, it was still respectable. Although Jingshu treated Xiao Zhishan with apparent kindness, he often spoke condescendingly, failing to regard him as a prince. Just days ago, Xiao Zhishan had observed Bo Feng before Xiao Chengji, who appeared utterly subservient, not daring even to breathe loudly, let alone instruct Xiao Chengji. This was the appropriate. Xiao Zhishan looked at Zheng Kan's wrinkled visage and felt a wave of disdain wash over him. No wonder the political landscape deemed the Zheng faction lawless. If they behaved so in his presence, what would they do if he were to ascend the throne? "Elder, do mind your tone," Xiao Zhishan declared. "I am a prince, and you are a minister. Why should I require your guidance in how to conduct my affairs? Even the women who attend to me understand this principle." "Why do you not?" Zheng Kan stood frozen, and after a prolonged silence, he rasped, "I have said all I can." Fifth prince, ponder this carefully. I shall take my leave now. Observe. Previously, he found Wei Ruxuan charming in their intimate moments, yet he had not realized her potential for strategy. Had he heeded her counsel earlier, he might have avoided enduring the reprimands of this old man for so many years. Yang Yu did not rise from her bed until noon. After her maid assisted her with her grooming, she had a light meal. With little appetite, she spent the afternoon reclining on her bed, perusing a book. When Xiao Chengji entered, he found her nestled against the pillows, dressed in a jade-colored gown, a light shawl draped over her shoulders, her hair loosely tied with a ribbon. A nearby maid was engaged in needlework. Upon noticing Xiao Chengji, she quickly rose to pay her respects. Yang Yu, nearly succumbing to slumber, also stood. "When will the snow outside melt?" she inquired. The sun had emerged today, and the snow from yesterday had already melted halfway. It was indeed quite cold outside. She surmised it would all thaw by tomorrow night, allowing her to return the day after. Xiao Chengji replied, "We must wait a couple more days." Yang Yu unfastened his fur coat and touched his hand. Despite having traversed the frigid outdoors, his hand felt warmer than hers, which had remained indoors. At that moment, a maid entered and announced, "Princess, the fifth prince's consort, Wei, says she has been feeling bored these days and has recently acquired several pieces of jewelry. She wishes to come by later to show them to you." Yesterday, Wei Ruxuan had intended to flaunt before several princes, but the banquet had concluded abruptly. Now that Yang Yu had arrived, she felt compelled to impress her, showcasing her. Otherwise, who knew how Yang Yu might ridicule her in private? Assuming she was leading a miserable life, Yang Yu was somewhat intrigued. She and Wei Ruxuan were not particularly familiar. Wei Ruxuan was allied with the Empress, while she herself was the Princess of Qin. Their positions were inherently different, so what was there to visit about? Moreover, what was so remarkable about a few pieces of jewelry? Did Wei Ruxuan intend to offer them to her? Xiao Qingji coolly stated, "Do not meet with her." He was reluctant for Yang Yu to have any dealings with Wei Ruxuan, recalling how close he had come to marrying her made him feel somewhat uneasy. Chapter 67. The palace. After being rejected by Yang Yu, Wei Ruxuan was filled with a simmering frustration. However, it was fortunate that her relationship with the fifth prince had improved. After a quarrel, they reconciled and appeared even more intimate. Xiao Zhishan had previously brought her a long-haired Persian cat with yellow eyes to play with, a rare breed that could only be found within the palace. Although Wei Ruxuan had never been fond of small creatures like cats and dogs, the novelty of the situation intrigued her. Additionally, toying with these innocent beings provided her with a sense of power, as the repercussions of harming a maid would be far more severe than that of tormenting a mere cat or dog, which would elicit little sympathy from others. Life in the fifth prince's residence, particularly during her service to Empress Zheng, had been arduous. Wei Ruxuan once considered herself quite normal, yet now she could only place her hopes on the future, fervently wishing for the fifth prince to ascend to the position of crown prince and subsequently to emperor, thereby enabling her. The Persian cat, by nature, was gentle, neither scratching nor biting. When her relationship with the fifth prince was harmonious, she would feed it. During times of discord, she would scold and strike it, watching as its fur bristled in agitation. Later, a trembling maid approached Wei Ruxuan, terrified, to report that the Persian cat had vanished. Enraged, she berated the maid. "How could you lose a mere cat? What are you even doing? Do you not understand that this cat is worth more than your lives?" The maids, filled with tears, did not dare to speak. A cat, being a mere creature, could run away after being scolded or struck, escaping into the wild to live off scraps. In contrast, these people were less than animals. Should they dare to flee after being beaten, their lives would be forfeit, as there was a place for animals to seek refuge, but none for humans. After quarreling with Xiao Zhishan, Wei Ruxuan vented her anger on the maid and then on the cat. Yanking its tail and throwing it against the wall, the cat finally bit her in self-defense, only to be harshly stepped on by Wei Ruxuan in retaliation. During the day, the maid had seen the cat curled in a corner, grooming itself, but by evening, it had disappeared. Wei Ruxuan scolded both the maid and the cat. "You unworthy creature. Let it perish outside. If it dares to return, I shall flay it alive." The maid, silent and submissive, retreated with her head bowed. The next day, as Yang Yu strolled outside, following the sound, she discovered a dirty long-haired cat nestled among some dry grass. In the biting cold, the cat remained motionless, merely letting out a few feeble cries upon seeing her. "Miss, it's nearly frozen," Bai Chun exclaimed, covering her mouth in horror. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Yang Yu knelt to stroke the cat, which did not bite but merely recoiled slightly. Concerned that the frigid weather would claim its life, she decided to take it back to her quarters. After cleaning the cat and feeding it a bit of rabbit meat, she tended to its wounds, and the cat gradually regained its strength. Yang Yu had never encountered a cat quite like this before. It was indeed beautiful. She surmised that it likely wasn't a wild stray, but rather had escaped from the palace, chased away by palace servants, which had led to its injuries. The owner of the lost cat must be anxiously searching for it, prompting her to ask Hu Wang to inquire which palace had lost a feline companion. After some investigation, Hu Wang found no leads. Wei Ruxuan had not sent anyone to search for the cat nor made the incident public. Hu Wang, with limited information within the palace, could not glean details from afar. Yang Yu pondered, in such cold weather, it would surely perish outside. Since I found it, I shall care for it here. However, she was uncertain whether Xiao Qingji would permit her to keep the cat, so she instructed Hu Wang to convey her message. Hu Wang discreetly mentioned this to Hu Har, who frowned. "This simply cannot do. His Highness detests such filthy creatures and would not tolerate them shedding fur indoors." Hu Wang, with a nervous smile, replied, "Please, the princess consort wants to convey her request. If he refuses without consideration, I fear for my life." Hu Har listened as the commotion within continued. Xiao Qingji was still engaged in discussions with several trusted officials. He waved Hu Wang aside. "I'll address it shortly." Once the ministers departed, Hu Har entered with tea and broached the subject. "The princess consort has taken in a cat and wishes to keep it here. What do you think?" Xiao Qingji expressed a hint of curiosity. What use is it to tell me this? Warhar was momentarily taken aback. Fool, since the princess consort wishes to keep it, prepare the necessary supplies for caring for a cat, and assign a maid to look after it properly. Warhar quickly chastised himself. I have been foolish. I shall arrange it at once. A cat that the master desires to keep is undoubtedly more precious than any servant. Its daily needs and grooming must be tended to by dedicated hands. Given that this was the palace, with the cat residing in Xiaoqingji's quarters, Wahar inquired out of concern since the prince generally detested furry creatures. Little did they know that the prince had no intention of denying the princess consort's request. After Wahar exited, Huarwang anxiously awaited outside. It got further. Does His Highness agree? Warhar lifted his chin. Ensure this new feline master is well cared for. Upon learning that Xiaoqingji had consented, Yang Yu felt a wave of relief and even arranged for a cozy little nest for the cat. Meanwhile, Wei Ruxuan had also discovered that her cat had been taken by Yang Yu. Initially, she could hardly believe it. Oh really? It is true. A eunuch clearing snow witnessed it. The maid timidly replied. He said the cat was nearly frozen. Its body stiffened, and upon seeing it, the princess consort took it to her quarters. We do not know if it survived. Wei Ruxuan was livid. Even if it has perished, it is still mine. How dare she take it away? With a cold laugh, are we all villains? She stood abruptly. I must retrieve it. The maid lowered her head. At this time, the Qin Wang is likely there. If you go, the mere thought of Xiaoqingji sent a wave of inexplicable dread through her. She might dare to cause a scene before Xiao Jiushan, to push her luck with him, but she could never act recklessly in the presence of Xiaoqingji. Even if he were to be angry, he would merely hurl a few harsh words. At most, he would. But Xiaoqingji had a look that suggested he could kill. Moreover, this madman feared nothing and had the emperor backing him. Should he truly take a life, no one would dare to hold him accountable. Wei Ruxuan sank back into her seat, gritting her teeth. I shall settle this score later. Chapter 68. The palace. When Xiao Jushin returned, Wei Ruxuan began to lament and cry. My cat has been taken away. You must help me get it back. Xiao Jushan was exasperated by her antics. Who took it? I will demand it back tomorrow. The princess of Qin, Wei Ruxuan sobbed, wiping her tears. You absolutely must retrieve it for me. Upon hearing that the cat had ended up, if it ran away, let it be. Besides, didn't you claim you didn't like it? You often beat it, so isn't it better to let it go? Wei Ruxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Fifth Master, are you afraid of the Prince of Qin? This is our possession. Are you too timid to reclaim what is rightfully ours? Xiao Jiushan felt as if his sore spot had been pressed. What nonsense are you spouting? Wei Ruxuan sneered. Fortunately, it's merely the Princess of Qin. If the Prince of Qin had taken your belongings, would you have gone to check on him, to see if he was well? Xiao Jiushan's face flushed with anger, and he raised his hand as if to strike her. Wei Ruxuan defiantly challenged, go ahead and hit me. In the end, Xiao Jiushan lowered his hand, his heart swelling with resentment towards Yang Yu. This woman had been betrothed to him since childhood, claiming a significant position among his potential wives, and just when he thought he had finally rid himself of her, she reappeared to cause a ruckus. Did she truly lack for possessions that she needed to reclaim a mere animal? The more he contemplated, the more his hatred festered, leading to a restless night. The following day, Xiao Jiushan dispatched his trusted eunuch, Shuliang, to the Princess of Qin to reclaim. Shuliang, a senior eunuch, was well known. Whenever he appeared, it was understood that the Prince of Qin had matters to attend to, and people treated him with the utmost respect, as if in the presence of the prince himself. His stature was such that whenever he emerged, he was effectively representing the fifth prince. Yang Yu awoke that morning, engaged in playful antics with the cat, which was remarkably well behaved. Yang Yu had named it Snowball. As she stroked Snowball, the door creaked open, revealing Huang, who announced that Shuliang, the fifth prince's chief eunuch, wished to see her. Yang Yu had no direct association with the fifth prince aside from their prior engagement, having never even met him in person. Thus, hearing that Shi Liang sought her presence piqued her curiosity, and she permitted him entry. Upon entering, Shi Liang respectfully bowed to Yang Yu, offering his greetings. Yang Yu glanced at him and said, "Spare me the pleasantries and tell me why you are here." Shi Liang was well aware of the contempt. Following her directive, Shi Liang hastily explained, "Our fifth prince has a cat, which recently escaped due to a door left ajar. It is said that the esteemed princess has taken it in." Yang Yu looked down at the purring snowball beside her and replied, "Is that so? It is a pure white Persian cat, worth 1,000 taels of silver." Shi Liang continued with a nervous smile. "While the silver is of little consequence, if the princess truly likes it, the fifth prince would gladly gift it to you." However, this cat was a present from Her Majesty the Empress. As such, we cannot simply bestow it upon another. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu understood. No wonder the cat appeared different from what she usually encountered. It was a precious breed from Persia, bestowed upon the fifth prince by Empress Jing. To keep such a valuable creature she had found would indeed be inappropriate, as it would give the impression that the Prince of Qin was overstepping his bounds. Furthermore, Shi Liang was merely the messenger, and his offense lay with his master, not with him. Yang Yu, intent on making things difficult for Shi Liang, decided not to return the cat, fearing that he might face punishment upon his return. Deep down, however, she had developed a fondness for the feline, and she gently stroked Snowball. "Since it belongs to your master, you may take it back. Domestic cats should not roam freely, especially in this frigid weather." Do ensure its safety in the future. Shi Liang breathed a sigh of relief. He had anticipated that the Princess of Qin might make things difficult for him, having prepared himself for a reprimanding. After all, the earlier incident involving the prince had indeed offended her. To his surprise, after clarifying the matter, the princess genuinely returned the cat. Shi Liang cradled the cat in his arms, expressing his gratitude. The fifth prince placed Snowball on the ground. "Since it has returned, take good care of it, and refrain from venting your frustrations on the servants." Wei Ruxuan, feeling aggrieved, Xie Zhishan, feeling impatient, urged, repeat it." Shi Liang relayed the princess's words verbatim. Wei Ruxuan scoffed repeatedly. "It seems she is quite fond of her belongings. To her, anything owned by others is desirable. If she hadn't taken the cat, such a mess would never have arisen." Not only had she taken it without immediately returning it, but she had also kept it close, making it akin to theft. Now, it had stirred up a torrent of complaints from Wei Ruxuan. After offering a few soothing words to Wei Ruxuan, Xiao Zhishan departed. Wei Ruxuan's dissatisfaction grew. Once completed, she scrutinized her handiwork. The maid trembled in fear. At that moment, they were relieved to be human and not subjected to becoming mere objects. However, the transformation from a living being to an article of clothing within mere hours mirrored their own existence as servants, both fleeting lives, swiftly extinguished. Wei Ruxuan placed the collar in a box and had it sent to Yang Yu. Yang Yu remained lost in thought, contemplating her return to the capital the following day. She had hoped to take Snowball with her but was caught off guard by the arrival of the cat's rightful owner. The maid announced that the concubine had sent her a gift, believing it would be to her liking. Intrigued, Yang Yu had initially thought that after she had rejected Wei Ruxuan, their interactions would cease. Upon opening the box, she was startled to find a complete fur collar inside. The maid, head bowed, explained, "Our concubine said, having heard that the princess admired her cat, she made this fur collar for you to keep warm. She also mentioned that you should refrain from meddling with others' belongings in the future." Chapter 69, The Palace of the King. In the dead of night, Yang Yu was struck by a fever, her entire body ablaze with heat. Xiao Qingji sensed something amiss and summoned the imperial physician without delay, illuminating the palace with flickering lights. Several esteemed physicians, who had always taken the pulse of the emperor, were hastily called to the palace. The winter night was frigid, with water freezing upon contact, yet Huahar, clad in thin garments, was drenched in sweat as he urged the physicians to hurry. Quickly, quickly, if we tarry, the prince may become wrathful." Strings of palace lanterns flickered in the chill of the night, swiftly guiding them to the Prince of Qin's quarters. Xiao Qingji, adorned in a dark robe embroidered with golden dragons, bore a countenance so cold it seemed it might freeze the air. Upon sighting him, the physicians instinctively knelt. Your Highness. Go inside, as Sier Chungji commanded frostily. Attend to the princess. The deep azure curtains fell to the floor, their semi-opaque patterns casting a delicate fragrance of incense wafted through the chamber, rendering the interior as warm as spring in stark contrast to the biting cold outside. Through a thin veil, the physician examined the pulse of the Princess of Qin, subsequently she must have been startled during the day. Once everyone had departed, Sier Chungji returned to the bedside. He gently pressed a warm cloth to Yang Yu's face. After a considerable time, she slowly opened her eyes. Her face was petite, with a delicately pointed chin, and her eyelashes hung low, conveying a palpable sense of discontent. Sier Chungji was well aware of her beauty, yet in the dim light, stripped of cosmetic. At that moment, he began to understand the folly of men like King Ju and King Yu of Ju, whose infatuation with beauty had led to the ruin of their realms. Clearing his throat, he inquired, would you like some water? Yang Yu felt a lingering discomfort. In truth, she had never wished to come to the capital, nor to marry. How delightful it would be to live a carefree life. Yet, one must ultimately confront the realities before them, and upon acceptance, one must also bear the blooded hands that accompany such decisions. She gently shook her head, seeing her in such a pitiable state. He tenderly caressed her cheek. What do you wish to eat? Yang Yu shook her head once more. Sier Chungji, his calloused fingers brushing her chin, pressed further. Then what do you desire? In a whisper, she confessed, I miss my grandmother. I long to return home. Since she could remember, she had never been apart from her grandmother for such an extended period. When ill, she would always be taken to the old lady's room to sleep, watched over throughout the night. Observing her distress, Sier Chungji felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. He lifted his hand to wipe her tears and drew her into his embrace. Why do you weep? What hardship have you endured under my care? The pressure of his grasp caused her bones to ache. His strength was overwhelming initially. She had been saddened, but his interference dissipated those feelings in an instant. My shoulder aches, Your Highness, please do not grip so tightly. A soft gasp. Sier Chungji eased his hold slightly. Yang Yu adjusted her clothing, exposing a portion of her shoulder. Look, I am certain you left marks. Her skin was already fair and delicate, a mere touch could leave impressions, and indeed, he had left distinct fingerprints on her shoulder. Sier Chungji's ears flushed crimson. He had not anticipated her boldness in exposing herself so freely. He had never stripped her bare nor harbored any peculiar inclinations, always maintaining a decorum befitting a gentleman. Yet upon her unveiling, he swiftly pulled her garment back. I have no desire to see. Irritated, Yang Yu turned away, ignoring him. The medicine was still brewing, awaiting the dawn. A maid soon arrived with the concoction prescribed by the physician. Sier Chungji took the bowl, testing its temperature. The bitter, sour taste was repugnant. He instructed the maid to bring forth several candied delicacies, bright red hawthorn draped in honey, pitted dates enrobed in syrup, and he fed Yang Yu, who, having grown accustomed to various medicinal brews, steadily finished the bitter potion, sweetening the aftertaste with a piece of osmanthus candy. Once the maid had withdrawn, Sier Chungji drew Yang Yu close once more, brushing his finger. It remained feverishly hot, her face flushed with heat, rendering her appearance weak and fragile. Has someone frightened you today? Sier Chungji inquired. Or has someone caused you displeasure? The cat had been a gift from the Empress to Xiao Jiushan, originating from the 5th prince's household. Even if Wei Ruxuan had cooked it, she had no grounds to reproach him. It was his possession to manage, and what could she possibly say? Should she escalate matters by accusing Wei Ruxuan of cruelty, others might deem her interferences as unwarranted meddling in another's affairs. She could only endure this grievance for now, seeking an opportunity to retaliate in the future. As Xiao Qingji was her husband, there were matters unspeakable to others that she could confide in him. Leaning against him, she recounted the events, Xiao Qingji's expression darkening. Tomorrow, I shall have someone procure a more exquisite cat for you. There's no need. I do not. As her thoughts spiraled, the tears threatened to flow again, and she buried her face in Xiao Qingji's shoulder. They both bully me, Your Highness. We cannot allow them to dominate us. You must protect me well. The fates of Xiao Qingji and Xiao Jiushan were intertwined, destined for one to perish while the other thrived. Though unspoken, all understood this truth, including the two of them. Xiao Qingji murmured in agreement, sensing the warmth and dampness against his shoulder. He tightened his embrace around Yang Yu. Having taken you as my wife, I shall surely protect you for all my days. Chapter 70. The palace. The following day, the fifth prince, Xiao Jiushan, was still in high spirits as he engaged in friendly competition with the seventh prince, Xiao Qirui, at the martial training grounds. The previous day, Xiao Qirui had been publicly humiliated by Wei Yuxian, which left Xiao Jiushan feeling somewhat guilty. In his heart, he believed that had it been his legitimate wife, her status would undoubtedly surpass that of Xiao Qirui. The identity of Wei Yuxian as a concubine rendered such behavior towards a prince utterly inappropriate. However, Xiao Jiushan's guilt was fleeting, quickly forgotten as he resumed his cheerful demeanor as the fifth lord. No one was privy to the thoughts of Xiao Qirui. Indeed, his sentiments were of little importance to anyone. No one cared about his perspective. Thus, when the next day Xiao Qirui affectionately called out to Xiao Ji, the Great Wei dynasty was established by the ancestors of the Xiao family on horseback, and it was customary for each prince to master the art of archery and horsemanship. However, the training often proved to be more vexing than studying. At least studying did not result in injuries or leave one with aching backs and sore muscles. If one struggled to memorize, it was the accompanying students who bore the brunt of punishment, and assignments could easily be delegated to them. Over the years, both Xiao Jiushan and Xiao Qirui had practiced their archery, yet the results were evident to all present. Xiao Qirui had lost to Xiao Jiushan several times. After winning a few rounds, Xiao Jiushan's spirits soared, his laughter more exuberant than usual. Xiao Qirui, grinning, remarked, "Fifth brother, you seem particularly joyful lately. Have you encountered some good fortune? By the way, I heard that the old uncle has not been in high spirits. Did you have a quarrel with him?" Xiao Jiushan snorted dismissively. As a minister, he should recognize his place. How dare he dictate terms to a prince like me? He deserves to be put in his place. Indeed, you have a point, Xiao Qirui agreed. In their fourth match, Xiao Jiushan triumphed once more over Xiao Qirui. Observing the arrow that Xiao Qirui had shot astray, he laughed heartily. Old seven, you ought to practice diligently. If you don't, when you are sent to the battlefield, you'll surely become an easy target for the... You have improved significantly. A chilling voice resonated from behind. Is that so? How about a match against this prince? Xiao Jiushan quickly turned around to see Xiao Qingji and the sixth prince, Xiao Jingshuo, approaching. Xiao Qingji was mounted on a magnificent black steed, dressed in a thin black riding outfit, his icy countenance stark against the sunlight, his narrow, cold gaze sweeping over Xiao Qirui laughed. "Third brother, you are not seriously considering bullying us, are you? Even if the Grand General were present, he could not match your archery skills. We are merely playing around. Do not take it to heart." Xiao Jiushan remained silent, pursing his lips. Xiao Qingji coldly smirked. "Is that so? If this prince were to draw the bow with my left hand while you used a one-stone bow and I used a three-stone bow, would you? How could you possibly draw a three-stone bow with your left hand?" To be frank, even with his right hand, Xiao Jingshuo struggled to pull back a two-stone bow, as most renowned generals of the dynasty could manage bows of that weight or greater. Xiao Qingji typically used his right hand, and to suggest that he would compete with Xiao Jiushan using his left hand, with Xiao Jiushan wielding a one-stone bow while he used a three-stone bow, was utterly ludicrous if he were to emerge victorious. Xiao Jirui, equally incredulous, attempted to smooth things over. Third brother, let us merely play for fun, there is no need for competition. What if Xiao Jiushan were to lose, would he ever be able to hold his head high again? Xiao Chengji fixed his cold gaze on Xiao Jiushan. This prince is addressing fifth brother. Do you dare? If he refused to accept, Xiao Jiushan might as well renounce his manhood and become a eunuch. I certainly dare to compete, Xiao Jiushan replied, but I fear others might accuse me of bullying. If you use a 3-stone bow with your left hand while I use a 1-stone bow with my right hand, is this indeed true? Xiao Chengji replied, of course it is true. Xiao Jiushan was eager to be. How could he possibly lose? Xiao Chengji was practically offering a gift, why refuse? If he loses, 30 lashes. Xiao Jiushan chuckled, that hardly seemed a significant wager, agreed. The eunuch prepared his finger guards and arm protectors, and he confidently accepted the bow and arrows handed to him. After releasing his arrow, though it did not hit the bullseye, it struck the second ring. Given the distance, he felt satisfied with his performance. Xiao Jirui quickly cheered him on. Well done, fifth brother. Xiao Jiushan glanced at Xiao Chengji, smiling as he said, third brother, you may proceed. He was not concerned that Xiao Chengji would hit with a 3-stone bow. It would be a miracle if Xiao Chengji could even draw it with his left hand. He would first see if Xiao Chengji could even manage to pull back the bow before discussing his shooting skills. Xiao Chengji did not dismount, instead accepting the bow and arrows handed to him by the eunuch. Both bows had been inspected beforehand, ensuring that no foul play was possible. Xiao Jingshuo was left speechless. Third brother, dismount. If you shoot from your horse and misfire, hitting one of the servants, father will undoubtedly be furious with us. At this critical, Xiao Chengji was disinterested in the 5 properties in the capital. Xiao Jingshuo was deeply concerned instead. That was a significant amount of wealth. Ignoring his words, Xiao Chengji, under the watchful eyes of all, drew the bow to its full extent, and in the next moment, hit the bullseye perfect. Xiao Jiushan initially could not believe his eyes, but his expression quickly turned pale. He took a few steps back. Xiao Chengji tossed the bow to the eunuch. Your wager is a wager. Will you accept your loss? The head eunuch, Shi Liang, was so frightened that he fell to the ground. A third master, you cannot strike fifth master. If you do, the Empress Dowager and the Empress will be furious. And they would likely condemn all the servants who accompanied. Xiao Jiushan's face was ashen, his lips sealed. He understood that while the 30 lashes would not kill him, no one dared to inflict a fatal blow. He would certainly endure considerable pain, likely bedridden for 2 to 3 months. Your concubine may take your place. Xiao Chengji typically refrained from bullying women, but Wei Yushen had caused enough trouble, provoking Xiao Chengji's wrath against his woman. Thus, the lashes would either fall upon Xiao Jiushan or Wei Yushen. Chapter 71. New Year. Xiao Jiushan remained silent. The notion of allowing a woman to take the punishment on his behalf was something he could not articulate. However, his silence was tantamount to acquiescence. The few eunuchs trailing behind him were anxiously awaiting their fates. Should Xiao Jiushan be punished today, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences before the Empress Dowager and the Empress, perhaps even suffering a fate worse than death. At times, the whims of their masters could cost them their lives. Shi Liang hastily instructed a young eunuch to summon concubine Wei. Quickly, bring concubine Wei here. Xiao Chirue could have continued to mediate, but upon hearing Wei Ruxuan held him in disdain, and he recognized that it was not worth incurring Xiao Chengji's wrath over her. Xiao Chengji was known for his arrogance and vengefulness. Anyone who provoked him would find no reprieve. Today, his sudden outburst was likely a result of some slight from Xiao Jiushan. At that moment, Wei Ruxuan was preening before the mirror, visibly displeased, having only just arrived at the palace. The thought of returning to the dreary days spent in the presence of Empress Xing filled her with despair, leading her to believe that it would be better to be truly dead. Despite the abundance of affection she received, with the fifth prince treating her with great kindness and lavishing her with fine garments and jewels, she found herself with no one to flaunt her treasures to, unable to let anyone know of her possessions. Silently cherishing her beauty and finery within the confines of her chamber felt akin to being a talented individual unrecognized by the world. As she wallowed in self-pity, her heart grew heavier, even wishing for the swift demise of the empress, that she might be spared from the obligation of serving her. Yet, recalling the performance from the previous day, she felt a swell of pride when she presented the fur collar made from the cat's pelt to Yang Yu. It was said to have rendered him pale with fright, causing him to rise in alarm. Yang Yu could hardly believe that a living cat had simply vanished, yet this peculiar item belonged to Wei Ruxuan, and its fate lay entirely in her hands, leaving him with no room to contest. Wei Ruxuan lowered her head to sniff the rouge on her hands. Is there any news from over there? It is said that the Princess of Qin has fallen ill and summoned the imperial physician in the dead of night, a maidservant murmured. Last night was quite the spectacle. Wei Ruxuan scoffed. Is she so fragile as to be shaken by such trivial fright? Pathetic, making it seem as though I have bullied her. The maidservant lowered her head, remaining silent. After a while, a young eunuch rushed in, breathless, to inform her that something had happened to the fifth prince and that she should come quickly. Wei Ruxuan inquired about the nature of the incident, but the eunuch stammered and could not articulate the details. Thus, with no other recourse, she was compelled to go. Upon arrival, she was stealing a glance at Xiao Qingji. She noted that he was the most striking among them, his stature and visage commanding attention, impossible to overlook even if she wished to. Xiao Qirui chuckled. Concubine Wei has arrived. Now fifth brother is safe. Wei Ruxuan rolled her eyes at Xiao Qirui. This insufferable wretch, during their last encounter, he had called her fifth sister-in-law, but now he referred to her as a concubine Wei. Turning to Xiao Jushan, she feigned innocence. A fifth master. What is happening? Why have you summoned me? Xiao Jushan hesitated for a moment. Xiao Qirui interjected with a grin. Just now, fifth brother, and he is to receive 30 lashes. Wei Ruxuan exploded in outrage. What, 30 lashes for our fifth master, Qin Wang? On what grounds do you dare? Before she could, the force of the blow sent her sprawling to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her ears ringing, her mind blank, utterly disoriented. Har, with a smile that belied his actions, addressed Xiao Jushan. Your Highness, my apologies, but you are aware that concubine Wei lacks the standing to speak to His Highness the Prince of Qin in such a manner. It took Wei Ruxuan a moment to recover. She gingerly rose from the ground, covering her face, too intimidated to voice a word in front of Xiao Qingji. If they sought to punish Xiao Jushan, so be it. Once he was struck, neither the Empress Dowager nor the Empress would spare him. Har gestured, instructing, bring a few matrons to take concubine Wei away for punishment. Wei Ruxuan, how could he possibly endure such punishment? A wager is a wager. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Concubine Wei, as fifth brother's woman, you would not wish to deny him by refusing to take. The gentlemen present had little desire to witness such a bloody spectacle. The matrons, while cautious not to strike too harshly, after all, she was the fifth prince's concubine and of respectable lineage, could. As the two princes engaged in their power play, their subordinates trembled in fear, anxious that the fallout might touch them, potentially costing them their lives. When Wei Ruxuan was carried out, she had already lost consciousness, her body marked with ghastly welts from the lashes. She was certainly not dead. The matrons had been mindful of their strikes, ensuring that she would recover in a matter of months. Fortunately, it was winter. Were it summer, the wounds could fester, leaving her with unsightly scars. Now, residing in the warm quarters, she would soon heal with proper care. The pain was undoubtedly excruciating, and she had screamed as if slaughtered like a pig when struck. Having been pampered in the Wei household, her noble status affording her little exposure to such humiliation, Xiao Jushan cast a glance at the departing Wei Ruxuan, his heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. He felt both gratitude and relief. He could not truly endure the lashes. Without Wei Ruxuan, he would have likely attempted to evade his debt. Should he insist on upholding the wager, he would find it difficult to hold his head high among his brothers for a long while. This humiliating incident he would never dare to disclose, and the eunuchs surrounding him were Having vented his frustrations on Yang Yu, Xiao Qingji saw no reason to continue conversing with Xiao Zhishan and turned to return to his quarters. Chapter 72. The New Year. After taking her medicine, Yang Yu awoke today feeling considerably better. She still intended to return to the capital, as the new year was fast approaching, and there were numerous matters to arrange within the estate. The room was excessively warm, with several braziers burning, causing a sensation. The primary issue stemmed from the aridness of the northern climate. During her time in Ling City, she had enjoyed a more humid atmosphere throughout the seasons. Here, in winter, the burning of coal created an especially dry environment, to the extent that sunflower seeds and pine nuts left exposed in a dish would remain dry and unspoiled. A maidservant brought her a bowl of grapes and another filled with peeled pomegranate seeds, both beautifully presented in exquisite crystal bowls that sparkled like jewels. Now that winter had set in, pomegranates were relatively easy to preserve, so it was not particularly surprising to see them. However, the sight of grapes was quite rare. Yang Yu was well aware that grapes do not bear fruit in winter. Such delicate, juicy items are not suited for storage, making their appearance at this time indeed a rarity. Heroine entered, cradling a fluffy little creature in his arms. "Your Highness, I have brought you a rare little treasure," he announced. Yang Yu was momentarily taken aback as Heroine placed a plump, round-eyed snow leopard cub on the floor. She had only ever seen such creatures in illustrations and was astonished to encounter a living snow leopard for the first time. "Is this a little leopard? Where did you procure it?" "I fetched it from the beast park. It was born just last month," Heroine replied with a smile. "The prince instructed me to find you something both precious and beautiful, and I deemed this little snow leopard to be the most. There is also a small tiger, but it is a bit larger and has a fierce temperament, which might frighten you." Yang Yu remained silent for a considerable time. However, she had never contemplated raising such creatures. Her initial concern had been to bring back Snowball to prevent it from freezing to death. The little leopard was indeed charming in its youth, but it was fundamentally a wild beast. Should it grow and leap upon a person, it could cause injury, which would be unfortunate. Ningxia, observing Yang Yu's curiosity, lifted the little snow leopard for her to pet. It truly was lovely, with a soft, fluffy appearance and tender teeth. Not yet exhibiting any ferocity, Yang Yu held it in her embrace for a moment, then said, "Let us send it back. It is unsuitable to keep such creatures in the manor, so do not trouble yourself any further." Wang promptly agreed. He understood. At noon, Yang Yu had a light meal and instructed the servants to pack her belongings. Today, Xiao Qingji had left early, and she was uncertain of his whereabouts. Recently, Yang Yu had tailored a thicker robe for him, intending to see if it fit well, but as he had not yet returned, she set it aside. After taking a few steps, she found herself short of breath and returned to the couch to sip some ginseng tea before putting it down. "Please bring me a cup of floral tea." The rum was already stifling, and the ginseng tea only heightened her discomfort. Ningxia remarked, "This was prescribed by the imperial physician to replenish your vitality and blood." As Yang Yu consumed warming medicinal concoctions in such a warm environment, she found it increasingly intolerable. Ningxia quickly dispatched Wang to inquire. Before long, Wang returned with the details. Yang Yu was genuinely surprised by how capable her prince was in handling affairs. During her time at the Shao residence, she had come to understand how her sister-in-law and aunt navigated life within the household. To outsiders, high-ranking families appeared to lead glamorous lives. However, newly married daughters often faced hardships no less than those of women from ordinary families. They, too, shed tears and bore grievances that went unacknowledged. Whenever they felt wronged or bullied, their husbands would either urge them to endure or dismiss their complaints as trivial matters, advising them to let go of their grievances and not fret over insignificant issues. Alternatively, they might simply ignore them, claiming that as men, they were only responsible for public affairs and not the trifles of domestic life. At that moment, Xiao Qingji returned. Yang Yu hurried over to assist him in removing his armguard and belt. Changing his attire, he lifted her effortlessly onto the couch, saying, "Rest well and do not trouble yourself." Yang Yu smiled at him. "Are you hungry, Your Highness? Would you like something to eat?" Xiao Qingji found him. Yang Yu wrapped her arms around him as she sat on the couch, her face only reaching his waist, gazing up at him with an innocent expression. Her dark hair cascaded softly over her delicate shoulders, and her alabaster face. When held by him, he could even catch a whiff of her soft, sweet rose fragrance. Xiao Qingji uttered a soft "hm." Yang Yu, beaming, summoned the maidservants to prepare some food. She helped him change into a more comfortable robe, as the riding attire he had worn earlier was rather stiff and uncomfortable. Once he was changed, she leaned against his arm and said, "Your Highness, you are truly wonderful." Xiao Qingji was unaware of how adept Yang Yu was at charming those around. In truth, she had always been affectionate with her family, and the matriarchs of the Shao household had experienced her endearing ways firsthand. With her sweet tongue and gentle disposition, she had rarely faced any hardship. Xiao Qingji gently pushed her away a little, saying, "It's hot, do not sit so close." Yang Yu peeled a grape for him to eat. "Will the fifth prince seek revenge on you for this?" she asked. Xiao Qingji raised an eyebrow. Does this prince fear his retaliation? Yang Yu, however, did not fear the fifth prince. To her, he was merely a name she had yet to encounter. Her true concern lay with the Empress Dowager and what she might do to Xiao Qingji. From the kitchen, a plate of small wontons filled with crab roe was delivered, enhanced with shrimp and crab meat for flavor. The broth was clear and delicious, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Yang Yu lacked the appetite to eat much more, preferring to watch Xiao Qingji enjoy his meal while she continued to nibble on grapes. "This is the first time I've had grapes in winter," she remarked. In truth, even during her time at the Shao residence, she seldom had the chance to enjoy them, as grapes were far rarer compared to other fruits. Xiao Qingji replied, "The capital has greenhouses, allowing pomegranates were relatively easy to acquire, but winter grapes were a true rarity. Only the highest-ranking officials could afford to enjoy them, and even a small bowl could cost 100 taels of silver." Once the maidservants had cleared the dining area, Yang Yu handed Xiao Qingji a cup of tea. "I will return to the capital tomorrow. Do you have any instructions for me?" "Returning tomorrow. There are numerous matters to attend to at the estate." New Year in the capital, Xiao Qingji had no particular tasks to assign, yet he recalled another matter. The heir of the Duke of England, Jingshu, is to be recalled to the capital, with Beaufong taking over his position. "Are you aware of this?" Yang Yu shook her head. "How could I possibly be privy to affairs in the court?" "When you were at the Shao residence, what kind of interactions did they have with Jingshu?" Yang Yu, "I hardly met with my uncles, so how could they discuss court matters with me?" Xiao Qingji grasped Yang Yu's chin, compelling her to raise her gaze to meet his. "You possess keen insight. Even if they do not speak, you can surmise. Even if the Shao family had colluded with the Jing family, I will not hold it against you. Speak freely." Yang Yu fell silent. At that time, Jingshu had yet to arrive in Yuhu, so the Shao and Jing families likely had no dealings. Over the years, the highest-ranking official in the Shao family has been my eldest uncle, and as you know, he is merely a fourth-rank assistant. Even if Jingshu had matters to attend to, he would seek out my uncle's superior. Why would he conspire with him? Noticing her slight irritation, after Beaufong's arrival, he will certainly investigate certain individuals. I am merely informing you in advance. If your grandfather has any ties with the Shao family, they should sever those connections promptly. I believe there is none. My grandfather upholds strict family rules, and while he is still alive, my uncles act with principle." Xiao Qingji playfully scratched her nose. "You believe that many matters hinge on your personal convictions. Once you return to the capital, do not hesitate to remind them." The Zheng family's ties with the fifth prince were indeed close, and Yang Yu had been betrothed to him since childhood. Over the years, Jin Shu had served as governor in the provinces of Zhenyu, and given the Shao family's patronage of Yang Yu, the likelihood of collusion between them and Jin Shu was considerable. Yang Yu insisted, "My grandfather's family treats me exceedingly well. They are not the sort of people your highness imagines. Do they dare treat you poorly?" Xiao Qingji smirked, "With the emperor's daughter-in-law residing in their household, if they serve you well, they will eagerly await your support." Now genuinely angered, Yang Yu struck him with her fist. "You are being excessive. Your highness, how could you think so poorly of my family?" Xiao Qingji chuckled, grasping her "Dream on." Yang Yu, unwilling to engage further, attempted to walk away, seeking solace alone within. However, Xiao Qingji pulled her back, holding her tightly. "With such a temper, have you forgotten who holds the power here?" Biting his shoulder, Yang Yu retorted, "I am no fool. I know well whether their kindness is genuine or feigned." Xiao Qingji felt a twinge of discomfort from her bite and gently caressed her chin. "While residing in their household, you have..." Xiao Qingji chuckled softly. "Very well, even if there were previous ties between them and the Zheng family, as long as they align themselves correctly moving forward, I shall not hold it against them. In the realm of court affairs, however, I am certain of two things." Xiao Qingji inquired, "What are they?" 2 years ago, the previous inspector was reassigned. Under normal circumstances, my uncle should have been promoted to fill that position. Your Highness, if my uncle had a good relationship with Jin Shu, should not Jin Shu have elevated him? Do not cite the new arrival's superior abilities. My uncle is no slouch. Moreover, in such critical positions, relationships often outweigh merit. For a moment, Xiao Qingji had not considered the implications of these personnel changes. Yang Yu's words struck true. He pinched Yang Yu's cheek. "Indeed, what is the second matter?" Yang Yu continued, "During my years at the Shao residence, both male and female members of the household are required to pursue education and literacy. The Shao family's ancestors were physicians, and the medical knowledge must be perpetuated. The family values scholarship, and both the lady of the house and the matriarch advocate for simplicity, avoiding ostentation and waste. If the inner quarters uphold such standards, those who conduct affairs externally will not behave excessively." Xiao Qingji raised an eyebrow. "Do you expect them to live in such modesty? They are a marquis's family. How could they be impoverished? They merely refrain from extravagance," Yang Yu clarified. "Moreover, as a guest, they certainly treat me well. I am quite likable, everyone adores me." Xiao Qingji found it difficult to comprehend Yang Yu's self-assuredness. In his view, even money could not guarantee universal affection. For instance, he himself did not relish the notion of amassing wealth through unscrupulous means. Furthermore, he was baffled by how Yang Yu could assert, "Everyone adores me," with such conviction. Yet, observing her delicate demeanor, he was strangely inclined to consider her assertion plausible. In truth, Yang Yu was not entirely self-assured. Of course, there were those who did not like her, but Yang Yu had always chosen to remember the good rather than the bad, dismissing the unfavorable rather than dwelling on them. For instance, she sensed that Xiao Qingji regarded her with some disdain. However, she recognized his caution was warranted. The Shao family indeed required some gentle reminders. Previously, it had been accepted that Yang Yu would wed the fifth prince. Now that Yang Yu was to marry Xiao Qingji, and given his authority over Yu Hu, changes were undoubtedly imminent. Yang Yu had known Xiao Qingji wielded considerable power, but she had not anticipated it was so extensive as to influence such. Previously, she had thought that even as a prince, Xiao Qingji would be exceedingly polite and cautious in the presence of regional officials. Xiao Qingji had requested documents from the Ministry of Personnel, examining the changes in officials in the southern regions. Upon review, he found that Yang Yu's observations were indeed accurate. Following the reassignment of the previous inspector, considering seniority and capability, it should have been Yang Yu's uncle who ascended. Instead, a student of the Duke of England, Zheng Kan, had been appointed. It appeared that the Zheng family's attitude towards the Shao family was far from cordial. As he perused the documents, Xiao Qingji shared some insights with Yang. In truth, he contemplated promoting Yang Yu to serve under him as an official. Her grasp of the laws of the Great Wei was exceptional, and she could assess an official's life story with remarkable accuracy after a single. If Yang Yu were a young gentleman, the Wen family could certainly be revitalized. However, becoming a princess seemed equally promising, perhaps even more so. If an unqualified individual were to assume the role of princess. Chapter 74. The New Year. The following day, Yang Yu returned to the capital. Upon her arrival at her residence that evening, she listened attentively as the steward recounted numerous matters behind her. As Yang Yu returned, Wei Ruxuan was also brought back. Having suffered such grievous injuries, the fifth prince harbored a considerable sense of guilt towards her. Wei Ruxuan felt an overwhelming pain in her heart. She could hardly believe that, in such a perilous situation, the fifth prince had sent her away, leaving her to bear the brunt of it. However, with the course of events set in motion, she could only brainwash herself into believing that she was Gradually, this mindset dulled her senses, bringing a semblance of balance to her heart, allowing her to refrain from resenting the fifth prince. Given the severity of her injuries, she certainly could not attend to the fifth prince. The fifth prince, unable to bear the sight of her frail form lying in bed, recognized that the conditions at the palace were far inferior to those in the capital, thus healing her in the capital would be more convenient. Wei Ruxuan was distressed. Upon returning to the fifth prince's residence, she spent countless days weeping, and after her tears subsided, she was tasked by the empress to transcribe Buddhist scriptures. The news of her injuries had reached Empress Zheng as well. With her body marred by wounds, dressed in medicinal ointments that exuded a strong aroma, she could hardly serve before Empress Zheng. Consequently, Empress Zheng instructed her to transcribe the scriptures, suggesting that since she could not attend to her, she might as well express her filial piety through writing. With such a malicious matron above her, Wei Ruxuan cried as she wrote. Empress Zheng, however, was quite pleased with Wei Ruxuan. Recently, Empress Dowager Zheng had been contemplating a marriage for the fifth prince. On a particular day, Zheng Can, feeling aggrieved by the fifth prince's words, returned. He claimed that the fifth prince had been led astray by the women around him, no longer obedient as he once was, and now he took pride in his royal status, using it to impose upon the Zheng family. Empress Dowager Zheng perceived Wei Ruxuan as a true calamity, inciting the fifth prince to an outrageous extent. Thus, she contemplated eliminating Wei Ruxuan and marrying the fifth prince to a woman of reputable lineage. However, Empress Zheng opposed this notion. In her eyes, Wei Ruxuan was quite commendable. She believed the girl was honest and willing to heed her counsel. Furthermore, the Wei family held a respectable status that would allow Wei Ruxuan to serve as the principal. It would be more prudent to elevate her rather than seek another candidate. Now that she had ascended to the position of empress, Zheng's daughter could no longer be easily manipulated by Zheng Can. As the mother of the nation, her words carried weight. Moreover, if she were to meddle, given her usual penchant for disruption, she could undoubtedly throw the situation into chaos. With Empress Zheng's protection over Wei Ruxuan, Empress Dowager Zheng found it challenging to act swiftly. In an unseen twist of fate, Wei Ruxuan managed to preserve her life. Through the long, sleepless nights, she continued to cry while transcribing Buddhist scriptures. Yang Yu made another visit to the Xia family, exchanging pleasantries with her two sisters-in-law. After Luo and Zhang arrived in the capital, they had adapted quite well. Without in-laws to serve, their lives had become considerably more tranquil. Initially, they had worried that Yang Yu would distance herself from them after marrying into the Qin royal household, given the stark differences in their statuses. However, after a few visits, Yang Yu treated them just as she had before her marriage, which gradually eased their concerns. As the new year approached, Luo crafted a new outfit for Yang Yu. While the fabric was light, the sentiment behind it was of utmost importance. Luo's embroidery skills surpassed those of local artisans, and such craftsmanship was rare in the capital, with each stitch being exquisitely meticulous. Since Luo could no longer bear children, she longed for Yang Yu to give birth to a little prince for the Qin royal family, believing that only a biological child would solidify their status. Luo grasped Yang Yu's hand, chattering away, while Yang Yu noticed a hint of weariness in Luo's spirit, prompting her to discreetly inquire with Zhang after some hesitation. Zhang, the eldest sister, is just feeling a bit homesick. Yanger, you and the prince must take good care of yourselves and be wary of the concubines at home becoming pregnant. Focus on nurturing your health and bear a robust son for the prince soon. Yang Yu glanced at her flat abdomen. She too yearned for a child. Indeed, having a child in the royal family would stabilize their position. The crux of the matter was that Xiao Chengji seemed somewhat exasperated with her and appeared indifferent to such matters. With Xiao Chengji currently absent from the capital, there were no opportunities for that. After much coaxing, Yang Yu finally learned the situation. Xiang Ji'er was the eldest son of Xiao Junliang, an ambitious and studious boy who was clever and particularly favored by his elders. His only flaw was that he was born of a concubine. When Luo was pregnant, Xiang Ji'er's biological mother, fearing Luo would give birth to a son who might overshadow her own child. Once Xiang Ji'er's biological mother was confined to the Buddhist hall, he was raised under Luo's care, displaying remarkable understanding and filial piety over the years. A few days prior, Xiang Ji'er accidentally consumed a bowl of sweet wine. Having never tasted alcohol before, he became inebriated and began to speak nonsense, telling Luo that she was not his real mother and that once he achieved success, he would expel her to bring his biological mother out of the Buddhist hall. Xiang Ji'er was still a child, and his drunken ramblings were dismissed as childish ignorance. Luo, unable to bear children herself, had to endure this situation, both able and unable to suppress her feelings. Yang Yu, peering through the window at Luo's despondent face, recalled the times of her childhood when she had dozed off while keeping vigil for the new year, and Luo had held her close, applying a cooling balm to her. At that time, Luo had recently married and was about the same age as Yang Yu now. The scent of mint leaves seemed to waft through the years, transporting her back to a moment when Luo was still a young girl. Now, though she was merely in her 20s, she exuded an aura of fatigue. Yang Yu pondered what her own fate might be 10 years hence, wondering how she would be shaped by the confines of the inner court. Upon returning home, Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanshou hurried to pay their respects. Upon hearing that the Qin princess had arrived, Yang Yu instructed Luo, Zhang, and the maidservants of the Xiao household. The official documents from the court had yet to arrive, leaving Xiao Junliang and Xiao Juanshou unaware of the developments. However, upon hearing Yang Yu mention it, Xiao Junliang quickly grasped the implication. Once the new department head arrives, the Xiao family will comply with the department's directives. Yang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and continued, Today, I encountered Xiang Ji'er. A child raised by someone from a young age will naturally feel a bond with them. He appears to be struggling to adapt to life in the capital. It might be better to send him to Lingcheng to be cared for by his biological mother. Xiao Junliang replied, Your Highness is indeed compassionate and thoughtful. I shall arrange for Xiang Ji'er to be sent back first thing tomorrow. Chapter 75, New Year. After Yang Yu departed, Xiao Junliang hastened to instruct his servants to prepare for packing, intending to send young Master Xiang back to the south at dawn the following day. He had initially contemplated inquiring with the Luo family to ascertain whether Luo had uttered anything in the presence of the princess, for it seemed unfathomable that she would speak so at length without provocation. However, he already harbored an answer in his heart, rendering any inquiry rather futile. The women in the inner quarters had recently cultivated a rather congenial rapport with the princess, making it all too easy for them to indulge in idle gossip in her presence. Should Luo take offense and subsequently report to the princess, Xiao Junliang would find himself in a most awkward position. Upon regaining his senses after a bout of drunkenness, young Master Xiang resolutely refrained from mentioning what he had said in his inebriated state. Though he was but a child, he possessed a remarkable shrewdness, and it was only due to his intoxication that he had spoken his heartfelt truths. When he learned that his father intended to send him back to Lingcheng to stay with his biological mother, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Upon regaining clarity, he wept and cried out, pleading not to return, bowing profusely before Luo, beseeching her to let him remain. The treatment accorded to him while raised by a concubine was markedly different from that bestowed by the legitimate wife. Luo, being unable to bear children any longer, was acutely aware that if she could endure a few more years until he matured and wed, he would become the legitimate great-grandson of the family, destined to inherit the family estate. Since that day when Luo had overheard young Master Xiang's candid words, she had grown somewhat distant towards him, and today, her demeanor was especially cold and silent. Young Master Xiang cried out in desperation, "Mother, I was wrong. I deserve to die. The things I said in my drunken state were sheer nonsense." Luo replied frostily, "I am not your mother. Go seek your real mother." The servants promptly pulled young Master. Zhang cast a scornful glance at him, remarking, "Look at this child's sorrowful visage, as if his real mother has perished." Once young Master Xiang was taken away, the parlor fell into an immediate silence. Zhang sighed, "Thank goodness we have discovered this child's true nature. We would have raised a thankless wretch, and what then?" Luo, her head bowed, silently embroidered flowers onto a pair of shoes. Zhang continued, "Treating such a child well is far inferior to showing kindness to Yang Er. Our affection for Yang Er was not in vain. The mere mention of her name settled matters with ease. Sometimes I ponder, having a son may not be as advantageous as raising a daughter like Yang Er, who can secure a high marriage." Luo bit through the silk thread she held. Regardless of circumstances, Yang Yu had indeed assisted her, providing a glimmer of hope. In truth, these past days, Luo had wished for death, feeling utterly despondent. Since the day she entered the Shao household, she had known no joy. For unmarried maidens, this place may seem like paradise, but the reality perceived by those who marry is starkly different. Upon hearing young Master Xiang's words, her heart had grown cold. She felt both despondent and hoped for her husband to grant her some semblance of justice, yet, what justice could a barren woman expect? She could only continue to rear the child, who, when grown, would not cast her out but would undoubtedly. Luo was oblivious to the nature of Yang Yu's life in the royal residence, but she fervently wished for her to fare better than herself, not to find herself devoid of hope at such a tender age. Since Yang Yu had rendered her assistance, she resolved to strive for dignity. As the legitimate daughter-in-law of the Duke of Anjing, she must not be looked down upon. After years of marriage to Xiao Junliang, she had gleaned his thoughts. He feared that she might report to the princess. However, Luo had no intentions of doing so. She merely wished for Xiao Junliang to diligently pursue his duties during the day and aspire for promotion to serve Prince Jin. As a half-relative of the princess, Xiao Junliang would gain leverage before Prince Jin. For power is a symbiotic relationship. In the evenings, she would spend more time in the concubine's quarters, determined to bear another son this time. The bet between Prince Jin and the fifth prince, in which the latter ultimately lost, inevitably reached the ears of Empress Dowager Zheng and Empress Zheng. The Empress Dowager felt humiliated. It was truly a disgrace, yet she was relieved that the fifth prince was not a fool, for he recognized the necessity of discarding the side consort to bear the brunt of his folly. The Empress had always regarded Wei Ruxuan favorably. Following this incident, she felt even more inclined to view Wei Ruxuan as a dutiful daughter-in-law who risked herself to save the fifth prince. The only one to suffer was Yang Yu. The Empress Dowager's reach did not extend into the imperial palace, leaving her unable to reprimand Prince Jin. Consequently, she sought to vent her frustrations on Yang Yu, yet Yang Yu could scarcely be faulted, for all her actions conformed to propriety. Thus, the Empress Dowager summoned Yang Yu daily for morning greetings. Now advanced in age, the Empress Dowager, who slept little and rose early, often awakened before dawn. Upon waking, she required Yang Yu to present her morning respects. Yang Yu had never risen so early. Before the first light of dawn, her maid roused her from slumber, groggily guiding her through the process of applying her makeup and donning layers of heavy garments. Stepping out from the warmth of her chamber, she found the eaves thickly encrusted with icicles. The moon still hanging in the azure sky. Ning Xie assisted Yang Yu into the sedan chair, remarking, "The Empress Dowager certainly knows how to trouble a person." Yang Yu, rubbing her brow. Having married into the royal family, she had no choice but to heed her elders' commands. Upon entering Shokang Palace, she was startled to witness the blooded corpse of a eunuch being dragged away. Yang Yu gasped, how could someone be killed within the Empress Dowager's palace? Do they not fear disturbing the feng shui of Shokang Palace? An elderly matron replied, the wretch was so audacious as to pilfer from the Empress Dowager's quarters. To have him killed on the spot is already showing him mercy. Beneath the moonlight, Yang Yu beheld the eunuch's pallid visage, blooded lips, and rolling eyes, resembling a spectre from a painting. Terrified, she grasped Ning Xia's hand and continued deeper into the palace. The Empress Dowager was still engaged in her grooming, with Zhao Momo arranging her hair. Such a young girl, timid and inexperienced, a few more frights will either scare her to death or compel her to kneel before you, as she remarked. Yang Yu stood outside the screen, offering her mourning respects. The Empress Dowager beckoned her inside, and Yang Yu obediently knelt beside her knee, responding to the Empress Dowager's queries. The Empress Dowager caressed the pearls cascading from Yang Yu's hair. Xiao Qingji was a man of resolute character, as was his mother. Neither had ever shown deference before her, yet the princess, whom he had wed, was lacking in such fortitude, readily kneeling at the slightest demand. On such a frigid morning, and so early, you ought not to be summoned to the palace, the Empress Dowager smiled. Yet I longed for your company, to have someone to converse with. Yang Yu nodded, it is indeed my fortune to accompany your majesty. With the early hour, it was inappropriate to summon Princess Xianyi, so she resolved to endure the wait. Alas, which young bride has not persevered in such a manner? Outside, she was a mistress, but when the time called for servitude, she must play her part. As the Empress Dowager prepared for breakfast, Yang Yu dutifully, as his wife, you ought to counsel him against any missteps. Chapter 76. The New Year. Yang Yuzhen had not anticipated that Empress Dowager Zheng would discuss court matters with her so. This was indeed a difficult situation for her to navigate. To outright refuse the Empress Dowager would be tantamount to rebellion, while acquiescing would imply that this mere woman intended to meddle in state affairs. The Empress Dowager was deliberately presenting her with a conundrum, and Yang Yuzhen sighed inwardly, how she wished she could simply vanish. The thought of crashing her head against something to escape the presence of this cunning, smiley-faced old lady. Yet death was not an option, unless she wished to drag the Xiao family down with her. Yang Yuzhen could only feign ignorance. Your Majesty, who is Beaufort, what position does the governor hold? Is he a general? The Empress Dowager looked at Yang Yuzhen. You do not know? Of course, she did not know. Yang Yuzhen was notoriously uninformed. She shook her head. I am unclear. He would surely have her executed. With a perplexed expression, she replied, Your Majesty, I am quite ignorant and fear that I might miscommunicate. The Empress Dowager was vexed by her perceived foolishness. Initially, she had thought Yang Yuzhen clever, but now, seeing her cluelessness, a wave of irritation washed over her. Yet, in an instant, she suspected that this sly girl was merely playing coy. The Empress Dowager smiled, just relay my words precisely, without alteration. Yang Yuzhen replied, Your Majesty, the prince is currently not in the capital. I shall. Unable to manage Yang Yuzhen, her gaze shifted to the several maidservants accompanying her. Yang Yuzhen often entered the palace with Ning Xia and Rui Dong. Sometimes she left Rui Dong at home, bringing Bai Chun instead, along with Granny Deng. The four girls, Bai Chun, Ning Xia, Jin Qiu, and Rui Dong, had grown up alongside Yang Yuzhen, with Ning Xia being the most astute, often grasping Yang Yuzhen's intentions with just a glance. Yang Yuzhen trusted them the most, as they were her bridal attendants. Upon returning, the palace unexpectedly dispatched for eunuchs and maidens, Granny Zhao, who served the Empress Dowager, let them in, saying, "The Empress Dowager. Therefore, she has bestowed upon you a few servants to assist you should you require help with anything." With the newcomers now in her residence, refusing them was no longer an option. Yang Yuzhen was adamant that her four trusted girls should not enter the inner courtyard, relegating them to serve in the outer quarters instead, instructing Jin Qiu to keep a close watch on them to ensure they did not engage in any nefarious activities. Princess Xinyi, upon hearing this, could not help but shake her head. "You cannot kill them, nor can you utilize them. Be cautious, those she sends are likely venomous snakes." Yang Yuzhen reclined languidly against her pillow. Venomous snakes. If these few dared to show their true colors in her presence, she would gladly demonstrate to them what true poison was. From childhood, she understood well that the term honest person carried a derogatory connotation in the Grand Estate. An honest man would be a gullible fool, while an honest woman would be perpetually drenched in tears. If others did not provoke her, she would not instigate conflict. However, if someone dared to bare their teeth, she would attack. While they conversed, a servant announced the arrival of Miss Liang-san. Princess Xinyi frowned. This girl truly had a thick skin. It seemed she intended to pester them daily until she was included in social outings and provided with a suitable husband. Noticing Yang Yuzhen's presence, Liang Qingshu quietly sipped tea on the side. During the New Year period, social gatherings were plentiful, and Liang Qingshu feared that Princess Xinyi would take Yang Yuzhen to visit. Wherever Princess Xinyi could go, the other elders of the Liang family could not follow. Yang Yuzhen sensed that Miss Liang-san was not particularly fond of her, and thus she refrained from initiating conversation. Worried about the atmosphere growing cold, Princess Xinyi smiled and remarked, "That longevity lock you wear is quite exquisite. When was it made?" Yang Yuzhen removed the longevity lock from around her. "I thought it looked nice, so I decided to wear it." In truth, the Empress Dowager had insisted she wear it, claiming it would bring her good fortune, and she had just come from the palace before visiting Princess Xinyi examined it closely, and Liang Qingshu, unable to resist, leaned in to take a look. The longevity lock weighed 3 to 4 taels, appearing quite hefty, crafted from a solid piece of Heqian jade paired with brilliant red gold. The craftsmanship and design of palace items were indeed unparalleled, far superior to anything found outside. Princess Xinyi smiled. "You should remove it now that you are out of the palace. It does not seem particularly fitting." The late Empress Xiaohui adored such longevity locks, which were crafted by the emperor for her. Yang Yuzhen felt fortunate that Xiao Qingji was not in the capital these days, otherwise, being in his constant presence would likely result in rebukes. She chose not to put the lock back on, asking Ningxia to keep it safe instead. At that moment, someone outside announced that the 7th prince had arrived. Princess Xinyi furrowed her brows, saying, "Qingshu, you should go inside for a moment." As Yang Yuzhen was the 7th prince's sister-in-law, there was no need for her to avoid him, but it was best for Liang Qingshu, an unmarried girl, to remain hidden. Liang Qingshu lowered her head, fiddling with the scented pouch hanging at her waist, remaining silent. Princess Xinyi then welcomed the 7th prince in. Xiao Chirui smiled. "Aren't we just returned from the Xingong? Father said there will be a banquet in the palace tonight, and you should attend." Princess Xinyi raised her eyes. "Why did the emperor send you to convey this message?" It just so happened that I was passing by, so I didn't send any of the eunuchs," he replied. "Your residence is truly splendid. No wonder everyone praises you. I am considering sending Fangshan to learn etiquette from you." Princess Xinyi chuckled. "What etiquette do I possess? The true etiquette lies with the empress. Learning from her would be far more beneficial." As soon as Xiao Chirui entered, his gaze landed on Yang Yuzhen. He had never encountered a woman so radiant, her beauty shining like the moon. For a brief moment, he questioned whether he was mistaken, but after stealing a glance, Princess Xinyi said, "This is your 3rd sister-in-law, the Wen family." "Old 7, do you not bow to your 3rd sister-in-law?" Upon realizing she was Xiao Qingji's wife, he was instantly struck speechless, no longer daring to steal glances. He hurriedly bowed to Yang Yuzhen. Xiao Chirui did not linger, exchanging a few pleasantries before hastily taking his leave. Chapter 77. The New Year. Yang Yu gathered from Xiao Chirui's recent words that everyone had returned. Uncertain whether her own master was among them, she felt increasingly restless at the princess's residence and wished to return home for a visit. Princess Xinyi, oblivious to Yang Yu's thoughts, insisted on keeping her for dinner. Today, Yang Yu was not at home. The maids Bai Chun and Ning Xier from Wan Fu Garden had accompanied her and were also absent, while old Madame Deng followed Yang Yu closely. Jin Qiu and Rui Dong busied themselves in Yang Yu's study, finally taking advantage of the rare sunny weather to air out some books in the morning, before returning them in the afternoon. These items were never to be touched by anyone else, only handled by her personal maids. As Jin Qiu wiped down the bookshelf, she remarked, "Have you noticed? The palace maid named Heroine bears a striking resemblance to our young lady." Rui Dong replied, "Which Heroine? There are several with that name, rather common, if you ask me." "The one bestowed by the Empress Dowager, with delicate features and fair skin," Jin Qiu clarified. Rui Dong then recalled, "Misinstructed you to keep an eye on her. Has she engaged in any misconduct?" Jin Qiu shook her head. "She hasn't done anything in the past few days, but I have a feeling she is not of a straightforward disposition." Rui Dong felt a twinge of sympathy for their young mistress. The Empress Dowager is truly inconsiderate, summoning our miss to the palace at such an ungodly hour. Moreover, sending spies to create trouble. One cannot hit her nor scold her. Jin Qiu sighed. "Indeed, they are merely shirking their duties, doing nothing of substance, plotting who knows what. As soon as Xiao Chengji returned to the estate, he made his way to Wan Fu Garden. The place was eerily quiet, the doors shut tight. It was too cold outside, likely everyone was indoors. Upon entering, he spotted Yang Yu clad in a turquoise robe, standing with her back to him. He approached and gently tapped her shoulder. "What are you up to?" Suddenly, she turned around, and upon seeing the unfamiliar face, Xiao Chengji's tone turned icy. "Who are you?" Heroine quickly knelt. "I am but a maid here to change the fruits in the room." Xiao Chengji inquired, "Where is the princess?" Heroine shook her head. "I do not know. She likely went to the Anqing Marquis's residence again recently. The princess has often been sending large boxes of items there from the storeroom." Xiao Chengji said nothing further and allowed Heroine to leave nearby. Huarhar discreetly observed Xiao Chengji's expression. Even after years of service, Huarhar could not decipher his master's thoughts. Since the princess's arrival, Huarhar had continually misjudged Xiao Chengji's intentions. For the past few days, Xiao Chengji had been inundated with official duties, leaving him little time to rest. Feeling fatigued, he decided to retire to his chambers for a nap. When Yang Yu returned, twilight was settling in, and upon entering Wan Fu Garden, she was met with shocking news that struck her like a thunderbolt. Heroine knelt before Yang Yu with her head bowed, revealing that this afternoon, His Highness, the Prince of Qin, had taken a liking to her and had favored her. Heroine claimed she did not seek to become a concubine, but merely wished to inform the princess of the occurrence. Jin Qiu's face drained of color, horrified. In the princess's absence, she had inadvertently allowed this maid to slip through. Overcome with shame and fear, she felt as though she could die from the disgrace. Yang Yu felt a surge of irritation. What was this nonsense? For now, she refrained from further questioning and instructed Jin Qiu to take Heroine away for a dose of medicine. The truth of the matter was secondary. Someone favored by the Empress Dowager must not attract any undue attention. Yang Yu then proceeded inside. Huarhar informed her that the prince was still resting within. Her gaze fell sharply upon Huarhar. Heroine had indeed been cunning. Under normal circumstances, a girl would not jest with her purity, and her claim would certainly be believed throughout the courtyard. The disparity in status between the princess and the prince was stark. Should the princess challenge him, the Prince of Qin might either deny the accusations, deeming her unreasonable, leading to an argument, or, if he felt she was unjustly maligning him, he might acknowledge it in anger, causing a rift between them. The most easily exposed situations often foster the deepest misunderstandings. Of course, the princess might also choose to silently endure the humiliation, pretending nothing had happened while harboring. What Hihua did not anticipate was that Yang Yu's first inquiry would be directed at Huahar, who served closely beside Xiao Chengji. In the presence of the prince, Huahar was but a servant. Outside, officials of the third rank or lower treated him with deference. Under normal circumstances, Yang Yu's demeanor towards Huahar, a favored attendant of Xiao Chengji, would be one of flattery and conciliation. Yet, from the very beginning, she had never sought to curry favor with him, remaining unfazed by the tide of circumstance. Given the current situation, perhaps no one knew better than Huahar, the intimate eunuch, what had transpired. Instead of questioning Xiao Chengji, it would be more prudent to inquire of Huahar to ascertain whether the rumors circulating were indeed true. Yang Yu scrutinized Huahar from head to toe. Gong, it has been some time since we last met. Huahar sensed the unusual tone and quickly forced a smile. Princess, you need only call me by my name, Yang Yu replied, her smile enigmatic. So you still remember I am the princess? I thought you all had forgotten this fact. Huahar was perplexed, unable to fathom where he had offended her. Hearing her sardonic remarks, he hastily knelt. Did I err in some way, causing? Yang Yu stated, as the chief eunuch before the prince, should you not counsel him against any actions unbecoming of his station? Huahar felt a pang of distress. He truly struggled to grasp the princess's thoughts. Besides, he was always wary of provoking Xiao Chengji, fearing for his own head. Yet, with the princess in a temper, Huahar had no choice but to bow his head. Yes. Then today, you simply watched as the prince brought a maid into my chamber to misbehave. Huahar was genuinely bewildered. The prince returned and went to bed. He did not engage with any maid. Upon entering, I noticed a strange girl changing the fruit plate. After a brief exchange, I sent her away. Yang Yu pondered for a moment, her eyes narrowing. If that is the case, then this maid is deliberately Huahar, go interrogate her. Remember, she is someone placed here by the Empress Dowager. Huahar instantly understood. He finally grasped the reason behind the princess's fury and felt fortunate that she had chosen to question him rather than confront the prince direct. Yang Yu entered the inner chamber and indeed found Xiao Chengji asleep on the bed. She approached and sat down. Hearing her footsteps, he feigned sleep, keeping his eyes shut. Yang Yu admired his handsome features, the delicate curve of his lips and high nose, and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. In an instant, Xiao Chengji's eyes flew open. Chapter 78, New Year. Yang Yu softly uttered, Your Highness, you have finally returned. Xiao Chengji felt a warmth in his heart, raising his hand. In truth, he was at a loss for words. He was fully aware of Yang Yu's secret admiration for him, how she would steal kisses while he slept. Such events weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him unable to intervene. Moreover, Yang Yu was his consort, and her affection and dependence on him seemed only natural. Yang Yu, a delicate and fragile woman, despite her keen insights and meticulous thoughts, remained a gentle girl in need of his protection. He pulled Yang Yu onto the bed, enveloping her within his embrace. She was adorned with numerous heavy ornaments, her face still bearing the remnants of makeup, and a light purple gem dangled from her brow, enhancing the softness of her features. In his arms, her petite form felt remarkably tender. In reality, Yang Yu never perceived herself as small. It was Xiao Chengji who towered above her, his broad shoulders and formidable stature exuding the forceful and piercing aura of a mature man, often instilling a sense of pressure. She pressed her lips against his cheek, saying, The Empress Dowager has sent a few individuals these past days, stating that since it is New Year, I should consult them with any uncertainties, but I simply cannot refuse. We shall find a reason to eliminate them in due course. Leaning against his shoulder, Yang Yu remarked, Your Highness, your propensity for violence is concerning. Such actions could tarnish your reputation. You are unaware of how others speak of you. Xiao Chengji raised an eyebrow. I have no intention of harm. It plagues my dreams at night. Xiao Chengji smirked. Are you truly so timid? Yang Yu nodded. Xiao Chengji questioned, Then why do you still choose to sleep beside me? Yang Yu bit her lip. Perhaps did he not realize how heavy he was serving this esteemed lord? She mused that she might need to borrow 9 lives, yet a desire for a child stirred within her, prompting her to nestle closer to Xiao Chengji's embrace. Xiao Chengji was indeed somewhat vexed, particularly upon hearing Yang Yu express her desire to depart. There was often an elusive quality to her presence, perhaps due to the bewildering nature of their marriage, an unexpected moon falling into his arms, much like his mother, who, upon the emperor's brief absence from the capital, transformed from a beautiful woman into a lifeless corpse upon his return. If she were to leave, Xiao Chengji would be left alone. Spiraling, he wiped away the tears from Yang Yu's lashes with a gentle hand, lifting her chin to gaze into her eyes for a moment. What do you think? Having shared many moments together, Xiao Chengji felt he had grown far more formidable than at the outset. Yang Yu, overwhelmed by emotion, began to sob uncontrollably. The servants in the Wanfu courtyard were struck with fear. First, Wahar summoned He-Hur before the gathering. This evening's news of the prince's favor towards He-Hur had spread throughout the courtyard, igniting envy among the maidservants who toiled outside. Those working in the outer realms often longed to elevate their status, yearning to transform into mistresses, as even being a concubine was a far superior fate than remaining a mere servant. With a successful example set, they began to harbor aspirations of their own. However, Wahar, in front of the crowd, summoned He-Hur directly. He-Hur recognized Wahar. Most palace servants, much like the Grand Eunuch Jiyu Guanliang by the emperor's side, the mere mention of Wahar's name instilled fear. With a smile that held no warmth, Wahar publicly interrogated He-Hur. I have heard that the prince has favored you today. She had not expected the princess to command the presence of such an esteemed figure. Wahar, being the chief eunuch in the princess court, was privy to all occurrences. He-Hur dared not lie in the presence of Wahar, knowing that in the palace, deception often flourished, particularly among couples. Wahar, in front of the assembly, declared, "Do you understand the consequences of lying to the princess and tarnishing? Today, the prince did indeed take me to his bed, and the eunuch witnessed it. I dare confront you before the Empress Dowager." Wahar's brows furrowed. Nonsense, slap her. He-Hur received 4 resounding slaps, one after the other. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, were instantly awakened and began to piece together the situation. It must be said that having the Empress Dowager as a supporter was indeed a formidable shield. Even within the prince's residence, such audacity was permitted. Those who had entertained thoughts of rising in status like He-Hur quickly suppressed their ambitions, no longer daring to entertain. Wahar, having punished He-Hur in front of everyone, conveyed the prince's true sentiments, while the other 3 servants favored by the Empress Dowager remained motionless, as if He-Hur's plight had no bearing on them. Ultimately, Wahar assigned He-Hur to laundry duties, which involved washing not the garments of the masters but those of the lower servants. Such labor was arduous, stretching from dawn till dusk, and kept her amidst the lower ranks, thus curbing any inclination to stir trouble. With the arrangements made, Wahar breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally satisfied the princess. Though she appeared amiable, she was by no means a pushover to be trifled with. He resolved never to underestimate her again. Upon returning to his quarters, he found Xiao Chengji standing there. Those familiar with Emperor Jianqing would see in Xiao Chengji the youthful embodiment of the emperor himself. Wahar, trembling with fear, knelt before him. "Your Highness." Having witnessed the preceding events, Wahar dared not conceal the truth, recounting every detail to Xiao Chengji. Intentionally causing distress is something Empress Dowager Jing has done more than once or twice. After a moment of contemplation, Wahar suggested, "Should I dispose of these individuals? Let them remain for the princess to practice her skills. Certain matters still require Yang Yu to learn to handle them herself, so that when he is absent, she can stand on her own." Wahar nodded repeatedly. He understood. Although Xiao Chengji said this, Wahar was acutely aware that he must keep. If these 4 servants were to truly provoke Yang Yu and disturb the household's peace, the prince would undoubtedly punish them. Presently, the princess enjoys favor, and any punishment would not fall upon her, but the others would certainly suffer. Have heroine closely monitor the princess's diet. If anyone dares to tamper with her food, as Xiao Chengji stated emotionlessly, they shall be fed to the dogs. Warhar shivered at the thought that he understood perfectly well that Xiao Chengji's words were not mere rhetoric. He would act upon them initially. Warhar feared only Xiao Chengji, but now he harbored a bit of fear for the princess as well. It was unclear what enchantment the princess had cast upon the prince, but anyone who dared to lay a finger on her would invoke his wrath. Understood. After issuing these orders, Xiao Chengji returned, instructing a maid to bring in hot water. Yang Yu was still in a deep slumber, her outer garments torn and strewn across the floor, jewelry scattered haphazardly, and her underclothes in a disheveled state. Xiao Chengji wrung out a cloth to wipe her down, also cleaning himself in the process. Yang Yu gently furrowed her brow, opening her eyes yet still feeling somewhat heavy. Xiao Chengji replaced her tattered undergarment with a new one, his large hand brushing against her delicate waist as he drew her closer into his. Yang Yu nestled against him, her face resting against his chest. Xiao Chengji lowered his gaze upon her. Are you hungry? Do you wish to eat? Yang Yu responded with a soft millimeter. Xiao Chengji instructed a maid to prepare food. Yang Yu wrapped her arms around his waist, attempting to tug at his clothing. Xiao Chengji quickly grasped her hand. It absolutely could not happen again. It was not that he was incapable, but he feared that if they were to engage once more, Yang Yu would surely. In a hushed tone, Yang Yu murmured, Your Highness, I wish to bear you a child. What good is a child? Xiao Chengji replied, It is unnecessary. He harbored no thoughts of heirs at present and had not contemplated the matter. Yang Yu explained, having a child in the household would greatly solidify your position, perhaps even His Majesty would. Before she could finish, Xiao Chengji placed a finger against her lips. He understood her implication. If the Qin Wangfu were to have a young master, and the emperor a legitimate grandson, it would likely lead to further titles for Xiao Chengji. However, he was already beyond further titles. Any additional honors would lead directly to the position of crown prince. The Empress Dowager and the Zheng family loomed over Xiao Chengji like a mountain, while the Empress and the fifth prince posed additional obstacles. Yang Yu was unaware of the struggles Xiao Chengji had endured over the years, yet, having married him, she would cherish her husband in her heart, wishing for smoother paths and fewer obstacles in his journey. If fortune favored her, it would not only be a matter of her own standing but also of the Qin Wangfu's status in the eyes of the ministers and the emperor. At the very least, a prince with heirs is far more reassuring to the officials than one without. Xiao Chengji pressed a kiss upon Yang Yu's forehead. My position does not require a child for stability. The circumstances will change in the coming year, do not worry. Previously, Xiao Chengji had little interest in contending with the Zheng family, whether they were at the height of their power or pressing in on him relentlessly. He could hardly be bothered, often leaning towards self-destruction. Now, however, everything was different. Having stirred his ambitions, he was determined to attain what he desired. Yang Yu gazed at him. Xiao Chengji felt a twinge of embarrassment under her scrutiny. He was not one to indulge in female company, preferring to avoid such entanglements, yet he could not deny a certain fondness for her gentle beauty. As he turned to leave, Yang Yu, quicker than he anticipated, wrapped her arms around his. Your Highness, Xiao Chengji responded with a simple millimeter. Yang Yu nestled deeper into his embrace, tilting her head to kiss his. He typically maintained an aloof demeanor, and few dared to approach him in such a manner, unless they were courting danger. Yet Yang Yu, with her boldness and unabashed affection, clung to him like a sweet, sticky rose candy, refused. Listening to such a charming beauty sing his praises with her eyes closed, his vanity inevitably swelled. Yet, as the flattery continued, he began to feel something amiss. Xiao Chengji's expression darkened as he pinched Yang Yu's chin. The average skills in bed? Yang Yu closed her eyes. Xiao Chengji tightened his grip slightly. Speak. Yang Yu continued her charade. Xiao Chengji refused to believe he could not tame her. If she deemed his abilities average, then he would visit her every day, every night, until she was thoroughly convinced. Yang Yu pitifully rubbed against his shoulder. Your Highness, I was wrong. Xiao Qingji remained silent. To be honest, he found Yang Yu's antics intolerable. Her frequent displays of affection were unbecoming. Who else behaved so shamelessly? Yet she was his princess, and he had no choice but to endure it. At that moment, dinner was prepared, and the maid had already delivered it. With the new year approaching, a plethora of tributes had been received, making this period especially lavish. Yang Yu sipped a bit of longan and red date soup, nibbling on a couple of pastries, and began to feel drowsy. In previous years, she would have long since succumbed to sleep, as she needed to rise at the third watch to groom herself and visit the Seeing her dozing, Xiao Chengji instructed Ningxia to assist her into the inner quarters. When the third watch arrived, Ningxia quietly entered to wake Yang Yu. Xiao Chengji's expression darkened. He did not need to attend the morning court today. Why had this maid come so early? Seeing the prince awake, Ningxia was startled and knelt on the ground. Your Highness, the princess must still go to Shokang Palace to pay her respects. You may continue to sleep. I will assist the princess in getting ready. Leave. Xiao Chengji replied coldly. In the dead of night, dragging his princess into the palace, anyone unaware would think he had already passed away. At that moment, Yang Yu also stirred, rubbing her eyes as she prepared to rise from the bed. Chapter 80, The New Year. In truth, Yang Yu was able to endure this little hardship. After all, when one marries into royalty, it is an undeniable truth that one must face both the wealth and the trials that accompany such a position. The public admiration one receives often belies the tears shed. While Xiao Qingji fought his battles in the front lines, Yang Yu contended with her own struggles within the palace. The most formidable figures in the inner court were the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Should they choose to torment Yang Yu, she could not allow Xiao Qingji to intervene and become embroiled in the ensuing turmoil. As long as he diligently performed his duties at court, they would each fulfill their respective roles, and in time, things would surely improve. Yang Yu leaned against Xiao Chengji's shoulder, saying, Please continue to rest. I shall go pay my respects and return shortly. If I do not go today, regardless of the excuse, the Empress Dowager will surely unleash her wrath. It is unwise to provoke her. Even the Emperor finds it difficult to contend with her, let alone you. Xiao Chengji reached out to caress Yang Yu's face. She lifted her chin and gently closed her eyes, signaling her desire for a kiss. With a soft chuckle, he pressed his lips to her brow. Upon her return from the Shokang Palace after paying her respects, she unexpectedly encountered the seventh prince and Consort Luo. Consort Luo was deeply troubled by the impending union between the seventh prince and Princess Fangshan, losing sleep over the matter in recent days. After being outmaneuvered by the Empress Dowager and the Empress, the seventh prince's reputation had plummeted to an all-time low, making it exceedingly difficult for him to. Those of slightly lesser status were also dismissed by Consort Luo. Both she and the seventh prince were beholden to Dowager Zheng and Empress Zheng, fully aware that they were mere pawns in a larger game, yet unable to escape such a fate. The seventh prince, however, was not overly concerned for himself. Being a man, he would eventually find a woman willing to marry him, even if her family background was less than stellar, as long as she was a reputable lady. His greater worry lay with Princess Fangshan, who had been disregarded by both the Empress and the Empress Dowager in recent discussions. When he sought the counsel of Princess Xini, she could hardly be bothered to entertain. After facing continuous setbacks, Xiao Chirui felt increasingly despondent. Consort Luo sighed, lamenting, "It is all due to your mother's incompetence. Without your father's favor and lacking a solid family background to support you, my son is left to fend for himself. The third and fifth princes have everything at their disposal, while my son must rely solely on his own efforts." Xiao Chirui, though pained in his heart, felt compelled to console Consort Luo. Just then, they spotted Yang Yu emerging from the Empress Dowager's palace in the distance. Yang Yu held a rather unfavorable impression of Xiao Chirui. He was the perpetrator behind the tragic demise of Miss Ma, who, although orchestrated by the Dowager, he remained the principal offender. As a woman, Yang Yu found it difficult to harbor any positive sentiments towards a man who had sullied another's honor. Yet, Xiao Chirui was Xiao Qingzhi's brother, and he continued to evade consequences for his misdeeds. Yang Yu wished to avoid any pleasantries with them and pretended not to notice, opting. Xiao Chirui's gaze lingered on her figure, momentarily pausing. Consort Luo sighed again. Is she not beautiful? In this world, even if Xiao Zhishan were to reject her, the emperor would still deny you any favor, reserving all for. He simply does not realize her true worth. Men understand men best, and as Xiao Zhishan's brother, Xiao Chirui was acutely aware of his brother's thwarts and vulnerabilities. The woman who could captivate Xiao Zhishan might not. With a smile, Xiao Chirui asked Consort Luo, "Mother, do you know what the most painful thing in the world is?" Without hesitation, Consort Luo replied, "Desiring what one cannot attain." Xiao Chirui remarked, "Xiao Zhishan will suffer tenfold." Her focus lay on whether their family would have a prosperous future. During the New Year festivities, both the palace and the outside world buzzed with activity, with several princes gathering to indulge in drinking and merriment. Even Xiao Qingzhi, who typically shunned socializing, found himself inundated with engagements throughout the day. Yang Yu, accompanied by Princess Xini, met with relatives one after another, becoming acquainted with nearly all the female members of the royal family. By day, she was exhausted, longing for a moment of tranquility upon returning home, yet, the mischief-makers sent by the Empress Dowager persistently disrupted her peace. Heroine had been dispatched to do laundry, leaving only a maid named Xing. However, upon their arrival, they began to play tricks, forming alliances with the household servants, quarreling one-inch older sister and another godfather. Their knack for ingrate. One day, upon her return, Jinxia whispered in Yang Yu's ear, revealing that Xinghua had bribed the inside maids and matrons with silver to curry favor and was even attempting to win over Jinxia with money. Many have been influenced by Heroine, neglecting their duties and constantly scheming to win over the princes. Yang Yu summoned Huang, issuing her instructions before sending him on his way. For the time being, she did not wish to take any action, preferring to observe through these three individuals who among them were diligent workers and who could be easily swayed by silver. After addressing these matters, further news was brought to Yang Yu's attention. A case had arisen at the Shunqian prefecture, where a family, claiming kinship with Yang Yu, attempted to encroach upon their neighbor's property while expanding their own residence. Upon hearing this, Yang Yu frowned. "My relative?" "Yes, they also bear the surname Wen, and it is said to be one of your uncles. The Shunqian prefecture wishes to inquire about it." Yang Yu felt let them be handled impartially. The direct line of the Wen family had dwindled down to Yang Yu alone. Should some dubious relatives emerge, it would be impossible to discern their authenticity. The following day, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the Prince of Qin's residence, with someone insisting on seeing the princess, claiming to be her aunt, while commoners causing a ruckus at the Prince of Qin's estate would face dire consequences. The household staff feared this might indeed be a relative of the princess, and thus Yang Yu, filled with pent-up frustration, seized the opportunity to summon the visitor, eager to ascertain the identity of this so-called relative. When the woman was brought before her, she was a middle-aged, cunning matron, dressed quite respectably, adorned with a large gold bracelet. Upon seeing Yang Yu, she rushed forward to grasp her arm, exclaiming, "Yang, I am your fifth aunt. My husband's father is your grandfather's cousin. We are all family." Yang Yu scrutinized